Chapter 001, The Sword Immortal System. My name is Lu Chen, hailing from Mount Shu. Whether you have heard of me or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I am here to assist you. In the dimly lit, foreboding attic, beneath the moonlight, a young man clad in white stood with a sword on his back. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and slender, with delicate features and a gentle smile that radiated warmth and approachability. Not far in front of him hung a corpse of a woman draped in red, suspended grotesquely from the beams. Her features were twisted, her visage decayed, with only one pale eyeball remaining in the hollow of her eye socket, staring quizzically at the entrance. Roar, do not cry out. You are already dead, but have been tainted by malevolent energy, transforming into a blood corpse that preys upon the living, wreaking havoc in this realm. Thus, I have come to offer you liberation. Lu Chen spoke with a nod, his demeanor still imbued with a soothing smile, undeterred by the ghastly appearance of the creature before him. His tone was as calm as that of friends reminiscing. The blood corpse seemed taken aback by his composure, momentarily stunned, before baring its bloodied fangs in a chilling grin. D! It screeched, unleashing a piercing wail. The bloodied garments billowed, and a sinister wind arose, swirling dust and debris about. Bang! 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 The doors and windows of the attic were instantly sealed shut. In the darkness, Lu Chen was assailed by a foul stench that assaulted his senses. He let out a sigh. What a pity! I had hoped to spare you a complete body. He shook his head. As he spoke, his long sleeves swirled, and with a surge of magical energy, he pushed the blood corpse away. In the next moment, he extended his right hand, fingers poised, and with a flick, the sword sheathed on his back hummed ominously, springing forth with a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl. The sword gleamed with a chilling radiance, akin to a bolt of lightning, surging forth in an instant. With a sharp hiss, the fierce sword energy rent asunder the malevolent aura enveloping the blood corpse. A terrifying intent to kill pierced through to the bone. The blood corpse's eyes widened in horror as it clawed desperately, unleashing all its strength in a futile attempt to block the oncoming sword light. However, the flying sword was enshrouded in magic, as if cloaked in thunder. The moment its claws made contact, they were reduced to charred remnants. The sword energy locked onto her, leaving her with no avenue of escape, forcing her to watch helplessly as the cold radiance expanded within her pupils. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated her skull. The blood corpse had no time to plead for mercy before her body erupted in a spray of blood, drenching the attic in crimson. Not a trace of her remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the blood corpse, earning 100 experience. The system notification echoed. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, a hint of disappointment gracing his features. Nothing dropped. This blood corpse is rather impoverished, isn't it? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the blood corpse had only recently come into existence and lacked any significant cultivation. Obtaining 100 experience points was quite commendable. At least it was far better than slaying scarecrows on the mountain. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Chen was not originally from this world. 3 months prior, he had traversed into this realm rife with demons and monsters due to an unforeseen incident, becoming a newly initiated disciple of Mount Shu. It was during this time that the system awakened within him, known as the Sword Immortal System. It derived from a cultivation game he had played in the past. Its core functionalities were akin to a game interface, primarily focused on gaining experience and various rewards through monster slaying and task completion. Experience can be harnessed to elevate one's cultivation and enhance skill levels. Thus, Lu Chen embarked on a quest to grind monsters for experience. For a full 3 months, he diligently defeated the enchanted scarecrows outside the locking demon tower at Mount Shu, astonishing the disciples of the sect. This relentless pursuit earned him the moniker Scarecrow Maniac. However, just yesterday, Lu Chen discovered that slaying scarecrows no longer yielded any experience rewards, compelling him to descend the mountain in search of fortune among the nearby villages. By chance, he encountered a recently formed blood corpse. Let me see how much experience I require to level up, he mused, casually opening his personal information panel. Name, Lu Chen. Realm, Qi Refinement 9th Layer. Cultivation Method, Tai Ching Induction Scripture Max Level, Flying sword technique max level, scarecrow art max level. Experience 240. Alas, it was insufficient. To break through to the 10th layer of chi refinement, at least 500 points of experience were necessary. This meant he would need to slay at least 3 such blood corpses to meet the conditions for foundation establishment. Yet he was at the foot of Mount Shu. The sword heroes of Shu had long embraced the duty of purging evil, and within a 100-mile radius, sword cultivators were perpetually on patrol. Consequently, the surrounding villages and towns rarely encountered any demons. Even if a few appeared, they would swiftly be eradicated by the disciples of Mount Shu. Lu Chen had merely stumbled upon a newly formed blood corpse by sheer luck. Finding another such quarry would prove difficult. Beyond the region of Mount Shu, countless demons lurked, yet was also fraught with peril. Lu Chen, still unestablished in his foundation, dared not venture forth recklessly. After all, life is not a game. Should he perish, there would be no place for resurrection. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to enter the locking demon tower? This thought flickered in his mind, but was quickly dismissed. The locking demon tower was a forbidden area of Shu, inaccessible to ordinary disciples, and even if one managed to enter, they might not stand a chance against the demons contained within. Those imprisoned in the tower were no insignificant foes. With his current level of strength, was he merely seeking death? I can't seem to find a suitable place to level up. Lu Chen lamented silently. Just then, he noticed something peculiar in the corner of the Attica blood bead pulsating as if it had come to life. Could it be that the blood corpse is not dead? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This was impossible. He had received a system notification indicating the creature's demise and had even gained experience. Thus the blood corpse must be thoroughly deceased. The issue likely lay with that drop of essence blood. While he pondered this, the blood bead burst apart, and a blood-colored creature resembling a leech emerged. It quivered, sprouted wings, and soared into the distant mountains. Indeed, something is amiss. Ding! Blood-sucking goo worm detected, triggering the quest mystery of the blood corpse. Track the bloodworm and locate the source of the blood corpse's formation. Completion of this quest will yield substantial rewards. A quest was triggered? It was as though he had just dozed off and someone had placed a pillow beneath his head. Lu Chen had been lamenting his lack of avenues for leveling up, and this quest arrived at the perfect moment. However, he refrained from recklessly pursuing the creature. The system notification had mentioned the term goo worm, implying that the creature might be under the control of someone else. The adversary's strength was unknown. If he rashly pursued it, what if it turned out to be a formidable demon? Isn't that akin to courting death? Although this is the region of Shushan, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Lu Chen has always been cautious. In the absence of certainty, he would never recklessly put himself in danger. In such a moment, the straw man technique that I conjured from the scarecrow will prove to be invaluable. With this thought, Lu Chen pushed open the window and reached out to grasp a handful of weeds from the courtyard. Weaving his magical prowess, he swiftly transformed it into a palm-sized straw man. Then, Lu Chen bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall onto the straw man's forehead, casting it outward. The straw man appeared to come to life, landing gracefully before it began to sprint forth, moving with remarkable speed towards the direction in which the blood insect had fled. Chapter 002. The Manor in the Mountains. The night was heavy, with dark clouds swirling ominously. A few strands of cold moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow. Amidst the dense forest, a blood-red insect, no larger than a thumb, stretched its wings and shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. Not far beneath it, the straw man was racing forward. Though its movements were somewhat stiff, it maintained a commendable speed, managing to keep pace with the blood insect. Before long, the creature suddenly swooped down and came to rest in a distant valley. The straw man halted, its forehead shimmering with a crimson light, as if an eye were peering from a faraway place. It has stopped. Lu Chen was still outside the forest, controlling the straw man and observing the situation in the valley. This straw man technique allows for the weaving of grass into a doll, serving as a substitute. Driven by magical energy, it can be used for reconnaissance, and in critical moments, it can offer protection or even serve as a vessel for death. If one masters the incantation, it can also be employed as a means to attack the spirit. Its applications are boundless. Therefore, upon first mastering this spell, Lu Chen immediately upgraded it to its maximum level. Now, it was finally proving its worth. There is actually a manor in this valley. However, it appears to have been abandoned for many years. The one controlling the blood insect must be hiding within. As he pondered, Lu Chen formed a hand sign. The straw man outside the valley received the command and promptly rose, descending along the mountainside, stealthily infiltrating the manor under the cover of night. Soon, in the backyard, he detected a strong stench of blood. Upon entering, he discovered an ancient well from which a crimson glow emanated, filled to the brim with fresh blood. A figure cloaked in black sat at the well's edge, legs submerged in the blood, akin to a straw, drawing the liquid into himself. Several blood-red insects flew in from all directions, their mouths agape like fountains as they poured their own blood into the well. The blood insect Lu Chen had been tracking was among them. However, as the blood corpse had been slain, it had not had the chance to feed, merely sputtering a drop before being captured by the figure in black. Is this all there is? He seemed quite incensed. The blood insect struggled in his grasp, as if pleading. Moments later, the figure in black opened his eyes. My old wounds have flared up, and I require a substantial amount of essence. I shall grant you one more chance to obtain a new body. He spoke. He seized a nearby bell and gave it a shake. Before long, a blood corpse flew in from outside the courtyard, shouldering a large burlap sack, which it discarded onto the ground. Upon opening it, a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, was revealed. Like a tea this moment. She found herself ensnared by a spell, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the figure in the black robe seized her. A blood-red creature in his grasp bit into his finger, slowly burrowing into his flesh. Fear not, soon you shall become one with it, transforming into my blood servant. This shall be your honor. The dark figure sneered. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned his head, his eyes blazing with malevolence beneath the ghastly mask. What wretched creature dares to intrude? He exclaimed. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, channeling his power into a strike, creating a forceful imprint that crashed down, leaving a gaping crater in the ground. Alas, I have been discovered. Lu Chen marveled at the adversary's vigilance, hastily maneuvering the straw dummy to leap over the wall and flee. Yet the black-robed figure was swifter still, his form darting like lightning, closing the distance in mere moments. Think you can escape? Come back, he bellowed, his hand reaching out to seize the straw dummy, which shattered into countless fragments upon his grip. Straw dummy puppet. Such a trifling spell could be controlled only within 3 miles. You cannot evade me. The black-robed man's eyes were cold as he crushed the dummy. His practice of manipulating blood corpses through the use of cursed insects was unequivocally dark magic, and should the sect of Shu Mountain discover this, it would be his demise. And no matter the cost, the information must not escape. Pursue. Find him, he commanded. In response, 2 blood shadows erupted from the courtyard, revealing themselves as additional blood corpses, racing into the forest. That was close. Thankfully, I was cautious and used the straw dummy as a decoy. Otherwise, had I recklessly pursued, I would surely be in grave danger now. Lu Chen reflected, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that the master of the creature was, in fact, a practitioner of the dark arts, by injecting cursed insects into a living body. He forged blood corpses, employing them to commit murder and siphon life, thereby enhancing his own power. Such a ruthless individual lurked at the foot of Shu Mountain. Lu Chen could hardly believe it were it not for his own eyes witnessing the horror. Moreover, the man's strength was formidable. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the vigilance of the Shu Mountain patrolling disciples. Judging by his manipulation of the blood corpses and the force he wielded when shattering the dummy, he was at least at the foundation establishment stage. This task was proving to be far from simple. However, since fate had led him to this encounter, he felt compelled to try. Although abandoning the mission would incur no penalties, it would also rob him of the opportunity to grow stronger. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and in a direct confrontation, I could never hope to match a foundation establishment practitioner. Yet he appears to be injured, so perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. But first, I must deal with the blood corpses at his side. Lu Chen pondered, formulating a plan in his mind, that he reached into the nearby underbrush, gathering 2 handfuls of grass and weaving them into a larger straw dummy. He infused it with his energy and dripped a drop of blood onto its brow. Instantly, the dummy seemed to spring to life. However, Due to its size, Lu Chen's current reserves of power could only sustain it for a brief distance, akin to the smaller figure he had controlled before. Yet, it should suffice to draw the blood corpse's attention. After all, blood corpses were mere, mindless creatures. Once the black-robed man discovers the straw dummy, he will undoubtedly send the blood corpses to eliminate me. I shall lie in wait here, ready to dispatch his minions before confronting him directly. In a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen deliberately unleashed his magical aura, mingled with the scent of vitality. He believed that the blood corpses would be drawn to him as soon as they ventured into the forest. Having made these preparations, Lu Chen soared into the air, ascending a nearby, towering tree. Soon, a chilling wind swept through the woods, causing the foliage to tremble. Two blood shadows, one following the other, darted into the thicket, their decayed faces twitching as if they were ravenous wild dogs in pursuit of prey. Here they come, Lu Chen observed and promptly flicked his fingers. The scarecrow amidst the trees immediately sprang to life, awkwardly darting away. Roar! Kill! The two blood corpses screeched hoarsely, brandishing their claws as they lunged forward, pinning the scarecrow to the ground, their gaping maws preparing to deliver a vicious bite. However, the anticipated blood did not gush forth. Instead, the corpses found only a clump of weeds in their mouths. With their limited intellect, they could not fathom the peculiar turn of events. At that moment, a gleam of cold light shot from the treetops, and with a soft thud, two heads soared into the air. The blood corpses swayed unsteadily before collapsing into pools of blood. The parasitic insects within their bodies, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee. Yet, Lu Chen, armed with experience, would not allow their escape. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed a surge of sword energy. The two blood insects emitted shrill cries, only to be cleaved in two by the sword's brilliance, writhing momentarily before succumbing to silence.
Chapter 003. One sword transforms into 3 clarity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying Blood Corpse, earning experience 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying Blood Corpse. Obtaining Blood Talisman, experience 100. The system's notifications echoed in succession. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Lu Chen paused momentarily, only to be enveloped in elation. According to his knowledge, the probability of acquiring skills or items upon vanquishing demons was a mere one. Previously, he had slain countless scarecrows on the mountain. Yet only one scarecrow technique had emerged from his efforts. The rarity of such drops was evident. Of course, it could also be attributed to the low level of the scarecrows. To his surprise, the demise of these two blood corpses yielded unexpected rewards. Blood Talisman, a one-time use talisman that, when activated, consumes vital blood to grant double the mana boost. Duration, 180 seconds. To his dismay, it turned out to be a consumable charm. Upon usage, it would bestow double mana for 3 minutes. Lu Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for a skill book. Nevertheless, the Blood Talisman's effect proved to be quite practical. As he prepared to confront the malevolent cultivator, it would serve him well. After all, a foundation-building evil cultivator could be considered a minor boss, right? He hoped for a bountiful reward. Lost in thought, Lu Chen soared downwards, channeling his mana to reshape another scarecrow. He draped the garments left behind by the blood corpses over the scarecrow, completing its disguise. After a careful transformation, he lifted it and directed it towards the manor nestled within the valley. He did not expect the scarecrow's rudimentary disguise to deceive the enemy. He merely sought to buy a moment of time to draw closer to his target. Previously, when the little scarecrow was crushed, he had left a blade of grass on the black-robed figure as a trace of mana. That individual remained within the manor, having yet to flee. In a few agile leaps, Lu Chen found himself back within the valley manor. The black-robed figure still sat by the well, his back turned to the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, 2 more blood corpses had appeared, forming a protective barrier around him. Lu Chen had not anticipated the summoning of additional blood corpses from afar. The adversary was rather cautious. However, he had no intention of recklessly launching a frontal assault. Without absolute power, he would never resort to such ostentatious methods of combat. Scarecrow. Advance. Lu Chen silently urged his mana, and the scarecrow, clad in the attire of the blood corpses, staggered towards the manor entrance. Simultaneously, under the cover of night, Lu Chen stealthily infiltrated from another direction. Why have you returned alone? The black-robed figure quickly noticed the bloodied silhouette at the door and inquired. However, the scarecrow remained silent. Continuing its forward march, the black-robed figure, sharp as he was, soon detected the anomaly and sneered. "So it's you, the little rat. Slay him." With a single command. The two nearby blood corpses instantly awakened, roaring as they lunged toward the scarecrow. With a thunderous crash, the scarecrow exploded into fragments, scattering debris across the air. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chen made his move. His flying sword soared from its sheath, cleaving through the void like a bolt of lightning, directly into the fray. With a swift thrust, the battle commenced. With a swift motion, the flying sword pierced through the skull of a blood corpse. In a seamless arc, it reversed its trajectory and decapitated another. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, executed without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, two blood corpses lay slain. Lu Chen landed gracefully in the courtyard, his hand outstretched as the flying sword returned to his grasp. Sword in hand, he advanced toward the black-robed figure with unwavering determination. Flying sword technique. "So, you're a disciple of Mount Shu." The robed figure did not turn, yet his awareness seemed all-encompassing. To master the basic flying sword technique to this degree is indeed rare. No wonder you could slay the blood corpses. But alas, your cultivation is too weak. Had you fled earlier, you might have lived. Instead, you chose. Thunk. Before he could finish, Lu Chen's blade had already pierced through the air, striking true, right into the man's back. Yet, instead of a spray of blood, the sword sank into something rotten, as though striking a decaying corpse. Enough talk. Today, only one of us walks away. Without hesitation, Lu Chen twisted his wrist, channeling his spiritual energy. The embedded sword twisted violently, tearing through putrid flesh before withdrawing. With a flick of his fingers, the blade shot forth once more, this time aimed directly at the man's skull. At that moment, the black-robed figure finally turned. His ghostly mask twisted, morphing into a spectral demon that lunged forward, clamping its jaws around the flying sword. "You seek death." With a furious roar, the figure's fangs clenched, crack, shattering the blade between them. Simultaneously, a clawed hand extended from his sleeve, elongating like a serpent strike, its razor-sharp nails flashing like steel. Another sword, now. Lu Chen leaped back, swiftly drawing a spare blade from his scabbard just in time to parry the lethal swipe. Metal clashed against metal, sparks flying as the two forces collided. "So, you've tempered your body into an iron corpse. No wonder you need to drain life essence to stave off decay." Though momentarily startled, Lu Chen remained composed. The enemy was clearly wounded, his body deteriorating. Only his arms had achieved the resilience of an iron corpse. The rest remained vulnerable. "Instead of living as a man, you chose this abomination. Since you love corpses so much, I'll turn you into one, permanently." With a swift hand seal, Lu Chen gathered his spiritual energy. The flying sword trembled, then split, one blade becoming three. Clang, clang, clang. Two of the ethereal blades struck the iron corpse's arms, while the third shot straight for his torso. One sword, three purities. A technique only achievable at the pinnacle of Mount Shu's sword arts. How can you wield it? The black-robed figure's shock was palpable. His knowledge of Mount Shu's techniques ran deep. Even as he spoke, his mouth twisted, then opened wide. A foul stench of blood surged forth. The crimson liquid, refined by arcane powers, tainted with deadly toxins akin to sulfuric acid. The brilliance of Lu Chen's sword light was dimmed considerably by this contamination, causing even his flying sword to waver perilously, nearly plummeting from the air. "Humph, you possess a modicum of talent in swordsmanship, but alas, your cultivation is woefully inadequate. Prepare to meet your end." The figure in black robes retaliated with outstretched arms, his claws glinting ominously, infused with terrifying arcane energy, sweeping forth with devastating force. Lu Chen swiftly brandished his sword in defense, channeling his own power to conjure a protective barrier of light. Yet, this shield lasted but a fleeting moment before being shattered by a single claw strike from his opponent. The might of a foundational realm cultivator was simply too formidable. Even with his adversary injured, Lu Chen found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Concerned that the foe might summon more blood corpses, trapping him in a perilous situation, he knew he could not afford to remain in a stalemate. "Is it your intention to suppress me with your power?" Blood talisman, ignite. In this critical moment, Lu Chen ceased to hold back, extracting the blood talisman and channeling his energy into it. The crimson talisman soared into the air before igniting into ashes, enveloping him in a radiant red light. Lu Chen felt his blood boil as if infused with a potent stimulant. The energy within his dantian surged dramatically. He raised his sword and struck fiercely at the black-robed man's arm. Clang. Sparks erupted, the sword's aura searing bright. The figure in black let out a pained cry, instinctively retracting his left arm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another streak of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face. Chapter 4. Laozi's swift strike empowered by the blood talisman, Lu Chen's magical prowess doubled. Although still not comparable to foundation-building cultivators, his strength was significantly enhanced. Coupled with his razor-sharp swordsmanship and mastery of flying sword techniques, he stood out even among the elite of Mount Shu. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe bore injuries, seemingly unable to depart from the ancient well. Thus, he could only muster a maximum of 30% of his strength. With this shift in balance, Lu Chen quickly turned the tide. Amidst the dazzling sword lights, a chilling brilliance emanated, forcing the black-robed man to retreat step by step, inching perilously close to a mere 3 paces away. Cursed be it. I never anticipated this young man possessed talismans. The black-robed man's gaze grew cold and fierce. Lu Chen's abilities exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought that a mere nascent Qi novice could cultivate the Mount Shu flying sword technique to its zenith, while also mastering the art of the strong man and talismans? Such prowess was indeed rare, even among the outer disciples of Mount Shu. Here, at the foot of Mount Shu, where the sword guards frequently patrolled, swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, discovery would spell certain death. As his thoughts raced, the murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes intensified. Blood River Great Technique. The black-robed figure trembled, and from the ancient well, bloodlight surged forth like a fountain, enveloping the surroundings. Under the guidance of his magical energy, the blood coalesced into tendrils, resembling an octopus, as they surged from all directions. These crimson appendages wielded tremendous force, capable of shattering stone with ease. The swirling bloodlight clung to them, imbued with corrupting energy, aimed specifically at tainting the flying sword's magic. Lu Chen dared not confront them head-on. He swiftly leapt into the air, his flying sword swirling around him, forming a luminous barrier that kept the blood-soaked claws at bay. Let us see how long you can endure. The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully. 8 blood tendrils lashed out violently, while 2 of his arms transformed into razor-sharp blades, poised for action. Foundation-building cultivators are indeed formidable. Even with the blood talisman's enhancement, I find myself unable to withstand their might. The talisman's effect is fleeting. I possess but one chance. As the surrounding sword lights continued to extinguish, Lu Chen remained vigilant, yet calm. He meticulously observed the trajectory of his opponent's attacks, while subtly accessing the system interface, allocating the recently acquired 500 experience points entirely to his cultivation. Instantly, his internal magical energy surged once more, propelling him into the 10th layer of nascent Qi. With the blood talisman's amplification, although his magical power still fell short of the black-robed man's, the disparity was negligible. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He pinpointed a fleeting vulnerability in the black-robed man's assault. Now is the moment. Without hesitation, he reached out into the air, grasping the sword hilt. The protective sword light around him converged upon the blade, merging as if countless flying swords united, erupting into a dazzling radiance. Kill. As he moved in concert with the sword, Lu Chen plunged downward, embodying the essence of man and sword, akin to a shooting star plummeting from the heavens. A thunderous roar resounded. The sword energy detonated, and all 8 blood tendrils exploded in unison, showering the area in a deluge of crimson rain. Lu Chen's sword pierced through layers of obstruction, thrusting directly toward the black-robed figure, its razor-sharp gleam pressing menacingly against his forehead. Impossible. How has your power increased again? The black-robed man paled in shock, hastily crossing his arms in defense. Yet at this moment, Lu Chen had channeled nearly all his spiritual energy into this single strike. Its might incomparably greater than before. The sword descended with a metallic clang, followed by a spray of blood. The black-robed man's arms were nearly severed. The blade then slashed deep into his neck, sinking 3 inches deep. An ordinary man would have perished instantly from such a wound, but the black-robed figure, with his formidable physique, did not die immediately. Instead, he let out a strange cry as his robe fell away, transforming into a streak of bloody light that fled toward the courtyard's edge. An escape technique? Lu Chen's brow arched slightly. But you're already at your limit. Where do you think you can run? With a single step, his figure soared like drifting willow catkins as he gave chase. But just then, the black-robed figure vanished into the woods ahead, only for a sharp sword cry to ring out. A brilliant arc of light split the sky, and a mutilated corpse tumbled to the ground. Eh? Someone stole my kill? Lu Chen blinked in disbelief. He quickly checked his system, but the mission showed neither completion nor failure. As he puzzled over this, a figure emerged from the woods, a young man in his 20s, tall and handsome, clad in flowing robes with a flying sword strapped to his back. His attire unmistakably marked him as a patrolling disciple of Mount Shu. Yet for some reason, his face was unnaturally pale. What vile creature dares commit evil at the foot of Mount Shu? Truly courting death. The youth landed gracefully, inspecting the corpse before turning to Lu Chen. Are you unharmed, junior brother? Lu Chen studied the newcomer, a strange suspicion stirring within him. This senior brother's timing is far too convenient. The black-robed man had barely fled into the woods before this man appeared and struck him down. Such coincidence is unlikely. Still, Lu Chen concealed his doubts, feigning relief as he sighed gratefully. Many thanks, senior brother. Had you not intervened, this fiend might have escaped. As he spoke, he subtly closed the distance between them, quietly circulating his spiritual energy to sense the faint mark he had left on the black-robed man, a precaution to ensure his target could not vanish. Now, it served to verify the stranger's identity. Unaware of Lu Chen's intentions, the young swordsman relaxed slightly as he sheathed his weapon. I was patrolling the mountains when I saw a bloody aura rising in the distance and came to investigate. What exactly happened here, junior brother? Oh, just a deranged and despicable dark cultivator, Lu Chen replied with a wry smile. He was refining blood corpses and slaughtering innocents for his twisted arts. I happened to stumble upon him. The youth maintained a calm demeanor. After listening, his expression turned solemn as he remarked, I never anticipated that such a heinous act would occur at the foot of Mount Shu. This matter is of grave importance, junior brother. I implore you to return with me to the sect, so we may report the circumstances directly to the sect leader. His words bore no apparent flaws. However, he seemed somewhat hasty. To believe my single account without verifying at the estate before rushing off? A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's heart as his gaze, intentional yet casual, drifted towards the youth's arm and neck. Although he could not discern the specific secret art the youth employed to conceal his injuries, subtle traces were still evident. Coupled with the feedback from the magical imprint, Lu Chen had already made a near-certain deduction. Nonetheless, he refrained from acting hastily. After all, the other party was at the Foundation establishment stage, and it was uncertain whether he possessed any hidden life-saving trump cards. It was prudent to await an opportunity for a decisive strike. Contemplating this, Lu Chen feigned to stumble, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, Brother, I just engaged in combat with the evil cultivator and employed a secret technique to forcibly augment my magical power. I am now suffering a backlash and cannot move. What? How serious is it? Upon witnessing this, the youth's eyes flickered with barely perceptible delight. As he spoke, he hastened towards Lu Chen, secretly channeling his magical power. However, at that moment, Lu Chen suddenly turned, opened his mouth, and a sword chi burst forth, swift as lightning, piercing directly through the youth's throat. Chapter 005. A profitable venture. The figure cloaked in black had transformed his body into an iron corpse, rendering him nearly impervious to blades and bullets. However, due to his injuries, his torso and neck remained relatively vulnerable. Lu Chen unleashed a concentrated sword energy at close range, catching his adversary completely off guard. The blade pierced through his throat, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. The young swordsman turned pale. Fear etched across his face as he clutched his neck and staggered backward, disbelief evident in his eyes. His magical power diminished rapidly, leaving him unable to maintain his form. The wounds on his neck and arms soon emerged, confirming the truth. He was indeed the black-cloaked man. How could you? Brother. Your feeble tricks may deceive others, but attempting to fool me is a folly, Lu Chen replied, rising to his feet. Though his complexion was somewhat ashen, his breath remained remarkably steady. His earlier turmoil was not entirely an act. The duration of the blood talisman had ended, leading to a slight depletion of his vitality. Yet, this was of little consequence. A few days of recuperation would restore him. His opponent, deceived by the illusion of waning energy, had sought to turn the tide, only to be preempted by Lu Chen's decisive strike. While your sleight of hand was commendable, ultimately you were merely a move behind, Lu Chen remarked, shaking his head. At this juncture, the young swordsman had sustained fatal injuries and clung to life solely by sheer will. Yet, he could no longer muster any resurgence. Who would have thought I, Lu Chen, would fall to a nameless novice like you? The young swordsman offered a mournful smile. It was only now that Lu Chen learned his name, an unfortunate revelation that evoked a sense of pity within him. You entered Shushan at a young age and achieved the foundational stage of cultivation. Your future was bright. There was truly no need to stray down this dark path. What do you understand? Without the blood soul great method, with my innate talent, I could never have reached the foundational stage. I do not wish to live as a mere mortal. I only desire strength and recognition. Is that a crime? Desiring strength is commendable. Yet it should not come at the cost of innocent lives. "Brother, you have succumbed to the demonic path. There is no salvation for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen recognized the depths of his opponents. The distance of the evasion technique depends on one's cultivation level and the extent of qi and blood consumed. Twin Fish Pendant, a low-tier magical artifact with intertwined fish motifs, enigmatic and elusive. When worn, it can conceal one's aura and alter one's appearance to a certain degree. Heavenly Tier Foundation Establishment Pill, a rare and extraordinary elixir, unattainable by ordinary means. Upon consumption, it enables one to establish a foundation aligned with the heavenly Tao. Gazing at the 3 items in his system inventory, Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy. The Bloodlight Evasion Technique, though offering no enhancement in combat, was an indispensable means of survival, a method to flee when overpowered. With this secret art in hand, he could escape any perilous encounter, ensuring his safety. It was a technique he must master. The Twin Fish Pendant was equally practical. Lu Chen had likely relied on this artifact's unique properties to mask his bloodlust and malevolent aura, evading detection by the Shu Mountain sect. Later, he had used it to disguise himself in an attempt to slip away unnoticed. Equipping this item would grant Lu Chen another layer of deception, concealing his cultivation level and preventing others from discerning his true strength. It might even allow him to play the fool and ambush the unwary. As for the Heavenly Tier Foundation Establishment Pill, this was a true treasure beyond measure. For cultivators, upon reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, the next step was to break through and lay the foundation of their great Tao. This was the first true threshold on the path of cultivation and the most crucial foundation. The quality of one's foundation determined future progress. A superior foundation meant smoother cultivation and greater heights. Though Lu Chen possessed the system, allowing him to substitute experience points for daily cultivation, major breakthroughs still required adherence to the natural order. From what he understood, foundation establishment in this world was divided into 3 main methods. Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment, the simplest and most common. It required gathering alchemical ingredients and, with the aid of an alchemist, refining a single foundation establishment pill. Consuming it granted a chance of success. The vast majority of cultivators used this method, though its ceiling was relatively low. Earthly Tao Foundation Establishment. This demanded the discovery of rare and exceptional treasures that resonated with one's cultivation technique and physique. Far more challenging, it also yielded far greater rewards. Those who succeeded possessed profound spiritual power, surpassing ordinary cultivators, and often awakened unique innate abilities. For instance, establishing a foundation with profound ice would grant natural mastery over frost, enhancing the cultivation of ice-based techniques. Nearly all prodigies of the cultivation world chose this path. And then, there was the third method, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, a legend spoken of in hushed tones. This method required perfect alignment of celestial timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. The slightest deviation would result in failure and instant annihilation. To Lu Chen's knowledge, only a handful in this world had ever succeeded, each becoming a peerless titan who dominated their era, possessing the potential to ascend to immortality. And now, Lu Chen had obtained the Heavenly Tier Foundation Establishment Pill, crafted by the system itself. No supplementary materials were needed. All he required was a place abundant in spiritual energy. Upon consuming the pill, he could directly undergo Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment with an exceedingly high chance of success. Magnificent, truly worthy of an S-rank mission reward. Upon consuming this elixir, I shall undoubtedly ascend to become one of the world's most extraordinary geniuses, with limitless prospects ahead. Lu Chen chuckled heartily. Though he possessed a system that rendered personal cultivation unnecessary, the greater the talent, the more substantial the enhancements gained from leveling up, leading to even loftier achievements in the future. One day, he would wield his sword to traverse the heavens and enjoy eternal freedom. What joy that would be! However, Lu Chen remained unhurried, for they were in a remote wilderness, fraught with peril. It would be wiser to return to the sect and find a secure location before establishing his foundation. With the task accomplished, his affairs here were nearly concluded. Rising to his feet, he contemplated retrieving the identity token of Lu Chen. This item must be returned for accountability. After all, the demise of a patrolling disciple would inevitably warrant investigation. It was better to report proactively. After all, he had committed no wrongdoing in this matter, and perhaps he might even earn a reward. After tidying up, Lu Chen returned to the estate within the valley, intending first to dismantle the blood pool to prevent any future repercussions. However, he unexpectedly heard a faint cry for help emanating from a room. Ah, is there still someone alive? He furrowed his brow, channeling his magical energy as he cautiously pushed the door open from a distance. There, he beheld a young girl, around 8 or 9 years old, lying on the ground, her face smeared with blood, reaching out to him in anguish. Save me. Chapter 006. My willingness to help me. The little girl lay on the ground, her expression one of anguish and frailty. After uttering these words, it seemed as though she had exhausted all her strength, her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The sight was disheartening. Yet it posed a dilemma for Lu Chen. He recalled the girl vividly, previously, when the scarecrow ventured forth. He had witnessed Lu Chen capture her and implant a bloodworm within her. He had assumed she would surely perish, transformed into a blood corpse. To his astonishment, she demonstrated remarkable resilience, still retaining her mental faculties and not yet consumed by the bloodworm. This predicament troubled Lu Chen. How could he disregard the plight of such a young child? Yet, how could he save her? The bloodworm had already burrowed into her body, and he was unfamiliar with such dark arts, making it unlikely that he could extricate it. What if he attempted to rescue her, only for her to be devoured by the bloodworm, turning into a blood corpse that could then harm him? As Lu Chen hesitated, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a fortuitous quest, the girl. Quest details. This girl is afflicted by a blood curse yet retains her consciousness. There must be extraordinary aspects about her. If you can save her, unexpected rewards may await. A quest had been triggered? A fortuitous one at that. Did this imply that the girl harbored some hidden secret? Regrettably, the system's quest description was vague, leaving Lu Chen uncertain about the potential rewards. However, the prospect of benefit compelled him to attempt the rescue, provided he exercised caution, as the risks appeared manageable. Ultimately, the rewards were of little consequence. What mattered was his willingness to assist. In contemplation, Lu Chen extended his hand, removed the cloth binding beside her, and infused it with his magical essence, fashioning a rope to secure the girl. This precaution was to prevent her from awakening and attacking him in a frenzy. Once these preparations were complete, he lifted her onto his shoulder. As for detoxification and healing, he lacked the knowledge. He could only return to Shu Shan and seek the expertise of the sect's elders. With the girl in tow, Lu Chen destroyed the blood pool in the ancient well of the courtyard, tidied up, and set off for Shu Shan. Upon entering the mountain gates, he noticed many disciples practicing swordplay in the square. Their expressions turned peculiar upon seeing Lu Chen return with a bound girl. He could not be bothered to explain, instead heading directly to the Sword Immortal Hall to seek an audience with Master Qingxiu. Shu Shan was home to many disciples, and the hierarchy was strict. Typically, an outer disciple like Lu Chen, who had just joined, would not have the privilege to request an audience with the master. However, his earlier exploits outside the Demon Lock Tower had garnered attention, and Master Qingxiu had even praised him, encouraging disciples to emulate his diligence. Thus, he was not entirely unfamiliar to them. When he claimed he had urgent matters to discuss, Master Qingxiu made an exception and permitted him entry into the Sword Immortal Hall. This hall served as the heart of the 9 peaks of Shu Shan, the residence of the master, and a significant place for deliberation. Generally, aside from Master Qingxiu, no one else was permitted to tread within its confines. Lu Chen entered the hall with the little girl in tow. Inside, a white-haired Taoist priest sat cross-legged before the statue of their ancestors, enveloped in an ethereal aura of sword energy. This was none other than the current leader of Mount Shu, Master Qingxiu. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was once a legendary swordsman renowned across the land. Now having ascended to celestial heights of cultivation, ranking among the top 10 most formidable figures in the world, disciple Lu Chen pays respects to the sect leader. Lu Chen dared not show any disrespect to such a revered figure and promptly bowed with utmost deference. Master Qingxiu opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen like the edge of a blade grazing skin, giving him the unsettling sensation of being utterly exposed. Of course, it was merely an illusion. Lu Chen, I remember you. It has only been 3 months since your initiation, yet you've already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Among the outer disciples, you stand as a rare talent. Master Qingxiu nodded slightly, approval glinting in his eyes. Every disciple of Mount Shu underwent a simple aptitude test upon entry. He recalled that Lu Chen's innate talent had been deemed average at best. That he had progressed so swiftly could only be attributed to relentless diligence, surpassing the efforts of ordinary disciples, much like his obsessive sword practice outside the demon ceiling pagoda. Such unwavering determination had left a lasting impression on Master Qingxiu. Little did he know that Lu Chen's relentless training had been a mere pretense. His true purpose was to accumulate experience. As for his current strength, well, aside from hard work, it was largely thanks to his unorthodox advantages. The stars do not forsake those who journey through the night. and rivers favor those who row with vigor. Heaven rewards diligence, your future holds promise. After a few words of encouragement, Master Qingshu wasted no time and turned his attention to the little girl, his brow furrowing slightly. There is a trace of malevolent energy clinging to this child. What is the meaning of this? Getting straight to the point, Lu Chen retrieved Lu Cheng's identity token from his robes and recounted the entire incident truthfully. The Blood Soul Art? Master Qingshu's frown deepened. That is the forbidden technique of the Blood Soul sect, an insidious method that demands the consumption of living essence to cultivate. Decades ago, it caused great turmoil, and I personally eradicated their stronghold. To think remnants of the Blood Soul sect still linger in this world, even infiltrating our own disciples. Blood Soul sect? Lu Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. The name alone reeked of heresy. If he pressed further, he might trigger a related quest. But considering that this sect had once warranted the intervention of the sword god himself, its power must have been terrifying. With his current strength, meddling in such affairs would be akin to courting death. For now, it was best to steer clear. Thus, Lu Chen remained silent, eyes lowered in contemplation. Master Qingshu did not expect any profound insights from a junior disciple. After a brief lament, he turned back and spoke. Regarding Lu Cheng's matter, you have done well. Eliminating evil and upholding righteousness, you have cleansed our sect of corruption and spared the common folk from suffering. This is a deed of great merit. However, this matter pertains to the Blood Soul sect and is of considerable consequence, causing widespread unease among the populace. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from publicizing it. The disciple understands. Indeed, Mount Shu has always been known for its clear distinction between reward and punishment. You have achieved remarkable merit this time. Express your desires for a reward, and I shall grant it, provided it is not excessive. I may choose my own reward? This is quite unorthodox. If I were to request the revered treasure of Mount Shu, the demon-slaying sword, would you bestow it upon me? If that is impossible, I would be content to study the esteemed text, Starry Sword Canon. Yet, Lu Chen understood that voicing such desires was likely to seem presumptuous. It would only elicit disdain and prove disadvantageous for his future prospects. If the master of the sect were to directly confer a reward, he would graciously accept it without hesitation. However, being asked what he wished for posed a dilemma. To request something trivial would be self-deprecating, while asking for something too grand could lead to disappointment. It appeared that he might not gain anything of worth. Thus, Lu Chen could only endure the discomfort and humbly replied, exorcising evil and upholding justice is the duty of every disciple of Mount Shu. I dare not claim credit for this. If the master insists on inquiring about my reward, I humbly beseech you to lend your aid and save this poor child. Chapter 007. The reincarnation of a banished immortal disciple seeks no reward, only beseeches the sect leader to save this pitiful child. Lu Chen, uncertain of what boon to request, reluctantly uttered these words through gritted teeth. Even if no reward was forthcoming, he thought, at least this might fulfill his serendipitous quest. Unaware of these underlying motives, Patriarch Qingshu regarded Lu Chen with renewed admiration. Diligent in studies and compassionate in heart, truly promising material indeed. To forsake merit and reward for the life of an unknown child is rare among the younger generation. Few retain such chivalrous warmth in this age. With a wave of his aged hand, the ropes binding the girl dissolved into nothingness, her delicate form floating gently before him. A withered finger touched her forehead, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading through her tiny frame. Blood goo worms, once entering a mortal body, swiftly consumed the brain and puppet the corpse, a vile technique of the Blood Soul sect. By all accounts, this child should have perished instantly. After examination, astonishment flickered in Qingshu's eyes. The veil of the womb, the violet mansion barrier. No wonder. Turning to Lu Chen, he marveled. The girl you rescued is no ordinary soul. Obviously, Lu Chen thought wryly. The system wouldn't issue a quest for something trivial. Outwardly, he inquired humbly. What exactly ails her, honored patriarch? Goo worms devour consciousness upon invasion, normally beyond salvation. Yet her violet mansion harbors a protective seal, preserving her spirit. Tell me, have you heard of banished immortals? Lu Chen nodded. Celestials who descend to endure mortal trials anew. Precisely, Qingshu affirmed. Legends speak of immortals above the 9 heavens. Eternal, yet not infallible. When tribulations come, some reincarnate into the mortal realm. The violet mansion safeguards their unawakened spirits until enlightenment restores their past memories. Realization dawned on Lu Chen. You mean this child is a banished immortal S reincarnation? A protagonist S template incarnate? Staring at the unconscious girl, Lu Chen momentarily lost himself in thought. This serendipity seemed almost too grand. Qingxiu, however, remained composed. Reincarnated immortals are scarcely unprecedented, though bearing latent wisdom. They differ little from mortals until awakening, merely gifted, nothing more. This young maiden has clearly just reincarnated, far from the day of awakening. Yet encountering this calamity and being saved by you is also a stroke of karmic destiny. As he spoke, the movements of Master Qingxiu's hands never ceased. With his fingertips, he swiftly unleashed 12 sword energies, each penetrating one of the 12 major meridians within the girl's body. In the next instant, the girl coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The grotesque parasite inside her had already been pulverized by the sword energy, expelled along with the tainted blood. Good. The bloodworm within her has been eradicated. With a few days of rest, she will recover fully. Master Qingxiu withdrew his spiritual power and gently pushed the child back toward Lu Chen. The crimson veins on her face had faded, and now she resembled nothing more than a porcelain doll in peaceful slumber, utterly endearing. Many thanks, Sectmaster. Seeing the girl unharmed, Lu Chen exhaled in relief. He then glanced at his system mission interface, only to find it strange. This serendipitous quest had neither marked completion nor granted any rewards. Could it be that the benefits will only manifest once she awakens her past life wisdom? After all, serendipitous quests differed from ordinary missions. There were no clear criteria for success or failure, nor were rewards necessarily dispensed immediately. Does this mean I must now act as her caretaker, nurturing her until she awakens? A banished immortal's reincarnation follows its own karmic path. Since you were the one to bring this child back, you shall be responsible for her care. She likely has no remaining kin in the mortal world, so she may stay on Mount Shu for now. Master Qingxiu spoke once more, and Lu Chen could only sigh inwardly. Of course, the role of guardian would inevitably fall upon me. Though exasperated, he did not refuse. After all, a reincarnated immortal would undoubtedly become a figure of legendary stature in the future. Forming a favorable bond with such an individual promised unimaginable benefits. Yet something puzzled him. Logically, a reincarnated immortal surpassed nearly all mortal prodigies. If Master Qingxiu recognized the girl's potential, why not directly induct her into the Mount Shu sect? Adding a celestial warrior to their ranks? Why instead entrust her to him? Could there be some deeper reasoning behind this? Though perplexed, Lu Chen dared not voice his doubts outright. He simply nodded in agreement. Master Qingxiu then cautioned, her identity must not be disclosed to a third soul, lest unnecessary trouble arise. Moreover, until she awakens of her own accord, you must never reveal her past life origins. Premature disclosure could disrupt her dormant wisdom, leading to uncontrollable consequences. This disciple understands. Lu Chen had no intention of forcing growth where it was not yet due. Once matters concerning the girl were settled, Master Qingxiu turned his gaze back to Lu Chen, his expression one of approval. Though unaware of her origins, you still risked yourself to save her. Such virtue is rare indeed. While you willingly forewent a reward, as the leader of Mount Shu, I cannot allow my disciple to go unrewarded. With a flick of his sleeve, a radiant glow coalesced in his palm, materializing into a lotus of purest jade, its petals translucent, suffused with an emerald luminescence, exuding an aura of pristine celestial energy. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refining, it is time for you to contemplate the matter of foundation establishment. This azure lotus, a treasure I obtained in my early years, is indeed a rare gem of nature. Today, I bestow it upon you to assist you in your foundational cultivation. As the words were spoken, the azure lotus gracefully descended into Lu Chen's hands. What a marvel! A treasure of nature? Lu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. He had thought that the rewards were beyond his reach, yet unexpectedly, after the act of saving someone, he was granted an even greater reward. Treasures of nature are seldom found in this world and are often accompanied by incredible and mysterious effects. Although Lu Chen possessed the Taoist Foundation Establishment Pill, having the aid of such a treasure would undoubtedly enhance his strength after establishing his foundation. The master is truly benevolent. Fortunately, he had not been greedy in seeking rewards. For if he had not allowed the esteemed Qingxiu to witness his compassionate heart, this azure lotus would not have been so readily bestowed upon him. What a tremendous gain! Chapter 008 Foundation Breakthrough the Azure Lotus, a remarkable entity flourishing in the weak water, a celestial treasure capable of assisting in foundation establishment. As Lu Chen gazed at the lotus in his hand, a broad smile illuminated his face. Though he remained uncertain of the specific benefits the azure lotus would confer upon his foundation establishment, its origin from the weak water assured him of its potent efficacy. Thank you, Master. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude profusely. The esteemed Qingxiu waved his hand dismissively and presented Lu Chen with a jade talisman, saying, You currently reside in the outer sex dormitory. It may be inconvenient to care for this girl there. This talisman grants you access to a secluded cave dwelling on the back mountain, which I once used for meditation. It is tranquil and elegant. You may reside there. Besides, you will soon be establishing your foundation and becoming an inner sect disciple, so this dwelling is not a violation of any rules. What a generous master. Not only was he bestowed with a celestial treasure, but also a luxurious villa. Naturally, Lu Chen accepted this gift with utmost humility. After expressing his heartfelt thanks once more, he departed the Sword Immortal Hall, eager to explore his new dwelling. This young man bears a striking resemblance to that person. Qing Su mused as he observed Lu Chen's retreating figure. He then glanced at the unconscious girl on Lu Chen's back, a flicker of concern crossing his brow. The ways of immortals are inscrutable. Another fallen immortal has descended, bringing with it an uncertain fate for Shushan. This realm is likely on the brink of significant upheaval. Lost in thought, Qing Su turned away and unleashed a beam of sword light that soared toward the 7 towering peaks of Shushan. His authoritative voice resonated simultaneously within the cave abodes atop those peaks. The Blood Soul sect has resurfaced. Potential calamities may ensue. Fellow disciples, please convene at the Sword Immortal Hall to discuss our countermeasures. Shushan, in truth, is merely a collective term. Its full name should be the 10,000 Great Mountains of Shu. The Shushan Sword Sect is established deep within the heart of the 9 towering peaks. Beyond the main peak, Sword Immortal Peak, there are 7 other peaks named after the heavenly polarities, along with a back mountain that may lack a grand title. It houses the notorious Shushan Demon Locking Tower and the Sword Tomb. Consequently, malevolent energies often seep forth, giving rise to numerous monsters, rendering the back mountain a forbidden zone. Generally, disciples seldom tread there. The cave dwelling bestowed by Qing Su is nestled within the verdant woods of this back mountain. This must be the place. Lu Chen mused as he clutched the jade talisman and made his way to the back mountain, swiftly locating the cave site. Before him, a waterfall cascaded into a chilly pool, surrounded by lush flora. A bamboo cottage lay nestled among them, appearing somewhat dilapidated and modest. It was far from the opulent villa he had envisioned. Yet, the location was splendid, replete with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. To the left stood the Sword Tomb, and to the right, the Demon Locking Tower. A formidable defensive sword array was also established around the vicinity to deter the monsters born of the mountain's malevolence. Not bad at all. The courtyard even contained a spiritual field that automatically drew water from the waterfall for irrigation. With a little tidying up, it could be utilized for cultivating spiritual herbs. Lu Chen activated the barrier with the jade talisman and stepped inside. After surveying the surroundings, he felt quite satisfied. The primary allure of this place lay in its spaciousness and seclusion, ensuring that they would not be disturbed by others. Moreover, being adjacent to the demon ceiling tower provided the convenience of venturing out to hunt monsters at leisure. Henceforth, this would be their home. Lu Chen, carrying the young girl on his back, stepped into the bamboo house. Although it had been many years since anyone had resided here, the protective formations maintained its cleanliness and order. The bamboo house comprised 2 levels. The first floor housed a kitchen and a living room, along with a small courtyard for practicing swordsmanship, where numerous wooden dummies bore the scars of many strikes. It was evident that the former master had dedicated himself to sword training here. The second floor contained 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, and a study, sufficient for their needs. You, little girl, certainly know how to sleep, Lu Chen remarked as he glanced at the unconscious child, carefully settling her in one of the bedrooms. He then rose and made his way to the study, which still held a considerable collection of books. As Lu Chen perused the volumes, he discovered that most were travelogues and reflections on sword techniques, lacking the profound secret manuals he had hoped to find, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He had expected the master to have left behind some extraordinary skills. However, the study also featured a small meditation room, which contained a miniature gathering array designed to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, facilitating cultivation. This indeed was an ideal place for foundational breakthroughs. Perfect, he thought. I shall consume the foundational elixir here and strive for a breakthrough. With that resolution, Lu Chen wasted no time in employing a jade talisman to deactivate the sword array barrier outside the cave, just to be cautious. He then entered the meditation room and sat cross-legged. Attempting to invoke the Ta Ching induction technique, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge toward him. Within mere breaths, the energy flowed into his body, transforming into a steady stream of magical power. The concentration of spiritual energy was commendable. Cultivating here was significantly more efficient than outside. However, As an exceptional player, he dismissed the notion of mere cultivation. Instead, he aimed to rapidly achieve foundational mastery, allowing him to venture out for monster hunting and experience growth. While deep in thought, Lu Chen flipped his palm, and a shimmering golden foundational elixir appeared in his grasp, which he promptly consumed. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it instantly dispersed, releasing a pale golden essence that coursed through his limbs like thunder and lava, surging and boiling, gathering within his energy sea. The sound of a mighty roar erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Lu Chen felt the magical power within him stir violently, causing his vital essence to surge upward as if attempting to shatter the invisible shackles binding him. In an instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed, reminiscent of something breaking. A torrent of spiritual energy was drawn into his body, transforming into magical power. It breached the original barrier of his energy sea, expanding into a more expansive space. The energy sea within him widened. Lu Chen experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that this was the limit of a typical person's foundational cultivation. He merely needs to pause, and he will immediately possess the divine power to establish a foundation in the way of humanity. But how could he be content with such a limited achievement? A mere foundation in the way of humanity is far from sufficient. Release the power. Lu Chen is cultivating with a heaven-tier foundational pill. If he only establishes a single root in the way of humanity, would that not be a tragic waste? Without hesitation, he fully mobilizes the spiritual energy within his body, continuing to ascend. The internal spiritual energy resembles a sword's radiance, piercing through the 9 heavens in reverse, relentlessly climbing and breaking through darkness. Time seems to stretch endlessly. Lu Chen perceives a barrier, as if an invisible shield obstructs his path. At this moment, the jade-green lotus of the azure spirit, as if sensing his plight, suddenly emerges, radiating a blazing light. The jade-green glow surges like a tide, waves crashing and lotus blossoms unfolding, each petal expanding as if wielding sword-like brilliance, enveloping Lu Chen's figure in a luminous shroud. Chapter 009. Defying fate. At the moment when Lu Chen was fully engaged in his foundational breakthrough, beneath the foot of Mount Shu, within the valley estate, a streak of sword light sliced through the air. A figure gradually emerged from the radiant glow, cloaked in darkness and obscured by a black hat, rendering his features indistinct. That useless Lu Chen was eliminated before he even had the chance to be of use. What a waste of my efforts, the figure spat, his voice youthful yet laced with bitterness. With Lu Chen's demise, it was highly probable that Mount Shu had discerned our presence and would soon take action. Master, what shall we do? He queried, seemingly conversing with an unseen counterpart. After a prolonged silence, he continued, given my current strength, attempting to enter the demon locking tower would be tantamount to courting death. I must remain in hiding. However, the absence of the twin fish pendant from Lu Chen poses a significant risk. As he spoke, he withdrew a jade pendant from his robes, its form strikingly similar to the one Lu Chen had possessed. This twin fish pendant was originally a pair, one as the primary focus and the other as a supplementary piece. It was intended as a means to obscure Lu Chen's aura and to facilitate monitoring. Yet, Lu Chen's death had resulted in the pendant being taken by another. Though this item could not actively sense or communicate with its counterpart, if it fell into the hands of the higher echelons of Mount Shu, tracing it back would be a trivial task for them. This individual must be within Mount Shu. My disciples will swiftly locate him to eliminate any future threats. Upon concluding his words, he conjured a flame of magical energy, setting the estate ablaze, before summoning his flying sword and vanishing into the depths of the valley. In the bamboo pavilion on the rear mountain, Lu Chen was fervently focused on his breakthrough. As the jade-green lotus merged within him, he distinctly felt his energy sea and dantian expanding further. A torrent of spiritual energy surged in, condensing into magical power, and his strength ascended steadily. The foundational cultivation through the earth stage was complete, while the potency of the sky-level foundational elixir continued to stimulate him, pushing him beyond his physical limits. In a moment of dazed perception, Lu Chen felt as if he were soaring, akin to a beam of sword light piercing the heavens, striving to break through the clouds and open the gates of the sky. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered, and a colossal golden hand descended from above. Lu Chen was ensnared by an unprecedented pressure. The might of heaven and earth was not something a mere mortal could gaze upon directly. At that moment, he felt akin to a sinner, rejected by the cosmos. A voice reverberated within his mind, roaring at him, "Retreat! How dare a mortal body covet the power of heaven and earth? You may tread this far, but no further. Take a step back, and all will be calm. But should you dare advance, chaos shall ensue." This was the heart demon triggered by the heavenly path of foundational cultivation, shaking his resolve. Lu Chen understood that should he withdraw now, he might retain the Earth Stage's talent, securing a bright future. Yet, he would also be sowing the seeds of fear, undermining his courage and zeal for progress. In time, it shall become an inner demon, shackles upon the soul. Even the system cannot eradicate such fetters. When the human spirit decays, no external aid avails. Retreat is not an option. In my past life, I was but an ordinary soul, drifting through mediocrity. Given this rare chance of rebirth, how could I resign myself to remain an insignificant ant? What of the heavenly Tao? The will of man shall prevail over heaven. I shall take this step forward regardless. Lu Chen raised his head, his eyes ablaze with determination. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind like fleeting shadows, mundane schooling, an unremarkable career, a life unnoticed, and a silent, forgotten death. This was not the existence he desired. Where I tread, where I go, only I shall decide. He roared. Within him, spiritual energy surged like a flood unleashed, erupting with unrestrained ferocity. It transformed wind, fire, thunder, lightning, countless phenomena coalescing into a single blade of light. This sword was born of his very will, his essence given form, with mana merely as its fuel. Lu Chen knew this was his chance to leap past the dragon gate. Only by crossing this threshold could he truly stand firm in this world. No longer an ant, no longer bowing his head. He spread his arms wide, his white robes billowing like storm-tossed sails. Beneath his feet, lotus petals scattered, swirling and merging into the radiant sword light, the foundation of his earthly ascension. He had staked everything. Failure now meant no turning back. Forward, forward, forward. Lu Chen lifted his gaze skyward and took a single step into the void. The sword light around him blazed with sudden intensity, transforming into a towering pillar that pierced the heavens. A sword raised against the sky. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the blade clashed against the colossal golden hand. In that instant, the world fell silent. All illusions shattered. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, the turbulence within him had settled. A golden radiance descended from above, enveloping him in its glow as vast reserves of spiritual energy converged upon him. Heavenly foundation establishment, success. Elation surged through him. The trial had been perilous indeed, confronting the illusions of the heart. Had his resolve wavered even slightly, had fear taken root, failure would have been inevitable. Not even the system could have aided him in that. But now, triumph was his. Heavenly foundation establishment, a peerless rarity, the pinnacle of innate potential. It laid the sturdiest groundwork for his future cultivation. Lu Chen felt reborn, his aptitude, comprehension, and spiritual power elevated beyond measure. Ding. Congratulations, host. Heavenly foundation establishment achieved. Bestowed with a wisp of heavenly Taoist blessing, defying fate, you have gained a unique talent. Ding. Congratulations, host. Talent acquired, peerless sword heart. Peerless sword heart. Even against the heavens themselves, you shall never lack the courage to draw your blade. A heart unyielding, a path unchallenged with this talent. Your potential in the sword's path knows no bounds. By the heavens, defying fate to gain an innate talent? So this was the true terror of heavenly foundation establishment. Not only an all-encompassing enhancement, but also a unique gift born of defiance. This was fortune beyond measure. Lu Chen's heart burned with exhilaration. With the unparalleled talent of the supreme sword heart, his swordsmanship has experienced a formidable enhancement, at least doubling in power. Furthermore, the cultivation of any sword technique henceforth will be significantly easier and more potent. Given time, achieving the status of a new generation sword deity and opening the gates of heaven with his sword is certainly within the realm of possibility. How exhilarating. The Celestial Foundation Establishment Pill is indeed extraordinary, a product of the system itself. Lu Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As he attempted to channel his internal mana, he discovered a small azure lotus phantom emerging from his dantian. This should signify the auxiliary effects of the Bu Qinglian in aiding his foundation establishment, effectively combining the benefits of authentic foundation building. What a tremendous gain! Lu Chen reached out with his mana to touch the azure lotus, and immediately, a radiant glow akin to jade cascaded forth, resembling flowing water, possessing the ability to refine the flesh and also facilitating healing and recovery. Indeed, this azure lotus light can be deemed a hallmark of authentic foundation establishment. In the future, showcasing his talent for authentic foundation building will already be commendable. While the Celestial Foundation establishment remains exceedingly rare, best kept as a trump card, not to be revealed lightly. In contemplation, Lu Chen secured the double fish pendant at his waist to obscure a portion of his mana aura. He then grasped his sword and soared towards the frigid pool beneath the waterfall outside the building. He sought to ascertain the extent of his battle prowess following his foundation establishment. Chapter 010, The One in the Pool. The waterfall cascading from the mountaintop's celestial pool is a magnificent sight, with torrents flowing 1,000 feet downwards, resembling a grand silk ribbon. This is indeed one of the notable features of the Shushan Mountains. Beneath the waterfall lies a cold pool, its emerald waters stretching deep like amber. Lu Chen soared from the bamboo pavilion, arriving above the cold pool. At this moment, he had successfully established his foundation. His magical prowess significantly enhanced, enabling him to wield the flying sword and soar through the air for brief periods. "Let me test the might of my newly acquired sword techniques," he declared. As he spoke, Lu Chen formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, channeling his magic as the flying sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely at the rushing waterfall ahead. A thunderous roar erupted. Water splashed violently, the sword's energy tearing through the waterfall, yet it was swiftly engulfed by the deluge. His magical strength had indeed augmented considerably, allowing him to slice through a 1,000-foot waterfall with a single strike. However, he was still far from achieving the capability to sever the flow entirely. Consequently, the flying sword merely created a gash before being instantly swept down by the subsequent torrent, landing with a clatter in the cold pool. This won't do. Although my magical power and realm have improved, the techniques of Tai Ching's sensing chapter and flying sword arts are merely rudimentary practices, far from the intensity one desire. Previously, after vanquishing Lu Chen, he had accumulated a substantial amount of experience points. It was time to delve into a more profound sword technique. While pondering, Lu Chen raised his hand to retrieve the sword that had plunged into the cold pool. Suddenly, the waters beneath him began to bubble and surge violently. Water splashed everywhere as the fallen sword pierced the surface, darting upward like a flash of lightning, startling Lu Chen into a quick, evasive maneuver just in time to avoid it. Grasping the hilt, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to an electric arc. What is happening? The sword has returned on its own? Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. As he focused downward, he noticed a figure beneath the unfathomable depths of the cold pool. The figure's long hair flowed like aquatic plants, seated cross-legged beneath the water, resembling a statue carved from clay or wood. My goodness! There is someone beneath the cold pool. Lu Chen gasped in disbelief. This pool was unfathomable. How could a person survive submerged in its depths? Moreover, it appeared that this individual had been in the water for many years, their body covered in moss and algae. They were likely dead, he thought. Just then, the eyes of the submerged figure abruptly opened a narrow slit. In that instant, Lu Chen felt as though a sharp sword had pierced his heart. What a gaze it was! It was sharp, fierce, and more terrifying than even that of the revered Qingxiu. It felt as if a single glance could penetrate his very soul. Had it not been for Lu Chen's recent experience with the Tao of Foundation establishment, which had tempered his unparalleled sword heart, he might have succumbed to madness from that mere look. Fortunately, the other party seemed to only wish to warn him, making no further movements. After that single glance, the figure closed its eyes once more, not truly engaging him. Goodness, how can such a creature exist in the cold pool? Lu Chen thought, astounded. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. He had no idea of the creature's cultivation level, but it was undoubtedly a terrifying presence. In the realm of the game, it undoubtedly embodies the caliber of a formidable boss. I feel deceived by the sect leader. I never anticipated that such a being would reside in the cold pool beside the bamboo house. Being neighbors with him is indeed a considerable pressure. What if this individual were to be in a foul mood one day? Would I not be in peril? Lu Chen felt a sense of gloom within. However, upon reflection, since this place was once the cave dwelling of the sect leader, the existence of the creature in the cold pool surely could not have escaped his notice. If this being were truly hazardous, the sect leader would not allow it to go unchecked. As long as I do not provoke it, this eerie entity should remain undisturbed in the waters. With this thought, Lu Chen resolutely decided to keep his distance from the cold pool in the future, treating it as if it did not exist. Returning to the bamboo house, still shaken, he discovered that the young girl had awakened. She was curled up in the corner of the room, trembling and visibly frightened. Clearly, her previous traumatic experiences had inflicted a significant psychological scar upon her. After all, at this moment, she had yet to awaken her innate wisdom, and her mental state was no different from that of an ordinary child. Do not be afraid. This is Mount Shu, and you are safe now, Lu Chen reassured her. The girl, having seen his face before losing consciousness, relaxed slightly upon hearing his voice. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Did you save me?" "Sort of. I merely brought you back to Mount Shu." "It was the sect leader who eliminated the blood insect within you," Lu Chen replied truthfully. He then casually retrieved 2 steamed buns from his storage pouch and handed them to her. You must be hungry. Have a bite to tide you over. Upon hearing this, the girl glanced at the buns with hesitation. Lu Chen understood that she would not easily trust anyone at this moment, so he did not insist. Placing the buns on the table. What is your name? He inquired. I don't remember. The girl shook her head. It seemed that she had lost some memories due to excessive trauma. She had no recollection of the events prior, including her name and family. It was also possible that the protective mechanism of the celestial exile had triggered a barrier within her mind, resulting in memory loss. I see, that complicates matters. Lu Chen sighed. You were taken by the blood corpse. It is likely that your family has met with misfortune as well. If you are willing, you can stay in Mount Shu. My place is spacious enough to accommodate you. The girl nodded in response, acknowledging his offer. She truly had nowhere else to go. Mount Shu, renowned as the pinnacle of righteousness, was undoubtedly the safest place to remain. Since you are willing to stay, you should have a name. Shall I help you choose one? All right, let us go with my surname. Call me Lu Li Lu. Li? Is it Lu Li? Oh, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He then pointed to the buns on the table and said, please have a bite, and afterward. There are bathing supplies in the room for you to wash up. I do not have any clothes for girls, so you may wear mine for now. I will return shortly to purchase daily necessities for you. Having spoken, he turned and exited the door. He needed to first visit the Disciples' Registry Hall to change his identity token. After all, he had already reached the Foundation establishment stage, and according to the sect's regulations, he was eligible for promotion to an inner disciple, thus allowing him to enjoy greater benefits from the sect. Furthermore, he would also be granted access to the library, where he could select a method and spell appropriate for the Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 011. The Radiant Sword Chi in just a brief span of 3 months. He has successfully established his foundation? What remarkable talent our junior possesses. The disciple responsible for registration exclaimed with admiration. In response, Lu Chen merely chuckled softly. If only you knew that not only have I established my foundation, but I have also achieved the unparalleled Dao foundation. I wonder if you would be utterly astonished. Naturally, the joy of a player with exceptional abilities is not something to be shared with outsiders. After seamlessly exchanging his identity jade token, Lu Chen did not linger and promptly proceeded to the library. The Shushan library, contrary to expectations, was not as vast as one might imagine. Being a sect of sword cultivators, the true essence lay within the sword mound, rather than the library itself. The collection housed therein primarily consisted of ordinary techniques. The true, exceptional skills were often passed down through generations, as the profound meanings of swordsmanship are challenging to articulate in written form. However, it would be misleading to assert that the library lacked valuable resources. Many esteemed predecessors of Shushan had traversed the world, gathering a plethora of texts encompassing Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Yet, the quality varied greatly, and the thresholds for cultivation differed as well, with many works being mere fragments. Ultimately, the choice rested upon individual inclination. Lu Chen did not dwell on this matter, as he possessed a system that would ensure he would not lack in extraordinary skills in the future. At present, he only needed to select a technique that aligned with his current cultivation level to practice and enhance his combat prowess, thus facilitating his subsequent descent from the mountain to engage in monster hunting and leveling up. Here, within the realm of Foundation establishment, numerous techniques and spells were available for cultivation. One could select one of each, but it was imperative to avoid greed. After submitting his identity jade token for registration, Lu Chen quickly entered the library. Rows upon rows of bookshelves dazzled the eye. He casually perused several volumes, discovering that the techniques and supernatural abilities available were indeed diverse. Beyond the inherent Taoist principles of Shushan, there were also Buddhist and Confucian texts, albeit mostly incomplete. Each volume had been perused countless times by numerous disciples. Lu Chen did not harbor expectations of casually flipping through the pages and stumbling upon a legendary skill overlooked by others. In this era, those capable of cultivating were far from foolish. If a truly extraordinary technique existed, it would have long been claimed by someone for cultivation. It was inconceivable that it would remain here waiting for him. Even if such a technique were to exist, it would undoubtedly come with significant drawbacks or be exceedingly difficult for the average person to cultivate. I could specifically seek out those particularly challenging techniques for cultivation. After all, I have a system that allows for direct experience enhancement, rendering the cultivation threshold irrelevant. With this thought, Lu Chen approached the disciple in charge of overseeing this area. After discreetly handing over a spirit stone, he quietly inquired, "Senior brother, Are there any particularly formidable techniques in this library that the average person would find difficult to cultivate? Your request is rather unique, the disciple replied with a peculiar expression. Nevertheless, he continued, there is indeed such a technique, known as radiant sword chi. It is said to have been created by a master of Confucian swordsmanship, merging the essence of Confucian righteousness with magical power, making it exceptionally compatible with our Shushan sword control arts. Every year, countless disciples come to select this technique, yet none have succeeded in mastering it. Why is that? Lu Chen inquired, unable to resist the urge to ask. Isn't that self-evident? The essence of righteousness, known as Haranjinshi, is indeed difficult for even the most accomplished Confucian scholars to truly comprehend, let alone for us in Mount Shu, which is not a Confucian academy. Without cultivating this noble spirit, one cannot unleash its formidable power. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could not help but chuckle. The notion of Haran sword energy sounded quite formidable. The Confucian Haran righteousness inherently possesses a significant restraining effect against worldly evils, rivaling the brilliance of Taoist golden light and Buddhist radiance. If mastered and infused into sword energy, its potency would undoubtedly be magnified. As for others' inability to cultivate Haran energy, Lu Chen felt no concern at all. A little experience would suffice. Very well. I shall choose this Haran sword energy. Junior brother, considering the spirit stones involved, I must remind you once more to deliberate carefully. Once you select a technique, it cannot be changed. Should you fail to master it, you will have to seek foundational techniques on your own. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I have made my decision. Thus, amidst the size of the attendant disciples, Lu Chen chose the Haran sword energy. Besides this, he had the option to select a sword technique or a spell. Unfortunately, after searching for quite some time, he found nothing particularly extraordinary. After all, sword techniques and spells can be cultivated by anyone with sufficient magical power, though their effectiveness may vary from person to person. Ultimately, Lu Chen chose a more conventional sword technique named Suspended River Sword Technique. It is considered an advanced version of flying sword techniques, inspired by the imagery of the Milky Way. If he were to break through to a higher realm, he could directly cultivate one of Mount Shu's 7 ultimate skills, the Great River Sword Intent. Having settled these matters, Lu Chen visited the market once more to procure some daily necessities and food for Lu Li. Although Lu Chen could begin short periods of fasting after reaching the foundational stage, Lu Li, lacking any cultivation, still required sustenance. It would be unreasonable to serve her plain buns at every meal. Being a caretaker is no easy task. Junior brother, please wait. Just as he exited the market, a figure approached, blocking his path. The individual appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a stern expression and elegantly crafted robes that suggested a distinguished background. However, Lu Chen did not recognize him. He instinctively furrowed his brow and took a half-step back. Who are you? Ah, quite cautious, I see, the man remarked with a smile, spreading his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Do not be alarmed, junior brother. My name is Yang Qi, and I hail from the Yuhang Peak. So, it was senior brother Yang. Lu Chen returned the greeting with a respectful bow. May I inquire why you seek me, senior brother? Well, earlier in the market, I noticed you purchasing grains. For cultivators like us, those 5 grains are but refuse. I possess a vial of military rations. Consuming one will allow you to fast for a month while providing your body with the necessary nutrients, without any side effects. Would you be interested? Yang Qi said with a smile, extending a porcelain vial towards Lu Chen. So, he's here to sell something. Lu Chen relaxed his vigilance slightly, accepting the vial and opening it to take a look. Within the vessel lie approximately a dozen pale yellow pills, exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorates the senses. Indeed, these are the famed military rations, a type of elixir crafted during the era of the Great Qin dynasty, specifically designed for soldiers in the heat of battle. Their portability and practicality render them invaluable. However, Lu Chen harbored no intention of procuring them. His reluctance stemmed from the uncertainty of acquiring such pills from a stranger. Furthermore, at this juncture, the military rations were not particularly essential for him. He could sustain himself through fasting and cultivation, consuming only minimal nourishment, primarily for the benefit of Lu Li. As a growing young girl, it would not be prudent for her to rely on these pills daily. Thus, he gently declined, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I do not require them at this moment. With that, he returned the porcelain bottle. Yang Qi, though somewhat disappointed, did not press the matter further, merely letting out a sigh. After Lu Chen departed, Yang Qi turned and effortlessly crushed the bottle of military rations into powder. The gentle smile that once adorned his face had transformed into a cold, fierce countenance. It was him. The double-fish pendant was indeed in his possession. Without a doubt. Lu Chen had also perished at his hands. Soon after, a look of keen attentiveness graced his features. Moments later, he nodded and assured, "Rest assured, Master. I have already seized the opportunity to lock onto his aura. It is unwise to act within Shu Mountain, but once he steps beyond the mountain gate, his demise is inevitable." Chapter 012. Unmatched in the same realm that Yang Qi is quite peculiar. As Lu Chen made his way back, the more he pondered, the more he found it strange. He had casually inquired about Yang Qi earlier and discovered that he was quite a notable figure within the inner sect of Mount Shu. 3 years prior, he had entered the sect, showcasing extraordinary talent, and within just a year, he successfully established his foundation. Although it was merely the most ordinary form of human foundation, he encountered numerous fortuitous events thereafter, acquiring many treasures. Now, he had advanced to the later stages of foundation establishment, ranking among the top 100 experts in the inner sect. What would compel such an individual to venture into the market to peddle military provisions? It struck him as odd. Yet, he had never met Yang Qi, nor did he harbor any grievances or conflicts of interest with him. Why had he approached him? Surely it could not be due to my striking appearance, leading him to be unable to restrain himself? Lu Chen shook his head. After much contemplation, he could not discern any clues, so he decided to abandon the thought. In any case, exercising caution could only be prudent. The prior incident in Lu City served as a cautionary tale. There were indeed malicious elements within the ranks of Mount Shu. Lost in thought, Lu Chen returned to his cave dwelling on the back mountain. Upon entering, he spotted Lu Li seated at the door, lost in contemplation, clad in a voluminous robe. This girl, once cleaned up, was indeed quite endearing. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her delicate features resembled an exquisite work of art, flawless in every aspect. Not to mention, this reincarnated celestial being was certainly not lacking in external beauty. One could only surmise that her visage had been carefully sculpted. "I have brought you clothes and daily necessities, along with some food. By the way, you can cook for yourself, right?" Lu Chen inquired, placing a bundle down. Children in ancient times often took on household responsibilities at an early age, particularly girls, by the age of 8 or 9. They typically knew how to manage some domestic chores. She was certainly not a pampered heiress. As expected, Lu Li nodded knowingly and replied, "I can." "That's good. You can entertain yourself for a while. I must begin my cultivation." With that, he paid her no further mind and headed directly to the courtyard, preparing to practice the Haoran sword chi and the Su Nh sword technique. Both skills were sword-related, thus unsuitable for practice indoors where one could not fully extend their movements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the technique Haoran sword chi. Current proficiency level, 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the sword technique Su Nh sword method. Current proficiency level, 0. As Lu Chen opened the 2 ancient tomes, the system automatically scanned the contents of the techniques, imprinting the knowledge of these 2 forms of martial arts into his mind as if it were innate. However, this merely represented a memory of the technique's content, akin to having an eidetic memory. It did not signify that he had successfully mastered these techniques. Practical application required experience points to elevate proficiency levels. The Haoran sword chi was a fragmented text, comprising only 3 levels, yet the first level alone demanded 500 experience points. The essence of the technique directly influenced the strength of one's cultivation power, making it of paramount importance in the path of cultivation. Lu Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Without delay, he consumed 500 experience points to elevate the Haoran sword chi to its first level. Heaven and earth are imbued with righteousness, manifesting in various forms. As the level of his cultivation technique advanced, Lu Chen felt a surge of pure and noble energy blossoming within him. With each breath, accompanied by the ebb and flow of his spiritual power, he sensed that although it was merely a wisp, its potency far surpassed that of ordinary energy. He attempted to wield his hand, not gripping a sword, but merely bringing his fingers together to point into the air. The Haoran sword chi erupted forth, instantly piercing through the distant stone wall. A resounding crash followed, resulting in a massive hole, with fragments of stone scattering everywhere. Remarkable! The power of this Haoran sword chi exceeded my expectations. Lu Chen was immensely satisfied. Beyond its explosive lethality, the Haoran sword chi surely possessed other applications, for it is one of the most formidable techniques of Confucianism. Yet, he had yet to delve into the teachings of Confucianism. Thus, he resolved to ponder and explore its depths gradually in the future. To his surprise, advancing the Haoran sword chi to its second level required 2,000 experience points, a sum he could not afford with his remaining experience. He decided to first enhance the Xuanhe sword technique. While the Xuanhe sword technique may not match the Howren sword chi, it demanded significantly less experience for its advancement. Lu Chen poured his remaining 600 experience points into it in one go, immediately raising it to its maximum level. As he extended his hand, the flying sword responded by unsheathing itself, resonating with a vibrant sword energy that shimmered like silver light, cascading as if a celestial river hung above, displaying myriad phenomena. The sword's radiance swirled and transformed unpredictably, at times resembling gentle undercurrents of water, elusive and inscrutable, and at other times akin to tumultuous waves, overwhelming and powerful. Indeed, it was a sword art more comprehensive and formidable than the technique of flying swords. Excellent. With my current strength, I should be invincible among peers of the same realm. Lu Chen nodded in approval. With the foundation laid by the heavenly principles, combined with the immensely challenging Howren sword chi and the fully mastered Xuanhe sword technique, his configuration was indeed extraordinary, even though he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He felt confident that he could contend against late-stage practitioners should he unleash his full power. Next, he considered descending the mountain to undertake tasks of vanquishing demons and eliminating evils, leveling up through encounters, striving to crystallize and refine the golden elixir within. As long as he remained within the bounds of the Shushan sect, safety should not pose a problem. Lost in thought, Lu Chen sheathed his sword and turned, intending to head back for a bath. However, he noticed Lu Li squatting at the entrance of the courtyard, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Why are you staring at me without anything to do?" Lu Chen inquired. He had just practiced a technique that was not secretive, so he was unperturbed by the possibility of being observed. "Dinner is ready." "Ah, I happen to be a bit hungry. Let us go, as your first meal in Shushan." "I will join you," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Yet, the young girl remained still, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, and after a long moment of hesitation, she finally bit her lip and spoke. "Brother Lu Chen, could you teach me to cultivate?" "You wish to cultivate?" Lu Chen paused, intrigued. "Why?" "I want to avenge my parents," Lu Li declared earnestly. In her eyes, there was none of the anticipated sorrow, only an extraordinary resolve. It seemed fragments of her memory had returned. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "If you wish to cultivate, that is no issue. But you are still young, do not let hatred blind you. The one who murdered your parents, I have already slain him with my own hands. There is no vengeance left for you to seek." "No," she replied softly. "The one you killed was merely one among many. Below the mountain, there are others like him. I have seen them." "You mean to say there are more blood corpses? Or perhaps..." Lu Chen's expression darkened slightly. It appeared the remnants of the Blood Soul sect had infiltrated the Shu Mountains beyond just Lu Qing. This was no trivial matter. Yet, he did not dwell on it overmuch. If the heavens were to collapse, taller men would bear the weight. The sect leader was already aware of the Blood Soul sect's movements, countermeasures would be taken, and it was not his place to intervene. As for the scattered remnants, Lu Chen harbored no fear. Should he encounter them, he would simply eliminate them. Experience points, after all, were never unwelcome. "Vengeance can wait," he said at last. "But if you wish to cultivate, that is not impossible." Lu Chen considered it. This girl was, after all, the reincarnation of a banished immortal. Cultivation was inevitable sooner or later. If he could establish a bond as her mentor before her past wisdom awakened, the future might yield greater benefits. Moreover, given the nature of his system, he would often be away, hunting monsters, completing missions. He could not watch over her every day. Teaching her cultivation would give her purpose, stave off idleness, and, more importantly, grant her the means to protect herself. A sound arrangement. Since the sect leader had permitted her to remain in Shu Mountain under his care, she was, in essence, half a disciple already. Imparting the foundational Tai Ching sensing scripture would hardly be an issue. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded. "Eat first. After the meal, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation." Chapter 13. A player with extraordinary talent for dinner. They had a simple vegetable porridge. The taste was rather ordinary. Yet, Lu Chen savored every bite, for one could hardly expect a 9-year-old child to conjure up culinary delights. After all, she was a reincarnated celestial being, not a deity of food. As Lu Chen polished off the last remnants of his bowl, a smile graced Lu Li's face, making her feel somewhat useful, easing the tension that had previously enveloped her. Once the meal was concluded, the young girl deftly cleared the tableware. She then followed Lu Chen into the courtyard, her face alight with anticipation. "I shall now impart to you the foundational techniques of qi cultivation from the Shushan sect, known as the Tai Ching induction technique," Lu Chen declared, extending his hand. With a gentle touch to his brow, A surge of mystical energy radiated forth, illuminating the air around them. The essence of the Tai Chi induction technique flowed into Lu Li's mind. With her eyes closed and a slight frown upon her brow, the little girl seemed to be assimilating the knowledge imparted to her. The Tai Chi induction technique served as an introductory method for Qi cultivation. Rooted in the profound teachings of Taoism, it was easy to learn but difficult to master, filled with boundless intricacies. You are still quite young, and you may find some aspects rather obscure. It requires diligent study too. Lu Chen reminisced about the words of the elder who had first guided him, adopting an air of wisdom. However, he was interrupted when he noticed Lu Li sitting cross-legged, her small hands clasped before her, her heart directed skyward. As she breathed in and out, a torrent of spiritual energy began to coalesce around her. A visible stream of white mist ebbed and flowed from her mouth and nose, manifesting the sensation of Qi as she began her cultivation. Is this the innate talent of a reincarnated celestial being? Lu Chen pondered in disbelief. Indeed, she was an extraordinary player in this realm. He felt somewhat speechless. When he first began, he had struggled for 3 days with the Tai Chi induction technique, barely sensing a trace of energy. Had it not been for the system that aided his progression, he would still be far from achieving mastery in Qi cultivation today. The disparity between individuals was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not harbor excessive envy. After all, cultivation was not his forte. Engaging in quests and leveling up was his own brand of romance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for imparting knowledge to Lu Li and guiding her onto the path of cultivation. Celestial Karma 1. The concept of karma, which deepened the bonds of fate, would influence future fortunes. Karma? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This notion was uncertain in its implications. Yet, having rescued Lu Li already entangled him in karma. If it were a blessing, the impartation would merely enhance his fortune. If it were a calamity, there would be no escaping it. Approximately half an incense stick's worth of time passed before Lu Li opened her eyes. Exuding a radiance that made her appear reborn, she spread her arms, and a faint glow, reminiscent of fireflies, sprang forth. Ecstatic, she leaped up, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Chen, look! I've succeeded. I've cultivated my magical energy." Lu Chen, Brother Lu Chen, what is it? Did I cultivate incorrectly? No. Then why do you look so unhappy? I do not. Do not make wild assumptions. Is that truly the case? I'm weary. Let us retire for the night. That night, Lu Chen slept restlessly. Perhaps it was the unease in his heart over Yang Qi's affairs, or perhaps he was unsettled by Lu Li's prodigious talent. At the break of dawn the next day, Lu Chen rose and prepared to depart. I shall descend the mountain to temper myself. In the coming days, tend to yourself and do not wander recklessly. Especially the frigid pool behind the bamboo dwelling. Do not approach it unless necessary. After this brief instruction, Lu Chen left the bamboo abode and made straight for the Hall of Virtue and Vice. This was one of the most pivotal institutions of Mount Shu. Unlike secluded sects that shunned the mortal world, Mount Shu was founded upon the principles of vanquishing demons, aiding the people, and upholding righteousness. Disciples were encouraged to venture into the world, accumulating merit and reinforcing the path of virtue. Thus, the sect did not forbid disciples from descending the mountain, rather. It actively promoted it. The Hall of Virtue and Vice periodically gathered pleas for aid from the surrounding towns. Wherever demons wreaked havoc, missions were issued in response. Disciples could accept these tasks according to their own strength. Upon completion, they would receive rewards from the sect, spiritual stones, merits, or even promotions, based on their contributions. However, given the ferocity of demons, only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage and held the status of an inner disciple were permitted to undertake formal demon subjugation missions. By the banks of the Hung River, a river demon has recently stirred the waters, devouring villagers. We beseech the sword immortals of Mount Shu to descend and quell this fiend. Mission rank, Ding. Reward, 10 low-grade spirit stones, 100 merits. Prerequisite, foundation establishment realm. After perusing the options, Lu Chen swiftly selected this demon-slaying task. The Hung River was not far from Mount Shu, a mere half-day's journey by sword flight. The mission's difficulty was also manageable. With his current strength, it should be well within his capabilities. As for the sect's meager rewards, they were better than nothing. Junior brother, though that river demon's cultivation is not formidable, it lurks within the waters, cunning and elusive. Exercise caution. The disciple overseeing the missions offered this well-meaning reminder. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After expressing his thanks, he departed the Hall of Virtue and Vice, mounted his flying sword, and soared into the heavens. Truth be told, This was his first true experience of flight. Riding the wind, ascending effortlessly, gazing down from the heights, he let the fierce gales brush his face. The swirling clouds and mist nearly within reach. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart. No wonder all mortals yearned for immortality. The untethered grace of soaring upon a sword surpassed all worldly power and prestige. Gliding through the skies, Lu Chen soon arrived within the bounds of Linjiang town. Below, amidst the undulating mountains, a great river cleaved through the landscape, surging forth from the heart of Shu's peaks like a coiled dragon, vast and majestic. The river's surface rippled, at times flowing gently, at others rushing violently. Suddenly, from a stretch of rapids below, the sound of an infant's wailing arose. Lu Chen frowned, peering downward. Yet a sudden mist billowed over the river, obscuring his vision. A demonic presence. It seems fortune favors me. No sooner had I arrived at Linjiang than I encountered a demonic creature. What a serendipitous opportunity to gain experience. Without hesitation, I channeled my spiritual energy and commanded my sword to descend. As my sleeves billowed, a fierce gale swept through, churning the white mist to reveal beneath the river's surface a colossal serpent emerging from the watery depths. Chapter 014. Rewarding goodness and punishing evil. Harmonizing with one's nature, the colossal serpent, exceeding 10 zhang in length and as thick as a water barrel, was adorned with glistening white scales that sparkled like jade. It was evident that this creature possessed extraordinary capabilities and a modicum of spiritual prowess. The serpent writhed through the waters, churning the river as if it were a diminutive dragon, darting forward with remarkable speed towards the riverbank. Amidst this chaos, a wooden plank floated precariously like a withered leaf, on the verge of capsizing. Upon it lay a swaddled infant, who was wailing in terror. "Beast, do not act recklessly," Lu Chen exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the scene. The infant was merely a few months old. Should it fall into the serpent's maw, there would be no chance of survival. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike, his spiritual energy surging forth, dispersing the mist of malevolence below. Simultaneously, his flying sword emerged, its cold and sharp brilliance slicing through the air, resembling a radiant rainbow as it hurtled towards the white serpent. With a resounding clang, the sword struck the serpent, igniting sparks and producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The serpent recoiled in pain, glancing upwards to see Lu Chen, an expression of fury flickering in its eyes. However, it refrained from immediate retaliation. Instead, it whipped its tail, creating tumultuous waves that sent the flying sword reeling. In a flash, it plunged into the river, resembling an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the infant once more. Such audacity! You dare to continue your malevolence before me? You seek your own demise. Lu Chen's gaze turned frigid. Without holding back, he inhaled deeply, channeling his vast inner energy to empower the sword, delivering a decisive strike from the air. The white serpent seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of this attack, emitting a piercing cry. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it hastened, lunging towards the wooden plank. And with a swift bite, it seized the plank, lifting it high into the air. Is this creature not intent on devouring the infant? Lu Chen pondered, furrowing his brow at its unusual behavior. Quickly, he adjusted his strike, retracting a portion of his power, allowing the sword to narrowly miss the serpent's vital point, instead striking its tail. With a splatter, the scales shattered, and blood sprayed forth. Although Lu Chen had tempered his assault in time, the blow was still formidable. Despite the serpent's considerable size, it had only recently attained sentience, its aura quite feeble, comparable to a human cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. Its previous ability to withstand Lu Chen's strike was solely due to its robust scales. However, this time, with Lu Chen's righteous sword energy unleashed, the might was incomparable, swiftly tearing through its aura, shattering its scales, and nearly severing its tail. With a mournful cry, the white serpent writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing in the river, blood staining the surface. Yet, even in its suffering, it clung tenaciously to the wooden plank, safeguarding the infant from falling. Struggling, it made its way to the riverbank, gently placing the plank down, finally exhaling in relief, its serpentine form slumping in the water, gazing at Lu Chen with a mix of fear and wariness. Originally, this white serpent did not intend to devour the infant, but rather sought to rescue him. Upon realizing this, Lu Chen understood that he had been misled by his preconceived notions and had misunderstood the white serpent. As a time traveler who had witnessed numerous fantastical dramas, he was well aware that beings could be classified as virtuous or malevolent. Not every creature of the supernatural was inherently evil. It was unjust to generalize. Even with a system at one's disposal, one should not pursue experience points indiscriminately. Such behavior would betray the fundamental purpose of ridding the world of malevolence. What significance would it hold to attain immortality if one strayed from their righteous path? In time, one would inevitably face the repercussions of their inner demons. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen's murderous intent gradually receded. He gazed down at the white serpent in the river and mused, "So, you indeed wish to save lives. As a creature of the supernatural, your benevolence is indeed rare. Our earlier misunderstanding is regrettable. Rest assured, as you have committed no harm, I shall not take your life." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the sword that had been hovering in the air returned to its sheath. The white serpent, witnessing the dissipating swordlight, felt an immense weight lift from its being, as if it too released a sigh of relief. It swiftly coiled its body, preparing to submerge and depart. "Wait," Lu Chen suddenly called out. The white serpent trembled at his words, fearing that this sword immortal might have a change of heart. As it contemplated whether to flee or to fight to the death, it saw Lu Chen descending gracefully, akin to a falling leaf, swiftly reaching a level with its gaze. Standing upon the waves with a gentle demeanor. "I was unaware of the details and inadvertently harmed you. This was indeed my fault. Acknowledging your good intentions, I shall grant you an opportunity for transformation today." With that, Lu Chen extended his hand and lightly touched the serpent's brow, imparting a thread of his spiritual energy to further awaken its intelligence. This act was akin to the legendary enlightenment. Of course, given Lu Chen's current cultivation level, he could only enlighten a nascent creature such as this, and the impact would be limited. More importantly, it conveyed an attitude. He wished for the white serpent to grasp the principle of retribution for good and evil. Thus, the seeds of benevolence could take root in its heart. And should it cultivate successfully in the future, it would not stray down the wrong path, potentially achieving a righteous outcome. This would be beneficial for the surrounding populace, and for Lu Chen, it could represent a meritorious deed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully enlightening the white serpent, awakening its wisdom, and increasing causality by 1, rewarding virtue and punishing malevolence, with a righteous spirit, harmonizing with one's nature. Comprehension of the majestic sword energy increases by 1. There is a reward for this. Hearing the notification, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to find joy blossoming within him. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt for having struck the white serpent first, and thus sought to enlighten it as a means of atonement. Little did he expect that he would also resonate with the righteous spirit, enhancing his understanding of this particular technique. This could indeed be considered a delightful surprise. After achieving a harmonious connection of spirit, Lu Chen felt that the flow of his righteous energy had become significantly smoother. It seemed imperative to engage in such endeavors more frequently to truly harness the power and subtlety of this righteous essence. At that moment, the white snake, having received guidance from its magical prowess, experienced an awakening of its once ambiguous intelligence, as if the fog had lifted. For beasts to attain enlightenment and transform their essence, the journey may be exceedingly protracted, unlike that of humans. Lu Chen's counsel could spare it decades of aimless wandering. The white snake, overwhelmed with emotion, writhed its body, splashing the river, and lowered its massive head, seemingly mimicking human gestures by bowing repeatedly in gratitude towards Lu Chen. The principle of retribution for good and evil is the heavenly way. Your selfless act of saving a life today shall surely be rewarded. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, but then, with a serious demeanor, added, "Yet, you must always remember that should you achieve mastery in the future, do not forget the benevolence of today. Use your power to benefit others to attain merit. Should you stray into malevolence, the resplendent flying swords of Mount Shu shall unleash divine retribution, sparing no mercy." The white snake nodded vigorously, affirming its commitment to remember. After all, the terror of Lu Chen's previous strike lingered, with its tail still aching. It was likely that this encounter would haunt its psyche for a long time, deterring any thoughts of wrongdoing. "Very well, you may depart now. You are, after all, in your beastly form, and should you be seen, misunderstandings may arise. As for this child, I shall take it upon myself to locate its family and ensure its safety," Lu Chen said, waving his hand, allowing the white snake to slip back into the water. He then gracefully descended to the riverbank and lifted the infant. At that moment, not far from the shore, a couple dressed as fishermen rushed towards him, their faces etched with anxiety. "Child, my child." Chapter 15. The River Demon Fond of Music? "Oh, my child." The woman's voice echoed with urgency as the couple hurried along the riverbank. Upon spotting Lu Chen cradling the infant and hearing the child's cries, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it was the esteemed master from Mount Shu. Thank you, master, for saving our child. Recognizing Lu Chen's disciple robes, the couple immediately knelt and bowed deeply. In the lands of Shu, the reverence for Mount Shu far surpassed that of the imperial court. To these ordinary folk, Mount Shu was akin to a guardian deity, and they held the disciples in the highest esteem. Lu Chen, witnessing their desperation and sincerity, gestured for them to rise but refrained from immediately handing over the child. Instead, he inquired, "Are you the parents of this child? As parents, how could you allow such a young one to fall into the river?" His words carried an implicit reproach. It appeared that his current body was also that of an orphan, abandoned in childhood and left to beg for survival until fate led him to Mount Shu. Master, please understand. We are fishermen from Linjiang town, living most of our lives on our boat. The child requires care, so he must accompany us. We were fishing upstream when we were suddenly beset by a storm. Our boat shattered, and we barely escaped with our lives. We couldn't save the child in time, and he was swept downstream. If given a choice, I would rather perish myself than neglect my child. The couple replied tearfully. Seeing their disheveled appearance and earnest words, Lu Chen was inclined to believe them. However, for safety's sake, he pressed on, "You claim to be the child's parents. Do you have any proof?" Yes. The child has a lotus mark on his foot." "A birthmark?" Lu Chen inquired, lifting the swaddling cloth to take a look. Indeed. There blossomed a vivid red lotus beneath the infant's foot, appearing almost as if it were naturally etched upon him, a sight both extraordinary and mystical. Strangely, the infant, who had been wailing incessantly, suddenly ceased his cries and began to giggle in Lu Chen's embrace. This child, born amidst lotus blooms, surely possessed a remarkable origin. Lu Chen marveled at the peculiarities of the children he had encountered recently. Each seemed to embody something extraordinary. Was this perhaps a portent of a transformation in the natural order? Yet, he did not dwell on it further, for the system had not indicated any fortuitous encounters or karmic enhancements at that moment. Once assured that the couple was indeed the child's parents, Lu Chen felt no need to prolong their ordeal. This child has survived a great peril and will surely be blessed in the future. You must take care to ensure such an incident does not repeat, he advised before handing the infant to the woman. The couple gratefully accepted their child, holding him with joy, relieved to find him safe and sound. Their expressions were filled with gratitude. Lu Chen, however, waved his hand, saying, "The true savior was not I. In this river, there dwells a white serpent that rescued your child." "Ah? A demon can save a person too?" The couple stood in a moment of bewilderment. Clearly, in their minds, monsters were only known for their propensity to consume and harm humans. Lu Chen shook his head, asserting that just as humans are divided between good and evil, so too are demons and spirits. The white serpent possessed a certain wisdom, and with my guidance, it has the potential for benevolence. Should you encounter it in the future, do not panic. If misfortune befalls you, you may seek its assistance. Understanding dawned upon them, and they expressed their faith in the celestial master. Though they were skeptical of monsters, they revered the disciples of Mt. Shu as divine beings. Since the master had spoken thus, it was evident that the white serpent was a kind and spiritual entity, distinct from ordinary demons. They resolved to express their gratitude for the salvation of their child should they meet it again. After imparting this counsel, Lu Chen did not linger. He inquired, "You mentioned you were fishermen from Linjiang town?" "Indeed," they replied. "Excellent. My descent from the mountain was prompted by a plea for aid to vanquish demons and spirits in Linjiang town. I have heard rumors of a river demon causing disturbances." "Is this true?" "Yes, esteemed master, such is indeed the case," they confirmed. "Very well, let us return to Linjiang town. As we travel, please elaborate on the situation concerning the river demon." Thus, Lu Chen ceased to ride his sword and journeyed alongside the couple down the river. Through their conversation, Lu Chen learned that approximately half a month prior, a river demon had suddenly appeared in the waters near Linjiang town. It stirred up storms, attacked fishing boats, and devoured numerous fishermen. Even passers-by along the riverbank were occasionally assaulted. The fishermen were filled with trepidation, reluctant to set out to sea. Those who were compelled by the need for sustenance, like this couple, ventured further upstream to fish. The river demon was exceedingly ferocious. Anyone who fell into its grasp was doomed without exception. In desperation, they sought the help of Mt. Shu, hoping for the sword immortal to descend and eradicate the demon. Upon hearing the couple's account, Lu Chen nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. However, they had not directly witnessed the river demon, and thus their knowledge was scant, mostly derived from hearsay. Some claimed the demon was the manifestation of a drowned spirit, Others suggested it was a large fish that had attained sentience, while still others asserted that it was the offspring of the River King in the form of a flood dragon. Such myriad tales were hardly reliable. As for the demon's strength, it remained indeterminate for the time being. Yet, one detail was indeed intriguing. It was said that the river demon had a peculiar fondness for song. The initial attacks on fishing boats occurred when fishermen sang their fishing songs, inadvertently summoning disaster. Consequently, a nearby brothel had also suffered misfortune due to this. A river demon with an affinity for music? Lu Chen chuckled softly to himself. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at Linjiang town. This town was modest, merely a collection of a few fishing villages built along the river. Due to the limited income of the fishermen, the town appeared rather shabby, further exacerbated by the turmoil caused by the river demon, resulting in a pervasive atmosphere of fear and desolation. Without the intervention of Mt. Shu, the continued rampage of the demon would likely render the populace unable to survive, either facing starvation or being forced to abandon their homes. The Celestial Master has arrived. The Celestial Master from Mount Shu has come to our rescue. We have finally awaited this moment. This master is remarkably youthful and quite handsome. Yet, it remains to be seen whether he possesses the abilities to confront the river demon. Hush, do not offend the Celestial Master. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. The Sword Immortal of Mount Shu is renowned throughout the realm. As a disciple of Shu, he must possess extraordinary skills, and such doubts should not arise. With Lu Chen's arrival, the town of Linjiang was engulfed in a fervor. Men, women, and children alike emerged from their homes to kneel and pay their respects to him. This was the first time Lu Chen truly felt the popularity and esteem that Mount Shu commanded among the common folk. Observing the sincere and simple townspeople, he felt no sense of superiority. Rather, a heavy weight settled upon his shoulders. Perhaps this is the very essence of a disciple of Mount Shu, to eliminate demons and safeguard the world. The aim is to provide these countless lives with a glimmer of hope for survival. At this moment, he embodies that hope for the town of Linjiang. Chapter 016. Come out. The arrival of Lu Chen filled the townsfolk of Linjiang with immense joy, prompting them to eagerly come forth to welcome him. Only the disciples of Shushan could receive such an honor. The Sword Immortal has arrived. Our Linjiang town is finally saved. An elderly man named Wang, who held the position of town head, stepped forward and bowed deeply. This venerable figure, nearing the age of 70, exhibited the frailty of old age. Upon hearing Wang's words, Lu Chen glanced at him and quickly raised his hand to assist him upright, stating, "Old Wang, there is no need for such formalities. As a disciple of Shushan, vanquishing demons is part of my duty. I have come to eliminate the monsters, not to indulge in earthly pleasures. Let us forego these mundane rituals." Lu Chen shook his head, aware that many disciples of the immortal sect often descended from their mountains under the pretense of exterminating evil, while indulging in the offerings of mortals. This was not entirely incorrect, for cultivators are human too. It is only natural to accept some reward for their endeavors in slaying demons. One cannot expect everyone to be noble and selfless saints. Even he himself was here for the experience points. After all, every human harbors personal desires. However, he observed that the residents of Linjiang were not affluent, and he did not wish to burden them with these worldly matters. More importantly, he sought to avoid squandering time. Where do river demons typically lurk? Please take me to see, he urged. Old Wang was taken aback by Lu Chen's resolute demeanor. It was his first encounter with a member of the immortal sect who, without inquiring about remuneration or seeking pleasure, directly inquired about the whereabouts of the demons. This was indeed a person truly devoted to the extermination of evil. Old Wang could not help but exclaim, "Your noble spirit, esteemed master, is truly admirable. However, the river demon's appearances are erratic. We do not know where it may be hiding. The expanse of the river is vast, and it may prove difficult to search. That is of no consequence. Simply lead me there, and I shall have a way to reveal this vile creature," Lu Chen replied with a wave of his hand. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Old Wang felt an even deeper respect for him and refrained from saying more. He led Lu Chen to the area where the river demon was known to frequently appear. The other townsfolk followed suit, eager to witness how the legendary Shushan Sword Immortal would confront the demon. Lu Chen made no effort to disperse the gathering crowd. After all, the river demon resided in the water. As long as they did not approach the riverbank, they were not in danger. When the townsfolk witnessed the demon's demise firsthand, they would find solace, which would further propagate the renown of Shushan. As they pondered, Lu Chen, accompanied by the town head, arrived at a harbor just outside the town. Numerous fishing boats, both large and small, were moored here, representing the livelihood of Linjiang as fishermen. However, due to the threat of the river demon, The boats had remained docked for many days without venture. The harbor, along with the river, formed a crescent shape, extending outward and connecting to the vast stretch of the river. At that moment, the water lay calm, devoid of any demonic energy or disturbances, suggesting that locating the river demon might require considerable effort. Prepare a small boat, a bucket of glutinous rice, a bundle of straw, and a set of clothes worn by a human, Lu Chen instructed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before issuing his instructions. The village chief, being worldly wise, knew that many Taoist priests and Buddhist monks required certain items when performing rituals to subdue demons. Without further questions, he immediately dispatched people to prepare as directed. Lu Chen didn't actually need these items for any ritual, but rather to lure the river demon out. The villagers mobilized swiftly, and soon all the required items were prepared. After inspecting them with satisfaction, Lu Chen nodded and added, "Later, all of you should retreat as far as possible from the riverbank. Also, find a woman with a melodious voice to play the zither and sing from that pavilion over there to attract the river demon. It enjoys music." Everyone nodded in understanding, knowing this fact about the river demon, and promptly arranged for it. With these preparations complete, Lu Chen wasted no time. Channeling his spiritual energy, he leapt gracefully onto his small boat like a soaring swan, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back and his sword on his back. Without using oars, he merely tapped his foot lightly, and the boat shot forward like an arrow, cutting through the waves to the river's center. Standing with his hands behind his back, Lu Chen scanned the river's surface. However, the water was too deep and dark below, and without having cultivated the Taoist heavenly eye technique, he couldn't discern whether the river demon had appeared. Anticipating this, he reached for the prepared glutinous rice, infused it with his spiritual energy, and scattered it across the water. Normally, the rice would sink, but now the grains shimmered like floating duckweed upon the surface, acting as markers. Any demonic energy stirring beneath would cause these markers to signal, revealing the river demon's location. Yet fishing required more than just markers, it needed bait. With a single-handed seal and a surge of spiritual energy, Lu Chen animated the prepared straw, weaving it into a humanoid figure. Nearby clothing, previously worn by people and thus imbued with their vitality, flew onto the straw figure. Under Lu Chen's command, the straw man leapt into the water and began thrashing about, mimicking a drowning person. However, after much flailing, the rice grains showed no reaction. Frowning, Lu Chen wondered if the river demon wasn't in this area. No, perhaps the bait wasn't enticing enough. The river demon's killings might not be solely for sustenance. Perhaps the key lay in the songs. With this thought, Lu Chen turned toward the riverside pavilion and waved. A green-robed songstress, understanding his signal, nervously picked up her pipa and began to play. Her clear, melodious voice soon filled the air. The river demon is coming. The villagers on the shore tensed at the sound of the singing. They all knew the demon would be drawn by the music. They could only hope this young immortal from Mount Shu could subdue it. As they fretted, ripples suddenly disturbed the calm river surface. The floating rice grains trembled violently, emitting bell-like chimes and glowing brilliantly. In the next instant, beneath the water, a tumultuous undercurrent surged forth, forming a colossal whirlpool that ensnared the scarecrow beneath the surface, swallowing it whole. The river demon! The river demon has arrived. Everyone be cautious, retreat swiftly, and do not approach the water's edge. The onlookers along the shore turned pale in terror, hastily stepping back. The courtesans in the pavilion ceased their singing, clutching their pipa as they hurried down the stairs. Meanwhile, on the boat, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. At last, it has come. I am eager to behold what manner of creature stirs up this tempest. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand, his sleeves billowing, and unleashed a sword aura that sliced through the air, crashing into the river. Come forth. The waters erupted, and a deep, thunderous roar resonated from below, akin to distant thunder. Soon after, blood surged forth, and a scattering of scales, each the size of a palm, floated to the surface. Fish scales? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, poised to strike again when suddenly, his small boat trembled violently. A surge of demonic energy erupted from below, akin to a volcanic eruption. With a resounding crash, it shattered the wooden vessel beneath him into splinters. Chapter 017, A Sword That Cuts Through Rivers. Boom. Water splashed, and waves surged skyward. The wooden vessel beneath Lu Chen shattered with a resounding crack. A dark shadow erupted from the depths, fierce and menacing, with fangs like daggers and a gaping maw intent on devouring Lu Chen whole. The onlookers on the shore gasped in fright, witnessing the true visage of the river demon for the first time. Their faces turned pale from terror. The river demon revealed itself to be an enormous black fish, exceeding 3 zhang in length, its corpulent body covered in scales, bulging as though it were a mass of fleshly tumors. Its fins resembled white bones, sharp and unyielding. The fish's head, dominating half its entire form, bore crimson eyes and a mouth that seemed to tear the very flesh apart, lined with an array of jagged teeth. Ugly. Ferocious. An aura of malevolence radiated from it. This was Lu Chen's initial impression upon seeing the river demon. The malevolence it exuded was not typical of ordinary beasts, but rather resembled that of a vengeful spirit transformed by wrongful death. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. In a flash, the blackfish demon leaped 3 zhang into the air, poised to swallow him whole. Yet Lu Chen remained composed. He stepped lightly into the air, his form undulating like a mountain pressing down, and his power surged forth. In an instant, he shattered the demon's fangs with a single kick. With a blood-curdling scream, the creature plummeted back into the water like a hurling mountain of flesh, creating waves that cascaded outward. What a formidable display! The immortal master was truly magnificent, utterly overpowering the river demon. Joy surged among the villagers on the shore. If the river demon were slain, they could once again fish with peace of mind. Initially, as the demon had shattered their vessel, they had been filled with dread, fearing for Lu Chen's life. Now, witnessing him suppress the demon with a single strike, their spirits soared. However, the river demon was cunning and thrived in its aquatic domain. Though Lu Chen had dealt it a grievous blow, such an assault was far from lethal. The blackfish sank into the water like a dragon returning to the sea, vanishing from sight. Lu Chen descended gracefully, his feet barely touching the surface of the water, as his power transformed into a jade-green lotus, lifting him effortlessly. Attempting to flee? Lu Chen scoffed. His internal energy surged as he stomped upon the river's surface. If it were to strike a person, it would likely result in instant fractures and breaks. Such trivial skills, daring to display them before the master? Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. As he spoke, he waved his long sleeves, and the flying sword hung in the air like a celestial river, cascading downwards. The gleaming sword light shimmered and danced, akin to falling raindrops. In an instant, it severed the cables that had been launched. The sword energy plunged into the river, creating ripples that spread outward. However, the river demon proved to be remarkably agile in the water, darting left and right. Though it was struck by some of the sword rain, it ultimately evaded any fatal injuries, leaving behind only a few scales before attempting to escape into deeper waters. What a nuisance! This river demon's cultivation was at most comparable to the initial stage of Foundation establishment, in terms of magical power and techniques. It was far inferior to me. Yet, in the river, it was as if it had returned to its natural habitat, which made this endeavor considerably more challenging. Clearly, if I wished to vanquish it, I would need to employ my true abilities. With this thought, Lu Chen resolved himself, revealing a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. You prefer to hide in the water, do you? Then let us ensure you have nowhere to flee. As he spoke, a torrent of righteous sword energy surged forth from his chest, infusing the flying sword, which transformed into a radiant beam of sword energy stretching 10 zhang long. Brilliant and intense, it was both majestic and awe-inspiring. As the setting sun illuminated the long river, it cleaved through the dragon and severed the waters. The sword descended. Its light blinding, waves surged and exploded, as if the entire river had been bisected. The tumultuous waves suddenly halted. The black fish lurking beneath the water had nowhere to hide this time, directly thrust into the air by the violent sword energy. Its scales and bony fins shattered into oblivion. Lu Chen then followed up with another strike, piercing through its mouth and out the other side. Blood scattering like a torrential downpour. Boom. When the blackfish fell back into the water, it had already become a lifeless corpse, floating on the surface, unable to move. Dead. Excellent. With the river demon vanquished, we can set sail to fish once again. The reputation of the Shushan sword immortal is indeed well-deserved. This technique of severing the river is simply terrifying. How the blackfish spirit belongs to the realm of the supernatural. How could a human soul reside within its corpse? Lu Chen pondered in confusion. Fixing his gaze, he discerned fragmented images emerging amidst the malevolent aura. In a daze, he perceived a fisherman of unremarkable appearance, yet honest and kind-hearted. One day, while fishing in the river, he witnessed a songstress plunging into the water in despair. He risked his life to rescue her. And as their fates intertwined, affection blossomed, leading them to wed. The fisherman, though impoverished, devoted himself entirely to her care. Initially, they supported each other through hardships. However, as time passed, the songstress grew weary of their meager existence and began an illicit affair with a wealthy merchant. Upon discovering this betrayal, the fisherman was consumed by heartache but chose to endure in silence. Unbeknownst to him, the merchant, fearing the scandal would tarnish his reputation, conspired to lure the fisherman to the riverbank under the guise of the songstress's song. There, he was pushed into the depths, bound with ropes, and drowned. The fish and shrimp in the river feasted upon his flesh and gnawed at his bones, tainted by his vengeful spirit. Thus, he transformed into a river demon, drawn by the sound of music, devouring the living to quell the fury within his heart. Chapter 018. The water-subduing stone tablet emotions are difficult to sever, and grievances are hard to assuage. Watching the flickering scenes within the remnants of a vengeful spirit, Lu Chen let out a soft sigh. He could sense the unwillingness and resentment embedded within that lingering soul. Alas, with the passage of time, the fisherman's spirit had become fragmented, and his identity was long lost to history. The entangled feelings of gratitude and grudge, coupled with the insatiable hatred, could only be transformed into a heavy sigh. It is a pity for that fisherman, a man of virtue in life, who met his demise only to find his body submerged in the depths of the river. His flesh consumed by fish and shrimp, his bones lost to the abyss, seldom to see the light of day. There is a fear that this resentment will only deepen over time, potentially giving rise to creatures even more terrifying than the river demon. In life, amidst the myriad of relationships and enmities, there always exists a sense of injustice. Though wishing may not prevail, there remains a modicum of cosmic justice. Since I have come to know the details, allow me to assist you in your liberation. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand, his formidable magical energy surging forth. A righteous aura manifesting. He formed seals with his hands, and his flying sword trembled in response. With the water manipulation technique he had just mastered, he commanded, "Open for me." The command resounded as if it were a divine decree. Boom. The turbulent waves of the river roared, rolling restlessly, as if a silk curtain were torn asunder, folding upwards, with fish and shrimp leaping, revealing a passageway leading to the riverbed. With Lu Chen's current strength, he could not part the entire river surface or elevate this expanse of water. Thus, he could only open a channel using the water manipulation technique. And then his figure soared, plunging into the surging river. What is happening? The river demon has been vanquished. Why does the immortal master still enter the water? Will this plunge into the river not pose any danger? Surely not, surely not. The immortal master possesses vast powers. There must be a reason for this action. With his abilities, he will undoubtedly emerge unscathed. The people on the shore were perplexed, their confusion palpable. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already followed the river's undercurrents, descending deeper. The light at the riverbed grew increasingly dim. However, he was fortunate to be cloaked in righteous energy, which transformed into a brilliant radiance, akin to the rising sun, illuminating the surroundings. Amidst the surging waves, aquatic plants danced wildly, and fish and shrimp darted about. Occasionally, he glimpsed remnants of boats, the bones of cattle and sheep, and the remains of drowned individuals. Though they bore no traces of malevolence, they were likely not the fishermen. What is this? Suddenly, Lu Chen discovered a stone tablet standing amidst the rocky riverbed. Approaching it, he observed that the tablet was ancient, entirely black, composed of an unusual material that resembled neither gold nor iron. Lu Chen attempted to draw closer, using his magical power to probe, only to find the stone tablet astonishingly heavy, akin to a mountain. Even with all his might, he could not budge it in the slightest. Furthermore, the tablet bore no inscriptions or writings, only 9 intricate symbols that resembled oracle bone script, akin to the ancient talismans of this world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the water-subduing stone tablet and acquiring the 9-character True Words rune. The 9-character True Words rune is said to be the foundation of all talismans. Once mastered, it grants unparalleled powers, allowing for the arrangement and combination that can evolve into the sealing methods of all talismans in the world. What an astonishing find! The Taoist 9-character True Words? This is not the kind of text that future generations will casually read. It embodies the true essence of ancient script. If one can fully comprehend it, each character equates to a divine power, a mystical talisman. This is indeed a remarkable fortune. Lu Chen recalls the extraordinary accounts left in the Master's study, which mentioned that 500 years ago, the Hengjiang River experienced a catastrophic flood that submerged the mountains. A great being came from the East Sea to control the waters and rescue the suffering populace. They even left behind a monument to pacify the waters, ensuring peace for the region's rivers. Little did he expect that this legend was indeed true. The monument lies beneath the waters of the Hengjiang. Had Lu Chen not sought to help the fisherman by retrieving his body for liberation, he might never have encountered this monument. It can be said that good intentions are often rewarded. The 9-character mantra is extraordinarily profound, and upon returning, he must ponder it deeply. Lu Chen nodded subtly and then bowed respectfully before the stone tablet. The great being from years past waved to calm the river and saved countless lives. leaving behind this monument to pacify the waters for many years. The Hengjiang has not faced a flood in 5 centuries, which is certainly deserving of admiration. In truth, this stone tablet, inscribed with 9 characters, should be regarded as a top-tier treasure. However, it is regrettable that with Lu Chen's current abilities, he cannot take it. Even if he could, he would not dare to do so. After all, this monument suppresses the waterways of Sichuan, akin to the stabilizing needle of the sea. Should it be disturbed, calamity would surely follow. He does not wish to emulate Sun Wukong, who, for personal gain, disrupted the very foundations, causing disasters that would inevitably claim the lives of many innocents, leaving him to bear the consequences. Having completed this, Lu Chen did not linger. His powers are limited, and he cannot remain submerged for long, so he promptly rose to continue his search for the fisherman's remains. Before long, he finally discovered the fisherman's skeletal remains entangled among the ropes of a sunken boat. Time had rendered the bones fragmented, with only a darkened skull remaining. Its eye sockets filled with coalescing malevolent energy, nearly solidifying into a tangible entity. If left unchecked, within a decade, this entity would become a formidable malevolence. In a place filled with hatred, hell surrounds. Why suffer such despair? Come with me. Lu Chen sighed softly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a surge of power lifted the skull towards the surface. You, who have drowned in these waters, though it is fate that has led to your demise. Since I have come this far, I shall ensure your remains find peace. As he spoke, he extended his hand again, and the remains of the ordinary drowned were also drawn up, rising to the surface. At this moment, the people on the shore were gazing expectantly at the river, awaiting the return of the immortal master. To their astonishment, a blackened skull emerged, causing their faces to pale in terror. Following that, more and more white bones began to float up. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed dozens of them. Fear not, for these bones are merely the remains of those who have perished in the river over the years. The skull belongs to a fisherman who met a tragic end, consumed by fish and shrimp, tainted by malevolent energy, thus transforming into a river demon. Lu Chen swiftly emerged from the water and offered a concise explanation. Regarding the origins of the river demon's manifestation, he concealed nothing. So that's how it was. After hearing the tale, the elderly village chief, Old Wang, wore an expression of profound sorrow. I knew that man. He was a distant cousin of mine. I had heard rumors of his misfortune back then, but without concrete evidence. What could we impoverished folk do to seek justice for him? Oh, Lu Chen hadn't expected Old Wang to be related to the fisherman. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, what became of the wealthy merchant and the songstress in the end? Both perished, Old Wang sighed. Not long after my cousin drowned. The merchant grew weary of the songstress and cast her out. With nowhere to turn, consumed by shame and unwilling to rest beside my cousin beneath these waters, she threw herself into a well. Within a few years, the merchant's fortunes crumbled, and he too met his demise far from home, a wretched end. All dead? Lu Chen nodded solemnly. A fitting retribution, it seems. He then instructed the fisherman to retrieve the scattered bones from the river and gather them upon the dock. Stepping forward, he summoned sacred flames with his magic, reducing the remains to ashes. As dust returns to dust and earth to earth, let the past grievances, the karmic debts of virtue and vice, be judged by the underworld. May you all find peace in the afterlife. With these words, he murmured an incantation for the departed, guiding their restless souls. Wisps of blue smoke spiraled upward, and within the flickering flames and haze, the faint silhouette of a fisherman could be seen kneeling in gratitude before drifting into the distance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for guiding lost souls to rest. You have gained 1 merit. Note 1. Li Bu Xingsu references an allegory from Zibuyu, what the master would not discuss, in which a deceased man, believing his virtuous life had gone unrewarded, petitions the gods for justice. Li, the deity of righteousness, and Su, the arbiter of fate, engage in a contest of wine to settle the dispute. The Jade Emperor bestows 10 cups, Su drinks 7, thus proving fate outweighs justice. Yet heaven leaves a sliver of hope, preserving 3 parts of righteousness in the hearts of men. Chapter 019. The 9-character mantra rune as Lu Chen performed the rite of passage for the fisherman's remains. A wisp of pale golden merit energy ascended amidst the sparse blue smoke, transforming into a golden thread that entwined around his fingertips. Merit? This was an unexpected delight. Lu Chen felt a flicker of joy. In the realms of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, the concept of merit is universally acknowledged. Merit embodies virtuous deeds, while virtue signifies a benevolent heart. The unity of heart and action constitutes merit. This is a reward bestowed by the heavenly path upon beings of moral integrity and good intentions, elusive and ineffable. However, the acquisition of merit brings numerous benefits. It can ward off evil, protect the bearer, and improve one's fortunes. Should one accumulate sufficient merit, it may even shield against misfortune and calamity, potentially leading to sanctity and enlightenment, the ultimate realization. Thus, the accumulation of merit is certainly advantageous. A modicum of merit can only be deemed slightly better than none. Nevertheless, it serves as a means to enhance oneself, allowing one to engage in virtuous acts with abandon in the future. Lu Chen nodded appreciatively. His journey to Linjiang town had yielded substantial rewards. Experience was secondary. The primary treasure was the 9-character mantra rune, which eclipsed countless mystical techniques. At this moment, he yearned to find a quiet place to contemplate its significance. Great Master, your efforts in vanquishing the demons and guiding the restless souls have earned you immeasurable merit. We have prepared a celebratory feast and humbly request your presence, so we may express our gratitude, spoke the village head, Wang Lao, once again. The townsfolk eagerly approached, their enthusiasm palpable. Lu Chen found it difficult to rebuff their heartfelt invitation. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "As you all have shown such kindness, I shall not decline." He then accompanied the villagers to the finest tavern in town. With the river demon vanquished, the people of Linjiang town were filled with joy, and the atmosphere was vibrant with song and dance. After sharing in the festivities and consuming several cups of rice wine, Lu Chen excused himself, citing fatigue from the exertion of his powers, and requested that the village head arrange a private room for him to rest. In the tavern's grand hall, the townsfolk animatedly recounted Lu Chen's heroic deeds against the demon, showering him with praise and admiration. However, among the crowd, a man with a cold gaze directed his attention towards the upper floor. I never imagined this fellow could cultivate such formidable righteous sword energy. No wonder Lu Chen perished at his hands. This man was Yang Qi, who had crossed paths with Lu Chen previously. Yet, as Yang Qi turned towards the beautiful maiden nearby, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as the shadow seemed to come alive, coiling around the woman and instantly controlling her form, her face now exuding a bewitching allure. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber upstairs, Lu Chen opened his system interface, reviewing his recent gains. Having slain only a single river demon, the experience gained was modest, merely 1,000 points. Barely enough to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet, he refrained from doing so. As one who had achieved heavenly Dao foundation establishment, his spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the same level, tenfold, at the very least. For now, the potency of his early-stage foundation establishment cultivation already eclipsed that of many late-stage or even peak-level practitioners. There was no urgent need to enhance his spiritual reserves. Experience points ought to be invested wisely, first and foremost in bolstering his combat prowess. Only then could he amass greater experience, allowing him to surge through levels in one swift motion when the time came. Though the noble sword Qi was formidable, the experience required for its advancement was exorbitant, better left untouched for now. Instead, he turned his attention to the 9-word mantra seals. Mastering even a single one would grant him a tremendous leap in strength. Strictly speaking, these 9-word mantra seals were not mere skills. Yet, the system had automatically recorded them, permitting their comprehension and mastery through the expenditure of experience points. Now, the 9-word mantra seals materialized before him as a translucent scroll. Each of the 9 radiant ancient characters swirling like celestial bodies: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Jin, Lai, Qian, Xing. Each seal possessed its own profound mysteries. Mastery would unlock corresponding divine abilities and talismanic arts. Lu Chen immediately selected the first seal, Lin. Consume 1,000 experience points to initiate preliminary deduction of the 9-word mantra, Lin character seal. 1,000 experience points merely for an initial deduction? Rather steep. Shaking his head, Lu Chen clicked confirm without hesitation. As the experience points vanished, the Lin character on the scroll flared brilliantly, dissolving into a streak of golden light that merged into his body. Instantly, knowledge of this ancient mantra flooded his mind. 9-word mantra, Lin character seal, symbolizing stability of body and mind, unwavering in peril, unshaken in purpose, and fortitude of physique. Gained Lin seal blessing, physique and vitality enhanced 1. Acquired Lin seal talismans, tranquil mind talisman, immobilization talisman, golden body talisman, Herculean strength talisman. Lin seal divine ability, celestial descent, locked, Requires advanced deduction for full mastery of the Lin character seal. A surge of golden energy coursed through Lu Chen's veins, nourishing and strengthening his body. His blood grew purer, his physique more robust. Dozens of talismanic techniques surfaced in his consciousness as though innate. With but a thought, he could channel his spiritual energy to manifest them instantly. No rituals, no consecrations, no tedious preparations required. Unlike conventional Taoist talismans, which demanded fasting, purification, and meticulous rites before activation, his newfound abilities were ready at will. Therefore, the process of manufacturing is exceedingly intricate, necessitating prior preparation to be effective in combat. Lu Chen, having direct control over the essence of the true word talisman itself, thus grasped the fundamental principles governing these incantations. Consequently, by merely channeling his magical energy to inscribe and delineate it, he can instantaneously materialize it for immediate use. To outsiders, this appears as if he is conjuring symbols from thin air, a hallmark of a master of the talisman arts. Splendid! With this true word talisman of Lin, I have effectively acquired a plethora of minor spells, significantly augmenting both my combat techniques and overall strength. Lu Chen was immensely satisfied. The expenditure of 1,000 experience points was exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, the potential of the 9-character true word talismans exceeded his expectations. This was merely a preliminary grasp of one true word talisman, yet it yielded such abundant benefits. Should he fully master the Lin character talisman, he could learn a remarkably powerful divine ability, Divine Descent, which sounds utterly formidable. Given time, should he gain control over all 9-character true word talismans, the enhancements could be even more astonishing. Of course, such developments are still a distant prospect. Attaining complete mastery over just one Lin character will likely require an extensive expenditure of experience points. He can only hope to enhance his skills when he has ample resources at hand. The experience points remain insufficient. They are far too scarce. Slaying a single foundational realm demon only yields 1,000 experience points, which is hardly adequate. Lu Chen sighed. Despite the system's prowess, the lack of experience points is a significant hindrance. He yearned to seek out a demon lair to engage in a raucous battle. Just as he entertained this thought, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and the door creaked open. In the moonlight, a graceful figure swayed into view, leaning against the doorway. The gossamer fabric danced lightly. Her alabaster arms glimmered like jade, and her enchanting silhouette, serpentine in its elegance, coupled with her beguiling gaze, left one feeling somewhat flustered. Master, are you still awake? Chapter 020. You deserve death. Lu Chen observed the alluring woman at his doorway and couldn't help but nod slightly. Her figure was indeed exquisite. However, the thought merely flickered through his mind before vanishing. While he appreciated beauty, he was no fool who would lose all reason at the sight of a pretty face. He vaguely recalled seeing this woman earlier, likely the granddaughter of village chief Wang, named Wang Rong. She had been the picture of youthful grace, dignified and gentle. Nothing like the wanton seductress before him now. Something is amiss. His guard rose instantly, though his expression remained unreadable. Ah, Miss Wang, he said evenly. What brings you here so late at night? Immortal Master, your divine prowess today saved our people from calamity. This humble maiden is in awe and wishes to offer her unworthy self to accompany you through the long night. With delicate steps, she glided into the room, her fingers loosening the sash of her robe to reveal smooth, flawless skin. Is that so? Lu Chen smiled. Since the lady is so generous, how could I refuse? Without hesitation, he stepped forward and seized her wrist. His boldness caught her off guard. Immortal Master. There is no need to rush. Time is precious on a night like this, he replied, his grip tightening abruptly as he yanked her toward him. At the same moment, a surge of righteous energy erupted from his palm. Wang Rong shrieked as if scorched by flames, her body convulsing violently. Behind her, her shadow writhed unnaturally, detaching from her form. Come out. Lu Chen's eyes flashed like lightning as he pulled harder, his foot slamming down to pin the shadow in place. A tearing sound echoed through the room, like fabric being ripped apart. Wang Rong collapsed limply by the bed, unconscious as if her soul had fled. Meanwhile, the shadow beneath Lu Chen's foot twisted and thrashed, its form contorting into the shape of a grotesque black spider. Filth! Daring to deceive me with a borrowed skin. Thinking you could disrupt my cultivation? Pathetic. With a cold laugh, Lu Chen raised his hand and unleashed a blade of swordlight. Boom. The floor shattered beneath the force. The shadow screeched as it twisted apart, black blood oozing visibly before dissolving into a wisp of dark smoke that fled toward the door. Escape? Lu Chen lunged after it, his sword flashing once more to obliterate the fleeing darkness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain the shadow-binding parasite. Experience 100. Experience? A pleasant surprise indeed. But just then, a putrid stench assaulted his senses. Pushing the door open, Lu Chen found the inn transformed. The once lively hall now reeked of decay. Its celebratory atmosphere replaced by eerie silence. The villagers who had gathered for the feast stood motionless, their eyes vacant, limbs jerking unnaturally as they shuffled forward, like corpses. Their guttural moans filled the air as they surged toward the upstairs corridor. Beneath their feet, the shadows morphed into grotesque spider-like monstrosities, writhing and dancing in chaos, dragging the bodies of the people as if they were mere marionettes. This was a method of possession, capable of controlling so many individuals simultaneously, truly formidable magic. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's expression turned frigid. The perpetrators' methods were insidious and malicious. First, they lured him with beauty to unsettle his mind, then employed manipulation to ensnare these innocent citizens into a fray. These individuals were not akin to blood corpses. They were merely temporarily controlled, still alive. If he were to strike them down, it would be tantamount to indiscriminate slaughter, tarnishing his noble spirit and tainting his sword heart. Yet, to show mercy was equally fraught with peril, for handling so many puppets was no easy task. This was a direct assault aimed at him. Lu Chen comprehended this in his heart. However, he pondered, as one who typically operated discreetly and bore no grudges, who could possibly be behind this? The thought of insect-like curses flickered through his mind. Could it be the Blood Soul sect? While he contemplated, Lu Chen's actions did not falter. With a wave of his hand, a surge of magical energy erupted forth, akin to a raging torrent, instantly sending several fishermen hurtling away. The golden light of his magical fingertips shimmered, resembling the tip of a wolf-hair brush, as he deftly inscribed the incantation of the Ling character, transforming it into a talisman. Bind. His fingers deftly pointed, and the figures of the fishermen suddenly froze in place, ensnared by the immobilization talisman. Yet, the dark spider shadows beneath them continued to thrash wildly, striving to break free. But Lu Chen would not grant them the opportunity. He unleashed a torrent of sword energy that blazed with righteousness, annihilating them in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exterminating the binding shadow insect, gaining experience 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exterminating the binding shadow insect, gaining experience 100. The system notifications rang incessantly, as Lu Chen simultaneously controlled the citizens and vanquished the insects beneath them. He swiftly accumulated 1,000 points of experience. Such an opportunity delivered to him on a silver platter was not one he would refuse. Observing Lu Chen ruthlessly dispatching the insects, those ensnared puppets were utterly powerless against him. In the shadows, Yang Qi could no longer contain himself. Bloodlight coalesced in his palm, transforming into a raging inferno, his hand resembling a searing iron brand. He glided seamlessly into the crowd, seizing the chaos to draw closer to Lu Chen. Suddenly, he struck with the blood fiend palm. The bloodlight surged violently, akin to a venomous serpent, launching an abrupt assault. This strike, charged with lethal intent, was imbued with the deadly poison of the blood fiend. Should it land, it would surely leave its victim grievously injured, if not dead. At last, you can no longer restrain yourself? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. As this palm was unleashed, Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated it. A surge of golden light erupted from his being. Activating the golden body talisman, his entire form was enveloped in magical power, akin to donning a gilded suit of armor. The blood fiend palm crashed against him, producing an ancient resonant sound, yet it could not budge him in the slightest. Instead, the figure cloaked in black was jostled by the force of the golden body talisman, causing his arm to go numb and his stance to waver. Simultaneously, Lu Chen pivoted, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the minds of all present. Radiant sword light erupted from his sleeves, blindingly piercing the air, as flying swords surged forth to engage. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. Under the baptism of sword light, a figure was propelled backward, their magical disguise torn asunder, revealing their true visage. It was none other than Yang Qi. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen could not help but chuckle. Yang, my senior brother, it truly is you. Since we descended the mountain, you have shadowed me, demonstrating remarkable patience to strike only now. How did you uncover my presence? Yang Qi came to a halt, his pupils narrowing. You approached me under the pretense of selling military rations, intending to leave a magical mark upon me. Did you not? I am a cautious individual, and thus I have remembered your aura. I never anticipated that it would indeed draw you out. If I am not mistaken, You have aligned yourself with the Blood Soul sect, much like Lu Chen, correct? As Lu Chen spoke, his gaze sharpened with intensity. As a disciple of Mount Shu, to ally oneself with demonic forces, practicing dark sorcery for personal gain, manipulating innocent lives, and siphoning their vitality and lifespan, all while seeking to undermine my cultivation. Such transgressions are worthy of death. With these words, Lu Chen's sword, like a bolt of lightning, surged forth from behind him. A tempest of wind and thunder, poised to strike with ferocity. Chapter 021. Casting a long line to catch big fish when one is capable of action. There is no need for idle chatter. Lu Chen has always adhered to this principle. As soon as he spotted Yang Qi and confirmed his identity, he did not hesitate and immediately struck, delivering a swift sword strike. Since the opponent had allied with the Blood Soul sect, they had become sworn enemies. There was no need for courtesy when such an opportunity presented itself. With a single stroke, the sword transformed into 3 luminous arcs. The sword light diverged and swept through the air, enveloping the area where Yang Qi stood. Humph! Even if you have mastered the Howren Sword Qi, you are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How can you contend with me? As Lu Chen launched his attack, a flash of anger flickered in Yang Qi's eyes. After all, he was a distinguished member of the inner sect of Mount Shu, having reached the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage. Naturally, he would not be intimidated. Now that his identity was exposed, he no longer needed to conceal his strength and unleashed his full power. A crisp sound echoed as a dark sword light shot forth from Yang Qi's sleeve, resembling a venomous dragon, blocking the 3 arcs of sword light. It was a peculiar magic sword, measuring over 13 feet in length. Its entire body was pitch black. Resembling a human spine, segment after segment, it appeared both sword-like and whip-like, with sharp edges. As it swung, a surge of blood energy erupted, accompanied by the wails of malevolent spirits. It seemed as if vengeful souls were entwined within it, unleashing a chilling aura that could freeze a person's blood. What a ferocious magic sword! It was forged from the spines of living beings. No wonder it exuded such a fierce malevolence. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Although Yang Qi's swordsmanship was rather ordinary, barely reaching the peak level of flying sword techniques, the Blood Soul's secret methods within his magical energy could erode one's own. Coupled with the sword's malevolent nature, it was a treacherous magical treasure that emitted a grim aura, rendering opponents stiff and numb, making it difficult to resist. In contrast, Lu Chen's flying sword was merely a standard model, its quality questionable. During their clash, it nearly broke. This flying sword is utterly inferior. I always suffer due to my weapon. I must seek an opportunity to acquire a truly exceptional flying sword. While pondering these thoughts, Lu Chen's movements remained unhesitant. The Howren Sword Qi surged forth, infusing his flying sword with pure energy, radiating golden light. As he wielded it, it resembled a tempest of fire and thunder, specifically designed to counter that malevolent aura. With a resounding boom, the 2 sword lights collided, sending ripples through the magical energy, causing the entire tavern to nearly split in 2. Amidst the explosion of sword light, Yang Qi was sent flying, his robe shredded and his arms charred black, as if scorched by flames. Damn it! This Howren Sword Qi is too domineering. Yang Qi seethed with rage. He had initially believed that, due to his superior cultivation level, defeating Lu Chen would be a certainty. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lu Chen's magical energy was not in the slightest inferior to his own, perhaps even more profound and vigorous. Combined with the overwhelming nature of the Howren Sword Qi, this direct confrontation had resulted in a significant setback for him. I never imagined that you, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, would possess such formidable magical energy. You are indeed a true foundation establishment. A mixture of astonishment and envy flickered in Yang Qi's eyes. Lu Chen, I must admit, you are indeed a prodigy. Given time to mature, you would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. But alas, you should not have meddled in the affairs of our Blood Soul sect. Today, you shall meet your end here. As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Yang Qi's eyes. Bold words for a man on the brink of death. Let us see how you make me fall. Lu Chen retorted with disdain. With a sweep of his hand, another river of sword energy surged across the sky. Master, lend me your strength. At the critical moment, Yang Qi roared. The shadow behind him suddenly rose, transforming into a colossal demonic figure with outstretched wings. In an instant, darkness engulfed the entire tavern. Blood Demon Avatar. The surrounding commoners collapsed, their bodies withering and decaying at a visible rate as their life essence was forcibly drained, converging into Yang Qi. A crimson radiance erupted into the heavens. Yang Qi's aura surged violently, his spiritual power multiplying several times over. His presence grew overwhelmingly sinister, veins bulged beneath his skin like coiling serpents, his visage now resembling a demonic fiend. With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered Lu Chen's sword energy. To force me to summon my Master's power, you should consider yourself honored. Master? What nonsense is this? Does this bastard have some protagonist-esque luck, carrying an old ghost in his shadow? Lu Chen frowned, sensing the dire turn of events. He hadn't anticipated Yang Qi possessing such a trump card, a grave oversight. However, though Yang Qi's power had surged, it was only a temporary boost fueled by stolen life essence. He had not transcended the limits of the Foundation establishment realm. This was not an insurmountable threat. Monster, for your selfish gain, you disregard innocent lives. Do you not fear divine retribution? Huh, what divine retribution? Mere ants, these mortals. Once I slay you, I'll report to Mount Shu that you were the one who lusted after a maiden, raped her, and in your shameful rage, slaughtered the entire town of Linjiang. If there's any retribution, it'll fall upon your head. Yang Qi cackled madly. With a sudden lunge, his demonic wings split the air as his sword howled forth. The battlefield was instantly filled with eerie winds and spectral wails. Every slash summoned vengeful spirits entwined with blood energy, corroding spiritual power and unsettling the mind. Righteous Qi. Shield my form. No evil shall taint, no magic shall erode. Lu Chen, not daring to underestimate the assault, channeled the righteous energy within him. Enveloping his body in a radiant glow, pure sword light coalesced around him, repelling the bloodied specters. Then, with a forceful tremor, golden light erupted from his body. The ancient rune of Lin manifested, imprinting itself upon his flying sword. A deafening explosion of golden radiance merged with his righteous sword energy, forming a terrifying blade of light spanning dozens of feet. Crack! Yang Qi's obsidian bone, sword shattered instantly. The demonic wings behind him were torn asunder, the shadowy form dispersing. Blood spewed from Yang Qi's mouth as his body crumpled like a deflated sack, sent flying backward. Impossible. How could you possibly break my blood magic body? He exclaimed in terror, utterly perplexed by the terrifying might of Lu Chen's vast sword energy. Unaware of the true power of the Lin character's mystical runes. Naturally, Lu Chen had no intention of enlightening him. Taking advantage of his weakness, he struck with lethal intent. With a single stroke, he shattered his opponent's malevolent form, then swiftly propelled himself forward, grasping the hilt of his flying sword. Suspended in midair like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Beneath the obliterating sword light, the very area where Yang Qi had stood was reduced to mere dust. Yet, Lu Chen did not receive any notification from the system indicating a kill. In that fleeting moment when the sword descended, Yang Qi's body erupted into a mist of crimson, transforming into a swarm of blood bats that flitted out of the tavern. Damn it! These Blood Soul sect fiends may lack in combat prowess, but their escape skills are formidable. Lu Chen shook his head. However, do you truly believe you can evade me? As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a pale golden talisman that appeared in his palm, marked with a red dot, moving steadily toward the southwest. During their previous encounter, Lu Chen had preemptively inscribed a tracking seal upon his foe, ensuring that, as long as he activated the talisman, he would be aware of Yang Qi's whereabouts, no matter how far he fled. He intended to cast his line long and reel in a grand catch. Chapter 022, Remnants of the Demon Sect Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the task, Remnants of the Demon Sect, Part 1. Track down the escaped Yang Qi, locate the contact point of the Blood Soul Sect remnants, and capture them all. Upon completion of the task, generous rewards shall be bestowed, with a possibility of triggering the second stage of the mission. As he gazed at the task details displayed on the system panel, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Just amidst the battle, he had received the system's notification. Thus, the sword strike he had just executed was deliberately restrained. He had held back 3 parts of his strength, sparing Yang Qi's life to grant him an opportunity to employ his secret techniques and flee. This would allow Lu Chen to follow the trail and pursue the task. The rewards from the system's missions were exceedingly generous, far more advantageous than merely slaying Yang Qi. Considering Yang Qi's injuries, his escape speed would not be swift. It would be prudent to let him flee for a while before commencing the pursuit. Additionally, the shadow looming behind Yang Qi was undoubtedly peculiar and required cautious handling. Lost in thought, Lu Chen rose to his feet and promptly opened the system panel. Having just slain the shadow-binding goo, he had amassed over 1,000 experience points, which were perfectly timed for enhancing his cultivation to prepare for the impending battles. Ding. Consuming 1,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your cultivation level has risen to the mid-foundation stage. Meanwhile, in the mountains west of Linjiang town, a streak of blood-red light descended from the sky, and bats fluttered about, ultimately coalescing into the form of Yang Qi. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, his clothing tattered and soaked in blood. Devoid of the previous grace and composure, he limped as he walked, his breath weak, as though he might not draw another breath. Lu Chen's sword had been overwhelmingly forceful, nearly piercing his dantian, and his internal organs had sustained severe damage. Without timely treatment, he would likely not survive the night. "Master, save me," Yang Qi murmured. In the next instant, the shadow behind him stirred, transforming into a vague silhouette. Worthless creature, unable to handle even a mere foundational stage novice. "It is a disgrace to my teachings." The shadow's voice was hoarse, evidently altered by magical means, rendering it indistinguishable in age or gender. "I'm sorry, Master. Enough. Speaking of this now is futile. My identity is sensitive. I cannot act recklessly, for exposure could jeopardize the sect's grand plans." Although the shadow expressed discontent, it seemed unwilling to abandon Yang Qi just yet. This ignited a flicker of hope within Yang Qi, prompting him to ask, "What should I do next?" "First, head to the contact point and seek assistance from the Iron Crown Taoist. This Lu Chen presents too many variables. He must not be allowed to return alive to Mount Shu." "Understood. I shall go at once." As he spoke, Yang Qi hastily swallowed a pill to stabilize his injuries and continued deeper into the forest. Approximately half a stick of incense later, he halted before a dilapidated Taoist temple. He knocked on the door, 3 long and 2 short taps. Before long, the door creaked open slightly, and someone peered out cautiously. Upon seeing Yang Qi, they momentarily froze in surprise. "Yang Qi, what brings you here?" "If the people of Shushan discover..." "Enough of the nonsense. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Iron Crown Taoist. Take me there immediately." At the Lingjiang restaurant, after Lu Chen broke through, his internal magical power surged, more than doubling in strength. Generally, a foundation-building cultivator, upon advancing from the early to the late stage, can only augment their power by less than 30%. Those with a solid foundation, however, often experience greater enhancements, potentially exceeding 50%. A cultivator like Lu Chen, who embodies the heavenly Tao, is even more formidable as they witness their power directly double. This is a feat beyond the imagination of others. The terror of the heavenly Tao lies in the fact that with a solid foundation, each subsequent breakthrough yields gains that are multiple times that of ordinary practitioners. The higher one ascends, the more terrifying the cumulative effects become. Indeed, with my current magical prowess, coupled with various techniques, I could effortlessly deal with 3 to 5 foundation-building cultivators. Even if I were to encounter a master of the crystallization realm, I could hold my own in a direct confrontation. While victory is not guaranteed, I could at least ensure my safe retreat. Lu Chen brimmed with confidence. After all, this area still falls within the sphere of Shushan's influence, and the Blood Soul sect could not possibly infiltrate with too many experts without drawing the attention of Shushan's higher-ups. Thus, as long as no crystallization-level adversaries appeared, Lu Chen was certain he could single-handedly capture Yang Qi and his associates. The time was drawing near. Observing the light points on the talisman in his palm come to a halt, Lu Chen understood it was time to gather his net. He rose to his feet. At that moment, some of the unconscious townsfolk began to stir. Upon seeing the scattered corpses around them, their faces turned ashen. "Immortal Master, what has transpired here?" The elder Wang, having succumbed to exhaustion shortly after being controlled by the binding shadow Gu, had escaped this calamity, with the malevolent cultivators causing chaos. "This day's events were indeed instigated by me, and you have suffered innocently. But fear not. I shall slay this villain and avenge our kin." Lu Chen spoke earnestly. Yang Qi had come for him, and these townspeople had perished due to his actions. Hence, he felt a pang of guilt within. Regardless, he was determined to capture Yang Qi and his accomplices. This was not only for the sake of merit and experience, but also to find peace of mind. "Please tend to the injured and account for the deceased. Once I have dealt with that wicked cultivator, I shall return personally to offer them a proper send-off." With that, he lingered no longer, soaring into the air, his magical power surging forth as his flying sword unsheathed at his command, and he glided into the skies. Approximately half a stick of incense later, Lu Chen leapt over mountains and rivers, reaching the outskirts of the Shushan region. He then halted at a desolate hillside, where a dilapidated Taoist temple nestled on the slope. The red dot of magical power marking Yang Qi indicated he was lingering here. In the Sichuan region, Shushan holds the utmost respect, Yet among the common folk, other temples and Taoist establishments still exist, albeit with dwindling offerings. After all, when encountering supernatural or eerie phenomena, people are more inclined to seek help from the Shu Mountain sect. Only matters like praying for love or wealth would lead them to burn incense elsewhere. Lu Chen gazed at the dilapidated Taoist temple before him and couldn't help but shake his head. Admittedly, these remnants of the Blood Soul sect were quite cunning, using the temple as a cover, as long as no major incidents occurred. Disciples of Shu Mountain generally would patrol such places, avoiding sectarian disputes and preventing other Taoist factions from perceiving Shu Mountain as domineering. As always, he would first scout the situation inside. Lost in thought, Lu Chen channeled his spiritual energy, weaving a straw figure in his palm. Unlike before, however, he did not activate and toss it out immediately. Instead, he infused it with the tracking talisman, triggering the mark on Yang Qi. A flash of light later, the straw figure's eyes flickered open, projecting a golden beam that transmitted the scene within. 8 individuals in total, 5 of them mere chi-refining cultivators, insignificant. The remaining 3 had reached foundation establishment. Aside from Yang Qi, there was an elderly and a young Taoist priest. Yang Qi was severely injured. No longer a threat. That left only 2 foundation establishment cultivators, along with those chi-refining minions, hardly a problem. With this in mind, Lu Chen rose, taking advantage of the lingering darkness to infiltrate the temple. Moving swiftly through the front courtyard and central hall, he soon arrived at the rear compound. Pinpointing Yang Qi's location, just as he prepared to strike, the sharp resonance of swords suddenly rang out. Torchlight flared abruptly around him. 5 temple disciples, wielding enchanted blades and bronze bells, had silently surrounded him in the corridor. At the same moment, a door creaked open. Yang Qi and the 2 Taoist priests emerged, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Chapter 023, The Yin-Yang Mother-Son Sword. Lu Chen, I never expected you to dare to pursue me. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your tactics? Amidst the flickering flames, Yang Qi stepped forward with an icy demeanor. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped, instantly annihilating the tracking talisman on his shoulder. With his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to detect the pursuit. It was likely that the individual behind him had noticed the traces of tracking, but chose not to destroy them directly. Instead, they used it as bait, cleverly leading Lu Chen to this location to set a deadly trap. Did I fall for it? Lu Chen furrowed his brows at the sight. This Yang Qi was indeed more cunning than he had anticipated, and the person behind him was even more inscrutable. Yet, he did not panic excessively. After all, these so-called schemes ultimately had to be resolved through strength. Lu Chen was confident in his current power. It remained uncertain who among these individuals would be the prey. You are fully aware that I am tracking you, yet you dare to come here. Do you not fear that I might report to the sect and summon the might of Mount Shu to capture you all? There is no time. If you report to Mount Shu, I will receive the news in due course, and by then, I will have long escaped the vicinity of Mount Shu. Yang Qi instinctively replied, but quickly realized he had misspoken. His gaze sharpened, and he gritted his teeth, commanding, strike directly and kill him. As his words echoed, 5 Yin Taoists were the first to act. They summoned their powers, and the ground beneath their feet shimmered with the glow of formations. With a clang, 5 blood corpses flew forth from the courtyard. All were tall and robust, wrapped in bandages and talismans, moving like the wind, their bodies colliding with a resonant clang of metal. These were indeed fully formed iron corpses. Their combat prowess was comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. Lu Chen, you pride yourself on your profound powers, yet you are merely a foundational cultivator. These 5 iron corpses were specifically prepared for you. Yang Qi sneered coldly. As he spoke, the 5 iron corpses lunged toward him. The atmosphere instantly thickened with a foul wind, a menacing aura overwhelming the space. There were several loud thuds as the iron corpses crashed into Lu Chen, as if colliding with an immovable mountain, surrounded by a luminous aura of power. Lu Chen stood resolute, his golden body shielded, unyielding as a mountain. Do these mere beasts think they can kill me? Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, his body shook violently, and the golden light of his power erupted like tangible ripples, surging forth. The 5 iron corpses were sent flying, their arms shattered in unison. The iron corpses, impervious to blades and spears, were directly crushed by the force of his power. An opportunity for experience has presented itself. I shall graciously accept. As he spoke, Lu Chen stepped forward, resembling a towering mountain pressing onward. His surging vitality combined with his magical energy, under the dual enhancement of the Golden Body Talisman and Divine Power Talisman, transformed him into a Vajra warrior, instantly obliterating 1 iron corpse into smithereens. In quick succession, he stomped down on another iron corpse. With a resounding bang, its head burst apart like a ripe watermelon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an iron corpse. Gaining 500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the iron corpse and acquiring the iron cloth, with an experience gain of 500. This iron corpse is not a true foundation establishment cultivator, hence the experience points were somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, an unexpected skill has emerged, which is indeed a commendable reward. At this moment, Lu Chen could not afford to pause and inspect. After instantly obliterating 2 iron corpses, he pressed forward with relentless force, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light that subsequently pinned another iron corpse to the ground. How could this be? His magical power seemed to have intensified once more. This is impossible. Or has he not been exerting his full strength previously? In the distance, Yang Qi's face changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you all hesitating for? Let us attack together. We cannot allow him to escape alive. Kill." The 5 individuals in the corridor, witnessing Lu Chen's ferocity, were all taken aback. They simultaneously brandished their magical swords, their feet activating a formation that shimmered with light, seemingly executing a combined attack. The swords in their hands transformed into the 5 elemental sword energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, converging upon him. It turned out to be the 5-element sword technique. Observing this, Lu Chen felt no fear. The 5-element sword technique, though somewhat renowned, merely incorporated the power of the 5 elements into swordsmanship, aligning with the principles of their mutual generation and restriction, thus wielding great power. However, it was evident that these 5 had only grasped the slightest essence of it. Each could only cultivate 1 sword and then coordinate into a formation, which naturally diminished its potency. Had all 5 of them been foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Chen might have had to tread carefully. Yet, as they were merely at the Qi refinement stage, the disparity in magical power was far too significant. Lu Chen would not regard them as a threat. Seeking death, the sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, surging forth with tumultuous force. A tremendous roar echoed as 5 beams of sword light were instantaneously extinguished. Blood splattered as the 5 Taoists simultaneously screamed in agony, having had their throats severed by a single sword strike. Another 500 experience points acquired. Lu Chen's sword spun in his grasp, blood dripping as if he were a god of slaughter incarnate forced to reign in his vital energy. Lu Chen swiftly protected his form. Meanwhile, his foot surged with magical power as he ascended, seeking to escape the encroaching inferno. Just then, a chilling sword of malevolence pierced through the air, striking from an oddly treacherous angle, swift as lightning, aimed directly at his brow. This sinister blade, imbued with an icy malevolence, was adept at breaking through protective barriers. In an instant, the magical defenses enveloping Lu Chen's body were torn asunder, sending a wave of frigid pain coursing through his forehead. Should this sword find its mark, his mind would be instantaneously pierced and frozen, sealing his fate in death. The synergy between the master and disciple was truly formidable. Any other foundational cultivator would find themselves utterly defenseless. Yet, to take my life is still a far cry from achievable. In the face of life and death, Lu Chen remained composed. The jade-green lotus from his Dantian soared forth, resembling a precious seal, swirling above his head and radiating a cool, luminous aura that extinguished the surrounding flames. Simultaneously, a beam of light emerged, encasing the chilling sword, akin to sulfuric acid, melting and corroding it away entirely. Chapter 024. The Great River Sword Intent in the depths of the weak waters, where 3,000 streams converge. A feather does not float, and duckweed sinks. All that falls into the weak waters shall be refined into nothingness. Hence, it is also known as the Yellow Springs. For it allows one to forget the past and the future, cleansing the spirit and memory. This emerald jade lotus flourishes within the weak waters. Thus, the light of the blue lotus possesses the vitality of life, yet has the power to extinguish and refine all. The extreme Yin sword was corroded and melted, causing the swordplay of the 2 Taoists to lose considerable potency. The yin and yang, like branches of the same root, resonated with each other. When the mother loses the son, chaos ensues. Die. Lu Chen seized this opportunity. The blue lotus above him blossomed forth, its 8 petals unfurling and swirling into 8 streams of azure sword light, coiling and constricting. With a swift slash, the sword light darted forth, decapitating the younger Taoist whose cultivation was weaker. He had been focused on commanding his child sword for an ambush, unprepared for an attack, and upon witnessing his sword melt, He fell into disarray, resulting in his demise by Lu Chen's blade. The elder Taoist with the iron crown fared little better. As the azure sword light spiraled around him, it severed the massive sword in his grasp, and one of his arms was reduced to a mist of blood. Witnessing Lu Chen's formidable prowess, fear took root in the iron crown Taoist's heart. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed arm, he disregarded Yang Qi, twisting his body to transform into a wisp of yellow smoke, burrowing underground in a bid to escape. Earth escape? You shall not elude the fruits of my labor. As he spoke, Lu Chen stomped the ground fiercely, sending a sword aura piercing into the earth. The ground trembled, upheaving as a surge of sword energy erupted from below, sending shards of stone flying and blood splattering. The iron-crowned Taoist was hurled from the earth, a gaping hole punctured through his chest by the sword energy. As he screeched in agony, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the iron-crowned Taoist. Experience gained, 1,000. Excellent, another 1,000 experience points earned." Lu Chen turned around, satisfaction radiating from him. The light of the blue lotus swirled around, the flying sword in his hand vibrating and humming, a mighty aura coalescing upon its blade. Its brilliance dazzling, as if a sword immortal had descended to the mortal realm, instilling fear in onlookers. He gazed towards Yang Qi in the distance, calmly stating, "The reinforcements you summoned have all been vanquished. Now, it is your turn." With that, he flicked his wrist, sending a sword aura slicing through the air. Yet, at that moment, Yang Qi's aura underwent a startling transformation. He lifted his head, his eyes as dark as ink, his robes billowing as he raised a hand to intercept Lu Chen's sword strike, catching it with sheer force. "Youngster, I truly underestimated you before. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, you possess such extraordinary strength, compelling me to act personally? You are indeed fortunate." Yang Qi spoke, his voice now eerily strange, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld, chilling those who heard it to the bone. "You are not Yang Qi." Lu Chen felt the shift in energy, his pupils constricting. Indeed, Yang Qi had concealed a trump card. The shadow behind him had finally made a move, employing a secret technique akin to soul possession, temporarily seizing control of Yang Qi's body. It turns out that Yang Qi was merely a pawn in your hands. With such remarkable abilities, you must be a significant figure within the Blood Soul sect. Am I right? Huh, facing death, you remain so composed. Attempting to pry into my thoughts? Youngster, you are still rather inexperienced. Yang Qi scoffed and shook his head. He was indeed a seasoned character, offering Lu Chen no opportunity for idle chatter as he raised his hand and struck. As his sleeves billowed, dark energy surged forth, resembling a torrent of black water, crashing in waves, tumultuous and overwhelming. Lu Chen felt the air around him distort under the pressure. The strike from his opponent was devoid of superfluous embellishments. It was a sheer force of overwhelming power that surged like a raging river, leaving him feeling as though he were caught in a violent current, his sword light wavering unsteadily. Such formidable power. The depth of this individual's cultivation was unfathomable. Merely by manipulating another's body with a fragment of his soul, he could unleash such terrifying might. This energy was nearly solidified, approaching the realm of reality from illusion. Lu Chen was astonished. The ability to condense energy into a tangible form was a hallmark of crystallization. The mysterious figure, having seized control of Yang Qi's body, immediately transformed his energy into a substantial force, mere steps away from crystallization. Thus, with a single strike, Lu Chen found himself suppressed by both the might and aura of his adversary. What a ruthless character. Lu Chen felt a surge of caution within him. He quickly summoned all his power, unleashing a vast sword aura, fortified by the luminous green lotus sword light, to shield himself. Yet, Yang Qi reached out again, summoning the dark water to coalesce into a terrifying demonic hand, ensnaring both Lu Chen and his protective barrier. The sound of cracking resonated around them as the golden light and protective energy shattered, the green lotus sword light gradually extinguishing. A desperate struggle ensued. Yang Qi chuckled coldly. As he spoke, he unleashed a blood sword from his mouth, swift as lightning, piercing through layers of defenses and striking toward Lu Chen, unfazed and steadfast. With his flesh akin to adamant, he stood resolute as the mountain. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. He hastily waved his hand to cast a true word talisman while simultaneously unleashing 12 golden talismans that soared forth in layers, forming a protective barrier before him. These talismans had been prepared in advance during his time at the tavern in Lingjiang town, intended for unforeseen circumstances. Little did he expect they would prove necessary. Indeed, Yang Qi's prowess was overwhelming, employing various techniques with ease, capable of obliterating any ordinary foundation establishment cultivator in an instant. Yet, Lu Chen remained composed. Although he was currently at a disadvantage, he had not sustained any substantial injuries. He was biding his time, waiting for an opportune moment to counterattack. After all, the opponent was merely controlling another's body. Despite his formidable strength, Yang Qi's physical form had its limits and could not sustain this for long. As anticipated, despite his relentless assault, Yang Qi could not truly harm Lu Chen, and his impatience began to show, having already sustained injuries. The strain of controlling another's body was evident as blood trickled from his mouth and nose. Ultimately, even if he succeeded in slaying Lu Chen, he likely would not survive the encounter himself. The dark shadow within him, sensing the dwindling time, abruptly escalated its assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of black waves that surged forth with ferocity. The sinister hands exerted their strength, and the bloodied sword pierced through, aiming to utterly vanquish Lu Chen. Are you anxious? I have been anticipating your disarray. Observing the relentless onslaught from his adversary, Lu Chen noted that all semblance of self-defense had been forsaken, as the entirety of their magical energy was devoted to suppressing him. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Now is the moment. He inhaled deeply, the mystical characters returning to his core, quelling all distractions within his heart. His mind became serene, and in that instant, the innate talent of the Supreme Sword Heart awakened, transporting him into an extraordinarily profound realm. The spiraling flying swords settled in his grasp, as if they had melded into one. The celestial river hung suspended, cascading from the heavens above. With a swift motion, Lu Chen lifted his hand, and the flying sword shot forth through the void. A sharp crack resonated as the radiant sword light shattered the encroaching dark hands, the blade akin to a startled swan, swiftly tearing through the waves of darkness. The luminous sword energy traversed the vast expanse, resembling a celestial river suspended in the firmament. An overwhelming sword intent blossomed from the depths of his heart, surging forth. As the sword descended, it appeared as if the heavenly river itself had plummeted, magnificent and tumultuous, an unstoppable force crashing down. The river sword intent. This is inconceivable. How could you possibly glean the river sword intent directly from the celestial river sword technique? In the distance, Yang Qi beheld this magnificent beam of sword light, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 025, The Netherworld Scroll, The Great River Sword Intent. This cannot be. This is impossible for a mere foundation establishment cultivator to wield such power. Yang Qi stared at the cascading river of sword light descending from the heavens. His face contorted in shock and terror. His entire being stood frozen, as if the brilliance of that single stroke had stolen his very soul. In truth, even if he exerted his full strength, he would never withstand such a strike. The Great River Sword Intent was one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu. Its might unparalleled, though derived from the hanging river sword art. Its profound mysteries could only be grasped by those with the most exceptional talent in swordsmanship, unless one reached the nascent soul realm and reforged their sword spirit through secret arts. It was otherwise impossible to cultivate directly. Yet Lu Chen was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How had he mastered the Great River Sword Intent? Yang Qi racked his mind but could not comprehend. Could it be that this man was truly a once-in-an-era prodigy of the sword path? Little did he know, after Lu Chen's heavenly Dao foundation establishment, fate itself had been rewritten, blessed with a peerless sword heart. His comprehension and aptitude in the sword path surpassed all mortal limits. Upon fully mastering the hanging river sword art, Lu Chen had sensed its boundless potential, though the path forward remained unclear. Later, in Linjiang Town, slaying the river demon and learning water manipulation allowed him to grasp the vast power of rivers and tides. And now, under Yang Qi's pressure, he had uncovered the secret of liquefying spiritual energy. Through this trial, he finally achieved enlightenment, grasping the true essence of the hanging river sword art, thus birthing the Great River Sword Intent. With this single stroke, the heavens themselves became a cascading river. Under its crushing might, all resistance crumbled like rotten wood. It struck not just the body, but the very soul. No ordinary spell or divine ability could withstand it. The being behind Yang Qi, though formidable, was shackled by the limitations of this borrowed flesh, with only a wisp of divine consciousness. How could it possibly endure such overwhelming sword intent? Boom. The celestial river crashed down, sword energy pouring like a deluge. The entire temple trembled under the weight of the sword's dominion. Yang Qi's body, fragile as paper, dissolved instantly in the blinding radiance, vaporized without a trace. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying Yang Qi. Experience 1000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a wisp of a mysterious powerhouse's divine consciousness. Experience 10, 000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the first phase of the Remnants of the Demon Sect mission. Evaluation S. Reward obtained. Netherworld Scroll. The system's notifications chimed in rapid succession. This is a windfall. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that eliminating the divine consciousness within Yangqi would yield a staggering 10,000 experience points, an unprecedented harvest. And with another S-rank mission reward on top of it. Netherworld Scroll, a lost treasure artifact. Forged by sealing a fragment of the Netherworld's tributary. Contains the 3,000 weak waters, capable of refining the soul, flesh, and spiritual energy, erasing memories and divine will. An actual treasure artifact. To seal a branch of the Netherworld itself and harness the power of the weak waters. This was beyond extraordinary. Joy surged through Lu Chen's heart. With a mere thought, the yellow spring diagram soared forth, a magnificent tapestry woven entirely from intertwining streams of water. Faintly echoing the sounds of the surging and boiling waters of the yellow spring. It spiraled within the painting, coiling like a dragon. A single drop of this languid water could dissolve flesh and spirit, corrode magical powers, and taint the golden elixir. The power contained within this yellow spring diagram was immensely surging. Should it be unleashed in its entirety, it could potentially obliterate a realm and its inhabitants. How splendid! With this yellow spring diagram by my side, I truly possess the means of self-preservation. With this treasure in hand, I need not fear even the most formidable experts at the golden elixir or even the nascent soul stage. As long as I invoke this artifact, the yellow spring's deluge would surely instill trepidation even in the hearts of celestial beings. Furthermore, the waters of the yellow spring could continually refine my physical body and spirit, purifying my magical essence, facilitating the crystallization of my powers, and propelling me to greater heights. Lu Chen was immensely satisfied. The rewards for this system task were indeed formidable. In the future, whenever I trigger a task, I must find a way to achieve perfection. An S-level evaluation would yield rewards of unparalleled significance. Lost in thought, Lu Chen waved his hand, channeling his magical energy to envelop the yellow spring diagram around himself, concealing it beneath his robes. As the most intimate protective artifact, it afforded him easy access to the waters within while simultaneously serving as a shield, an advantageous duality. The verdant jade lotus granted to me by the sect leader, which thrives in languid waters, could potentially yield unexpected results if nurtured within the yellow spring diagram. Perhaps it might even continue to grow and transform. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen summoned the jade lotus from his dantian, allowing it to descend into the yellow spring diagram. As the lotus took root in the waters, it radiated unprecedented vitality, its branches and leaves sprawling forth, blossoms unfurling in lush splendor. Having completed these tasks, Lu Chen released his consciousness, scanning the entirety of the Taoist temple to ensure no remnants of the Blood Soul sect remained before finally feeling at ease. He then accessed his personal panel and, upon observing his remaining experience points, could not help but smile broadly. A staggering 15,000 experience points, indeed, a considerable fortune. Sufficient to propel his strength to new heights. Without hesitation, he consumed 3,000 experience points to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment. His internal magical energy surged forth, growing robustly, gradually exhibiting signs of liquefaction and refinement. The next step was to truly transform illusion into reality, solidifying his magical essence to break through to the crystallization realm. This required patience and diligence, unlike the rapid ascent of foundation establishment. Fortunately, with the yellow spring diagram now in his possession, aided by its waters, he could achieve this effortlessly upon returning to the Shushan cave dwelling in due course. As for the remaining experience points, Lu Chen decided to first enhance his Howren Sword Chi. This was the primary technique he was cultivating, renowned for its formidable might, thus deserving of priority elevation. Ding. Consumed 2,000 experience points. Howren Sword Chi has been upgraded to the second layer. Ding. Consumed 5,000 experience points. Howren Sword Chi has been upgraded to the third layer. Due to the lack of subsequent technique content, further enhancement is not possible. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had elevated his Howren Sword Chi to the third layer, the highest realm attainable with the fragmented scroll he currently possessed. At this moment, he was imbued with an unwavering aura of righteousness, having seamlessly integrated it with his own magical prowess. Henceforth, any spell he cast would automatically be accompanied by the effects of this noble energy, requiring no separate incantation. Furthermore, This righteous aura emanated from his heart, akin to an inexhaustible wellspring. As long as he maintained his composure, the sword energy of righteousness would grow ever stronger, never to diminish. 15,000 experience points sounded substantial, yet they were consumed with alarming swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he had expended over half. Lu Chen had initially intended to further develop and refine the Lin character's true words and runes, but the remaining 5,000 experience points were woefully insufficient. The recently comprehended concept of the Great River Sword intent was merely in its nascent form, incomplete, and thus incapable of being directly enhanced with experience points. Consequently, he decided to fully invest in the iron cloth shirt he had acquired from the Iron Corpse. After all, it was not overly expensive, with a mere 1,000 experience points. He elevated it to its maximum level. Activating the fully upgraded iron cloth shirt enveloped him in a shroud of magical energy akin to donning an iron armor, significantly enhancing both his defense and strength. Undoubtedly, it was a practical combat asset. After completing these enhancements, Lu Chen paused. Following this bout of fortification, his power had surged dramatically, rendering him more than adequately equipped for his current realm. The remaining experience points would be preserved for future contingencies, especially should he encounter formidable adversaries unexpectedly, allowing him to upgrade once more and catch his foes off guard. Moreover, the Iron Crown Taoist, who had covertly occupied this location, must have amassed considerable wealth from the populace. With his corpse still present, there might be valuable items to claim. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Nothing should be overlooked. With this thought, Lu Chen rose to his feet and extended his hand, retrieving a personal storage pouch from the Iron Crown Taoist. Dispelling the individual S-mark with his magical energy, he opened it to discover numerous spirit stones, a collection of formation diagrams, and a peculiar small black booklet. Chapter 26, Twin Fish Pendant. The minor 5-element sword formation harnesses the power of the 5 elements to manifest sword energies, unleashing formidable might. Within the storage pouch lay a manual detailing this very formation, the same technique employed by the 5 young Taoists earlier. Their lackluster performance stemmed from their meager cultivation and disjointed control over individual swords. In truth, this formation held considerable power when properly arranged, serving as a lethal trump card if preemptively deployed. Without hesitation, Lu Chen stored it away, intending to set it up in his cave abode for future contingencies. The remaining black booklet proved peculiar, neither a cultivation technique nor insights into spiritual practice, but rather a ledger densely inscribed with countless names, all belonging to women. Some entries bore crimson crosses, initially suspecting it to be a roster of Blood Soul sect remnants. Lu Chen soon discerned its true nature. Alongside each name were recorded birth dates and times, though the names varied wildly. They shared one commonality: each woman was born in a year, month, and hour of age. The Blood Soul sect, dormant for years, now risked infiltrating Shu Mountain territory, undoubtedly pursuing some scheme. Their objective likely intertwined with the individuals listed here. Unraveling this thread might advance the remnants of the demonic sect questline. Yet pondering alone yielded no answers. Lu Chen resolved to report his findings to the sect leader upon returning to Shu Mountain. As he rose, his gaze lingered on the spot where Yang Qi had perished, obliterated by the overwhelming force of the Great River Sword intent. Only ashes remained, save for a faint glimmer amidst the cinders. Approaching, Lu Chen discovered a jade pendant, its design strikingly similar to Lu Cheng's twin fish pendant. This artifact, evidently a magical treasure of exceptional resilience, had withstood the sword intent's devastation. Twin Fish Pendant, born alongside the Twin Fish Charm, capable of absorbing spiritual energy and sensing the charm's location. When merged, they formed the complete Twin Fish Pendant set. So they were a pair. No wonder Yang Qi had pinpointed Lu Chen as Lu Cheng's killer. The pendant's effects surpassed the charm's, autonomously gathering ambient qi. United, their power would amplify further. Without delay, Lu Chen initiated the fusion. As mana surged, a radiant white light blossomed. The two jade pieces drew together, morphing into intertwined cyan and crimson carps before merging completely. Twin Fish Pendant Set, a wondrous magical treasure. When worn, it continuously absorbs surrounding spiritual energy to enhance cultivation while concealing the wearer's mana fluctuations. Additional ability, Illusory Veil. Illusory Veil manipulates mortal vision, altering appearance within certain limits. What a remarkable treasure! Worn upon the body, it effortlessly absorbs spiritual energy, thereby enhancing one's magical prowess. Although the increase may be modest, it is remarkably enduring, a continuous source of power, allowing one to cultivate even in slumber. An automatic enhancement around the clock? Quite impressive. Additionally, The accompanying illusionary technique proves to be a remarkably practical spell, yielding abundant rewards. Without further delay, Lu Chen raised his hand and, with a flick of his sleeve, ignited flames with his magical energy, reducing the temple to ashes. He then soared through the winds on his sword, making a brief return to Linjiang town to offer solace to the souls of the departed. After fulfilling this duty, he set off back to Shushan, heading directly toward the Sword Immortal Hall. Young man, in merely a few days, you have advanced to the late foundation establishment stage? Upon Lu Chen's entrance, Master Qingshu lifted his eyelids slightly. Noticing the faintly liquefied aura of magical energy emanating from Lu Chen, he could not help but express his astonishment. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. The twin fish pendant could obscure one's magical aura, yet it could not entirely conceal one's cultivation level. Master Qingshu, being one of the world's foremost cultivators, having achieved the harmonious unity of heaven and man, would certainly not be deceived by such a minor artifact. Of course, Lu Chen had no intention of hiding anything. He could have utilized the Yellow Springs diagram to mask all his energies, rendering them undetectable. However, as he had not practiced any malevolent arts, his magical energy was pure, imbued with righteous vigor. Concealing such truths would only raise suspicion. Therefore, it was wiser to be forthright. Rapid advancement in cultivation merely attests to one's innate talent and potential, which would garner the attention and recognition of the sect leader. This was largely thanks to the sect leader's guidance. The bestowal of the Jade Green Lotus had been immensely beneficial, and after establishing his foundation, he had attempted to cultivate the righteous sword qi, unexpectedly finding a profound affinity, resulting in remarkable progress. Lu Chen bowed in response, his words a blend of truth and embellishment. Master Qingshu scrutinized him closely and noted the swirling righteous energy surrounding him, nodding in acknowledgement. This righteous energy was a deep comprehension reserved for the great sages of Confucianism, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Even Master Qingshu himself could not fully grasp it. The incomplete righteous sword qi text in the library was won from a wager with a sage of Confucianism and Taoism long ago. Regrettably, over the years, no disciple of Shushan had truly mastered it. To his surprise, Lu Chen possessed this innate talent, not only having cultivated the righteous sword qi, but seemingly having reached an exceptionally high level of proficiency. With the Jade Green Lotus facilitating his foundation establishment, followed by the mastery of the righteous sword qi, it all began to make sense. Initially, Master Qingshu had harbored concerns that Lu Chen's rapid advancement might lead him to succumb to the temptations of demonic arts, learning some insidious quick-fix technique. However, it now appeared that such worries were unfounded. Lu Chen's magical energy was pure. If he had practiced any shortcuts through demonic arts, it would have been impossible for him to radiate such righteous vigor. This young man's aptitude seemed to surpass Master Qingshu's expectations, revealing vast potential. Contemplating this, Master Qingshu nodded and remarked, "The righteous sword qi is extraordinary. Your ability to cultivate it is a testament to your exceptional talent. However, it is essential to remember that the essence of righteousness emanates from the heart. As long as one remains true to their core, righteousness shall endure. Yet, should the heart be tainted, one may find their cultivation wasted in an instant, descending into the path of darkness." This serves as a reminder to Lu Chen, urging him to avoid hasty progress that might lead to arrogance and misdirection in the future. Lu Chen comprehends this principle. Nevertheless, armed with a system, he believes that as long as he refrains from committing heinous acts and maintains clarity of thought, he need not worry about such concerns. Naturally, appreciating the good intentions of the sect leader, he refrains from elaborating further and simply nods in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he conveys his purpose, recounting the events surrounding Yang Qi in their entirety. The ability to manipulate others from a distance using a wisp of divine soul, coupled with knowledge of the movements within Mount Shu, indicates that the individual behind Yang Qi is likely of considerable significance. Upon hearing this, Qing Suzhen Rin's eyes narrow slightly. He is not a fool. Following the incident in Luqing, he had already surmised that the Blood Soul sect might be reviving, perhaps even infiltrating Mount Shu. Thus, he discreetly dispatched individuals to conduct thorough investigations. However, lacking concrete leads, their efforts yielded little success. It was only when Lu Chen unraveled the connection to the enigmatic figure behind Yang Qi that Qing Suzhen Rin began to realize the complexity of the situation might exceed his initial assumptions. Within Mount Shu, even among the higher echelons, some individuals had already allied with the Blood Soul sect. This person, daring to take risks and lurking within Mount Shu, was undoubtedly plotting something significant. It is imperative to unearth this rat. Qing Su Zhenren mused. Chapter 027. The Confucian Sword Saint, a girl born in the Yin year. Yin month, and Yin hour possesses a supreme Yin fate. Could it be that they are contemplating something ominous? Upon seeing the roster presented by Lu Chen, the expression of Master Qing Shu changed slightly, as if he had recalled something dreadful. However, he quickly regained his composure, pressed the roster down, and said in a subdued tone, "This matter is of great significance. I must first send someone to investigate thoroughly. Only after verification can we arrive at a conclusion." After saying this, he cast another glance at Lu Chen and continued, "You have once again accomplished a remarkable feat. Speak of your desired reward." This time, Lu Chen was not modest. With a smile, he replied, "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. In my recent encounters with the bandits, I have often suffered due to inadequate weaponry. Therefore, might I request a superior flying sword? Shushan's identity as a sword sect is well known. Beyond the cultivation of techniques, the flying sword is indeed the essential core. It is said that within the Shushan sword tomb lie countless flying swords, each a rare and formidable weapon, including some legendary swords and even heirlooms from sword immortals. You are nearing a breakthrough, and your prowess is exceptional among the inner disciples. It is indeed time for you to possess a dedicated flying sword." Master Qing Shu nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, in a few days, the annual sword grant ceremony of Shushan will take place. At that time, the sword tomb will be open to all inner disciples, and you may enter. If fortune favors you, you shall surely find a sword that suits you. The sword grant ceremony? Lu Chen had heard of it. He knew that the flying swords within the sword tomb possessed spiritual essence. Only by subduing them and earning their recognition could one wield and inherit them. The mightier the sword, the more challenging it would be to control. With my innate talent for the supreme sword heart, I should be able to gain something if I enter the sword tomb, Lu Chen mused inwardly. Though he feigned a distressed expression and said, "Master, everyone can enter the sword tomb and claim a sword based on their abilities. You cannot use this as a reward to placate me, can you? Ha! You little rascal, were you not willing to forego a reward to save someone earlier? Now, your true colors are revealed. That is different. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. I would certainly comply. However, this time, I escaped only after facing perilous odds." Enough. Master Qing Shu shook his head, promptly interrupting Lu Chen's lament. He then extended his hand, grasping the air, and a radiant sphere of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a weathered ancient tome. He handed the ancient book to Lu Chen, stating, "Your character is upright. You detest evil, and you harbor compassion for the world, which allows you to cultivate the Howren Sword Qi. However, the Howren Sword Qi in the library is merely a fragment. You can at most cultivate it to the 3rd layer before reaching an impasse. This book is a practice manuscript left by the Confucian Sword Saint of Ur, detailing the process of creating the Howren Sword Qi and some insights. Take it home. Study it diligently and through the unity of heart and action. You may grasp the subsequent cultivation methods of the Howren Sword Qi and perhaps forge a path that belongs uniquely to you." A manuscript from the Confucian Sword Saint? Insights into the creation of the Howren Sword Qi. This is indeed a treasure of immense value, surpassing even the complete teachings of the Howren Sword Qi. Indeed, it is far more beneficial to teach a person to fish than merely to give them a fish. Lu Chen, troubled by his inability to further enhance his Howren Sword Qi, found solace in the cultivation manual bestowed upon him. This tome would guide him in discerning the path of his future cultivation. In time, he might even glean insights from its wisdom to forge a swordsmanship uniquely his own. "Thank you, esteemed master," he exclaimed as he accepted the ancient text and began to peruse its pages. The script upon the pages was remarkably sharp, reminiscent of an expansive sword aura. Merely a glance caused a stinging sensation in his eyes. This text bore his sword Qi, which ordinary individuals could not perceive. Even you would need to wait until your crystallization to examine it. Otherwise, you risk injury from the sword Qi within, painful enough to damage your sight or, at worst, shatter your sword heart, warned the clear void real person. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Lu Chen to take his leave. He had matters to attend to, including locating the hidden rat within Mount Shu and investigating the mystery of the Black Roster. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master." "I take my leave," Lu Chen replied, not wishing to linger further. He rose and exited the Sword Immortal Hall, making his way back to the cave dwelling on the rear mountain. Having been away for several days, he wondered how Luli, that spirited girl, was faring in her training. "I'm back," Lu Chen announced as he pushed open the courtyard gate, only to find that the previously barren spiritual field had been cultivated. now brimming with an array of peculiar flowers and plants. They must have been planted by Lu Li. He pondered where she had sourced such a diverse collection. As he recognized only a fraction of them, though they were undeniably beautiful, this girl certainly had a knack for living well. The home was also tidied up nicely, indicating that she had begun to acclimate to life here, which was a positive development. Lu Chen nodded to himself approvingly. However, as he glanced around, he noticed Lu Li was nowhere to be found, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. He swiftly summoned his magical power, spreading his consciousness far and wide, and soon pinpointed Lu Li's aura. Fortunately, all seemed well. Yet, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What was she doing by the cold pool? That pool was home to an unfathomable creature. If Lu Li were to be recognized by it, she could be in peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared toward the cold pool. There, he spotted Lu Li perched on a large stone, tossing a gourd into the water. Bubbles erupted from the calm surface as a formidable force surged through the water, quickly drawing the gourd to the depths. "Brother Lu Chen, you're back," she exclaimed, turning at the sound of his footsteps and rising to greet him. "Yes, I just returned," he replied, though his expression was grave. "Didn't I tell you not to come here? It's very dangerous." He chose his words carefully, aware that the ancient creature in the cold pool might overhear. Lu Chen certainly did not wish to attract its attention. "Dangerous? Not at all," Lu Li replied, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked around. Lu Chen, lacking the patience to elaborate further, inquired, "What were you doing just now?" "A few days ago, I made the acquaintance of a friend residing by the cold pool. The weather has been rather chilly, so I brewed a pot of warm liquor for him to stave off the cold." "A friend living by the cold pool? It appears you not only know of the presence of others beneath the lake's surface, but have also forged a friendship with one, inviting someone to drink. It seems my worries were unfounded after all." Lu Chen was momentarily speechless, casting a glance at the tranquil waters of the cold pool. He pondered that since Lu Li was unharmed, it suggested that the peculiar inhabitants of the cold pool were not inherently malevolent. If they could coexist peacefully, there was no need for him to intervene excessively. Perhaps this was indeed a fortuitous encounter for Lu Li, and who knows, he might also reap some benefits in the future. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Turning back, he remarked, "The liquor has been consumed. Let us return home early." Chapter 28. The craft of deception becomes reality. The crystallization of spiritual power during this period of residence. Are you getting accustomed to it? In the evening, Lu Chen inquired while picking at the vegetables in his bowl. Lu Li pondered for a moment before responding, "It is quite pleasant here. It is serene and free from disturbances. I can pursue my interests freely, and with brother Lu Chen accompanying me, I truly cherish these days." However, her voice trailed off, becoming somewhat subdued. "But what? But my mother only taught me to stir-fry vegetables before, and eating them every day has become somewhat tiresome. Could brother Lu Chen teach me to prepare some other dishes?" "Oh, I see. It appears this is what she is concerned about." "Indeed. It is not ideal for a growing girl to consume only vegetables daily. However, cooking is not my forte." Observing the eager expression on the young girl's face, Lu Chen could only nod and say, "I do know some simple recipes for home-cooked meals. I will prepare a recipe book for you to study at your own pace, and you should be just fine." "Great," Lu Li exclaimed happily as she tidied up the dishes. Lu Chen then ventured into the courtyard, casually chopping down 5 branches, shaping them into wooden swords before returning to the study. Inside the meditation chamber, Lu Chen waved his hand, releasing spiritual power, causing the 5-element sword array diagram to rise and transform into a luminous screen. The 5 wooden swords then soared into the air, radiating with colors representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The essence of the 5 elements infused into the wooden swords, morphing into seals, which subsequently faded away. "Go," Lu Chen commanded, and the 5 wooden swords flew in different directions, suspending themselves against the walls of the chamber. Thus, the small 5-element sword array was set. Should anyone intrude, it would automatically activate, becoming a lethal strike. After completing this, Lu Chen made his way to the center of the spirit-gathering formation. The twin fish pendant at his waist seemed to sense the surge of spiritual energy, emitting a faint glow as it greedily absorbed the essence, gradually converting it into his own power. It was akin to automatic cultivation. Lu Chen paid it no mind. He raised his hand, causing the yellow spring diagram on his body to vibrate and hum, as a strand of pale yellow water, akin to a spirit serpent, danced forth and coiled around him. Lu Chen then closed his eyes, guiding the yellow spring water into his body to assist in refining his physical form and spiritual power. As the yellow spring water entered his body, it felt like waves washing away sand. The strands of spiritual power, under the cleansing of the yellow spring water, shed their impurities, becoming increasingly pure and translucent, gradually transitioning towards a liquid state. Before long, the void's spiritual power in his dantian transformed into a vast ocean. As the power flowed, it coursed through his meridians and acupoints like mighty rivers. The yellow spring water truly is marvelous. Just one cleansing session has allowed my spiritual power to become liquid and pure. Next, with further refinement, it is likely that crystallization will not take long. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The sword presentation ceremony is approaching. It is rumored that within the sword tomb, dangers abound, with both the malevolent spirits of sword energies and fierce rivalries among disciples, as everyone desires a powerful flying sword. If I wish to acquire the finest sword, not only must I possess exceptional talent, but I must also wield the strength to overpower my peers. Otherwise, the recognition of the flying sword would remain elusive. Thus, in the days that followed, Lu Chen spent most of his time in the quietude of his study, retreating into seclusion to cultivate his magical energy. Only occasionally joining Lu Li for a meal and conversation. This was a gradual process, devoid of any shortcuts. Fortunately, the assistance of the Huangquan map significantly enhanced the efficiency of crystallizing his energy. 7 days later, Lu Chen had successfully crystallized all of his magical energy. As he breathed in and out, a dense white mist surrounded him, and upon closer inspection, one would discern that this mist was composed of tangible energy crystals, each one glistening and translucent. They coalesced like a surging river of sand, far surpassing the quality of his foundational stage. With a mere shift of thought, his magical energy transformed, sometimes taking the form of a sword, other times manifesting as thunder and flames, constantly shifting and reshaping, all directly conjured from his energy. When complemented by the corresponding spells and techniques, the power would become even more formidable. Crystallization stage. Remarkably, in less than 4 months since entering, I have already ascended to the crystallization stage. This level of strength could rank me among the top 10 within the inner sect of Shushan. At the upcoming sword granting ceremony, I have a substantial chance to astonish everyone. If I can gain recognition from a top-tier divine sword, I might even have the opportunity to ascend directly to the status of a true disciple. Lu Chen clenched his fist. The hierarchy among the disciples of Shushan is rigid. From initiation to chi refinement, one is merely an outer disciple, occupying the lowest status and burdened with various sect duties. Upon reaching the foundational stage, one can enter the inner sect, the core strength of Shushan, where disciples can seek mentorship from elders or pursue their own cultivation. They are primarily responsible for undertaking demon-slaying tasks, and through merit, they can enjoy most of the sect's resources and privileges. The majority of disciples spend their lives as inner sect members. Only those who exhibit extraordinary talent and surpass their peers before the age of 30 have the chance to become true disciples. The status of a true disciple is immensely significant, granting access to all sect resources and a degree of power equivalent to that of Shushan elders, along with the qualification to compete for the coveted position of Swordmaster, the future inheritor of Shushan's teachings. Currently, there are only 8 true disciples in this generation of Shushan, most of whom have achieved the Golden Core stage and are often traveling afar, returning only during the selection of Swordmasters. Each year, the sword granting ceremony serves as a veiled assessment, gauging the progress of the disciples over the year, seeking those with exceptional talents who might secure recognition and inheritance from a top-tier divine sword. Regrettably, in the past decade, there have been few remarkable figures. Consequently, Shushan has not seen the emergence of new true disciples for 10 years. With demons and monsters rising across the land and remnants of the Blood Soul sect resurfacing, I sense that significant changes loom on the horizon. The time for my growth is limited. I must seize every opportunity to strengthen myself to ensure my survival amidst the impending upheaval. This upcoming sword granting ceremony presents a splendid opportunity. Should I become a true disciple of Shushan, I could venture beyond its confines and truly explore the world. Lost in thought, Lu Chen raised his hand. In the tome of the Confucian sword, Saint S. Cultivation notes gracefully floated before him. He has now transcended crystallization, greatly enhancing his strength. He can barely withstand the sword chi and sword intent from the book. It is an opportune moment for him to contemplate, as he might uncover the subsequent methods of cultivating the magnificent sword chi. The swordsman embodies the advantages of heaven and earth, embodying unwavering integrity. The Confucian sage embodies profound wisdom, harboring the essence of the universe, with the noble aura of Confucianism and the embrace of heaven and earth. He harnesses the advantages of the cosmos to vanquish demons, protect the common folk, stabilize the mountains and rivers, uphold the state, and open the gates of heaven. Each word is sharp as a blade. As Lu Chen observes, the characters on the handwritten notes seem to come to life. Each stroke and each line transforms into a vivid manifestation of sword chi, swirling and dispersing throughout the universe. In a moment of reverie, Lu Chen feels as though he has been transported to another realm, a fantastical world intricately woven from sword chi. Chapter 29, Subduing the Mind Monkey, Enlightening the Sword Heart Remarkable. The characters inscribed within this hand scroll possess an extraordinary sword intent that can indeed influence the mind, drawing me into a realm of illusion. It is no wonder that the sect leader previously mentioned that one must at least reach the crystallization realm to behold it. Otherwise, the sword energy contained within the script would be unbearable, leading to a loss of mental fortitude, which would be disastrous. Lu Chen gazed at the swirling sword energy around him, unable to suppress his admiration. He realized that his spirit had entered the world crafted by the hand scroll. This was a mirage, an ethereal domain woven entirely from sword energy. There was neither sky nor earth, only an expanse of boundless sword light stretching infinitely. Each strand radiated pure and untainted righteous energy, ethereal and pristine. Yet, to malevolent beings, it was as terrifying as divine thunder and flames. Should an individual with impure thoughts enter this illusory world, they would likely be obliterated in an instant by the sword light, reduced to a mere shell of their former self. However, due to his cultivation of righteous sword energy, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable kinship with these beams of sword light. Thus, as he traversed this ocean of luminescence, he experienced only warmth and gentleness, devoid of any discomfort. Ahead, it appeared there was a chamber. As Lu Chen walked upon the sword light, he suddenly beheld in the distance a tumultuous gathering of endless sword light, with a hint of golden radiance bursting forth, revealing a magnificent golden hall. It shone with an opulent golden hue, as if constructed entirely of gold, exuding unparalleled luxury. Within the hall, the faint sounds of silk and bamboo music could be heard, melodious and enchanting, akin to celestial melodies. Graceful figures danced and floated, each one as beautiful as a celestial being, leaving observers entranced. The ancients claim that within books lies golden abodes and beauties akin to jade. This serves as both motivation and the aspiration of scholars throughout the ages. Should a Confucian scholar witness such a scene, they would surely be stirred in spirit. However, for me, wealth and beauty are mere externalities. While I appreciate them, they do not sway my resolve. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head and waved his hand. The righteous energy surged forth, shattering the golden abode and reducing the celestial maidens to ashes. All illusions dissipated, revealing a middle-aged scholar seated cross-legged amidst the ocean of sword light, dressed in a plain white robe, with long hair cascading like a waterfall and a radiant countenance. He held a scroll in his hands, resembling a sage descending from the heavens. He possessed the ability to perceive the obsessions within the heart and recognized my true form. His character was indeed commendable. The scholar lifted his head and remarked, "You are not a disciple of Confucianism, yet you have managed to cultivate righteous sword energy. This is truly rare." Lu Chen was slightly astonished upon seeing the scholar. To think there could be another presence in this illusory realm. However, this individual appeared almost translucent, as though entirely composed of sword light, akin to a spiritual essence rather than a corporeal form. Indeed, the scholar, noticing Lu Chen's scrutiny, smiled and said, "There is no need for alarm. This is merely a projection formed from the sword energy I have left behind. In the past, I debated swordsmanship with Qing Su, and though I lost to him by half a move, I bestowed this hand scroll upon him. You must be a disciple of Shu Shan, correct? So, he is the Confucian sword saint, hailing from the Confucian path, yet able to engage in sword discourse with the Shu Shan sect leader, only losing by half a move? This individual is undoubtedly a person of extraordinary talent. Yet, one wonders if he still graces this world. The disciple of Mount Shu, Lu Chen, has encountered the sword saint of yore." With a respectful gesture, Lu Chen saluted humbly, his demeanor calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. The title of sword saint is merely an elevation bestowed by society. In terms of swordsmanship, your sect leader surpasses me. I am Chen. You may address me as Mr. Chen. The man smiled and continued, "Throughout my life, I have traversed this world hastily. To the Confucian scholars, the path of the sword is also a deviation. Hence, the grand sword aura lacks a true heir. Since Qing Su has granted you this letter, it is evident he wishes to nurture you. I noted your commendable character. Indeed, you are a fine seedling worthy of cultivation." Upon concluding, Mr. Chen raised his hand, and as his sleeve swayed, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated. accompanied by the crashing of thunder. In an instant, the world transformed. The boundless light of swords surrounding them resembled the celestial bodies, all ensnared within his grasp. He then thrust forward. Boom! The sea of swords surged violently, cascading forth in countless streams. Bursting from his palm to form a resplendent and colossal handprint that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun, charging towards Lu Chen with ferocity. Lu Chen gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a sudden and formidable assault from his opponent, a sword saint whose prowess rivaled that of the Mount Shu sect leader. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of withstanding it. The mere pressure of the sword intent alone could shatter an ordinary individual. Fortunately, Lu Chen sensed no intent to kill. Though the hand was fearsome, it was merely an embodiment of intent, not the true form or even the spirit of his adversary, merely a projection of sword intent. With this realization, Lu Chen steadied himself, refraining from hastily activating the Huangquan diagram. Instead, he cloaked himself in the grand sword aura for protection. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the colossal hand of sword light descended upon him. Indeed, it lacked the lethal murderous intent he had imagined. It transformed into a powerful force that thrust him directly into the ocean of sword light below. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming heaviness, the surrounding sea rendering him breathless. This was not a tangible ocean, but one composed of condensed sword light and aura, rendering water manipulation techniques utterly ineffective, suffocating and sinking into darkness. It seemed as though countless monstrous entities awakened, encroaching from all directions. The grand sword aura, which vanquished all evil in the world, could not sever the malevolence that lurked within the human heart. Like the ocean of swords, it appeared tranquil on the surface, yet tumultuous currents roiled beneath. If one seeks to comprehend the forthcoming path of cultivating the grand sword aura, one must first confront the inherent wickedness within one's own heart. Taming the restless mind is the key to unveiling the righteous path. Mr. Chen's voice resonated as if it descended from the heavens. As he spoke, Lu Chen observed his figure gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately dissolving into laughter, fading entirely. This remnant projection of sword intent merely presented him with an opportunity. Whether he could grasp it depended solely on himself. Taming the restless mind? Lu Chen steadied himself in the water, the grand sword aura swirling around him with vigor. At that moment, the monstrous entities from the darkness finally revealed themselves, grotesque and fearsome in appearance. Some loomed as massive as mountains of flesh, embodying greed. Others were crimson from head to toe, symbolizing slaughter, some bewitchingly beautiful, representing lust. The myriad desires of the human heart were now projected outward, manifesting as demons, the very afflictions of this mortal world. One must never be beguiled by these illusions, lest the sword's spirit be tarnished. Not only would the righteous sword energy remain elusive, but all one's cultivated power would be utterly wasted here. Lu Chen remained vigilant within his heart. After all, he was merely human, an ordinary man. Greed, wrath, obsession, hatred. He harbored them all, nor did he wish to sever them entirely. If one truly eradicated even the most fundamental of human emotions and desires, what meaning would life hold? Even attaining Buddhahood or godhood would render one little more than a walking corpse. The Confucian sages, with their hearts devoted to the world, severed all personal desires. Whether this was virtuous or not, Lu Chen could not say, but it was not a path he wished to tread. Indeed, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were afflictions, yet so long as he retained a heart of unyielding sincerity, he would never stray from his original purpose. He loved all living beings, despised wickedness, sought the eternal Tao, yet he would never allow these desires to lead him astray from his true intent. In an instant, Lu Chen's mind became clear as crystal, and his peerless sword heart seemed to grow even more translucent and pure. Having grasped this truth, he cast his gaze outward once more. The demons representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires had vanished, each dissolving into a streak of sword light that converged upon him, merging with the sword energy swirling around his form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on attaining enlightenment, affinity with the peerless sword heart one. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the subsequent cultivation method of righteous sword energy. It may now be elevated to the 6th level through accumulated experience. Chapter 30. The Sword Presentation Ceremony. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the subsequent cultivation methods of Howren Sword Chi, which can be enhanced to the maximum 6th level through experience points. It is accomplished. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. The Howren Sword Chi he had been cultivating was merely an incomplete fragment, capable of reaching only the 3rd level at most. Now, having realized the complete subsequent cultivation technique, he could continue his advancement. However, was the highest level truly only the 6th? Could it be that Mr. Chen had also only cultivated the Howren sword chi to the 6th level, reaching a point where he could rival the esteemed Qingshu Jinren? That seemed implausible. After all, the swordsmanship practiced by Qingshu Jinren, the Shushan sword technique, was unparalleled in the world, and the Xinglua sword cannon could open the celestial gate. Harnessing the power of the stars, truly extraordinary. No matter how formidable the Howren sword chi was, it could not possibly compare to the celestial might with just the 6th level. Perhaps the cultivation beyond the 6th level required personal insight and innovation, making it difficult to pass down. However, that was of little concern. In the short term, he lacked sufficient experience points, and after reaching the 6th level, he would devise a way to break through. While pondering this, Lu Chen casually glanced at the system panel. Upgrading the Howren sword chi to the 4th level required a staggering 10,000 experience points. As he progressed, the costs would likely increase. He could only take it slowly. The enhancement of the sword heart compatibility was an unexpected boon. During the sword presentation ceremony, it would surely shine brilliantly. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. When he opened his eyes again, his mind had already exited the world of books. The writings on the manuscript had vanished into thin air, leaving only a page of yellowed blank paper. A Confucian sword saint surnamed Chen? Perhaps when he had the leisure to descend the mountain and travel, he could inquire further. Lu Chen stood up, stretching his limbs before pushing open the door. He noticed Lu Li sitting beneath the large tree in the courtyard. Her head tilted as if she were asleep. Streams of spiritual energy slowly converged from all directions, nourishing her through the tree roots beneath her. What manner of cultivation technique is this, that it can draw upon the vitality of plants? Were one unaware, they might mistake her for a tree spirit come to life. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had never imparted such a breathing technique to Lu Li. This method of cultivation was far swifter than the Tai Ching induction technique. Or perhaps it was simply more suited to Lu Li. As she inhaled and exhaled, the spiritual energy gathered, rivaling the effort of a common person's day of arduous practice. Was this the ancient technique from her awakened wisdom in a past life? Or the teachings of that peculiar individual in the cold pool? Lu Chen shook his head. This pertained to her personal matters, and he felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply. The paths of cultivation are myriad, as long as they are not malevolent practices that harm the heavens and earth. He had little inclination to interfere. At this rate, it would not be long before the girl reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, and he would need to find a way to procure some foundational materials for her. Just as he was lost in thought, a melodious chime resonated from the direction of the front mountain plaza. Following that, beams of sword light soared from the peaks of Shushan, transforming into a long rainbow as they flew toward the back mountain. That area was where the sword tomb was located. Has the sword presentation ceremony already commenced? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chen did not hesitate. He leapt into the air, wielding his flying sword, merging into the torrent of sword light. Before long, he beheld the towering cliffs ahead, adorned with myriad auspicious clouds and layers upon layers of sword radiance. Thousands of disciples from Mount Shu had gathered at this location. The sword presentation ceremony, an annual grand event of Mount Shu, drew nearly all members of the sect, save for those few true inheritors wandering afar. Only a select number of inner disciples were qualified to enter the sword tomb, while the remainder were merely spectators, eager to witness the spectacle. At long last, the ceremony had arrived. This year, I must find a way to obtain a flying sword that will recognize me. My senior brother has subdued numerous demons over the past year, his cultivation advancing rapidly. Surely he can achieve his desires. Yet, I wonder which flying sword he covets? Given our capabilities, we dare not aim too high and can only aspire to secure one among the 72 earthly fiends. The Xian Shui sword is particularly suitable for me. Does my senior brother wish for the Xian Shui sword as well? How unfortunate. This time, we must compete for it. Before the entrance of the sword tomb, a throng of disciples engaged in animated discussions. Lu Chen listened attentively. He possessed some understanding of the circumstances within the sword tomb. It housed renowned swords forged by the ancestors of Mount Shu, many of which contained certain divine inheritances alongside the swords themselves, making the flying swords within highly coveted. Of course, there were also exceptionally gifted individuals who endeavored to forge their own life-bound flying swords, nurturing them with their very essence, thus allowing for a higher growth potential. However, the resources required for such an endeavor were staggering, and the time investment was immense. Often, one might spend an entire lifetime without successfully nurturing a truly top-tier flying sword. Lu Chen had indeed contemplated forging his own life-bound flying sword. Yet, lacking suitable opportunities and superior materials, he felt no urgency. It would be best to first acquire a top-tier flying sword from the sword tomb as a transitional measure. and once he attained sufficient strength in the future, he could forge the flying sword most suited to himself. The flying swords within the sword tomb could be broadly categorized into 6 tiers based on the original owner's strength during their lifetime and the sword's inherent potency: 1 immortal, 3 divine, 7 supreme, 36 celestial, 72 earthly fiends, and 10,000 and 8,000 demon-subduing swords. The lowest tier, which also comprises the majority, consists of the demon-subduing swords, totaling 18,000, belonging to past disciples of Mount Shu who perished in battle. Their strength is only marginally superior to the ordinary flying swords currently issued by the sect, with exceptional specimens being rare. Only those inner disciples of limited prowess would be compelled to select from them. The 72 earthly fiends, however, are significantly stronger, most having been left behind by fallen prodigies of previous generations, often possessing great potential. The 36 celestial swords above them are even more formidable, belonging to the elders, and frequently accompanied by a portion of divine spell inheritance, making them coveted targets for inner disciples. To date, fewer than half remain unclaimed. For the average disciple, the celestial-grade flying swords represent the pinnacle of their aspirations. As for the 7 supreme flying swords, their origins are even more extraordinary, having belonged to true inheritors who met with unforeseen demise throughout history. It is essential to understand that the selection process for the true disciples of Shushan is exceedingly rigorous. Those who attain the status of true disciples are invariably top-tier geniuses. Such individuals, under normal circumstances, seldom meet with unforeseen demise and are most likely to achieve extraordinary feats. Even if they are unable to contend for the position of the Swordmaster, they can still ascend to the esteemed rank of Elder among the 7 peaks, with boundless prospects ahead. Consequently, the flying swords they leave behind often possess unimaginable potential. Should one acquire such a sword, they may gain access to the profound techniques of one of the peaks, soaring to great heights. Thus, these 7 extraordinary swords have almost become the benchmark for advancing to true discipleship. Unfortunately, the 7 absolute flying swords now belong to their respective masters, each claimed by one of the 7 true disciples. Beyond the 7 absolutes, the only swords of greater power are the 3 divine swords and the mightiest immortal sword. The Shushan immortal sword, naturally, is revered as the demon-subduing sword, rumored to be a celestial artifact bestowed by the heavenly realm, possessing incredible might, wieldable solely by the sect leader and the current swordmaster. Additionally, the most formidable are the 3 divine swords, Taiyue, Chunyang, and Tianqing. As the name suggests, the divine swords are the swords of the sword deities. Over the course of a millennium, Shushan has produced only 3 sword deities. Among them, the Tianqing sword, crafted by the sect leader, Qingshu Zhenren, during his early years, merely hovers within the sword tomb, suppressing the malevolent energy within, and cannot be obtained. Meanwhile, the Chunyang sword was seized 8 years ago by the inner disciple Gu Chanxing, who subsequently soared to prominence, earning the admiration of the elder of Kaiyang Peak and becoming a true disciple, now regarded as the most promising among the 8 true disciples. Currently, the only one of the 3 divine swords that remains within is the Taiyue, known as the God of Slaughter, yet its whereabouts are a mystery to all, let alone the prospect of subduing it. It appears that if I wish to become a true disciple, I must devise a way to locate this Taiyue divine sword. Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 031. You seize the sword. I slay the monsters. The divine sword Taiyue stands as the most enigmatic among the 3 legendary swords. Its origins remain a mystery, and no one has ever beheld it with their own eyes. Yet, all are convinced that Taiyue lies within the depths of the sword tomb. It has unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy due to the countless slaughters it has witnessed, enveloping the entire tomb in an ominous haze, deprived of sunlight. It wails in sorrow day after day. Somewhere within the tomb, it awaits its rightful master. Only those of great fortune may behold it. Only those of immense resolve may wield it. For countless years, innumerable disciples of the Shu Mountain sect have endeavored to seek out Taiyue, vying for the last seat of true inheritance, yet all have met with failure. The vast majority do not even possess the qualification to gaze upon Taiyue. The divine sword is the finest flying sword within the tomb, the sword of the sword god, and it rightfully matches my supreme sword heart. To become the true heir, I must devise a means to subdue this sword, Lu Chen pondered. However, based on his understanding, throughout history, apart from the founding master, it seems only the current sect leader, Qingshu Zhenren, has attained the realm of sword god. Who was the original master of Taiyue? The name of that sword god remains unknown. If only I could uncover some information, it might aid in subduing the divine sword Taiyue. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, 7 magnificent beams of sword light suddenly descended from the peak of the cliff where the sword tomb is located. Arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, they transformed into towering pillars of sword light, reaching toward the heavens and creating an unparalleled spectacle. Within the sword energy columns, the 7 esteemed elders of the 7 peaks materialized. Comprised of 6 men and 1 woman, they were all formidable Unyielding realm cultivators. The strongest 7 aside from the sect leader, their prestige far surpassing that of ordinary elders. Salutations to the 7 peaks elders. The disciples, witnessing this, bowed in reverence. Lu Chen silently scrutinized these 7 figures. To be honest, he did not recognize any of the 7 peaks elders, nor had he any prior interactions with them. However, he recalled the mysterious, powerful figure behind Yang Qi, who could manipulate others with a mere wisp of divine soul, enabling them to unleash strength nearing the crystal realm. Such feats could only be accomplished by a cultivator of the Unyielding realm. Could that enigmatic individual be among the 7 peaks elders? If so, this could pose a significant complication. He would need to exercise extra caution when he entered the sword tomb. The sword granting ceremony is a grand event for my Shu Mountain sect. When the sword tomb opens, any inner disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm or above may enter to seek their exclusive flying sword. However, it must be remembered that within the sword tomb, the gathering of sword energy creates magical obstacles and monsters, posing certain dangers. Should one find themselves unable to contend, they may activate their identity jade token to escape. Each person may select only one flying sword as their own. Greed will lead to self-destruction. The spiritual swords are unclaimed, relying solely on individual prowess. Today, within the sword tomb, intramural combat among disciples is permitted. The sword belongs only to the strong. Now, the sword granting ceremony officially begins. The 7 peaks elders briefly outlined the rules. Immediately thereafter, they each unleashed a beam of sword light, and together, they opened the seal of the sword tomb. The crowd watched as the vast white mist ahead of the cliff dissipated, as if a curtain had been torn open. In the previously empty abyss, a colossal mountain suddenly emerged. This peak stood straight as a blade, piercing the heavens. Its steep slopes were rugged with jagged rocks, shrouded in ominous mists, where countless flying swords could faintly be seen embedded in the stone. The sword tomb is opened. Seize the swords. Out of my way. The profound water sword is mine. Let us see who has the skill. As the sword mountain materialized, the disciples of Mount Shu surged forward like shooting stars, transforming into streaks of light as they soared toward the peak on their swords. Lu Chen did not hesitate either. With a single step, his figure glided effortlessly with the wind, following the others toward the sword tomb. Before departing, his attention lingered on the 7 peak masters, yet he detected nothing amiss. Easing his mind slightly, most of the peak masters are contemporaries of the sect leader, their character and origins beyond reproach. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. The matter of the traitor is for the sect leader to handle. I should focus on my own path. Lost in thought, Lu Chen soon entered the sword tomb. Around him, the baleful energy condensed into a churning mist. Countless sword lights vanished into its depths as disciples sought their destined blades. Lu Chen, however, was in no hurry. His goal was the divine sword Tai, but its exact location remained unknown. Reckless action would be meaningless. Opportunities like this are ineffable. One can only follow fate. Yet one thing was certain. The higher one ascended in the sword tomb, the denser the baleful energy became. This indicated that the swords near the summit were of superior quality. Then I shall head for the peak. Just as he prepared to ascend, the mist ahead stirred violently. A vine, serpentine in motion, lashed out toward his ankle. Lu Chen's eye sharpened. With a single step, sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air and severing the vine. Simultaneously, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a gale of spiritual power that dispersed the surrounding fog. Revealed was a vine demon, transformed into a monstrosity by absorbing the sword's baleful energy. Wreathed in swirling malice, its tendrils writhed menacingly. Seeking death, Lu Chen raised a finger, and a torrent of sword energy erupted, piercing through the demon's body. Boom! The righteous sword energy detonated, shattering the creature into fragments and dispersing its baleful aura. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the demon, Vine Fiend. Experience 200. 200 experience points for one demon? Not bad at all. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed. Within the sword tomb, aside from flying swords, the most abundant things were the demons born of condensed baleful energy. This is practically a perfect training ground. Even if he failed to find the divine sword Tai, this trip would not be in vain. Originally intent on flying straight to the summit, Lu Chen now reconsidered his plan. While the other disciples were preoccupied with searching for flying swords, they paid no heed to the monsters encountered along the way. only taking action to eliminate them when obstructed. I might as well ascend the mountain on foot, slaying more monsters to gain experience that would make the journey worthwhile. With this thought, Lu Chen relinquished his sword control, grasping his flying sword in hand and charging into the forest shrouded in malevolent energy. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, the headmaster of the Seven Peaks sat majestically upon the sword tomb, observing everything below through a crystal mirror. The strength of this year's disciples surpassed that of previous years, perhaps yielding a few promising talents. Of the 36 heavenly gang flying swords, 11 remained. It remained to be seen who would claim them. Sister Yao Guang, I have heard that your newly accepted disciple has also entered the sword tomb. Which of the heavenly gang's 36 swords is her target? As the headmasters conversed, they cast their gaze toward the only woman among the 7. Upon hearing this, Yao Guang could only smile wryly and shake her head. The girl possesses some talent, yet her pride may lead her to return empty-handed from this sword selection. A disciple personally instructed by you should undoubtedly surpass the average inner sect members. How could she return empty-handed? Could it be that she intends to? Indeed, that girl is aiming for the divine sword Taya. Chapter 32, The Sorrowful Cry of the Divine Sword Ningxuang. This girl is actually pursuing the divine sword Taya? Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster of the Seven Peaks could not help but fall silent for a moment. While others may be unaware, they were acutely aware of the sword's origins. In the past, a certain individual wielded Taya with an inverted grip, rendering him invincible across the realms, even standing firm against the heavens. However, thereafter, Taya was abandoned in the sword tomb, lamenting its fate day after day. This is a true divine sword, its power surpassing even that of the pure yang and the heavenly star. Its malevolence and pride are unparalleled, and perhaps only that individual could ever command its respect. Xianing Shuang, born of noble lineage and possessing extraordinary talent, is undoubtedly one of the most remarkable disciples of the inner sect of Shushan in recent years. With her abilities, obtaining one of the 36 heavenly swords should be effortless. Even the 7 absolute swords would be within her grasp. Yet, to acquire Taya, that would be exceedingly difficult. A young person can be proud, and why not? If she, like Gu Changxing of Yer, were to create a miracle, Shushan would gain another top-tier prodigy. While pure yang is the ancestral sword, it cannot match Taya's ferocity. However, there is no harm in trying, should she fail. It would merely serve as a lesson, with the opportunity to return next year. As the Grandmasters exchanged light-hearted banter within the sword tomb, the brilliance of swords illuminated the surroundings. Countless disciples showcased their skills, vying for the flying swords. In the mirror-like projection, a figure in white could be seen, her long hair flowing and skin as pale as frost, exuding an extraordinary aura. She ascended the steps, regarding the surrounding flying swords with disdain. Not even the renowned 36 heavenly flying swords could halt her stride. Her destination was the mountain peak, the most likely place for Taya to appear. Thus, the maiden pressed on, swiftly ascending the mountain. Oh, there is an intriguing little fellow here. Just as everyone was focused on that talented young woman, the Grandmaster of Yuheng Peak suddenly spotted a captivating scene. In the forest surrounding the sword tomb, a young man was unleashing sword energy, akin to a torch, traversing through the malevolent aura. His sword energy was exceptionally pure, radiating a profound light. The sword light flowed like water, cascading like a river. With every strike, a demon would fall, clearing the mists and dispelling the malevolence in his wake. In the span of a short while, he had entirely purged the area below the mountainside. Quite impressive, with a solid foundation, judging by his youthful appearance. It is surprising that he has already crystallized his powers. This is indeed exceptional within the inner sect. I am familiar with the promising talents among the inner disciples. Unless he is a newcomer crystallizing in such a short time? His cultivation is secondary. Look at his aura, pure and righteous, somewhat reminiscent of Confucianism. I recall that the library possesses a scroll on the Grand Righteous Sword Qi, which has never been mastered by anyone. This lad shows remarkable potential. Lu Chen. So it is he. I have heard of this young man from the esteemed elder of the sect. Previously, he achieved remarkable merit in dealing with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, earning the favor of the sect leader who bestowed upon him the exquisite jade green lotus. With the possession of such a treasure, it is indeed a foundation for his cultivation. It is no wonder he exhibits such potential. The several esteemed elders nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Chen's displayed prowess had already captured their attention. However, a sense of confusion lingered among them, given his strength. Securing a Tian gang-level flying sword should be a matter of course, yet he seemed disinterested in such pursuits. Instead, he roamed about, vanquishing malevolent creatures. What could be his intention? It was unclear, yet his swift and decisive actions hinted at a certain resoluteness in his killing, while others were vying for flying swords. He had ventured into the sword tomb to eradicate demons and monsters? How intriguing. I am curious to witness his true purpose. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, he had already garnered the attention of the esteemed elders. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of his accomplishments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster stone puppet, earning 300 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster sword shadow, earning 500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the monster evil spirit, acquiring heavenly eye technique, 500 experience. In a brief span, Lu Chen had consecutively vanquished dozens of monsters, amassing over 5,000 experience points and obtaining a practical spell. Heavenly Eye Technique. All forms, colors, and distances are visible. The Heavenly Eye perceives all. By employing this technique, one can momentarily open the Heavenly Eye to discern the essence of all illusions. This technique is derived from the 10 great divine powers of the Taoist sect, specifically the Heavenly Eye vision. While it does not possess true divine prowess, it can temporarily reveal demons and monsters, unveiling the nature of illusions. It is particularly suitable for countering deceptive tactics. The harvest was satisfactory. Having cleared the malevolent beings from the lower mountains, if I delve deeper into the sword tomb, the malevolent energy will intensify, potentially yielding even greater rewards. Lu Chen nodded in contentment. Without further hesitation, he brandished his sword and prepared to continue his monster-slaying endeavors. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of a sword's cry resonated from the mountaintop. Melancholic, desolate, solitary, and unwilling, it echoed as if wailing from ancient times. A roar from the depths of hell, piercing the ears with a mournful lament that stirred the soul. The entire sword tomb quaked in response. Boundless malevolent energy surged and roiled like a tide, sweeping in all directions. The monsters within that malevolent energy trembled and emitted sorrowful wails, shaking the very ground. It was Tai. It weeps. The divine sword's mournful cry has manifested once more, seemingly from the mountaintop. Quickly, to the mountaintop. If one can obtain the divine sword Tai, it would truly be an ascent to greatness. Countless disciples of Mount Shu, witnessing this, were filled with exhilaration. After all, it is one of the 3 divine swords, presenting a golden opportunity for all, a chance to leap like a carp over the dragon gate. Who would dare to let such an opportunity slip away? Even in the face of inadequacy, the desire to attempt remains. What if fortune smiles upon us and we gain the sword's acknowledgement? Driven by such avarice, countless beams of sword light soared into the sky, hastening towards the mountain's peak. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth, akin to a demonic sword swinging down with ferocity. The malevolent sword traversed the air, its ominous energy billowing like clouds. The disciples of Mount Shu, who had rushed upwards, were met with muffled groans and anguished cries, plummeting downwards like dumplings, only to be halted by the external formation's barrier, thus narrowly escaping a fatal fall. What a dreadful aura! The Tai sword is the sword of the god of slaughter, having slain countless masters of the sword path. Legend has it that it has even tasted the blood of immortals, and its malevolent energy is certainly beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. My heavens! Is this the might of a divine sword? We are not even worthy of a glance, and merely this burst of malevolence has cast us all down. Such a divine weapon is beyond our reach. Chapter 33. Sword Chi Protection. Lotus steps with every move. The divine sword's might is not something mere mortals can covet. None of them are worthy to behold Tai's true visage. Outside the sword mound, the 7 peak masters watched the surging murderous sword light and couldn't help but shake their heads. Indeed, every year when the sword mound opens, Tai emits mournful cries, yearning for someone to bring it back into the light of day. Yet, alas, year after year, no one has been able to break through the terrifying murderous aura and reach the summit. They cannot even lay eyes upon it, let alone inherit and tame it. As time passes, Tai's resentment and killing intent grow ever stronger. The power it unleashes now is far more dreadful than in previous years. It has been buried in dust for far too long. This solitude and desolation, with no outlet, can only transform into even more ferocious sword radiance. Defiant as ever, another challenger surges toward the mountaintop. As they spoke, the 7 peak masters lifted their gazes. From the crowd below, several figures shot forth, their sword light blazing like fleeting phoenixes. These were the elite geniuses of Shu Mountain's inner sect. Each possessed cultivation at the crystal core realm, ranking among the top 10 experts of the inner sect. 2 among them even had the foundation of earth-grade chi condensation. Yet even so, they still failed to breach the murderous aura's blockade. Amidst the sword's mournful resonance, its wrath howled, and terrifying sword energy swept forth like a tempest. Those figures were tossed aside like leaves in the wind, forced into retreat. Pale-faced, each spat blood. Too overwhelming. This slaughterous aura, cutting down men and gods alike, disregards spiritual power and strikes directly at the soul. Without unshakable will, no amount of cultivation can withstand it. Wait, one still stands. Look, it's Xianing Shuang. She's resisting the murderous aura. The crowd gasped. Within the roiling killing intent, a graceful figure soared upward, defying the heavens. Her white robes fluttered like butterfly wings in the wind, while frigid air swirled around her, crystallizing into icy blossoms that formed armor, stubbornly resisting the sword light's assault. It's senior sister Xianing Shuang. Incredible, she's actually holding her ground against the murderous aura. The divine sword Tai only yields to the most supreme of geniuses. Xianing Shuang is indisputably the strongest in our inner sect today, and the most likely to earn Tai's recognition. Within the sword mound, disciples murmured in awe. Lu Chen, too, was drawn by the commotion. Lifting his gaze to that elegant silhouette, he gave a faint nod. This Xianing Shuang indeed possesses some skill. Rumored to be the disciple of the Yaoguang Peak Master, her talent is extraordinary. Having built her foundation with eternal profound ice, her potential is limitless. Now at the peak of crystal core, half-step golden core, she stands unrivaled in the inner sect. She does hold a sliver of hope in contending for the divine sword Tai. However, the sword's murderous aura pierces straight into the soul. No amount of cultivation can withstand it alone. Lu Chen shook his head. No need to rush. If Tai could be so easily claimed, it wouldn't have remained buried in the sword mound for so many years. He ascended the steps with unhurried grace. Alas, the malevolent aura within the sword tomb had been drawn away by the Tea divine sword, leaving him untroubled by any demonic creatures along the way, thus rendering him unable to continue accruing experience. Boom. Moments later, a resounding explosion emanated from the mountaintop. Amidst the tempest of malevolence, the figure of Xianing Shuai was hurled backward. Her face was ashen, her frost magic shattered by the sinister energy, leaving her with visible cracks and forcing her to stagger back. She had failed. Although Xianing Shuai possessed formidable skills and a resolute spirit, capable of withstanding the malevolent aura to some extent, she ultimately fell short. It was a pity that she could not behold the Tea divine sword. That sword, so profoundly proud, was beyond their capacity to subdue. Not even its released sinister aura could they withstand, let alone claim it. Even senior sister Xiao had been vanquished. It seemed that once again, no one would earn its favor this year. The disciples, witnessing Xianing Shuai's retreat, could not suppress their sighs. If she could not withstand the onslaught of the malevolence, what hope did they have to attempt it? At that moment, from the direction of the mountaintop, the resounding cries of swords echoed once more through the heavens. It seemed to beckon, yet mock them. It called for a true master worthy of wielding it, ridiculing the fact that no one from Mount Shu could bring it back into the light. Sigh, let us depart. Tea is not something we can dare to covet. We should seek other flying swords that suit us. The disciples shook their heads in lament, preparing to leave on their flying swords. However, at that moment, a young man began to approach slowly, step by step, making his way toward the summit. Huh? Is there truly someone unafraid of death? Haha. Even senior sister Xia has been defeated. Does he believe himself to be more talented than her? People often think themselves unique and wish to test their limits. It is only natural. Observing the refined magical energy around him, it was evident that he had reached the crystal realm and could rank among the top 10 in the inner sect. How come I have not seen him before? I believe I have encountered him. His name is Lu Chen, a new disciple who has not been in the sect for long. I wonder, how long can he endure amidst the malevolent storm? The disciples murmured amongst themselves, yet none held high hopes for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, above the sword tomb, the Seven Peaks leader was also watching the situation unfold. That Xianing Shuai girl possesses considerable talent, but her resolve is insufficient. The illusions and inner demons conjured by the malevolence have driven her back. Such a pity. I did not anticipate that Lu Chen would seek to seize the divine sword as well. What do you all think? How far can he go? With his protective righteous sword aura, he has a natural counter against the malevolence. I doubt this first trial will hinder him. As the conversation continued, Lu Chen, under the gaze of the crowd, reached the precipice of the summit. At this moment, the surging malevolence rushed forth, connecting heaven and earth, resembling a storm cloud that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Yet, Lu Chen remained serene, his expression devoid of any turmoil. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast aside the flying sword he had been holding. Confronted by the divine sword, Such an ordinary weapon holds little significance. To combat the malevolent aura, one must rely on the strength of their will and spirit. The efficacy of magical powers and other external elements is, in truth, quite limited. With his hands clasped behind him, Lu Chen strides forward. His initial steps are slow, as though he grapples with immense difficulty. However, with each footfall, a radiant brilliance emanates from him, intensifying like a flickering candlelight in the darkness, gradually transforming into a resplendent sun. Lu Chen's pace quickens. He appears to lighten considerably. As an overwhelming sword energy swirls around him, and with each step he takes, lotus blossoms unfold. The sword energy envelopes him, with each stride giving rise to the blooming of lotuses. At this moment, Lu Chen resembles a sage traversing through the shadows, impervious to all malevolence. The ferocious malevolent auras seem to retreat in fear, continuously drawing back, unwilling to impede his advance. In the blink of an eye, he has already driven them back several dozen yards. Chapter 34. The Fallen Beneath the Blade Retreat. The ferocious and overwhelming murderous aura actually withdrew on its own. The disciples present, witnessing this inconceivable scene, paled in shock. They had all personally experienced the terrifying power of this aura, violent, corrupting, capable of repelling them in an instant. Even Xiaoning Shuang, at the peak of crystallization realm, could only barely resist for a short while before being forced to retreat. Yet Lu Chen moved effortlessly through the storm of murderous energy, even forcing it to recoil as if afraid to approach him. How was this possible? The righteous sword Qi. He had actually mastered the righteous sword Qi. High above, Xiaoning Shuang's beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief. Proud by nature, she had believed this was her moment to soar, to claim the divine sword. Yet she had been halted at the very first trial, the murderous aura. That this man could cultivate the righteous sword Qi to such a degree indeed granted him some resistance against the aura. But the righteous sword Qi alone was not enough. In truth, Xiaoning Shuang had not been defeated by the murderous aura. With her frost power, she could freeze and endure it. What truly forced her retreat was something far more terrifying. And indeed, at that moment, Lu Chen's movements within the storm visibly slowed. Sword winds howled. From the darkness, the murderous aura condensed, suddenly taking the form of a shadowy figure that lunged forth, its blade flashing toward him. A demonic entity? Lu Chen frowned slightly, assuming it was similar to the fiends he had encountered before. Raising a finger, he unleashed the hanging river sword Qi, only for it to pass harmlessly through the shadow. In the next instant, the shadow's blade was already at his face. A piercing, soul-rending coldness struck him. Lu Chen swiftly activated his perfected iron shirt technique to guard his vitals, yet it proved insufficient. Fortunately, the righteous sword Qi coiled around him, clang, deflecting the blade at the last moment. Then, with a shudder, his body erupted in radiant golden light, the brilliance of the righteous sword Qi blazing like the sun, annihilating the shadow's attack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the fallen beneath the blade. Obtain Gale Sword Art, Fragment. Gale Sword Art, Fragment, the unique sword technique of the Mad Sword of the Northwest. Incomplete and unlearnable, but may be studied to enhance your comprehension of the sword path. Hearing the system's prompt, realization dawned on Lu Chen. This was no demonic entity, it was a manifestation of the murderous aura, conjuring the vengeful spirits of those who had fallen to the Tai sword. Attacking the mind directly, conventional spells were nearly useless. Had it not been for the righteous sword Qi, he would have suffered greatly. Then, ahead, the murderous aura surged again. Countless blades of light emerged, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. All remnants of the fallen, their lingering resentment now converging upon him in a terrifying onslaught. Humph. A pack of defeated wretches still daring to bear fangs? Come then, I'll slaughter every last one. Unfazed, Lu Chen stood his ground. Although vanquishing these lingering souls grants no experience, it bestows their remnants of swordsmanship, which, even if not cultivated, serve as a valuable accumulation, aiding in the eventual comprehension of one's own sword path. Thus, he no longer held back. The mighty sword aura surged forth, his fingers danced, releasing brilliant flashes of light. The lotus beneath his feet spiraled open, petals fluttering to transform into azure sword light, drawing upon the essence of the yellow spring's weak waters, obliterating a fragment of a lost soul in the process. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying soul under the sword, acquiring Aurora sword technique remnant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying soul under the sword, acquiring flying thunder sword art remnant. The notifications continued to echo. In his hands, the sword light wove a tapestry, cascading like rain, with each strike. A fragment of a lingering soul was annihilated. Yet, the malevolent souls, with their spectral sword shadows, seemed endless, as if they could never be completely extinguished. Despite slaying so many, he had made not a single step forward. If this continued, he would inevitably exhaust his spirit. How many souls had the Teia's sword claimed in its past? No wonder it was revered as the god of death among swords. The previous figure, Xianing Xue, must have been repelled by this relentless tide of souls. A glimmer of resolve crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Continuing this way was unsustainable. Not only was it a waste of time, but it also posed the risk of becoming ensnared in a cycle of slaughter, damaging his spirit. He needed to devise a method to pinpoint the true location of the Teia's sword. Only then could he hope to subdue it. After all, the malevolent souls were merely manifestations of spiritual influence, illusions that the heavenly eye should be able to pierce. With this thought, Lu Chen summoned his magical energy. Forming a seal with one hand, his fingers converging between his brows. Instantly, a golden light filled his vision. The heavenly eye opened. Buzz, a beam of golden light surged forth. Wherever his gaze fell, the malevolence receded, piercing through countless specters, swiftly locking onto a fissure atop the mountain. Dimly visible was an ancient and formidable flying sword, suspended in place. All the malevolent souls continuously emanated from it, with numerous flying swords standing sentinel around it. As if it were the sovereign of swords, the radiant sword light flickered unpredictably. Just a distant glance was enough to convey its sharpness. He found it. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally glimpsed the legendary divine sword. With its location revealed, the ensuing actions would be straightforward. Overjoyed, Lu Chen wasted no time. He unleashed his full magical power, extending his hand to gather the floating azure lotus petals into his grasp, transforming them into a gleaming azure sword. The intent of the sword awakened within him. Lifting his hand, he swung the sword, carving a celestial river that hung suspended in the sky. The great river sword intent. A thunderous roar erupted as the galaxy descended, akin to divine wrath. Under the impact of the sword intent, the malevolent souls instantly erupted, clearing a vast expanse. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen's sword, transforming into a streak of sword light racing towards the mountaintop. Incredible! The malevolence had been shattered. Lu Chen cleaved through the storm of malice, ascending the peak with unyielding strength. Is this truly the power that can erupt from the crystallization realm? So domineering. It actually shattered the baleful aura of the Tai divine sword. At the foot of the mountain, the disciples stood utterly dumbfounded. This single sword strike had completely surpassed their comprehension. Even Xia Ningxuang wore an expression of sheer terror. While others might not recognize the nature of this strike, she knew all too well. It was the great river sword intent, one of the 7 supreme techniques of Mount Shu. Was this something only cultivators above the nascent soul realm could practice? How had Lu Chen mastered such a technique? And she was not alone in her shock. Outside the sword mound, the 7 peak masters paled at the sight of that strike. The great river sword intent. That boy. He actually grasped it in advance? Though it is but a faint, embryonic form, with less than a 10,000th of its true might, it is unmistakably the great river sword intent. I could never mistake it. To directly comprehend the great river sword intent from the hanging river sword technique. What kind of talent is this? Elder Tianji, if I recall correctly. Even you couldn't achieve this in your youth? Not just me. Aside from the ancestor who created this sword art. No one in Mount Shu's history has ever accomplished such a feat. We all had to wait until the nascent soul realm, reforging our spiritual foundations, before we could cultivate the great river sword intent. This boy's potential is boundless. Especially in the path of the sword, he may very well be a prodigy of heaven's own making, since that man sealed his sword and imprisoned himself a century ago. He is the first in 100 years to break through 2 trials and stand before the Tai divine sword. Perhaps there truly is a sliver of hope? Chapter 35. Advancing forward, drawing the sword with a single stroke of his great river sword intent. Lu Chen cleaved through the malevolent aura and vanquished the lingering spirits, stunning the entire Shu Mountain sect. All eyes converged upon him in that moment. And for the first time, the name Lu Chen was etched into the memories of every disciple. First, the noble sword Qi. And now the great river sword intent. The swordsmanship talent Lu Chen had displayed far surpassed anyone's expectations. With this single strike, he had already become the most dazzling rising star of this year's sword-conferring ceremony, overshadowing all other prodigies. Even if he failed to gain the recognition of the Tai divine sword, his future within the sect was assured, boundless, and bright. Over the years, Lu Chen was the first to truly ascend to the summit of the sword tomb peak and stand before the Tai divine sword. Could he be the next Gu Chongsheng? Not so easily. Gu Chongsheng was chosen because of his innate pure young physique, which resonated with the divine sword. But Tai is different. It is a sword of slaughter, its malevolence too overwhelming. Talent alone cannot subdue it. Amidst the murmurs and anticipation, Within the depths of the sword tomb, Lu Chen pressed forward undaunted. Having annihilated the vengeful spirits with his great river sword intent, he soared to the precipice of the peak. There, suspended not far before him, was the Tai divine sword, exuding a piercing, bone-chilling cold. Its radiance surged in layers, weaving into a tangible fortress that shielded it at the center. The closer one approached, the sharper the sword light became, its frigid killing intent surging forth, deterring any gaze or approach. Tai divine sword, I have come to bring you back into the light. Without hesitation, Lu Chen channeled his sword intent and charged toward Tai. The great river roared like an enraged dragon, tearing through the outer layers of sword light. Then, the Tai divine sword at the heart of the radiance trembled, emitting a resonant hum. The surrounding sword light erupted violently, as if in fury, or perhaps exhilaration. Boom! The sword's resonance thundered. With each tremor, a terrifying tide of sword energy surged forth, halting Lu Chen's advance. An overwhelming force struck him, sending him stumbling backward uncontrollably. The killing intent of Tai was too potent. Each reverberation unleashed even greater power, wave after wave, like an unrelenting tide. Soon, Lu Chen was forced back to the edge of the summit. Before he could steady himself, Tai soared into the air, its brilliance illuminating the heavens. The surrounding malevolent energy churned violently, shaking the entire sword tomb. Whoosh, 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 from the cliffs and stone forests, countless flying swords rose into the sky, ensnared by the malevolent aura. Like a rain of blades, they converged toward the summit, 10,000 swords paying homage. At this moment, the Tai divine sword reigned as the sovereign of blades, commanding all swords to bow in submission. The dense congregation of sword light coalesced around it, forming an enormous celestial sword, a divine retribution descending with the force to split the entire sword tomb asunder. By the heavens! Is this the power of the Tai divine sword? Too overwhelming. This is beyond human resistance. Such a formidable weapon, brimming with lethal intent, who could possibly tame it? Retreat swiftly, retreat. We risk becoming collateral damage. Amidst the exclamations, the light of swords surged forth. The disciples of Mount Shu hastily withdrew, retreating towards the sword tomb's entrance. The power of the Tai's sword was overwhelming, far more ferocious than when the pure Yang divine sword first emerged. It could summon the entirety of the flying swords within the sword tomb. Who could withstand such divine might? Not only the disciples, but even the heads of the 7 peaks could not hide their solemn expressions. After years of silence, the Tai's murderous aura had intensified. Now, awakened, it displayed such formidable grandeur. This power was beyond the capacity of a mere crystallization cultivator to withstand. Lu Chen must retreat, otherwise, death was certain. This youth possessed extraordinary talent. With a promising future ahead, he could not be allowed to perish here. As the words were spoken, the esteemed Tian Shu, the head of the 7 peaks, soared into the air, his voice booming like thunder. Lu Chen, the ferocity of the Tai is not something you can control at this moment. Your arrival here proves your innate potential. Do not risk it further. Withdraw, and subsequently, I will personally craft a suitable flying sword for you as a reward on behalf of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Mount Shu were filled with envy. To invoke the praise of the headmaster and receive a personal promise of a flying sword was an extraordinary honor. If Lu Chen were to retreat now, he would solidify his position as the finest among the inner disciples. Given time, once he solidified his golden core, ascending to true succession would not be out of reach. That would suffice. It was entirely sufficient. Any individual present would choose to retreat in the face of the Tai's overwhelming ferocity. A further advance would invite peril, while a step back would lead to a path of ease. Any fool could discern the better choice. However, Lu Chen shook his head. His usual demeanor was one of caution, not out of a mere fear of death, but from an understanding of the unnecessary risks. Yet in this instance, retreat was not an option. It was merely a sword. No matter how fierce, it was still an inanimate object. The Tai had lain dormant for so long. Did it not yearn to see the light of day again? It did not seek to slay me, but rather demanded that I prove myself worthy of its allegiance. In terms of cultivation, I am leagues behind the sword god. Naturally, I could not compel it to bow through sheer strength. Yet, I possess an unparalleled sword heart. Where my heart directs, the heavens will part. However, if I were to retreat now, I would forfeit any chance of ever claiming this sword, allowing fear to take root in my heart, thus capping my future potential. With this realization, Lu Chen felt a profound calm wash over him. The tumultuous emotions within him began to settle, and a faint glimmer of sword light emerged from his heart. Initially, it flickered like a weak firefly, but gradually it grew brighter and more fervent. Blossoming from within his spirit, Lu Chen lifted his gaze, confronting the vast, immeasurable sword light in the myriad of sword shadows, fear dissipating entirely from his heart. In that moment, he envisioned a figure wielding the Teia, defying the heavens, undeterred by celestial entities. I have come to this place. There is no retreat. As he spoke, sword energy surged from Lu Chen's being, and lotus blossoms erupted in full bloom. He lifted his leg and stomped down fiercely, sending shockwaves that shattered the rocks. His figure surged forward with great force. Boom. The unparalleled sword heart resonated, and the sword aura emanated from his core, transforming into a magnificent beam of light that soared against the heavens. With each step he took, the brilliance of the sword light surrounding Lu Chen intensified. In an instant, it grew as thick as a celestial pillar, dazzling and resplendent. He raised his head, enveloped in sword energy, charging defiantly towards the myriad sword shadows. Madness. He had lost his sanity. Lu Chen refused to retreat. He dared to confront the Teia divine sword head-on. How foolish. To stand against the entire sword tomb's flying swords with only his own strength? He would meet a tragic end. Yet, in this moment, he appeared truly magnificent. The disciples of Shushan were left in shock. In their eyes, Lu Chen's actions were akin to striking a stone with an egg. Even though the sword light bursting forth from him was fierce, it paled in comparison to the terrifying might of the Teia divine sword, like an ant shaking a tree. Meanwhile, Xia Ningxiang stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on the ascending figure, somewhat entranced. In terms of talent and cultivation, she believed herself to be no less than Lu Chen. Yet, in the face of the Teia divine sword's overwhelming presence, she felt fear and hesitated. His sword heart was purer and more resolute than her own. Perhaps only someone who dares to draw their sword against any opponent, regardless of the odds, is truly worthy of wielding the Teia? Lu Chen. Chapter 36. Borrowing the sword. The Teia divine sword stirred the flying swords within the sword mound, summoning a tempest of blades that blotted out the sky. 10,000 swords soared as one, their ferocity unmatched, coalescing into a celestial sword that descended with crushing might. Yet Lu Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. From his heart of swordsmanship, a radiant pillar of light erupted, defying the heavens, clashing head-on against the storm of blades. With each step, lotus blossoms bloomed beneath his feet as he strode through the air, his sword radiance growing ever more incandescent, colliding ceaselessly with the celestial sword light above. Hum! The divine sword trembled in the sky, its resonance unending, as though mocking his audacity. Suddenly, the sword light sharpened, transforming into a mountainous blade that pressed down with overwhelming force. Boom! Lu Chen's sword light flickered, his steps faltering slightly. The combined might of 10,000 swords was too immense. Their razor-sharp killing intent, coupled with their sheer weight, could flatten an entire mountain. No cultivator at the crystallization realm should have been able to withstand it. Yet Lu Chen remained unshaken. His peerless sword heart pulsed, roaring like the divine sword itself. Wherever his sword light passed, countless flying swords plummeted, subdued by his will, turning to his side and merging into the radiance surrounding him. As one force waned, the other waxed. Lu Chen's sword light blazed brighter, the number of flying swords behind him swelling. He was like a rival sovereign of the sword realm, challenging Tai's throne. More and more blades defected, joining his cause. Two forces clashed in stalemate. For a time, neither could claim victory. His sword heart is so pure. He can resist Tai with sheer willpower alone. What kind of monster is this boy? A prodigy. His talent in the sword path is unparalleled in this era. Pity his cultivation is still lacking. Had he reached the golden core realm, he could have suppressed all other swords with a mere gesture. Even Tai would struggle to resist. He might have truly tamed it. Should we lend him our aid? The 7 peak masters exchanged glances, astonishment, and admiration in their eyes. Lu Chen's display of talent and skill today had left them deeply impressed. A desire to nurture such genius stirred within them. Yet, bound by sect rules, they could not interfere in the sword-bestowing ceremony. They could only watch and wait. As expected of one of the 3 divine swords, its might is overwhelming. Even with my full strength and the power of my peerless sword heart, I've only managed to resonate with it slightly. Suppressing it remains beyond my grasp. High in the air, Lu Chen marveled inwardly. Tai's ferocity exceeded his expectations, but he did not yield. The fiercer its resistance, the greater its potential, the more formidable its power. If he could subdue and claim it, his combat prowess would soar. I had hoped to keep the Netherworld Scroll as my final trump card, but given the circumstances, I must demonstrate absolute dominance to force Tai into submission. As he pondered, Lu Chen secretly channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to summon the Netherworld River from the scroll. Yet this power was too tyrannical. The corrosive waters of the Netherworld could easily damage the other swords, even scorch Tai itself. This was why he had hesitated to use it. But just as he readied himself, suddenly, a chilling sword aura surged forth from the mountain below, converging behind Lu Chen, amplifying the radiance of his sword by a fraction. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback as he gazed downward. There stood a proud maiden clad in white on the precipice below, her hands forming seals as she summoned her magical energy to unleash a frigid sword light. She spoke not a word, yet her expression bore an unwavering resolve. Previously, when confronted by the menacing power of Tai, Xia Ningxuang had felt a twinge of fear, causing her sword heart to gather dust. It was only when Lu Chen took action, advancing rather than retreating, that she experienced a moment of enlightenment, brushing away the grime from her sword heart as if reborn. Thus, Xia Ningxuang resolved to take action. Rather than merely aiding Lu Chen, she sought to seize this opportunity to confront Tai with the strength and courage he embodied, striving to shatter the fears that lingered within her. Within the sword tomb, the other disciples of Shu Mountain witnessed this scene, their expressions shifting. Xia Ningxuang had initially aimed for the Tai divine sword, yet now she willingly chose to assist Lu Chen in seizing it. Faced with the formidable presence of Tai, Lu Chen had demonstrated his worthiness to wield the divine sword. A true swordsman is fearless. It is precisely this spirit that compels me to lend you my support. Among the crowd, voices rose in fervor. As they spoke, a faint sword light shot skyward. Those like us could never hope to subdue Tai in our lifetimes. Instead, let us take this chance to elevate another true prodigy of Shu Mountain, safeguarding the righteous path of humanity. Unyielding and steadfast in our sword's original intent, this is the model that every Shu Mountain disciple should embody. Today, it is a privilege to partake in the struggle against the divine sword. I am honored. The divine sword has remained shrouded in dust for far too long. It is time for it to see the light of day. Count me in. Brother Lu, we shall assist you in subduing the divine sword and achieving true inheritance. The path of humanity is fleeting, the path of immortality is elusive, and the path of spirits is joyous. As life unfolds, one voice after another rang out. Streams of sword light pierced the heavens. Though faint, akin to fireflies, they gathered like droplets forming an ocean. The sword light behind Lu Chen grew ever more brilliant, radiating with resplendence as thousands of sword lights danced and flowed, transforming into a celestial river across the sky. You all. Lu Chen was astonished. He had not anticipated that these disciples of Shu Mountain would rise to his aid at such a moment. In truth, had he summoned the Yellow Springs diagram, he possessed a high degree of certainty in subduing Tai without external assistance. Yet, his defiance against the divine sword had inspired all present. Each individual harbored a sword within their hearts, for the sword of the heart is the sharpest weapon of all. It was Lu Chen who had cleared the dust from their souls, and their actions now were both a gesture of assistance and a means of transcending themselves. Thank you, everyone. As the streams of sword energy converged, Lu Chen felt a warmth within his heart. All this while, he had never truly felt a sense of belonging to Shu Mountain, merely regarding it as a place to establish himself without any deep emotional ties. Until this moment, the willingness of these disciples to extend their hands in aid allowed him to tangibly experience the camaraderie of fellow practitioners. The disciples of Shushan, despite their occasional conflicts, selfish motives, and the presence of traitors among them, are predominantly individuals of integrity who harbor noble aspirations. Such a Shushan is rather commendable. I, Lu, shall not betray the trust placed in me. Feeling the surging brilliance of the sword light behind him, Lu Chen sensed an overwhelming surge of heroism within his chest. What of the divine sword? At this moment, I harnessed the collective will and intent of countless sword cultivators, capable of vanquishing immortals, exterminating demons, slaying deities, and even parting the heavens. What is merely one sword in comparison? Embracing this conviction, Lu Chen lifted his gaze and stepped forward once more. With a resonant hum, his feet descended, treading upon the very air, as the sword light blossomed, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Instantly, the surrounding malevolence dissipated, and the flying swords trembled and swayed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had reached the pinnacle of the mountain. He raised his hand, his palm, as flawless as jade, pressing downward into the void. In that moment, the celestial river plummeted, and the entire sky seemed to shudder as the myriad flying swords collectively descended. Chapter 037, The Return of the Sword. The flying swords descended like rain. Lu Chen unleashed the unparalleled power of his sword heart. Capable of contending with Tai, yet he was hindered by the limitations of his realm and cultivation, which prevented him from subduing it. Now, with the collective support of the Shushan disciples' minds and swords, his strength was greatly enhanced. With a single palm strike, he subdued myriad swords, leaving only the divine sword Tai still soaring in the air, trembling and emanating fierce sword light. Tai, will you not submit? Lu Chen bellowed, his voice akin to thunder, resonating deeply within the hearts of all. The sonic wave swept through, causing the malevolent energies and sword light surrounding Tai to shatter and dissipate. The sword then ascended to the clouds, where Lu Chen raised his hand and struck down. A torrent of sword light surged forth, transforming into a colossal handprint that ensnared Tai. No matter how it struggled or darted about, it could not break free. The power of the sword energy continued to suppress it. Gradually, the malevolent aura on the sword's body diminished, and under the call of the supreme sword heart, it calmed down. In a flash of light, it flew into Lu Chen's hand, shrinking to the size of an embroidery needle, swirling gracefully, utterly docile. The sound of the sword humming echoed, devoid of any trace of ferocity, resembling an affectionate call. Lu Chen sensed a wave of intimacy. The imprint of his power upon the sword signified that the divine sword Tai had willingly submitted, acknowledging him as its master. At last, it was accomplished. Gazing at the swirling divine sword in his hand, Lu Chen could not help but exhale in relief. Capturing this sword had indeed required considerable effort. Despite the obstacles encountered, success had finally been achieved. He had employed the vast sword energy, the river-like sword intent, and the innate talent of the supreme sword heart, showcasing his prowess and overshadowing his peers. Now, with the successful acquisition of the divine sword Tai, his ascension to true inheritance was all but assured. Success. He had actually succeeded? Ha ha ha, splendid. Shu Shan shall soon witness the emergence of a new prodigy of true inheritance. Not only that, but one who has subdued the legendary divine sword Tai. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and character, capable of rallying all Shu Shan disciples to lend their support, a feat unprecedented in history. His future is boundless. If that individual were to learn of Tai's resurgence, one could only wonder the Elder of the Seven Peaks could not help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, the Shu Shan disciples in the sword tomb erupted in joyous cheers, as if they themselves had seized the divine sword. Had Lu Chen managed to subdue Tai solely through his own strength, they might have felt envy and admiration, but never such ecstatic joy as they did now. This was because they had contributed their own strength. They recognized that their talents and abilities paled in comparison to Lu Chen's, and they would never experience such a glorious moment in their lives. However, in that fleeting instant, they had poured their faith into Lu Chen, feeling as though they too had participated in this triumph. Lu Chen achieved what they aspired to but could not accomplish, bestowing upon them unprecedented courage, allowing them to uncover the power of the sword of the heart. Lu Chen, splendidly done. With the divine sword reborn, Shu Shan shall surely flourish even more. How dare you still call its name directly? Today, Lu Chen has revealed extraordinary potential, having seized the Taya divine sword, and he is destined to become a true disciple. Henceforth, we shall refer to him as senior brother. Indeed, congratulations, Brother Lu. The fellow disciples joyfully offered their felicitations. Floating in the air, Lu Chen, filled with emotion, remarked, "Were it not for the assistance of all my comrades today, I might not have subdued the Taya. You lent me a sword, which delayed your own acquisition of a flying sword, so I shall return the favor by offering you a sword in kind." As he spoke, taking advantage of the shimmering sword light behind him that had yet to fade, Lu Chen summoned his supreme sword heart, commanding thousands of flying swords from the sword tomb with the Taya in his hand, with a graceful wave of his long sleeves. The multitude of swords that had previously fallen began to soar, vibrating with a resounding hum as they flew towards the disciples of Mount Shu below. The flying swords sought their masters. They ascended into the air, autonomously selecting the most suitable owners. Originally, the flying swords within the sword tomb possessed a certain spirit and pride, requiring acknowledgement to be wielded. Yet now, Lu Chen commanded the myriad swords to fly forth, choosing their rightful companions. "My heavens, it is the Xianshui sword. It has chosen me," exclaimed one disciple. "How splendid! The Liuguang flying sword, one of the 72 earthly fiends. I never dared to dream it would choose me. I have a flying sword now. I have a flying sword," cheered the disciples, their excitement palpable. They had initially relinquished hope of claiming a flying sword, only to witness Lu Chen's remarkable display, utilizing the Taya divine sword to command the multitude of swords to automatically choose their masters in gratitude for their previous assistance. Thus, their admiration for Lu Chen's sword. They immediately clasped their hands in reverence and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for the bestowed sword." Their voices echoed across the expanse. In midair, The head of the Seven Peaks observed this scene, momentarily rendered speechless. This fellow, using the flying swords from the sword tomb to win the hearts of his peers? Quite astute. However, they did not intervene, for the heavenly star divine sword of the sect leader resided within the sword tomb, suppressing the peaks. Should there be a desire to halt this, a mere thought would suffice to return the swords to their place. Yet, he refrained from such action, clearly consenting to Lu Chen's endeavor. The flying swords lay dormant in the sword tomb, awaiting their fated companions. Our ceremonial sword distribution was designed for this very purpose. Today, Lu Chen's subjugation of Taya set an exemplary standard for his fellow disciples, greatly inspiring them. The automatic selection of masters by the flying swords is indeed a harmonious resolution. The flying swords will invariably choose their most fitting owners. In a certain sense, this is preferable to human selection. The 36 celestial spirits and 72 earthly fiends are all emerging to find their masters. This batch of disciples is likely to become the strongest cohort in the history of Mount Shu. Setting aside all else, this young man, Lu Chen, possesses considerable talent. Consequently, his reputation within the sect will soar, winning the hearts of the people. Should he eventually attain the golden elixir, he may very well become a formidable contender for the position of swordmaster. Brother Kaiyang, your treasured disciple may find himself in peril. They laughed. Regardless, we are all disciples of Mount Shu. Who becomes the swordmaster shall depend on their own capabilities. Suddenly, a beam of sword light surged into the heavens from within the sword tomb, causing the mountain peaks to tremble. A cascade of starlight descended, drawing all unclaimed flying swords back to their rightful places. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the esteemed Master Qingshu resonated, carrying a serene authority. Today, the sword is conferred. All disciples have received the legacy of the flying swords, and thus, the grand ceremony concludes. At this proclamation, Lu Chen, having subdued the divine sword Tai A and possessing extraordinary talent, was specially promoted to the 9th true disciple of Mount Shu in accordance with sect regulations. Upon hearing this, the assembly promptly bowed in respect. Ordinarily, this sword conferral ceremony would be presided over by the heads of the 7 peaks, and it was uncommon for the master to intervene personally. However, Lu Chen's remarkable achievement with Tai A created such a stir that even Master Qingshu felt compelled to intervene and announce his elevation to true disciple. Such recognition was unparalleled. With the exception of the legendary Gu Chongqing from years past, the crowd, naturally, erupted in congratulations and well-wishes. At this moment, Lu Chen received a message from Master Qingshu, instructing him to accompany the head of the 7 peaks to the Sword Immortal Hall without delay. Chapter 038. Master of the Tai E sword within the Grand Hall of Sword Immortals, an ancient flying sword hovered silently in midair. Its dark crimson blade exuded an unrelenting aura of lethality even in stillness, its razor-sharp edges radiating a palpable ferocity, a weapon forged solely for slaughter. A century has passed, yet Tai E remains as formidable as ever, murmured one of the 7 peak masters, gazing at the divine sword before Lu Chen with a trace of melancholy. To think I would live to see it emerge once more into the world. A pity that its former wielder is no longer. The sword seemed to carry countless untold stories. Though curiosity burned within him, Lu Chen refrained from asking directly, since the sect leader had summoned him. There was undoubtedly a purpose, perhaps even an explanation regarding Tai E's origins. Lu Chen, the voice of Qingshu Jinren, seated at the center, broke the silence. I never imagined you possessed such prodigious talent in swordsmanship, not only mastering the noble sword chi, but also comprehending the great river sword intent. And now, you've subdued Tai E, truly extraordinary. After a moment of praise, the sect leader's tone shifted to solemnity. The title of Shu Mountain's true inheritor is reserved only for the most exceptional prodigies. Your aptitude and temperament qualify you, but your cultivation remains lacking. You must temper yourself diligently, guard against arrogance, and strive to form your golden core as swiftly as possible. Lu Chen understood this well. The other true inheritors had all reached at least the golden core realm. His own cultivation, having only recently crystallized, was indeed insufficient. Had he not subdued Tai E, he would never have been deemed worthy. Sect leader, I will not disappoint, Lu Chen vowed. Qingshu Jinren nodded. With your talent, rapid advancement is assured. That is the least of my concerns. His gaze then drifted toward Tai E, his expression tinged with complexity. This sword is unrivaled in ferocity. Renowned as Shu Mountain's foremost instrument of slaughter. In lethality, it rivals even the demon-subduing sword. Though you've tamed it today, mastery may yet elude you. Lu Chen frowned. But I've already imprinted my spiritual mark upon it. How could I fail to wield it? The sect leader offered no explanation. instead turning to the 7 peak masters. Junior brothers and sisters, guard the formation within this hall in my absence. The peak masters exchanged glances, comprehension dawning. Yao Guangjinren frowned. Elder brother, do you intend to take Lu Chen to see? Tai has re-emerged, Qingshu Jinren interrupted with a wave of his hand. He will learn of this sooner or later. Motioning for Lu Chen to follow, he commanded, bring Tai. Come with me. As they departed, Lu Chen could not suppress his curiosity. Sect leader, who are we meeting? The original master of Tai, Lu Chen's mind reeled. The sword's former master still lives? Another sword god? But if so, why was Tai abandoned within the sword tomb? Could there truly be another surviving sword god within Shu Mountain? His heart trembled with the weight of revelation. On the surface, not a trace of emotion was revealed. He simply followed the master with utmost sincerity, making his way out of the Sword Immortal Hall and heading straight towards the back mountain. Soon, the familiar cave estate came into view. The esteemed Qingshu Jinren soared down along the waterfall, with Lu Chen trailing behind, observing the tranquil cold pool below. He could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could the person the master spoke of be the strange being beneath the cold pool? Goodness, I suspected he must be a formidable boss. This individual is the original master of the Tai's sword, a sword deity? Lu Chen's heart was filled with uncertainty. At that moment, the Tai, sword in his hand, seemed to sense something, beginning to tremble slightly and emit an uneasy hum. The two landed by the cold pool. At this moment, Lu Li was dozing under a nearby tree's shade. Upon noticing the arrival of Qingshu Jinren, she quickly stood up, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and respectfully said, "Greetings, master." The old man did not adopt an air of superiority. With a kind smile, he nodded and asked, "Have you been well in Mount Shu these days? Has this rascal Lu Chen bullied you?" No, I'm doing quite well. Brother Lu Chen has treated me very kindly," the young girl replied, shaking her hands repeatedly. "That's good. You may go play elsewhere for now. I have some matters to discuss with your friend." Qingshu Jinren gestured towards the cold pool. Lu Li, understanding the situation, nodded, cast a glance at Lu Chen, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Come with me," Qingshu Jinren instructed, his form gliding as he stepped into the cold pool. The ripples spread outwards, and the calm water surface resembled a mirror. He moved forward as if walking on solid ground, his cloth shoes remaining completely dry. Lu Chen, lacking the prowess of a sword deity, nonetheless had learned the art of water manipulation and could traverse the waves for a short duration without issue. Thus, he hurriedly followed suit. "Senior brother, I have come to see you." Qingshu Jinren paused in the center of the cold pool and spoke. He actually referred to that person as senior brother. Could it be that the strange being beneath the cold pool was a peer of the master? How could a legendary sword deity end up sealed away in such a manner? This was becoming intriguing. Lu Chen dared not interject casually. He merely fixed his gaze upon the cold pool below, observing the undisturbed surface, devoid of any sound or movement. He thought to himself, could that fellow be asleep? Qingshu Jinren, however, was well accustomed to this and did not expect a response. He continued, presumably. "Senior brother is already aware that the Tai sword has re-emerged and chosen a new master. You should have met this person. His qualifications and character are commendable, worthy of your trust." As he mentioned the Tai sword, several bubbles emerged from the surface of the cold pool. Shortly thereafter, an elderly voice resonated from beneath the water. "I have abandoned the sword for a century. These matters do not concern me. However, without your approval for the inheritance, the Tai sword will forever remain bound to you and will not truly recognize its master." As Qingshu Jinren spoke, he glanced at Lu Chen, signaling him to release the Tai sword. Although perplexed, Lu Chen figured the master would not harm him, so he hesitated not and promptly loosened his grip. Buzz! Tai emitted a piercing hum, soaring into the air as a brilliant sword light erupted from its blade, striking fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the lake's surface shattered, sending waves soaring to the heavens. The terrifying sword chi plunged into the frigid depths below, stirring up colossal surges. Lu Chen stood in stunned silence, realizing that the figure before him was none other than the original master of the Tai sword. Why, upon their first encounter, did Tai unleash an unprecedented wave of murderous intent and ferocity, as if confronting a mortal enemy? Just as Lu Chen grappled with his bewilderment, the blinding sword light abruptly dissipated. The tumultuous waters gradually returned to tranquility. Peering through the rippling surface, he beheld the strange individual opening his eyes. Meeting Tai's gaze across the chasm, the once fierce and sharp glimmer in his eyes softened, revealing a hint of remorse. After a prolonged silence, his voice resonated gently. "It is not that I have forsaken you. but rather that my sword heart has perished, rendering me akin to a lifeless husk. You should not follow my path, buried in this abyss. Chapter 39. The fallen sword saint ripples shimmered across the frigid pool as the Tai sword trembled with a resonant hum. Gazing silently at the figure submerged beneath the waters, the man spoke with a voice steeped in resignation. Without my sword heart, I am but a broken shell, clinging to existence. I no longer deserve you, Tai. You deserve a future far more radiant than this. With those words, he parted his lips and expelled a surge of sword energy. The dark currents churned, erupting into a towering column of water that crashed against Tai with a thunderous roar, sending the blade hurtling back. Lu Chen reached out, his fingers closing around the hilt. The sword quivered briefly before settling into stillness. Young one, if Tai has acknowledged you, there must be merit within you. Today, I formally bequeath it to you. May you never forget your original intent, and never allow its brilliance to be tarnished. Lu Chen nodded solemnly. Though he did not yet know the man's true identity, the fact that the sect master had brought him here spoke volumes. I understand, he replied. With his formal inheritance, Tai is now truly yours, Qingshu Jinren remarked with a faint nod. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he turned back and added, however, when my senior brother wielded this blade, he struck fear into the hearts of heroes across the land. Lu Chen's cultivation is still shallow. This sword will bring him no small measure of trouble. Surely, you would wish to see Tai sealed away in the sword vault once more? Humph. I knew your visit wouldn't be without ulterior motives. Shouldn't such matters be the concern of the Shu Mountain sect master? One matter need not trouble two masters. Since Lu Chen has inherited Tai he is, in a sense, your disciple. Shouldn't you offer him something more? Even from a broken, sword-heartless cripple like me, you still seek to extort gifts? Qingshu, in these 100 years, your cultivation may not have advanced, but your audacity certainly has. Though his tone was icy, the underlying camaraderie between the two men was unmistakable. Shifting his gaze to Lu Chen, the submerged figure spoke calmly. Young one, Tai's edge is unyielding. At your current level, you cannot unleash its full might. I have left a strand of sword energy within it. Though a mere shadow of what it once was, it may preserve your life in times of peril. It will aid you thrice. After that, our bond shall be severed. Lu Chen's eyes brightened at these words. So this was the sect master's deeper intention in bringing him here? A strand of sword energy left by the former sword saint. This was a true, life-saving trump card, likely surpassing even the nether diagram in potency. Though limited to 3 uses, it was more than enough. Bowing deeply, he said, my gratitude, elder. Enough. My final thread to this world is now severed. From this moment, I am truly dead. Leave, and trouble me no more. With that, the figure closed his eyes. His presence dissipated into silence, as though life itself had fled. Qingshu Jinren sighed, words lingering unspoken on his lips. In the end, he merely shook his head and waved a hand, transporting himself and Lu Chen away from the icy depths and back into the bamboo pavilion. Master, who exactly is that person? Why have I never heard of him despite my long time at Mount Shu? After leaving the cold pool, Lu Chen finally posed the question. Realizing he would inquire about this, Qingshu Jinren did not conceal the truth. He replied, his name is Chun Qingfeng, a senior brother of mine. He possesses extraordinary talent, his prowess far surpassing my own. The position of master should rightfully belong to him. Is his cultivation truly superior to that of the master? Lu Chen inquired. Indeed. At that time, he was known as the Sword of Shu Mountain, and in his 40s, he had already transcended to the realm of celestial beings. Wielding the legendary Tai's sword, dominating the path of swordsmanship and rendering himself invincible. During that era, our dual sword deities at Shu Mountain decisively subdued Longhu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and the Buddhist sects, establishing our supremacy in the righteous path. As Qingshu Jinren spoke, a nostalgic expression graced his face. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the mention of the dual sword deities of Shu Mountain. One could only imagine the grandeur of Shu Mountain during those days. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. Setting aside the fact that both sword deities were remarkably young and appeared to share a profound camaraderie without any enmity. If they had united in purpose, they would have been virtually invincible. Therefore, one would expect that Shu Mountain would have flourished even more by now. However, it seemed that the power of Shu Mountain had dwindled, its influence now confined to the region of Shu. Far less prosperous than the Taoist and Buddhist sects on a national scale. What could have possibly extinguished Chun Qingfeng's sword spirit, leaving him disheartened and imprisoned in self-exile? This topic remained shrouded in secrecy among the disciples of Shu Mountain. The name of the once great sword deity was scarcely mentioned. What transpired a century ago? Lu Chen's curiosity compelled him to inquire further. However, Qing Suzhenren shook his head, unwilling to delve into the matter. He merely stated, "Old affairs from years past are better left unspoken. When your strength has grown sufficient, you will naturally come to know. For now, your primary task is to elevate your cultivation as swiftly as possible." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a palm-sized jade slip flew forth. The Tai sword differs from other flying swords. As its original master has yet to pass, no legacy was left within. Since you have already grasped the essence of the Great River Sword intent, I bestow this extraordinary technique upon you as a compensation for your advancement to true inheritance. Lu Chen had showcased the nascent form of the Great River Sword intent during the sword dedication ceremony, demonstrating remarkable talent. Qing Suzhenren, recognizing his potential, had chosen to grant him this skill in advance. "Thank you, Master," Lu Chen exclaimed, filled with joy as he accepted the jade slip. With this complete cultivation method, he would be able to refine the nascent form of the Great River Sword intent, allowing him to enhance his abilities directly through experience points. This was a divine technique only attainable at the nascent soul stage. Should he master it fully, his combat prowess would far exceed the limitations of his current realm. While the Tai sword was formidable, surpassing most weapons in existence, it remained merely an external tool. One must not rely on it excessively, for true cultivation is the foundation. Lu Chen, your talent is exceptional, and you are qualified to vie for the title of future Sword of Shu Mountain. Do not grow complacent, Qing Suzhenren advised, offering further encouragement. Before his departure, he added, "Regarding the list you brought back last time, I've uncovered some leads. We may have definitive news in the coming days. When the time comes, you might need to descend the mountain. Best to prepare early." Lu Chen was unsurprised by this. Most true disciples of Mount Shu would eventually descend to temper their swordsmanship and cultivate their minds. His turn was inevitable. That list from the Blood Soul sect likely pertained to remnants of the demonic faction, a mission he could not afford to miss. "Rest assured, Master. This disciple understands." "Good." With that, Master Qingshu wasted no time, soaring into the sky and returning to the Sword Immortal Hall. The grand formation within was vital to Mount Shu's foundation, and he could not afford to be absent for long. Tai sword. Subduing you was no small feat, but the rewards were worth it. After Qingshu's departure, Lu Chen gazed thoughtfully at the hovering sword in his hand. Moments later, he pushed open the door and summoned Lu Li, handing her a hefty pouch of spirit stones. "Go to the market and buy some fine wine." Lu Li blinked in surprise. Since when did Brother Lu Chen take a liking to wine? "Just go. Don't ask questions." "Oh, then, can I buy a stick of candied hawthorn with the leftover coins?" She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Ever since Lu Li began her cultivation, she had grown increasingly peculiar, either craving snacks or dozing beneath tree roots. He had no idea what kind of cultivation method she was practicing. "Those spirit stones will last you quite a while. Buy whatever you want." With a dismissive wave, he shooed the girl out before retreating to his study. There, he opened the system interface, reviewing his gains and preparing to elevate his strength. Chapter 040. The Great Dream Heart Sutra. During the recent sword presentation ceremony at Mount Shu, though fraught with challenges and requiring considerable effort, the rewards proved to be exceedingly bountiful. Not only did I successfully acquire the Tai sword, one of the 3 divine swords, and ascend to the esteemed position of a true disciple of Mount Shu, but I also garnered the support of many, significantly enhancing my experience points. With the experience points accumulated previously, I now possess over 11,000. Should I choose to utilize them for advancement, I could effortlessly transcend to the mid-stage of crystallization. However, given my current foundation, the disparity in magical power between the early and mid-stages is negligible and thus unnecessary for me. Presently, my magical prowess surpasses that of an average peak crystallization practitioner. I am now poised to descend the mountain for further training. Venturing forth will undoubtedly differ from my experiences near Mount Shu, where I may encounter greater perils. It is imperative to enhance my combat capabilities as much as possible. Contemplating this, I opened my palm, and the jade slip inscribed with the Great River Sword intent levitated gracefully. As I infused it with my magical energy, a radiant figure emerged, wielding a sword, illustrating the profound intricacies of the Great River Sword technique. The celestial river hangs high. The waters of the great river descend from the heavens, and the sword aura flows for 30,000 miles. As I observed the flickering blade light and felt the surging sword intent, I experienced an epiphany. Having already grasped the rudimentary form of the Great River Sword intent and touched upon its threshold, the acquisition of its true essence and detailed techniques came to fruition seamlessly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the Great River Sword intent. The divine ability has been recorded. You may now utilize experience points to upgrade the sword intent level. With the system's notification resonating in my ears, I focused my gaze and indeed, in the personal profile. The section for divine abilities now displayed the emblem of the Great River Sword intent, allowing for point allocation for upgrades. My heavens! The first level of the Great River Sword intent requires a staggering 10,000 experience points. I gasped inwardly. This is exceedingly exorbitant. The fourth layer of the lofty sword aura only costs 10,000 experience points. Yet, upon reflection, this is one of the 7 supreme arts of Mount Shu, a truly top-tier divine ability of remarkable potency. Moreover, the comprehension and cultivation of sword intent is not something the average person can achieve. Out of 100,000 sword practitioners, perhaps only one may grasp it. In the effort to nurture and faced with this sword intent, an ordinary person would not even need to engage in combat. Their spirit would be overwhelmed with fear, leading to collapse and retreat. Excellent. Only now have I truly mastered the Great River Sword intent. With this technique, within the same realm, be it human, demon, or any malevolent entity, all shall crumble upon encountering my sword intent. Even when confronting a golden core expert, should I unleash this intent, they would likely retreat in haste. Lu Chen was thoroughly satisfied. His strength had now undergone a tremendous enhancement. Even if he were to leave Mount Shu, without the protection of his sect, he would still possess the power to defend himself. Subsequently, Lu Chen devoted his efforts to refining the flying sword. After all, having expended such great effort to subdue Tai Yi, it was only natural to refine it thoroughly and make it truly his own. 7 days later, Lu Chen had completed the refinement of Tai Yi's sword. He had achieved true unity of heart and sword, wielding it as effortlessly as his own arm. With the sharpness of Tai Yi's sword combined with the Great River Sword intent, his combat prowess would ascend to even greater heights. During this period, Lu Li, following his instructions, purchased a large quantity of fine wine from the market and stored it in the courtyard. Then, she was instructed to bring a flask of wine daily to the cold pool. This was primarily because, on previous occasions when Lu Li delivered wine, Chen Qingfeng had not refused. It was a gesture tailored to his preferences, not with any ulterior motive, but simply as gratitude for inheriting Tai Yi and bestowing upon him a protective sword aura. Moreover, Lu Li seemed to share a certain rapport with him. Establishing a good relationship with him could only be beneficial. After all, he was once a sword god of his generation. Even if his sword heart had shattered now, should he one day attain enlightenment and emerge from the cold pool, he might advance even further. Lu Li, I've noticed you haven't been cultivating much recently, either eating or sleeping all day. Yet your cultivation progress is remarkably swift. Have you been practicing some other technique? During a meal, Lu Chen inquired. Given Lu Li's youth, he was concerned she might recklessly cultivate something that could leave hidden flaws. It was taught to me by that senior in the lake. He called it the Great Dream Heart Sutra. I don't really understand it, but cultivating it is simple. All I need to do is sleep. The only downside is waking up feeling extremely hungry. The little girl spoke between mouthfuls of meat. By now, she had grown familiar and trusting of Lu Chen, regarding him as family. Thus, she concealed nothing. So, it was indeed a technique imparted by Chen Qifeng. This man, who had supposedly lost all will to live and barely acknowledged even the sect leader, seemed to take a peculiar interest in Lu Li. Could it be that he, too, had discerned her identity as a reincarnated immortal? Lu Chen frowned slightly. But for now, at least, there appeared to be no ill intent. As for the deeper reasons, he had no means to investigate. All in all, it was necessarily a bad thing. He nodded. That senior is a predecessor of our Mount Shu. Since he imparted this technique to you, it must be well suited for you. Continue practicing it for now. However, if you ever feel anything amiss, inform me immediately. If I'm not around, seek out the sect leader. Understood? Understood. Lu Li nodded obediently. Suddenly, she inquired, from your words, does it imply that Brother Lu Chen intends to descend the mountain once again? Indeed. I have ascended to the status of an inner disciple, and it is a long-standing tradition of the Shu Mountain sect to descend for practical experience. Moreover, I have just received a message from the sect leader regarding matters pertaining to the Blood Soul sect, which necessitates my investigation. Upon hearing the name of the Blood Soul sect, the young girl's expression visibly shifted. Her family, her parents, had fallen victim to the hands of the Blood Soul sect, thus her deep-seated loathing for them was entirely understandable. Lu Chen comprehended her sentiments and spoke reassuringly. Do not dwell too much on this. Your primary focus should be on your cultivation. I promise you, once you establish your foundation, If remnants of the Blood Soul sect still linger, I will grant you the opportunity to exact your vengeance personally. Yes, I will strive earnestly. My descent may prolong for a while. Upon my return, I shall prepare everything you require for your foundational cultivation. You need only concentrate on your practice. Having conveyed these matters, Lu Chen rose and set forth towards the Sword Immortal Hall. Chapter 041. The Legend of Blood Demon Lu Chen soared through the skies, riding the wind with his sword, making his way to the Sword Immortal Hall. Along the journey, the disciples of Mount Shu greeted him with deep respect. After all, Lu Chen had ascended to the rank of an inner disciple, wielding the divine sword Tai, which granted him an extraordinary status. Moreover, during the sword bestowal ceremony, his act of gifting swords had won the hearts of many. Now, the disciples of Mount Shu were eager to call him senior brother with genuine admiration. In terms of reputation and popularity, only the renowned Gu Changsheng, reputed as the strongest among the 9 true disciples of Mount Shu, could be compared to him. This feeling of being revered by the masses was undeniably delightful for Lu Chen. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the Sword Immortal Hall. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed not only the esteemed Master Qingshu but also a proud and graceful figure, none other than the female sword cultivator he had encountered at the sword bestowal ceremony. She was the first to assist him in subduing Tai. Was her name Xia Ningxue? What brought her here? Lu Chen pondered. At that moment, Xia Ningxue stepped forward, bowing slightly in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. This young lady, who appeared as cold as ice, nonetheless displayed a commendable sense of courtesy, dispelling any notions of her being haughty. This undoubtedly endeared her to Lu Chen, who nodded in polite return. You are too courteous, junior sister. Had it not been for your assistance that day, I would not have so easily subdued Tai. Senior brother's clarity of sword heart and profound understanding of the true essence of swordsmanship are what truly merit Tai. I merely contributed a modicum of effort, she replied. Besides, your subsequent gift of swords has greatly benefited me. I acquired the Snowdrift Flying Sword, one of the 36 heavenly gang swords. Though it pales in comparison to Tai, it harmonizes exceptionally well with my physique and cultivation method. As she spoke, she raised her hand, revealing a flying sword forged from concentrated frost, swirling gracefully and emitting a piercing chill. It was indeed a fine sword. You two are exceptional disciples of Mount Shu, and I am heartened to see such camaraderie between you, Master Qingshu remarked from a distance. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Xia Ningxue might harbor jealousy for not obtaining Tai, but it appeared his worries were unfounded. While she possessed a proud demeanor, her heart was not narrow. Lu Chen's talent and perseverance displayed at the sword bestowal ceremony had earned her genuine respect, leaving no room for resentment. Conversely, Lu Chen's gentle nature and sincere treatment of others, along with his humility despite his achievements, pleased Master Qingshu greatly. After a few words of praise, he gestured for both to approach, returning to the matter at hand. I am still investigating the mysterious individual. As for the list you brought back last time, after extensive verification, we have reached some conclusions. Finally, there was progress. Lu Chen had been eagerly awaiting the activation of this subsequent task. He quickly interjected, Master, what do the names on this list represent? They are the prey sought by the Blood Soul sect. The expression of Master Qingshu bore a hint of gravity as he continued. You may be unaware that the Blood Soul sect is, in essence, a nefarious cult, venerating and sacrificing to the blood demon to acquire wicked powers. In my past endeavors, I wielded my sword to eradicate this sect, nearly extinguishing all of its disciples. Yet I failed to uncover any trace of this so-called blood demon. The blood demon? Lu Chen, with a keen intellect, seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you suggesting that the individuals on this list are connected to the blood demon? Master Qingshu nodded, casting an appreciative glance at him, and then elaborated. There exists an ancient legend within the Blood Soul sect. By gathering the blood of both the utmost yin and yang during a solar eclipse, one can summon the blood demon from the depths of the infernal blood sea, thereby allowing it to re-emerge in the mortal realm. Do the followers of the Blood Soul sect truly believe in this legend? Lu Chen pondered aloud. As far as I know, the remnants of the Blood Soul sect have reassembled due to the emergence of a holy sun with pure yang blood. Their current pursuit of women born during the most yin of times is likely an endeavor to locate this so-called holy maiden. Master Qingshu shook his head in response. Regardless of the veracity of this legend, my ancient texts from Mount Shu do indeed contain records of the blood demon, believed to be one of the myriad offspring of the primordial evil deity, possessing unfathomable powers. Should it truly return to the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly herald a cataclysm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He nodded and remarked, "So, the reason you summoned me today is to address the Holy Maiden of the Blood Soul sect?" "Indeed," Master Qingshu affirmed. "You have attained a considerable level of cultivation. It is time for you to venture out into the world. This matter bears immense significance and must remain confidential. It would be prudent for you to investigate and ensure that the Blood Soul sect does not locate this Holy Maiden." As he spoke, Lu Chen received a system notification. The task concerning the remnants of the demonic sect had advanced to its second phase. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the task. Remnants of the demonic sect 2. Holy Maiden of the demonic sect. Investigate and prevent the Blood Soul sect from acquiring the utmosting blood. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards. Failure will incur no penalties. Note, regardless of the outcome, this task will initiate the subsequent third phase, with varying conclusions based on the task's trajectory. It appeared to be a chain of tasks. Lu Chen nodded inwardly, realizing that if the blood demon truly was the legendary offspring of blood, his current strength might be insufficient to confront it. However, he remained confident in dealing with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect. The pivotal question lay in how to locate this so-called Holy Maiden of the demonic sect. Given the safety of countless lives, as a true disciple of Mount Shu, he felt an undeniable duty to act. Yet, with so many from the Blood Soul sect searching in secrecy without results, how could he possibly find this elusive Holy Maiden? Lu Chen voiced his concerns, but Master Qingshu had anticipated this. He replied, "I am well aware of this. Hence, I utilized the grand array of the celestial bodies to deduce the approximate location of the Yin Maiden, which is situated in Sufeng City. Moreover, Ning Shuang has connections with the city's governor, which could alleviate many of your challenges. Additionally, a secret technique she practices will enable you to accurately pinpoint the location of the blood energy. Thus, I intend to have her accompany you. With her prowess, she can certainly assist you in battle. Shall we form a team?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a glance at Xiaoning Xuan. In truth, he harbored a desire to decline. He had always preferred solitude and was not particularly fond of collaborating with others. It was not that he feared Xiaoning Xuan would be a hindrance. Rather, he was concerned she might steal his kills, which would deprive him of valuable experience points. However, upon further reflection, he realized that without Xiaoning Xuan, it would likely be quite challenging to locate their target. Even if he did manage to find them, it would consume a considerable amount of time and effort, making it an unwise endeavor. Moreover, the Blood Soul sect was also in pursuit of the Yin Maiden. The traitor within the sect had yet to be discovered, and it was possible they would uncover his whereabouts. Should that happen, the formidable experts from the Blood Soul sect would surely pursue him, making it perilous to rely solely on himself. Weighing all factors, it became evident that Xia Ningxuan's companionship was indeed necessary. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Additionally, the girl was rather beautiful, and having a lovely companion on the journey could hardly be deemed a misfortune. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded and addressed Xia Ningxuan, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, junior sister." Upon hearing this, Xia Ningxuan maintained her stoic demeanor and replied calmly, "Rest assured, senior brother, this matter is of great importance, and I shall lend my utmost support." After conveying these instructions, Master Qingshu continued, "During my celestial calculations, I discovered that on the 8th day of September, an extraordinary phenomenon of a solar eclipse will occur. You must locate the Holy Maiden of the Demon sect before that date. Time is of the essence. You should set forth immediately." Chapter 042. Better to sleep on a grave than in a deserted temple in the northwest of the Central Lands lies Sufeng City, no longer within the borders of Shu. Thus, the distance is not negligible. By horse and carriage, it would take no less than half a month. And even by sword flight, a full day would be required. Therefore, Lu Chen did not delay. After a brief preparation, he set off with Xia Ningxuan towards Sufeng. On the journey, Lu Chen maintained a steady pace. With 3 months remaining until the 8th day of the 9th month, there was no urgency in searching for the Holy Maiden of the Demon sect. If he encountered any monsters along the way, dispatching them to garner experience would be quite beneficial. However, luck was not on his side this time. Since leaving Mount Shu, traversing mountains and rivers, he had yet to encounter a hint of demonic presence. After all, this area still fell within the domain of Mount Shu. Any demons that might appear had already been eliminated by other disciples, listed on the demon suppression list. Thus, the region remained largely tranquil. Beyond the borders of Shu, however, a different scene unfolded. Desolate fields and collapsed houses dotted the landscape, with refugees scattered everywhere and bones strewn across the fields. Numerous demons and strange creatures had emerged, wreaking havoc in the world. As far as the eye could see, a tempest of demonic winds heralded a time of chaos. Compared to Shu, it seemed like an entirely different realm. Lu Chen gazed at the occasionally roiling black mist below, unable to suppress a frown. Although he was well aware of the existence of many demons and monsters in this world, he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Apart from a few large cities, the small villages and towns were in dire straits. In stark contrast, the realm of Mount Shu resembled a paradise, a utopia beyond the mundane world. Xiaoning Shuang, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly well-informed. She spoke, "It is said that an eternal night approaches, with black mist enveloping the heavens. For decades now, this mist has emerged throughout the land, giving rise to demons and monsters, tormenting humanity. The Taoist sects, the Buddhist order, and the imperial court have repeatedly attempted to suppress it, but to no avail. They can only protect a few significant cities. Other areas remain beyond their reach." "What is this black mist?" Lu Chen inquired. "I am unsure. It seems to be a form of malevolent energy, its origins unknown. And it has only grown more prevalent in recent years," Xiaoning Shuang replied, shaking her head. Her knowledge on the matter was limited to hearsay. "We have but 300 miles to go before reaching Sufeng City. If we hurry, we should arrive before nightfall. In this world, camping in the wilderness has become exceedingly perilous," she cautioned, clearly reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Lu Chen, however, shook his head in response. "We have been traveling all day, and our magical energy has diminished significantly. It is imperative that we rest soon. If we push on without recuperation, encountering an unforeseen situation could pose a greater danger." His words were, in fact, a consideration for Xiaoning Shuang. With Lu Chen's foundational cultivation in the Tao, though he was merely at the initial crystallization stage, his magical energy was remarkably profound. Even after a day of sword flight, he remained unburdened. In contrast, Xiaoning Shuang had been gritting her teeth to keep pace, and she was now beginning to show signs of fatigue. The path ahead promises to be increasingly arduous. Rather than pressing on, it would be wiser to seek a nearby refuge for the night. Of course, Lu Chen harbors his own motives. His journey is not solely for the completion of a mission. He also aims to vanquish a few more demons, accruing experience in hopes of advancing to the Golden Core realm sooner. In the forest below, there appears to be an abandoned temple dedicated to the city god. "Perhaps we shall rest there tonight," Lu Chen suggested. Xiaoning Shuang recognized the consideration behind his words and felt a surge of gratitude. Though her expression remained stoic as she glanced in the direction he indicated, her brows slightly furrowed. "It is said that it is better to sleep atop a grave than to stay in a dilapidated temple. Brother Lu, this place is desolate, and I sense a malevolent energy lingering here. If we stay, we may encounter danger." "Indeed, I am well aware," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "As disciples of Mount Shu, we have taken upon ourselves the duty of eradicating evil. Knowing that this place harbors malignancy, how can we simply turn a blind eye? While our powers may be limited, we can still slay a few demons and save some lives in the process. At least we shall have no regrets." His true desire was merely to descend and seize the opportunity to gather experience, though he refrained from stating this outright, opting instead for a more noble justification. Xiaoning Shuang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, she felt a newfound admiration for him, as though he towered above her like a lofty mountain. "It appears that my deficiencies lie not solely in courage and perseverance. This breadth of spirit and mindset is something few possess." With this realization, Xiaoning Shuang took a deep breath, gently brushed her sleeves, and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your teachings, brother. I understand now." "What do you understand?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, having merely spoken casually. Yet, he dismissed such musings and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Let us proceed. We shall investigate first, and if any demons do emerge, we can deal with them then." As they spoke, the pair descended swiftly, landing before the temple. The structure had clearly been abandoned for many years, overrun by weeds, with branches and foliage amassed in heaps. The temple's roof was significantly damaged, and the statue of the city god that once graced the altar lay in ruin, reduced to little more than a fractured torso. This once venerated deity, a protector of the realm, had fallen into such disrepair that it elicited a sense of melancholy from Lu Chen. With a sigh, he waved his hand, channeling his magical energy to disperse the surrounding dust and debris. He then raised his wrist slightly, attempting to right the toppled statue, an act that, while seemingly futile, was a gesture of respect nonetheless. At that moment, Xiaoning Shuang had entered the temple, cautiously surveying her surroundings, yet found no traces of demons, which allowed her to breathe a small sigh of relief. She then produced a piece of magical equipment, her palm opening to reveal 2 embroidered cushions, given their cultivation level. Sleep was largely unnecessary. A night of meditative rest would suffice to restore their spirits and magic. Junior sister, you have traveled all day and your energy has been greatly depleted. Please meditate and recuperate. I shall remain vigilant here, Lu Chen assured her. With a graceful wave of her hand, she unleashed 5 streaks of sword energy, manifesting the lesser 5 elements sword array. Once the formation was established, it would instantly trigger an alert should any malevolent creatures appear. Thank you, senior brother, Xiaoning Xiang acknowledged with a nod. Initially, she considered setting up a formation herself, but upon reflecting on Lu Chen's character and disposition, she deemed it unnecessary to be overly cautious, as it might create an air of estrangement. Consequently, she settled onto a nearby mat, leaving only a protective barrier around her. With that, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate her energy. This girl is rather prudent, Lu Chen observed, nodding in approval before redirecting his gaze. He turned to sit on the mat, his eyes gently closed, yet he refrained from engaging in any cultivation practices. The tedium of training and its slow progression paled in comparison to the exhilaration of being in a state of heightened awareness. He had not come here merely for rest and recuperation. As dusk approached, he pondered whether any sinister beings would venture forth to provide him with some experience. Chapter 043. The haunting dream. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the world, the desolate mountains stood in eerie silence. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds were conspicuously absent, leaving only the mournful wail of the night wind, reminiscent of wolf howls and ghostly cries, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Chen sat cross-legged within the city god temple, feigning slumber, patiently awaiting the arrival of experiences. To his surprise, after waiting for nearly half the night, no demons or spirits came to disturb him. Could it be that I misjudged? This place undeniably harbors lurking malevolent energy. Or perhaps the remnants of divine power within this temple deter the fiends from encroaching. Casting a glance at the dilapidated statue behind him, he shook his head. Deities are born from the worship of incense. This temple, long abandoned, had long lost its true essence. Even if the spirit remained, it was but a shadow of its former self. Instead, with the departure of the divine, this temple, having absorbed the essence of incense, would become a favored haunt for demons, aiding their cultivation with the remnants of sanctity. Let me wait a little longer. If no malevolent entities appear, then so be it. There would be no loss. As he pondered, Lu Chen closed his eyes once more, silently regulating his breath in anticipation. Time slipped away, and before he realized it, a wave of dizziness swept over him, and he succumbed to an unexpected slumber. No, with my cultivation, I could remain awake for days without fatigue. How could I be overtaken by sleep? An alarming intuition surged within him. He bit his tongue sharply, striving to awaken, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with a swirl of crimson silk and an intoxicating fragrance. The once ruined city god temple had inexplicably transformed into a resplendent red pavilion. The air was filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo, and under the cold moonlight, ethereal figures danced gracefully before him, as if celestial beings had descended from the heavens. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of musk, and the dulcet tones enveloped him, ensnaring his very soul. Young master, come dance with me. Life is fleeting. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The alluring melody was almost irresistible. Lu Chen felt a surge of chaos within his heart, his vital essence stirred restlessly, and he was beset by impure thoughts. He nearly rose to approach the enchanting maidens. Yet, in that instant, a glance at his side revealed the absence of Xiaoning Xiang, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. No, something is amiss. The 5-element sword array remains unresponsive. This is still a dream. In that moment, golden light erupted from Lu Chen's eyes. His celestial sight opened wide, revealing the illusory realm. The so-called enchanting fairies were naught but withered bones, manifestations born of his own delusions. Beautiful masks, rosy skeletons, mere ephemeral illusions seeking to beguile me? With a thunderous roar, Lu Chen's voice echoed like rolling thunder, a tidal wave crashing forth, as if a tempest had been unleashed. The essence of his sword vibrated powerfully. In an instant, he shattered the phantoms of beauty, reducing the opulent red pavilion to mere dust and rubble. A surge of sword intent blossomed forth as Lu Chen ascended, radiating brilliance. He broke free from the dreamscape, only to find himself enveloped in the oppressive darkness of the temple, as if he had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. The five-element sword array shimmered with radiant light, shielding the surroundings, yet it could not fend off the encroaching assault from the dream realm. Beside him, Xianing Shuang's face was deathly pale, her chest heaving erratically as if enduring some unspeakable torment. Illusions and nightmares, all manner of fears, arise from the depths of the mind. Junior sister, awaken. With a thunderous roar that resonated like the tolling of a great bell, Lu Chen pressed a finger to his brow. Xianing Shuang shuddered violently. Jolting back to consciousness, her delicate frame drenched in sweat. Senior brother Lu, I know. This vile creature lures its victims into dreams, striking them within their slumber. Thus, even the five-element sword array cannot defend against it. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling her to steady herself. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings. However, its cultivation must be shallow, or else I would not have broken free so easily. It must still lurk nearby. I shall drag it into the light. As he spoke, Lu Chen formed a single-handed seal. The ancient rune of Lin materialized in his palm. With a flick of his fingernail, he drew blood from his fingertip, sending a single drop soaring into the air. Boom. The drop ignited with spiritual fire, blazing like a miniature sun, casting its scorching radiance across the ruined temple. In the darkness, a shadow coiled around the rafters above the entrance, thick as a barrel, serpentine in form, yet crowned with a grotesque human head. Struck by the golden light, it let out a shrill, hissing shriek before dissolving into a streak of black mist, fleeing in terror. Found you. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with cold determination. In an instant, he shot forward like lightning, slicing through the air. With a sweep of his sleeve, his righteous sword energy transformed into a blazing arc, crashing down like divine retribution. Boom. Stone shattered. Where the black serpent had been, a massive crater now yawned, carved by the force of his strike. Yet the creature was cunning, seemingly devoid of any will to fight. The moment it was exposed, it fled without hesitation, evading Lu Chen's blade entirely. Where do you think you're escaping? Lu Chen smirked. This was experience delivered straight to his doorstep. He would not let it slip away. Mounted upon his sword's radiance, he gave chase once more. At his current level of cultivation, his speed was unmatched. Though the serpentine fiend twisted and dodged, it could not shake his pursuit. Soon, Lu Chen closed the distance. Perish. A ruthless slash of his blade cleaved the black serpent in two. A piercing wail echoed as the monstrous form crashed to the ground, its body billowing with dark smoke before transforming into a severed lock of hair. The strands rapidly whitened, then crumbled to ash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a dream wraith. Experience 1000. So this creature is called a dream wraith? Forged from the scattered souls of the dead. Refined into strands of hair, it was a malevolent spirit that emerged at midnight, luring victims into dreams to ensnare their minds before guiding them, sleepwalking, into fatal traps. This was no natural fiend. It had been artificially crafted. A mere pawn, Lu Chen mused coldly. The true mastermind still lurks in the shadows, manipulating the souls of dreams to deceive beings. This creature may possess some degree of mastery. If one could unearth it, a substantial profit might be gained. Thus, I immediately summoned a straw man and pursued the direction in which the dream soul fled. Before long, Lu Chen found himself before a desolate graveyard, its bleakness palpable. Even from a distance, he felt the chilling winds and witnessed the flickering of ghostly flames, indicating the presence of numerous restless spirits. As he drew closer, a sudden gust of cold air swept past him, causing his expression to change dramatically. He swiftly turned, only to see a white figure darting by. Engaging in such spectral antics, are you courting death? He exclaimed. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck with a powerful palm. The force of his magic erupted, transforming into a torrent of sword-like light that instantaneously sealed off the area. The white apparition, unable to evade, was struck down, its ethereal form trembling violently as it plummeted to the ground, nearly losing its very essence. A mere wandering spirit dares to act so brazenly before me? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and he prepared to strike. Yet, to his astonishment, the ghostly figure manifested into that of a young maiden, who promptly knelt on the ground and implored, "Immortal Master, spare me. I meant no harm. I only wished to warn you of the dangers ahead." Chapter 044. The White Lotus Deity. The young woman spoke earnestly. I mean no harm, and have never wronged anyone. I implore the Immortal Master to discern the truth. The ghostly figure knelt before him, her voice filled with sorrow. Lu Chen, upon hearing her words, momentarily halted his assault. Yet he did not take her claims at face value. He summoned his mystical powers to open his celestial eye, scrutinizing the spirit before him. This female ghost was indeed strikingly beautiful, her essence frail, suggesting she had recently departed from the mortal realm. There was a noticeable absence of malevolent energy surrounding her, indicating she was not a wicked spirit. It was apparent she was merely an innocent soul who had met an untimely death. Once he confirmed her lack of danger, Lu Chen slightly tempered his aura, aware that his formidable power could inadvertently cause her spirit to dissipate entirely if he continued to exert pressure upon her. "What is your name? How did you perish? And why do you linger in this place? Speak the truth." Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, the ghost did not dare to conceal anything and promptly revealed her story. "My name is Cui Yinyan. I was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Su Feng. Half a year ago, I journeyed to the cold mountain temple outside the city to pray for blessings. There, I was captured by nefarious individuals, and to preserve my honor, I took my own life. I had thought death would grant me liberation, yet unexpectedly, my soul was ensnared by a demon, forced to lure mortals to this place for the demon to consume. Cui Yinyan refused to assist in the demon's malevolence, transforming instead into a ghostly form that roamed the outskirts of the graveyard, scaring away anyone who approached by conjuring eerie winds. For this defiance, she endured severe punishments at the hands of the demon. When Lu Chen pursued her, she mistook him for another unwitting mortal, hoping to warn him. Alas, she had not anticipated that he was a skilled practitioner from the immortal realm, with profound powers. A mere wave of his hand nearly shattered her spirit. "Now I see. I have misjudged you," Lu Chen remarked, noting the sincerity in her demeanor and the lack of inconsistencies in her account. His expression softened somewhat. With a flick of his wrist, he used his powers to elevate the ghostly figure. He then inquired, "To bind the souls of the deceased and commit evil acts, this demon must possess considerable abilities. Do you know its origins and its current whereabouts?" Seeing Lu Chen's demeanor shift, Cui Yinyan felt a sense of relief and hastily responded, "All I know is that the demon claims to be the White Lotus deity, possessing immense power and commanding thousands of souls. It resides in the Blackstone Mountains outside Su Feng, its lair hidden deep within the graveyard." "Humph, what audacity! A mere demon dares to proclaim itself a deity?" Lu Chen scoffed, though inwardly he began to contemplate the implications. A formidable demon with so many souls at its command could yield great rewards if captured. Turning to Cui Yinyan, he said, "These are merely your words, and I cannot take them at face value. Here is the arrangement. You shall lead me to the demon's lair. If your claims hold true, I will deal with it accordingly. However, should you be deceiving me, you understand the consequences that await." The young woman sighed in resignation. "How could I dare to deceive the immortal master?" After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "I have perished, a mere lost soul. Life and death are, in truth, of little consequence. Yet those malevolent spirits are fearsome, possessing profound powers, and their minions abound. Although the immortal master wields great abilities, he is ultimately alone, and I fear that my presence may bring you harm. As a disciple of Mount Shu, dedicated to vanquishing evil and upholding justice, what do I have to fear regarding my own demise? You need only guide me, and with my presence, I shall ensure that you do not lose your essence." Lu Chen recognized her good intentions and felt no anger, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Observing his confident demeanor, Cui Yinyan felt a measure of reassurance. Though this place was not Shu territory, the renown of the Shu mountain sword sect was known far and wide, still holding some weight. She truly wished to escape this wretched existence. If it were possible to eliminate the demons and reclaim her freedom, it would be worth the endeavor. Thus, she gritted her teeth and nodded. "Very well. I shall lead the immortal master. However, this desolate graveyard is rife with the minions of those demons, and to infiltrate silently may prove challenging." "Infiltrate? Why should we do that?" Lu Chen chuckled. "You need only take me forward. Mere wandering souls dare not disturb us. Should anyone attempt to obstruct our path, they're undoubtedly minions of the demons, and we shall eliminate them without hesitation." Upon finishing his words, he flicked his fingers. In the distance, a straw effigy took flight. With his cultivation having ascended, he now possessed the ability to weave straw figures resembling the size of a human. He allowed Cui Yinyan's spirit to inhabit the effigy as a precaution, ensuring that if they were attacked, she would not immediately dissipate. "Let us proceed." Cui Yinyan, now inhabiting the straw figure, transformed into a youthful maiden, vibrant and lifelike. At least she no longer appeared frail as before. She expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen, inhaled deeply, and then turned to venture into the chaotic graveyard ahead, with Lu Chen closely following. The path was strewn with rubble, where bones lay scattered, and rotting corpses littered the ground, all remnants of those who had met untimely ends and were discarded here, left to decay in desolation. As time passed, The resentment and malevolence intensified, giving rise to wandering souls and vengeful spirits. However, a significant portion of these spirits possessed little power and were timid. Upon sensing the faint glow of Lu Chen's magical aura, they fled in terror, hiding among the rocks, trembling in fear. Cui Yinyan, how bold of you! The Divine Master instructed you to lure mortals, yet you continually declined. Now you return with a Taoist. What does this mean? A traitor. As the two ventured deeper, the surrounding malevolent energy thickened noticeably. Amidst flickering ghostly lights, several fearsome apparitions emerged, their faces twisted in rage, with greenish skin and sharp fangs, exuding an aura of sanguine malevolence. They glided forth, conjuring gusts of chilling wind, sending dust and stones swirling in their wake. Ghostly flames danced, and bones hovered ominously. Any ordinary practitioner witnessing such a scene would likely flee in terror. At this moment, Cui Yinyan's complexion paled, and her form involuntarily drifted backward. Clearly aware of the formidable nature of these malevolent spirits, Lu Chen, however, maintained a tranquil demeanor. His eyelids slightly lifted as he cast a fleeting glance at the malevolent spirits before withdrawing his gaze. Unaware of their impending doom, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air like a thunderclap. The malevolent spirits, caught entirely off guard by such a sudden and ferocious assault, were instantly obliterated with a resounding explosion, their souls scattering to the winds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a malevolent spirit, earning experience 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a malevolent spirit, earning experience 200. The notifications continued to chime, revealing only a few hundred points of experience, indicative of their status as mere peripheral adversaries. Lu Chen, disinterested in lingering or squandering time, turned to Cui Yinyan and instructed her to proceed forward without pause, regardless of whom they might encounter. As he spoke, a magnificent surge of sword energy erupted from behind him, illuminating the night like a beacon. As he charged forth into the depths of the chaotic graveyard with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 45. Sending you straight to heaven, the heavens vast and boundless, sword energy stretching endlessly. The majestic radiance causing both gods and ghosts to cower. Blazing sword light illuminated the night sky, like a torch or scorching sun, unstoppable in its might. Lu Chen followed Cui Yinyan forward, the surging sword energy behind them annihilating and crushing all the malevolent spirits that dared to block their path. System notifications chimed one after another, but Lu Chen paid them no heed. Before long, the two arrived deep within the mass graves. A massive sinkhole lay ahead, filled with scattered bones and pools of coagulated blood, exuding a putrid stench. Some corpses had long decayed into skeletal remains, while others were still fresh. Among the flesh and blood, vine-like roots slithered like living creatures, greedily absorbing the nutrients. Feeding on flesh as soil and blood as water, they thrived by devouring souls. Atop this grotesque foundation grew an enormous white lotus, its leaves lush and emerald, petals pristine and sacred. The flower bloomed in 9 petals across 3 layers, each petal bearing a twisted, agonized face. At the center of the lotus sat a graceful figure in white, cross-legged with hands forming a mystic seal, dignified and solemn, like the legendary Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yet beneath that holy visage gaped a maw lined with jagged fangs, its grin stretching to the ears, horrifying to behold. Hair cascaded like creeping vines, writhing serpentine tendrils dancing wildly in the darkness, weaving nightmares. Impudent wretch, you dare? The demonic entity on the lotus glared coldly as Cui Yinyan approached with Lu Chen. As it spoke, a black serpent surged forth, its spectral shriek piercing the air. Though harmless to humans, such sonic waves were lethal to spirits, striking directly at the soul. Cui Yinyan, clearly traumatized by past encounters, paled in terror. Fortunately, Lu Chen had granted her a straw effigy as a temporary vessel, shielding her from harm. Come back. Lu Chen reached out, pulling her behind him as a sword's radiance barred the way. Stepping forward, he studied the lotus demon and scoffed, a vile, bloodthirsty fiend, yet you masquerade as divine. Do you truly believe calling yourself a god will grant you enlightenment? Where did this petty Taoist come from? The white lotus demon's eyes gleamed with malice, its forked tongue flicking over needle-like teeth. But your refined flesh must be far more delectable than mere mortals. Why not let me devour you? When I ascend as a celestial, your sacrifice shall be honored. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This beast is truly absurd. You wish to eat me and ascend? If you're so eager to become an immortal, let me send you straight to heaven. His voice turned icy as killing intent erupted. The air was charged with the formidable energy of the sword, and with a mere gesture, it transformed into a tempest of sword aura, cascading like raindrops and swirling together to form a river that surged through the sky. When he chose to strike, it was with an overwhelming lethal force. A thunderous roar echoed as the luminous river of sword light surged forth, obliterating the deep pit and scattering flesh and bones in all directions. The white lotus, swaying and trembling, found its petals shattered, compelling the malevolent spirit to harness the power of the lotus and ascend into the air. "Odious Taoist, you have gone too far," she screeched, fully aware of Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess, and thus she dared not underestimate him. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged around her, conjuring a tempest of chilling winds. As countless phantoms of the deceased emerged, their long hair swirling like serpents, encircling him from all sides. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed, merely expelling a breath that transformed into frost-like sword energy, slicing through the black serpentine locks with ease. As he moved fluidly, a powerful palm strike descended, radiant with magical brilliance, inscribed with the true words of incantation. The malevolent creature sizzled as the flame seared its form, while the lotus petals ignited like yellowed parchment, turning to ashes. "Ah, Val Taoist, you have destroyed the foundation of my cultivation. I shall ensure your demise." The white lotus howled, her piercing cries echoing. In response, her arms elongated, burrowing into the earth below. With a resounding explosion, the ground erupted, and colossal bone spikes shot skyward. Following that, a second and third spike emerged, resembling jagged mountain ridges, tearing through the earth and reaching for the heavens. A noxious gas billowed forth as the white lotus opened her cavernous maw, her tongue, studded with barbs, swelling like an iron whip, descending with ferocity. "Beast, even at death's door, you still seek to intimidate." Lu Chen's countenance turned frigid. The white lotus indeed possessed considerable power, rivaling that of a crystallized cultivator, with myriad vicious techniques at her disposal. However, she posed no real threat to him. With a surge of magical force, his body felt as solid as iron, enveloped in golden light, akin to a mountain descending with might. The ground trembled as the colossal bone spikes were forcibly crushed. Simultaneously, his long sleeves billowed, conjuring a tempest to disperse the toxic miasma, while his palm, encased in golden light, resembled an iron claw, deftly ensnaring the elongated tongue and yanking it with immense strength. The white lotus let out a pained wail, her form being dragged forth as the roots of the lotus tore free from the corpses beneath, blood and viscous matter splattering everywhere. "You shall perish." Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as the poised a sword shot forth from his sleeve like a streak of blinding light, slicing through the air. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated the mouth of the white lotus and emerged from the back of her head, scattering blood and bone fragments. This single strike pierced her brain, annihilating both her cultivation and her primordial spirit. As blood cascaded like rain, the white lotus disintegrated into putrid flesh and blood, collapsing downward. The ominous energy that had enveloped the area also crumbled and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully vanquishing the corpse ghost. White Lotus acquiring White Lotus Seed. Experience 5,000. What a remarkable reward. A full 5,000 experience points. Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the sinister prowess of this malevolent entity, truly deserving of its title as an elite leader. This endeavor is not without merit. The White Lotus Seed, a nascent treasure of nature, lies nestled in the burial grounds of the deceased, imbued with the essence of the land. It can be cultivated, and upon maturation, it may yield the divine treasure known as the sacred white lotus. Such a treasure? It is indeed a remarkable find. Regrettably, it currently remains but a seed, yet to reach fruition. Contemplating this, Lu Chen casually cast it into the yellow spring diagram. This seed, akin in nature to the jade green lotus, may very well thrive in the depths of the yellow spring. Having secured the seed, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the chaotic burial ground, where bodies lay strewn about, and numerous spirits drifted aimlessly. These souls were once ensnared and controlled by the White Lotus deity. With the demise of the demon, they have regained their freedom. Yet they have also forsaken the opportunity for rebirth, remaining trapped in this realm, either to become wandering souls fading into oblivion or to inflict harm upon the living. Their continued existence is destined to breed calamity. To fulfill a virtuous deed, I shall perform a rite to guide you towards the afterlife, thus accumulating merit. As he spoke, Lu Chen ascended into the air, gracefully assuming a meditative posture, beckoning Cui Yin'en to approach. He then began to channel his energy, reciting the Taoist scriptures for the passage into the afterlife. Chapter 46. Borrowing the corpse to return to life. The child of fortune by the cool light of the moon. Lu Chen sat cross-legged beneath the night sky, silently reciting the scriptures of rebirth. Streams of mystical power cascaded down like divine nectar, nourishing all living beings. Points of radiant energy fell from above, enveloping the wandering souls in a soft golden glow. In the ethereal realm, it appeared as though the gates to rebirth had swung open, guiding them toward the underworld, towards reincarnation. O benevolent master of the celestial realm, grant me liberation from my wandering soul. I am eternally grateful. Your immeasurable virtues deserve my deepest reverence. Thank you for your salvation. May blessings and longevity be bestowed upon you from the chaotic burial ground. Countless spirits ascended, weeping tears of joy as they bowed in gratitude to Lu Chen. They were souls who had met untimely ends in a tumultuous world. Without Lu Chen's intervention, they would have been forever enslaved by demons. Deprived of the chance to ascend to the heavens, condemned to be devoured by malevolent forces or to be reduced to nothingness. It was Lu Chen who vanquished the demons and granted them freedom, even sacrificing his own magical energy to guide them towards the afterlife. This was a tremendous act of kindness, deserving of boundless gratitude. Life and death are bound by fate. Though you have endured suffering, you have remained steadfast in your hearts, resisting the temptations of evil. Once you reach the underworld, the Lord of Hell shall judge your deeds, and in your next life, you shall surely reap your rewards. Now, go forth, Lu Chen declared, waving his sleeve to send the souls on their journey to rebirth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have guided souls to liberation, earning 5 merit indeed. Guiding souls to the afterlife yields merit. However, the amount is rather meager. There must be hundreds, if not thousands, of souls in this burial ground. Yet only 5 points of merit have been granted. Merit is truly a scarce commodity. Nonetheless, considering its profound effects, constantly enhancing one's fortune and providing protection against calamities, it is only natural that it is so difficult to acquire. If only there were a way to amass a significant amount of merit at once. With sufficient merit, treasures would likely fall into one's lap, bringing immense joy. As Lu Chen pondered these thoughts, the light of rebirth gradually dimmed. Most of the wandering souls had already found their paths to liberation. However, as he descended, he noticed that Cui Yinyan, who was bound to a straw figure, remained behind. Frowning slightly, he inquired, I have just guided the souls to liberation and opened the gates of rebirth. Why have you not entered the cycle of reincarnation? Cui Yinyan's expression turned grim at his words as she shook her head. I do not know. When you performed the rite of liberation, I intended to soar into the gates of rebirth, yet I was restrained by an unseen force that prevented my transcendence. It seems my corpse is the issue. Her words conveyed a deep sorrow. Who would wish to linger as a wandering spirit if they could attain rebirth? Being shackled to a corpse, unable to transcend, must surely be the result of a curse cast upon her. Lu Chen's frown deepened. Under normal circumstances, even a person who has met a tragic end should not be denied the chance of rebirth. This situation was indeed peculiar. Either cursed or subjected to some unspeakable calamity upon death, her soul found no peace, rejected even by the underworld. Cui Yinyan, wasn't she just an ordinary woman? What could possibly make her so special that someone would go to such lengths? Lu Chen frowned, perplexed. Do you know where your remains are now? Cui Yinyan nodded. I do. They're still in Hanzhan Temple. Hanzhan Temple? This was the second time she had mentioned it. Earlier, his focus had been on dealing with the demonic entities. But now, it seemed the root of the problem lay within that very temple. Tell me everything you know about Hanzhan Temple, he pressed. Leave nothing out. Awed by Lu Chen's formidable power, Cui Yinyan regarded him with both reverence and trust, withholding nothing. Hanzhan Temple was established in Suofeng City only a few years ago. At first, it was unremarkable, with little patronage. But then, when demons began terrorizing the city, the monks of Hanzhan Temple intervened, subduing the fiends. The feat caused quite a stir, and the temple's reputation soared, drawing throngs of worshippers. She paused, her voice trembling. Until half a year ago, young women in the city began vanishing without a trace, spreading panic. Frightened, I went to Hanzhan Temple to pray for protection, only to be drugged upon entering. When I awoke, I was imprisoned in a dungeon, until I took my own life. So you were captured within the temple, Lu Chen mused. Those monks are likely involved. The timing of the temple's rise and the disappearances struck him as too coincidental. Perhaps the Blood Soul sect was behind it, but with so little evidence. He refrained from jumping to conclusions. After a moment's thought, he said, very well. Stay with me for now. When we reach Suofeng, I'll visit Hanzhan Temple. If I can recover your remains, you'll be freed. Tears welled in Cui Yinyan's eyes as she dropped to her knees. This humble ghost is unworthy of your kindness, immortal master. In my next life, I shall serve you as your lowliest. There is no need, Lu Chen interrupted gently, waving for her to rise. As a disciple of Mount Shu, vanquishing evil and aiding the suffering is both duty and cultivation. His gaze drifted to the scattered bones. Though the souls had been liberated, leaving the remains exposed pained him. He considered burying them. Then, a faint rustling came from the pile of corpses. A mud-caked hand emerged. Ah, a ghost! Cui Yinyan shrieked, scrambling back. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. You're literally a ghost yourself. Must you be so skittish? Besides, he had just purified the area. Any lingering spirits would have departed. But the corpse was behaving strangely. Whatever demon lurks here, dare not play tricks before me. He snapped, flicking a sword aura toward it. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the earth erupted, followed by a voice exclaiming, "Ouch! Do not strike, fellow cultivator. Show mercy." As the words were spoken, a man, covered in filth, emerged from the depths below. He appeared relatively young, with an unremarkable visage, donned in a scholar's robe, resembling a learned individual. However, this was merely the original guise of the corpse. Within the body, a completely different soul was concealed, currently in a stage of fusion, rendering his movements exceedingly stiff. Upon rising, he stumbled, barely managing to maintain his balance. Was this a case of seizing a body and returning to life? Lu Chen's expression shifted subtly, his gaze sharp as a sword's edge, locking onto the man, with the sword energy at his back lying in wait, poised for a swift strike. The technique of borrowing a corpse to return to life could undoubtedly be deemed sinister. Who among the righteous would resort to such means? Was this fellow perhaps a remnant of the Blood Soul sect? Perhaps sensing Lu Chen's murderous intent and hostility, the man hastily gestured, imploring, "Fellow cultivator, please pause and hear me out. I am neither a ghost nor an evil practitioner. Before me, you dare to argue while borrowing a corpse to return to life." Lu Chen scoffed coldly. In a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike, disregarding the man's origins. It was imperative to take the initiative to subdue him before he could fully master the body. The sword energy sliced through the air. Observing this, the man's complexion changed, and he hastily formed a hand seal, enveloped by a faint golden light. Although he could not entirely deflect Lu Chen's sword, he at least emerged unscathed, only to be sent tumbling backward for several dozen paces before regaining his footing. This was the Taoist golden light, a true method of the orthodox sects. Seeing this golden aura, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, refraining from further aggression. The golden light spell was a secret transmission of the Taoists, accessible only to disciples of esteemed sects like Lunghu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and Maoshan. Ordinary cultivators could not hope to master it. And even those from the similarly Taoist-rooted Shushan lacked the corresponding cultivation techniques, rendering it unattainable for common evil practitioners. Since you can invoke the Taoist golden light, you must be of legitimate sect lineage. Why resort to such a method of seizing a body? Lu Chen inquired. The man, astonished by Lu Chen's formidable prowess, took a moment to steady himself after the impact of the previous sword strike. However, he bore no resentment for the attack, quickly explaining, "I understand your enmity towards evil. And upon witnessing my act of borrowing a corpse, you perceive me as a malevolent practitioner. However, I truly have my own difficulties." He took a breath, continuing, "My name is Lu Yang, a scholar from Yinqing, who has long admired the Taoist arts. Under the guidance of Master Yu from Wudong Mountain, I received teachings in my dreams and traversed the void. Yet, on my return journey, I was delayed by malevolent forces, causing me to miss my appointed time. My family believed me to be deceased. Thus they cremated my body and buried it, leaving my soul adrift. It was then that I was forced to seek refuge in this graveyard. Little did I anticipate that this place is infested with demons. Lacking a corporeal form, and with my powers limited, I had descended into despair. Fortunately, a fellow cultivator intervened, vanquishing the malevolent spirits and employing the righteous methods of our sect to guide the departed souls, thereby purifying the sinister energies in this place. It is through this that I have found the opportunity to borrow a corpse and reclaim life anew. What a marvel, transmitting teachings through dreams and traversing the void. Is this not akin to the treatment once bestowed upon the venerable Elzu?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen marveled in silence, pondering the veracity of the speaker's words. Just then, a system notification chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a fortuitous quest, borrowing a corpse to return to life. El Yang is imbued with great fortune. Slaying him may offer a chance to seize that fortune, albeit at the risk of unforeseen consequences. Forming a bond with him might entangle one in the web of fate, potentially leading to future blessings. Great fortune, you say? It seems this lad is indeed a child of destiny, a protagonist of sorts? What then am I? Lu Chen stood in a daze. Chapter 47. The path of Tao is when observing the dirt-covered youth before him, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. The child of destiny? A person endowed with great fortune, destined to be favored by the heavens in the future. Had he not traversed into this realm, this Lu Yang might very well have been the future protagonist of this world. Such an opportunity is indeed monumental. Eliminating Lu Yang could potentially allow for the usurpation of his fortune. However, such an action would be perilous, having received the teachings of the true man of Wudong. He was essentially a true disciple of Wudong. To slay him would undoubtedly invite calamity. Moreover, killing merely for the sake of fortune, especially when the other is not of malicious intent, would be contrary to Lu Chen's true nature, akin to succumbing to the path of demons. Lu Chen shook his head. He had never been one to pursue his goals through unscrupulous means. It appears that, for the time being, the only prudent choice is to forge an alliance with him. With this thought, Lu Chen nodded and remarked, "So, you are a fellow disciple of Wudong. The renowned Jade True Man is celebrated throughout the land. To have garnered his esteem and received teachings in your dreams speaks to your remarkable talents." As he spoke, he briefly introduced his own identity. Upon learning that Lu Chen was a true disciple of Shushan, Lu Yang's eyes flickered with surprise. In the secular world, the name of Shushan resonates like thunder. Who does not know of the Shushan sword immortal, unrivaled across the realm? The fact that Lu Chen, so young, could attain such a status implied he was indeed a person of extraordinary talent. No wonder he could effortlessly vanquish the White Lotus demon. Respect began to permeate Lu Yang's tone. "Senior brother Lu, your mastery of the Tao is profound, and your swordsmanship unparalleled. Your deeds in exterminating demons and upholding righteousness are immeasurable. I am genuinely envious and full of admiration. Had it not been for your intervention tonight, I may not have survived until dawn. This is a life-saving grace. I must pay my respects." Lu Yang, it seemed, was a person of principle. He did not dwell on Lu Chen's prior strike against him, but instead expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After all, had Lu Chen not eradicated the demon this night, he might have found himself as a wandering soul, unable to secure his spiritual path. Of course, Lu Chen understood that such a child of destiny, even without his intervention, might encounter other forms of fortune. Yet, the fact that this opportunity had fallen into his hands also suggested a certain karmic connection. The Tao is one family. There is no need for formalities, junior brother Lu. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. While the practice of borrowing a corpse to return to life is indeed a dark art, it seems you were left with no choice. Given that your life is not yet extinguished, it should pose no significant issue. However, your spirit has only just re-entered your body and may still be quite weak. Where do you intend to go next? Lu Yang pondered briefly before sighing. Having entered the realm of immortals, I must eventually sever my ties to the mundane world. Since my family believes I have perished, there is no reason to burden myself further. Thus, I plan to head directly to Wudong Mountain and return to the sect. The distance to Wudong Mountain is not insignificant. Lu Chen turned to glance at him. In this era, he opened his mouth and unleashed a surge of magical energy, infusing it with a majestic aura. The grass kite appeared to come to life, soaring into the sky, its wings flapping vigorously as its form expanded, transforming into a resplendent white crane, vividly animated. This crane, empowered by my magic, should be sufficient to carry you back to Wudong. As Lu Yang beheld the crane take flight, his eyes sparkled with delight. This wondrous creature, albeit a one-time means of assistance, would facilitate his swift return to Wudong and spare him from the perils of encountering demons along the way. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your aid. I shall remember this kindness, and if the opportunity arises in the future, I will repay it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Yet with a demeanor of nonchalance, he waved his hand and replied, "It was but a trivial effort. I merely wish for you to cultivate the true path and bring a touch of clarity to this world." Noting the hour was late, he urged, "Brother Lu, you should set forth promptly." "Very well, senior brother Lu. Until we meet again." With that, Lu Yang leapt into the air, riding the white crane as it ascended towards Wudong Mountain. "Master, where shall we go next?" At this moment, Cui Yinyan inquired. Lu Chen turned back to glance at her and replied, "I have a junior sister in the city god temple. We shall first meet her. Then proceed to Su Feng City to address your matter concerning the corpse." Having said this, he conjured a gust of magical wind, taking Chui Yinyan back along the same path to the city god temple. Inside the dilapidated temple, tranquility reigned. The five elements sword array continued to emit a soft glow, indicating no other demons had come to disturb them. Lu Chen waved his hand to dismiss the sword array, ensuring Chui Yinyan was not harmed before entering. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Did you manage to pursue that demon? Xia Ningxiang rose to her feet and asked. Having been shaken by the dream soul and nearly falling into demonic chaos, she had remained here to recuperate and could not assist Lu Chen. Seeing his safe return, she let out a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing Chui Yinyan beside him, her brows furrowed slightly. A ghost? Senior brother, could she be the one causing trouble? She is not involved. Lu Chen shook his head and briefly recounted the sequence of events. I never anticipated such a vicious demon to be lurking here. Had it not been for your insistence to stay, this vile creature could have harmed countless others. Your merit this time is immeasurable, Xia Ningxiang remarked, her admiration for Lu Chen deepening. However, the inability to transcend and achieve rebirth posed a significant issue. When Xia Ningxiang heard the name Cold Mountain Temple, her expression grew notably grave, and she lowered her voice, saying, Senior brother, you may not know, but after your departure, I took the opportunity to use secret methods to attempt to ascertain the precise location of the blood of Absolute Yin. According to my findings, it lies in the vicinity of Cold Mountain Temple. Are you suggesting that this Cold Mountain Temple is likely a stronghold of the Blood Soul sect? And they have already located the girl of Absolute Yin? Lu Chen's countenance shifted at this revelation. The matter concerning the demon sect's saintess was of great import, as it entailed the resurrection of the blood demon, with far-reaching implications. If the Blood Soul sect were to seize the initiative, it would indeed spell trouble. With dawn approaching, there was no time to waste. We must first head to Sufeng City and discuss further. Very well. The prefect of Sufeng was once an old acquaintance of my father. Since we are new to this place and unfamiliar with our surroundings, let us first seek him out to gather information. Once we ascertain the situation, we shall proceed to Cold Mountain Temple for further investigation. Thus, it shall be decided. As they spoke, the two had already made their preparations to depart. Just before leaving, Lu Chen cast a glance at Chui Yinyan and shook his head, saying, The city is bustling with life, yet you are, after all, a spectral being. Although you have a strong man as a vessel, it merely serves as a fade. Once we enter the city, you must stay close to me and not stray even a step. Do you understand? Rest assured, Master Xian. Yinyan will follow your instructions without question. Chapter 48. Tomorrow, please enter the trap in the frigid northwest. One cannot compare its desolation to the lush beauty of Shu. Yet, as the foremost city of the region, Sufeng boasts abundant mineral resources and a certain prosperity. Lu Chen, accompanied by Xia Ningxiang and Chui Yinyan, soared through the winds atop their swords and arrived in the city by noon the following day. Upon learning of their arrival, the governor of Sufeng, Zhang Lin, personally came to the city gate to greet them, much to Lu Chen's astonishment. After all, this was not Shu, where the disciples of the Shu Mountains held inherent prestige. Yet it was unusual for a local governor to extend such a welcome. It seemed likely that it was due to Xia Ningxiang's standing. This young lady must possess a significant background. As he pondered this, the governor Zhang Lin approached with swift strides. He appeared to be in his 40s. With an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat corpulent figure, dressed in splendid garments that made him resemble a genial, wealthy gentleman. Without the official attire, one might scarcely associate him with the authority of a governor. Student Zhang Lin pays respects to the young lady, he declared, bowing deeply. Seeing this, Xia Ningxiang quickly raised her hand to signal him to rise, smiling as she said, Uncle Zhang, you are too courteous. Although you are a student under my father, you have been a provincial governor for many years. I am but a young woman. How could I possibly accept such deference? Once a teacher, always a father. Without your father's nurturing, there would be no Zhang Lin today. Moreover, now that the young lady has entered the Shu Mountains, you are among the celestial beings. As an ordinary mortal, I certainly ought to show you due respect, Zhang Lin replied cheerfully, exuding warmth. However, Lu Chen found his excessive flattery somewhat disconcerting, making it difficult to discern his true character. Moreover, there was an odd aura about him that did not resemble that of a typical martial artist. He was no ordinary commoner. Yet, Lu Chen chose to remain composed and silent, standing by as Xia Ningxiang began the introductions. This is my true disciple from the Shu Mountains, Lu Chen. We have come to Sufeng to attend to certain matters, and we may require Uncle Zhang's assistance. True disciple of the Shu Mountains? Zhang Lin paused, momentarily taken aback as he scrutinized Lu Chen. After a while, he smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Young Master Lu, at such a tender age, to have become a true disciple of the Shu Mountains, it is indeed a testament to the emergence of heroes in youth. Rest assured, since the young lady has spoken, whatever request you have, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you." He then cast a seemingly casual glance at Cui Yanyan, but refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "You too must be weary from your journey. This is not the place for conversation. I have prepared a feast at my residence to welcome the young lady and wash away the dust of travel. We can discuss business afterward." With that, he led the way ahead. At this moment, Lu Chen discreetly summoned his inner power and advised Xiaoning Shuang. "This man may not be entirely trustworthy. Let us first inquire about the situation at Hantan Temple and gauge the atmosphere before proceeding." Xiaoning Shuang nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Lin was an old acquaintance, it had been many years since they last met, and she was unaware of his character or intentions. Thus, it was only prudent to remain cautious. Before long, they arrived at the governor's residence. Cui Yanyan, being a ghost, had no need for sustenance. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, she feigned illness and requested Zhang Lin to arrange a guest room for her to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Xiaoning Xue continued to partake in the banquet. After several rounds of wine, Lu Chen spoke candidly. "To be frank, we have descended the mountain to Shufeng in pursuit of a demon. According to the clues we have gathered, this demon is likely lurking around Hantan Temple within Shufeng City. I wonder if Governor Zhang is familiar with this Hantan Temple?" Hantan Temple? Upon discussing serious matters, Zhang Lin set down his wine cup, revealing a solemn expression. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "In recent years, Hantan Temple has garnered quite a reputation in Shufeng City. The populace claims that their wishes are always granted, and their efficacy is well recognized, leading to a flourishing of incense offerings. Being a Buddhist temple, how could it possibly be associated with demons?" "Hantan Temple is merely a folk shrine and does not represent Orthodox Buddhism," Lu Chen interjected, shaking his head. "Of course, we are not certain of its veracity, which is why we seek to verify with the governor and gather more information." "I see." Zhang Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "There seems to be nothing particularly amiss with Hantan Temple. The monks residing there are few in number, primarily living within the temple and rarely descending the mountain. I have not heard of any criminal activities associated with them. On the contrary, when demons wreak havoc in the city, it is common for citizens to seek assistance from the temple. For a certain price, the monks will descend to subdue the demons." "Subduing demons for a price?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lin chuckled. "Monks are still human, after all. The offerings are voluntary from the people, and the government cannot make too much of a fuss about it." He then shared some details regarding Hantan Temple, though most were vague. However, intentionally or not, he unveiled several issues. After listening, Lu Chen grew increasingly convinced that Hantan Temple likely harbored problems. Yet, Zhang Lin's attitude was somewhat intriguing. He seemed to be subtly guiding him towards the temple, leaving Lu Chen curious about his intentions, regardless of his motives. Since Xiaoning Xue had confirmed the presence of the Yin Blood's aura at Hantan Temple, it was a place that must be explored, even if it were a den of danger. As for Zhang Lin, he currently posed no apparent threat. So Lu Chen decided to remain vigilant but not overly concerned for the time being. With that thought, Lu Chen inquired, "We wish to visit Hantan Temple. Might Governor Zhang arrange for us?" "That's quite simple," Zhang Lin replied with a smile. "Recently, numerous young women have gone missing in Shufeng City, causing quite a stir among the people. Therefore, Hantan Temple has decided to hold a water and land ritual to calm the public. Your timing is impeccable. Tomorrow is an auspicious day, and the temple's gates will be wide open, drawing many citizens to witness the event. It presents an excellent opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and exchanged a glance with Xiaoning Xue. "Then we shall visit Hantan Temple tomorrow." After discussing the matter at hand, Lu Chen did not wish to waste further time. Citing fatigue, he took his leave along with Xiaoning Xue, returning to their respective guest rooms to rest. While Zhang Lin graciously saw them off, once the two departed, he turned around, his countenance now devoid of any semblance of kindness. "Are you certain?" he inquired. Under the dim light, a painting on the wall radiated with brilliance, and from it, a majestic eagle seemed to take flight. Speaking in human tongue, it proclaimed, "I have inspected the guest room and confirmed that it is indeed the soul of the saintess, pure and ethereal. I cannot be mistaken. However, she has possessed a straw effigy, protected by magical barriers, and I dare not approach." "That is reassuring." Zhang Lin exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. "We have exerted immense effort to locate the saintess of utmost purity, which was a significant achievement. Yet, unexpectedly, That woman was so headstrong that she met her demise by crashing into something, causing her soul to scatter and nearly thwarting our plans. These two disciples from Mount Shu have rendered me a great service. Fortunately, the master foresaw this and sealed the saintess's corpse beforehand, preventing her from transcending. Now, if we can recover her soul, we may find a way to remedy the situation and not delay the grand matters concerning the Holy Son. The eagle, amused, offered a few compliments before inquiring, now that the person has arrived, shall we not act tonight to avoid prolonged uncertainty? That will not do. My identity must remain concealed. And these two individuals are cunning and shrewd, not to be underestimated. The one named Lu Chen, in particular, is a true disciple of Mount Shu and undoubtedly possesses extraordinary capabilities. To act now could risk failure and inadvertently alert them, Zhang Lin replied, shaking his head. He then commanded, "You shall go to Cold Mountain Temple and instruct them to prepare. Tomorrow, we shall invite our guests into the trap and capture them all." Reclaiming the soul of the saintess. Chapter 049, Hatred for Evil. Brother Lu, indeed, Zhang Lin is no good man. Within the guest room of the Biyuan, Lu Chen formed hand seals, and amidst the radiance of his magical power, a doll the size of a palm came to life, articulating the dialogue between Zhang Lin and the Tsang Ying in its own words. Having long harbored suspicions about Zhang Lin, he had taken precautions in advance. In a concealed corner of the living room, he had left behind a doll puppet for surveillance. With his current cultivation and magical prowess, employing such a minor spell would go unnoticed as long as the opponent's abilities did not vastly exceed his own. Zhang Lin, self-assured and cunning, remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Chen had been observing his every move, fully aware of his intentions. If all went according to plan, Zhang Lin should be affiliated with the Blood Soul sect, having learned of their mission through an insider. What surprised Lu Chen was that Cui Yanyan was, in fact, the holy maiden of the demonic sect they were searching for. The secret technique of Xianing could only pinpoint the aura of the Yin blood and was incapable of sensing souls, which explained why she had previously gone unrecognized and nearly missed. Initially, Lu Chen had merely intended to rescue Cui Yanyan out of goodwill, never anticipating that it would yield such fortuitous results. The actions of the Blood Soul sect unfolded more swiftly than he had imagined. Had Cui Yanyan not displayed her fierce resolve and chosen to end her own life to preserve her purity, she might have fallen into the hands of the demonic sect, jeopardizing his mission. Fortunately, it appeared that the rituals of the Blood Soul sect required complete sacrifices, with Cui Yanyan now in his possession, safeguarding her ensured his invulnerability. However, to fulfill his mission, he still needed to devise a means to retrieve her remains, thus achieving a complete resolution. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chen began to formulate his plans. Did Zhang Lin truly believe he could lay traps and lure him into a snare tomorrow? How naive. In contemplation, Lu Chen summoned his magical energy to convey a message through hand seals to Xianing and Cui Yanyan, inviting them to join him in his quarters. Soon, the two women arrived quietly. "Brother Lu summoned me at this late hour. Have you made any discoveries?" Xianing inquired with a hint of confusion. Zhang Lin's previous words were merely a ploy to delay and mislead them. He was indeed a member of the Blood Soul sect. Lu Chen succinctly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing this, both women's expressions shifted dramatically. Xianing was astounded to learn that Zhang Lin had allied himself with the demonic sect, while Cui Yanyan appeared utterly bewildered. What is this about a holy maiden of the demonic sect? I have never heard of such a thing. I am just an ordinary person. How could I possibly be their target? The Yin blood lineage is born only from women who come into the world during the Yin year, Yin month. Ending hour, 1 in 10,000. The Blood Soul sect seeks to use this as a sacrifice to their malevolent deity. You are fortunate. Your act of self-termination allowed your soul to escape, sparing you from calamity. Had they captured you, the blood sacrifice would have resulted in your body and soul being devoured by the evil god, leaving nothing but ashes. Lu Chen was uncertain how to console her and merely provided a brief overview of the situation, ensuring she understood her current predicament. Observing Cui Yanyan's pale countenance, he felt a pang of sympathy and added, "But do not be overly frightened. Our journey here is driven by this very matter. As long as I am present, the dark sect shall not prevail." Upon hearing his words, Cui Yanyan felt a sense of relief. She had witnessed Lu Chen's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Were it not for him, she would still be under the control of the White Lotus deity. Thus, she nodded repeatedly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your protection, esteemed master. Now that we have confirmed Miss Cui is the sacrificial offering sought by the Blood Soul sect, her spirit having departed renders the sacrifice incomplete. What shall we do next?" Should we not take Miss Chui back to Mount Shu? Asked Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head. Bringing Chui Yinyan's soul back to Mount Shu seemed the safest course of action. However, with her spirit having left her body, her physical form would soon wither, and the essence of her blood would solidify, failing to meet the sacrificial requirements. Consequently, the blood-soul sect scheme would inevitably falter. Yet, given that they are already aware of Chui Yinyan's identity, they will undoubtedly be on guard. Not only would there be pursuit along the way, but any hidden traitor might also intervene, complicating matters further. Moreover, Lu Chen had his own considerations. Merely retrieving Chui Yinyan's spirit left him uncertain about completing his mission. After all, the system had yet to provide any indication of progress. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, it would be best to recover her physical form as well, ensuring the task's completion and potentially earning a higher evaluation and reward. The distance to Mount Shu is considerable, and returning directly would likely encounter obstacles. Furthermore, Miss Chui's body is sealed and unable to transcend, which is another issue that requires resolution, Lu Chen stated. Additionally, Zhang Lin, as a local governor, has secretly allied himself with the Dark Sect and conspired with the Cold Mountain Temple, bringing suffering to the region. If they are not eradicated, countless innocent lives may continue to endure hardship. Upon hearing this, Xiao nodded slightly. She understood that this brother Lu harbored a deep aversion to evil and could not tolerate the misdeeds of demons. Individuals like Zhang Lin, adept at concealing their true nature and leading others astray, pose a greater threat than even the White Lotus deity. Thus, it is imperative that we do not turn a blind eye. In agreement, she replied, your noble intentions resonate with me, brother. I am willing to follow your command. What shall we do next? This girl seems rather easy to persuade. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then continued. Zhang Lin has covertly informed his accomplices at the Cold Mountain Temple, urging them to prepare in advance for our capture tomorrow. We shall take the initiative tonight, launching a surprise attack on the Cold Mountain Temple. Indeed, with so many citizens attending the Waterland ritual tomorrow, any confrontation could result in unintended casualties. Tonight presents the most opportune moment for action, Xiao acknowledged. However, this is Zhang Lin's residence, and he will undoubtedly have spies monitoring us. We must employ some cunning to deceive them, Lu Chen remarked. He summoned 3 scarecrows that had been prepared in advance and skillfully transferred the essence of the 2 women into them. Then, employing a technique of misdirection, the scarecrows transformed into the likenesses of the 2 women and returned to their respective rooms, sitting cross-legged by the windows. This illusion, while not highly sophisticated, would serve its purpose. Should a master approach, he would undoubtedly perceive the truth at a glance. However, Zhang Lin, seeking to avoid alarming the snake by striking the grass, would never personally investigate. This illusion is sufficient to deceive his underlings, mere pawns in his game. After preparing the substitute, Lu Chen gestured for Chui Yinyan's spirit to inhabit the sword box. He then gently caressed the twin fish pendant at his waist, enveloping both himself and Xiao in a radiant light. This artifact possesses the power to obscure one's presence. Let us proceed. With these preparations complete, the 2 swiftly twisted their bodies, transforming into beams of sword light, and, under the cover of night, silently soared away from the governor's residence, pursuing the previously departed Song Ying, heading directly towards Han's Han Temple. Chapter 50. Unleashing carnage. A cool night breeze whispered through the air as the luminous moon hung high in the sky. Beneath its pale glow, to the north of Suofeng City, stood a grand and imposing temple. Its golden glazed tiles and vermilion walls gleamed under the moonlight, while the towering gatehouse exuded solemn dignity. The 3 gilded characters, Cold Mountain Temple, stood out starkly against the surrounding dilapidated and humble dwellings, forming a striking contrast. Far from being austere, the Cold Mountain Temple sprawled across vast grounds, its architecture majestic and resplendent. In terms of sheer opulence, it could rival even the renowned Golden Mountain Temple, Divine Grace Temple, and Rotten Ka Temple of the Buddhist world. Such extravagance spoke volumes of the temple's staggering wealth undoubtedly amassed through years of exploiting the common folk. I can't speak for these monks' prowess in subduing demons, Lu Chen remarked with a cold smirk, but when it comes to extorting riches, they've certainly outshone even our Mount Shu sect by leaps and bounds. As they spoke, the trio, 2 cultivators and 1 ghost, arrived at the temple's outskirts. Immortal Master Chui Yinyan floated forward, pointing toward a steep cliff ahead. Through this ravine lies a direct path into the temple. There's a dungeon where I was once imprisoned, along with many other innocent women. If possible, I beg you to rescue them as well. The cliff was treacherously sheer, flanked by towering rock faces with a bottomless chasm below, an impassable route for ordinary folk. Yet for Lu Chen and his companions, such terrain posed little challenge. With a nod, Lu Chen said, "Then we'll ascend from here and scout the situation first." Channeling his spiritual energy, his body dissolved into a streak of sword light as he plunged into the narrow, shadowy crevice. The moment he entered, a pungent stench of decay assaulted his senses. Frowning, Lu Chen summoned a flickering flame in his palm, its glow dispersing the darkness to reveal a grotesque sight, piles upon piles of human bones, most of them broken and gnawed upon, their flesh evidently devoured by some unknown horror. How can there be so many skeletal remains outside the cold mountain temple? Xia Ningxuang paled at the gruesome spectacle. Lu Chen's expression turned icy. The lingering malevolent aura clinging to these bones was unmistakably identical to that of the blood corpses he had slain before. "It seems," he said coldly, "the cold mountain temple is indeed tied to the Blood Soul sect. In fact, it may very well be another stronghold of theirs in Suafeng City." Outwardly, the temple masqueraded as a sanctuary of Buddhist compassion, while in truth, it bred bloodthirsty corpses and slaughtered innocents. Occasionally, they would release a few to wreak havoc, only for the temple's monks to subdue them, a ruse to deceive the masses and amass obscene wealth. Despicable! Xia Ningxuang seethed through gritted teeth. These foul monks chant him about your face. Yet behind closed doors, they're nothing but vicious butchers. Her deep-seated resentment toward the Buddhist order was evident, even knowing these were impostors of the Blood Soul sect. She couldn't resist condemning the entire religion. Lu Chen paid no heed to her outburst. His focus remained fixed on the grim truth before them. He merely cautioned, "This cold mountain temple is likely no ordinary place. Danger may lurk at any moment. Stay vigilant." With those words, he soared upward, ascending toward the cliff's edge. The flickering torchlight illuminated the dark precipice, revealing rows of enormous blood-red cocoons hanging upside down, densely packed like a grotesque harvest. At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 of them. Within each cocoon lay a slumbering blood corpse, their visages twisted, their forms smaller than those Lu Chen had encountered before. Yet each bore a pair of skeletal wings, resembling monstrous bats. What a sight, raising so many blood corpses. If these were unleashed, countless lives would be lost. Astonished, Lu Chen considered exterminating them to reap experience. But mindful of his primary mission, he restrained himself, acting rashly might alert the enemy. Instead, he raised his hand, unleashing 5 sword auras to seal the valley with the minor 5-element sword formation. This would prevent the blood corpses from awakening and escaping. Once he dealt with the remnants of the Blood Soul sect within the temple, he could return to dispose of them at leisure. Immortal Master, the dungeon lies just ahead. The three swiftly scaled the cliff and soon entered the cold mountain temple. Superficially, the temple appeared no different from any ordinary Buddhist sanctuary. Yet before long, they came upon a secluded courtyard, its aura thick with malice, starkly contrasting the rest of the grounds. Over a dozen warrior monks patrolled the perimeter, their vigilance unbroken. From within the courtyard, faint screams and the sobbing of women occasionally pierced the silence. These beasts. Lu Chen's expression turned glacial. The sounds alone painted a grim picture of the horrors within. These false monks of Cold Mountain Temple were nothing but wolves in sheep's clothing. Initially, he had exercised restraint, considering that not all within the temple might be Blood Soul sect remnants. But after witnessing the atrocities along the way, he was now certain this was a demonic sect stronghold. Every monk here was a disciple of the demonic path, masquerading as devout Buddhists while hiding monstrous hearts beneath human skin. If that's the case, then I shall show no mercy. Perish, all of you. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lu Chen summoned his surging spiritual energy. His sleeves swept outward, conjuring a tempest that sent leaves swirling into the air, each transforming into razor-sharp sword light, raining down like a storm of blades. Thud, thud, thud. Blood sprayed as the warrior monks, mostly at the chi refinement stage, were effortlessly pierced, their hardened bodies no sturdier than paper. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen lay lifeless in pools of their own blood. Lu Chen struck without hesitation. Most of the monks barely had time to scream before death claimed them. They perished without even knowing their killer. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the wicked monks of Cold Mountain Temple. Experience 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the malevolent monk of Hanzhan Temple, earning an experience reward of 100. The incessant notifications echoed in his ears. Such a meager amount of experience could only be deemed as a pittance, and Lu Chen chose to disregard it. After dispatching the surrounding guards, he turned his gaze towards Xia Ningxuang and remarked, "Now that we have engaged, The people of Han Temple are certain to be alerted. I kindly ask you, junior sister, to rescue the woman from the dungeon. I shall first search for Cui Yinyan's remains. Very well, I shall handle things here. Once I have liberated these innocents, I will come to your aid. Be cautious, senior brother. I am aware. With that, Lu Chen ceased to restrain his magical energy and soared into the air. Heading towards the grand hall with determined resolve, Cui Yinyan's lifeless form was currently sealed behind the hall. Chapter 051. Having encountered the Bodhisattva, why not pay homage? Having taken action, Lu Chen no longer concealed his whereabouts. He directly harnessed the brilliance of his sword and surged toward the great hero hall. His intention was to attract the attention of the guards, thereby alleviating Xianning Shuang's burden and rescuing others, while also dispatching a few more thieves to accumulate experience. In the shadows, numerous patrolling monks pursued him upon hearing the commotion. Lu Chen was unrestrained. With each step, sword energy surged forth, and a torrent of magical power coursed through him. The echoes of anguished cries filled the air, and droplets of blood blossomed beneath the moonlight. His momentum was unstoppable. Before long, he arrived at the front of the great hero hall, where 8 robust monks stood guard, their expressions fierce, wielding sabers and exuding an aura of menace. Who dares to trespass upon my Han Mountain Temple? Unaware of their impending doom, seize him. They bellowed in unison. With that, the 8 monks lunged forward simultaneously, their sabers slashing through the air, summoning a fierce gale. They were all formidable experts at the Foundation establishment stage. Seeking death, Lu Chen scoffed, his countenance icy and indifferent. Magical brilliance enveloped him, and the silver armor he donned trembled as if a great mountain had descended, his vitality surging like a rainbow, and his magical power vast as the sea. The oppressive force he emanated resembled a tidal wave, causing the very ground to tremble. The blades of the 8 monks were instantly extinguished, and they staggered back, coughing up blood and collapsing to their knees. Lu Chen's magical power was overwhelming. They were utterly incapable of contending with it, and he didn't even need to employ any extraordinary techniques. Merely by utilizing the iron cloth shirt and the pressure of his own magical energy, he had rendered them immobile. Do you think you can obstruct my path? Prepare to perish. Lu Chen's expression remained frigid. As he spoke, sword energy erupted from his fingertips, sweeping outward. In a flash, the 8 monks froze, crimson blossoming at their necks before they fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the wicked monks of Han Mountain Temple, gaining experience 500. The system notifications echoed in succession. However, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The experience gained had begun to diminish. He recalled that he would typically earn 1,000 experience for slaying an enemy at the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, as his own cultivation deepened and he broke through to crystallization, the experience gained from defeating targets at the same level had significantly reduced. It was akin to when he initially farmed straw dummies, earning dozens, if not hundreds, of experience points, only to find that gains had nearly ceased as his level rose. For 1,000 experience is still quite commendable, Lu Chen mused, not overly concerned. After all, this was merely an appetizer. To amass greater experience, he would need to confront a boss. Be cautious, immortal master. I can sense a powerful magical suppression near the corpses. There is likely a formidable expert stationed within the hall. Cui Yin interjected with a warning. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and replied, no need for concern. I have already employed the heavenly eye technique to survey this place. There are no formidable beings above the golden core stage present here. As for those beneath the golden core, they pose no threat to me. This was not mere bravado. Although Lu Chen remained at the early stage of crystallization, the depth of his magical power, the sophistication of his techniques, and the presence of various treasures such as the Yellow Springs diagram and the Tai sword lent him considerable confidence. Within the same realm, it is utterly inconceivable that anyone could rival him. Even against a golden core practitioner, he now possesses the confidence to engage in battle. As long as he does not encounter any ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, his life remains unthreatened, allowing him to act without excessive restraint. With a resounding bang, the grand doors of the Buddha Hall swung open under the force of his magic. Lu Chen unleashed a beam of sword light into the darkness to probe its depths. As the sword light vanished into the shadows, a piercing shriek echoed, and amidst flickering lightning, a soaring eagle emerged. It was you, beast. Lu Chen recognized the creature as the eagle depicted in Zhang Lin's painting. It was insignificant, likely meant for reconnaissance. He had spared it earlier as bait to guide him into the cold mountain temple while assessing its true nature. Now, however, it served no purpose. And with a swift motion, he struck it down from the sky. Without hesitation, Lu Chen advanced into the Mahavira Hall. where his gaze fell upon a golden statue of a Buddha, adorned with 1,000 hands and eyes, seated gracefully upon a lotus, eyes closed in a serene smile, exuding an air of benevolence and solemnity. Before the statue, between the candle holders, lay a striking crimson coffin, covered in various scriptures that glimmered with golden light, as if sealing it away with sacred bindings. Ah, ah, ah. Within the sword box, Cui Yinyin suddenly cried out in anguish. As she neared the coffin, her body was engulfed in a sensation akin to being scorched by flames. The binding force emanating from the coffin inflicted unbearable pain upon her. It appeared that the sealed entity within the coffin was indeed her bloodline's corporeal form. Lu Chen nodded and channeled his magic into the sword box. The Tai sword trembled slightly, radiating a fierce sword aura that effectively isolated the constraining force, greatly alleviating Cui Yinyin's suffering. Thank you, immortal master. Do not reveal yourself. Though these beings are wicked demons and malevolent monks, they possess some knowledge of Buddhist techniques. And this place is under the protection of the Buddha as shadow. You cannot withstand it. Upon finishing his words, Lu Chen raised his gaze. His eyes, sharp as drawn swords, locked onto the golden statue before him, and he sneered, "Even a golden statue cannot conceal your demonic aura. Why not reveal yourself?" As he spoke, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the statue's face. Yet, in the moment before it struck, a golden arm emerged and gently waved, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Then, the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara slowly opened her eyes, as if awakening to life, and spoke in human tongue. "Since you have encountered the Bodhisattva, why do you not bow?" Her voice resonated like a thunderous bell, commanding and profound, as if a true Bodhisattva had descended. Should a mere mortal hear such words, they would undoubtedly be swayed, mistaking her for a genuine divine presence and bowing in reverence. However, such deceitful tactics would not fool Lu Chen. He scoffed coldly. "A demonic body daring to claim the title of Bodhisattva? To ask me to kneel, you might not be able to bear the consequences." As he spoke, his form surged forward, unleashing torrents of magic akin to the mighty Yangtze River, its currents swelling and crashing like tumultuous waves. The colossal Buddha statue trembled slightly from the impact, dust cascading down in a delicate shower. How audacious! The statue of Guanyin, unable to suppress its fury, was suddenly imbued with a fierce glare, and in a frigid voice, it thundered, "Ignorant mortal, you dare trespass upon my sacred realm of cultivation, disrupting the tranquility of the Buddhist path, and now you dare show disrespect to the Bodhisattva? Your crimes are heinous and deserving of the abyss." As the words echoed, the statue quivered, its arm slowly rising, radiant with golden light, the palm transforming into a mountain that descended forcefully. The light of the Buddha flickered from the palm, coalescing into a sacred seal. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet collapsed and shattered, leaving a massive imprint of the palm. Such formidable power. Although this statue was a manifestation of a demon, it possessed genuine Buddhist supernatural abilities, wielding the mighty demon-subduing palm of Buddhism, an unparalleled force. Lu Chen felt a flicker of surprise within him, yet he remained unflustered. With the empowerment of the true word talismans and the golden body incantation surrounding him, he stood like an unyielding iron tower, unmoved as a mountain. No matter how the palm's force surged against him, he remained steadfast. Have you played the role of a bodhisattva for too long, truly believing yourself to be one? You masquerade as a deity, and I shall see just what you are. As he spoke, a torrent of righteous sword energy erupted forth, and with a single stroke, he cleaved through the descending golden hand at the wrist. Chapter 52. A centipede aspiring to Buddhahood. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chen's sword descended, severing the Buddha's hand, which shattered into fragments that tumbled down like falling rocks. Golden blood splattered and dripped, sizzling upon the floor like acid, emitting a foul, acrid stench. Wretched thief, how dare you defile my bodhisattva's golden form? You deserve death 1,000 times over. The 1,000-armed Guanin's furious roar shook the heavens. Gone was any trace of compassion in its divine eyes. Only a spine-chilling malice and murderous intent remained. Originally, by Zhang Lin's decree, you might have lived until tomorrow. But since you were so eager to meet your end, I shall grant your wish. As it spoke, a series of deafening booms erupted from behind. Thick, golden arms unfurled like blooming petals, dazzling and bewildering, as countless palm strikes imbued with golden radiance surged forth. Each strike carried the force to split mountains and sunder the earth. Hundreds, thousands of them, all converging in a devastating assault. The earth trembled violently, the grand hall shaking to its foundations. The ground beneath Lu Chen's feet collapsed, fissures spreading as debris exploded outward, instantly pulverized into dust. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless impact shattered 3 golden talismans in succession, and even his enchanted iron armor dinted and cracked under the onslaught. Lu Chen felt as though entire mountains were crashing into him, each blow nearly robbing him of breath. This demon's cultivation isn't particularly profound. Yet somehow it has forged this bizarre bodhisattva form, thousands of arms and eyes, amplifying its divine powers exponentially. It's as if I'm besieged by 1,000 practitioners wielding the demon-subduing palm. Were it not for my iron shirt and golden talismans, I might have been injured. Lu Chen marveled inwardly. This 1,000-armed Guanyin was no weaker than the White Lotus deity, perhaps even stronger. No wonder Zhang Lin had entrusted it with guarding the Cold Mountain Temple alone. It was likely one of the Blood Soul sect's most formidable figures. Yet, astonishment aside, attacks of this caliber were still within Lu Chen's ability to withstand. Is this all the 1,000-armed Guanyin and its bodhisattva form can muster? Pathetic. As his voice rang out, Lu Chen's robes billowed, his muscles coiling like thunder as his bones resonated with power. A majestic sword aura erupted from his body, radiant as the dawn, layer upon layer, intercepting the incoming palm strikes. Then, the Lin mantra swirled into existence, transforming into divine sigils that infused his flesh with terrifying might. His magic surged like a volcanic eruption. Boom! Lu Chen threw a single punch. The Buddha's hand shattered, stone fragments flying as golden blood rained down. The sheer force of his strike formed a shockwave that pierced through the mountains, eliciting agonized shrieks from the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Cracks, like those on porcelain, spiderwebbed across its colossal form. Show me your true self. With a roar, Lu Chen unleashed a serpentine sword aura from his sleeve, piercing straight through the golden Buddha form. A deafening explosion followed as the statue disintegrated, and from within its wreckage emerged a monstrous, gargantuan centipede. The vile creature, its entire body pitch black. Its carapace unyielding as steel, its 1,000 legs sharp as blades, carved through stone as effortlessly as slicing tofu, leaving deep furrows in both ground and walls. Damnable Taoist! A century I spent, nourishing this bodhisattva's golden form with human blood, and you dare destroy it? Your life shall be forfeit. The centipede demon roared in fury, its eyes blazing with crimson light as it surged forward like a malevolent dragon, its mandibles gleaming like twin guillotines, slashing through the air. Immortal master, beware. Cui Yin, hidden within the sword case, turned pale at the sight of the demon's true form, its monstrous visage and overwhelming demonic aura. She could not help but cry out in warning. Yet Lu Chen remained unperturbed. Gazing at the oncoming monstrosity, he could not suppress a laugh. So, a centipede demon, a mere 100-legged worm, dreaming of Buddhahood? For your selfish desires, you deceived the masses and slaughtered innocents. Your crimes warrant death 10,000 times over. Today, I shall end you. As he spoke, the sword case at his back trembled with a resonant hum. Then, a streak of silver lightning tore through the air, like a silver dragon emerging from the abyss. A chilling, lethal aura instantly filled the hall, the killing intent so sharp it pierced to the bone. Seeing the demon reveal its true form, Lu Chen wasted no time. Seizing the moment, he summoned the divine sword. A wet thunk echoed. Blood sprayed. In the instant the silver blade flashed, the guillotine-like mandibles were severed clean. The centipede demon shrieked in agony, twisting its body desperately to evade the deadly arc of steel. Yet half its form could not retreat in time. The sword light swept past, shattering its carapace, sending countless blade-like legs scattering to the ground. What manner of sword is this, that it can rend my true form as armor? The demon's heart filled with terror. Its natural armor was nigh impenetrable, immune to fire and water, impervious to blades. Coupled with its cultivation of the Buddhist golden body technique, its flesh had become even more indestructible, capable of withstanding ordinary flying swords and magical artifacts. Yet Lu Chen's blade was peerlessly sharp, a mere graze, without even direct contact, and its sword energy had sliced through the demon's shell. Too terrifying. If that sword struck true, there would be no defense. To perish beneath the divine sword is a blessing you scarcely deserve. The sword gleamed like lightning. Lu Chen allowed no respite. With another flick of his wrist, the blade descended once more, cleaving the centipede demon clean in two. Blood gushed forth. By all rights, such a grievous wound should have slain any ordinary demon. But as the old saying goes, a centipede dies, yet does not stiffen. This demon's vitality was extraordinary. Even bisected, it refused to perish. Lifting its head, it suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. The sound waves reverberated. Soon, from the cliffs behind the mountain, A crimson glow surged skyward, accompanied by answering howls. Bone wings unfurled like those of bats, countless figures rising from the abyss, a dark, swarming tide. The slumbering blood corpses had awakened. The centipede demon, realizing it was no match for Lu Chen, resorted to a forbidden technique to awaken the flying blood corpses it had cultivated in the mountains, hoping to stall Lu Chen and buy time for its escape. Little did it know, Lu Chen had already anticipated this move and laid the minor 5-element sword formation upon the cliffs, originally intended to be activated after settling affairs within the temple. The formation now proved its worth as the blood corpses stirred. Feudal resistance. Do you truly believe these wretched creatures can hinder me? Perish, all of you. Lu Chen sneered disdainfully. With a swift motion, his fingers curled as if grasping the void, channeling his spiritual power to activate the formation. In an instant, 5 towering sword energies erupted from the distant cliffs: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, their radiance intertwining into a grand formation. A storm of razor-sharp sword light crisscrossed the air, shredding the newly awakened blood corpses before they could even leave the valley. Flesh and blood rained down as the creatures were reduced to nothingness. In mere moments, over 100 flying blood corpses were annihilated. The system's notifications chimed incessantly, flooding Lu Chen with a substantial influx of experience. Though individually weak, the sheer numbers of the blood corpses granted him over 10,000 experience points in one fell swoop. A faint smile curled his lips as his gaze toward the centipede demon softened slightly. Have you any more offspring or minions left? By all means, summon them. I'll wait. Chapter 053. The golden body relic. The centipede spirit was utterly bewildered, witnessing the torrent of sword light wreaking havoc. Blood and flesh fell like rain. The hundreds of flying blood corpses it had painstakingly nurtured were eradicated before they even had a chance to make an appearance. What manner of creature was this human before it? Especially with Lu Chen's expression of eager anticipation, the centipede's spirit felt a chill of dread. Even if it had countless offspring, it could not possibly continue to summon them only to meet their demise. Fear, for the first time in its existence. The centipede's spirit experienced this paralyzing emotion, akin to the terror felt by the prey it had once devoured and tortured. It was afraid. In its earlier days, it had merely been an ordinary centipede in the cold mountain temple. After indulging in the golden body relic of the abbot who had passed away, it gained sentience. After a century of cultivation, it had finally achieved its current state. It did not wish to be reduced to ashes. Dragging its broken form, it prostrated itself on the ground, mimicking human behavior, and repeatedly bowed its head in supplication. Great immortal, spare my life. It is my fault for failing to recognize your greatness. Everything was orchestrated by Zhang Lan. I am bound by the Blood Soul sect, devoid of freedom, and can only obey. Now, I wish to repent and turn over a new leaf, pleading for your mercy. The centipede spirit displayed remarkable intelligence. Aware that it was no match for Lu Chen, it immediately surrendered, shifting all blame onto Zhang Lan. Adopting a demeanor of sincere contrition in hopes of eliciting compassion and escaping calamity. However, Lu Chen was impervious to such tactics. The Buddha teaches that one can become enlightened by relinquishing the sword, yet I am not a disciple of the Buddhist teachings and do not subscribe to this doctrine. I believe in the principle of cosmic justice, that good and evil are met with retribution. If I do not slay you today, how can I justify the innocent souls that perished at your hands over the years? As he spoke, the sword light erupted, piercing the centipede spirit's head as if it were lightning. With a thunderous boom, the sword energy detonated. The centipede spirit's body was utterly obliterated, its very essence and soul severed by that single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1,000-handed centipede, earning relic experience 8,000. This object harbors considerable mystical powers of the Buddhist realm. Should one successfully refine it, there lies the potential to acquire certain esoteric techniques, particularly those pertaining to the enhancement of the physical form. Techniques such as the golden body of the Buddha and the formidable great hand seal for subduing demons are exceedingly powerful. Mastery of such abilities, coupled with subsequent enhancement through the system, could significantly elevate one's own strength. For now, I shall secure it, and, upon returning, take the time to gradually refine and comprehend its essence. Lost in thought, Lu Chen carefully stored the relic and approached the crimson coffin. Raising his hand, he unleashed a surge of magical energy, shattering the seals that adorned it. As the coffin creaked open, a wave of sanguine energy surged forth, revealing its interior filled with deep red blood, which, rather than exuding a foul odor, emitted an unusual fragrance. Within the blood lay the lifeless form of a woman, strikingly beautiful and appearing as if merely in slumber. It seemed the Blood Soul sect had employed a secret technique, soaking her remains in the blood of the living to preserve the vitality of her corpse, steeped in the essence of Yin. This is my body. Cui Yinyan floated forth, gazing at her own form within the coffin, unable to suppress a pang of sorrow. It is a common reaction for a person to feel a sense of melancholy upon encountering their own corpse, grappling with the acceptance of such a reality. Master, my body remains intact? Is there still a chance for resurrection? Cui Yinyan could not help but inquire, although she understood the improbability of such a notion. Having witnessed Lu Yang's miraculous return, it was natural for her to harbor such hopes. After all, who would willingly choose to remain a wandering spirit? Regrettably, Lu Chen simply shook his head. I comprehend your thoughts. Although your lifespan has not yet concluded, your untimely demise is decreed by fate. With my current cultivation, I am unable to effectuate true resurrection. Lu Yang is an individual blessed with immense fortune. His spirit had not truly perished, allowing him to utilize secret arts to borrow a new vessel and be reborn. Moreover, your body has been tainted by the Blood Soul sect's rituals, infused with malevolent energy, and cannot be allowed to persist. Cui Yinyan's expression dimmed upon hearing his words. Yet, she swiftly composed herself, forcing a smile. It seems I have been overly greedy. The fact that Master has aided me in escaping my suffering is a tremendous blessing. I dare not entertain further desires for life. Seeing her still shrouded in melancholy, Lu Chen felt a surge of compassion. Thus, he offered solace. Your benevolence in life has not gone unnoticed. Your untimely end will be adjudicated by the underworld. And in your next life, you shall reap the rewards of your virtuous deeds. There is no need for excessive sorrow. With that, he turned to the corpse within the coffin, channeling his magic into a blazing inferno. The blood within the coffin bubbled and ignited like hot oil, swiftly consuming both the coffin and the body, reducing them to ash. Cui Yinyan observed the flickering flames with a serene demeanor, as if she had come to terms with the reality of death, her eyes reflecting a hint of liberation. Lu Chen, unsure of how to further console her, contemplated that perhaps expediting her passage to the afterlife was as he endeavored once more to guide Cui Yinyan to the afterlife. A surge of profound and chilling energy erupted, obstructing the opening of the portal to rebirth. It dawned upon me that the essence of the sacred maiden of the demon sect lay not in her corporeal form or bloodline, which were merely superficial attributes. As long as her soul remained intact, even if her physical body were to be annihilated, the Blood Soul sect could employ the technique of grafting living souls to fabricate the purest blood, thus creating a complete sacrificial offering. A realization struck Lu Chen. The crux of the matter was indeed Cui Yinyan's soul. Only by extricating her from peril could the mission be fulfilled. While he pondered this, a sudden flash of icy sword light swept through the entrance of the grand hall. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiaoning Xuan. She had successfully rescued all the girls from the dungeon, and upon hearing the commotion from the hall, she hastened to join forces, concerned for Lu Chen's safety. However, she was a moment too late. Lu Chen had already vanquished the thousand-handed centipede. Senior brother Lu, are you unscathed? She inquired. Fear not, I am well. The demons here have been eradicated, and the purest blood has been temporarily destroyed. What is the situation on your end? Lu Chen responded. Xiaoning Xuan's expression turned grave as she replied. The people have been rescued, but we are unable to escort them out. What do you mean? We are surrounded. She indicated towards the direction of the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and glanced over, only to behold a blaze of fire illuminating the scene, with over 1,000 brilliantly armored soldiers encircling them. At the forefront stood none other than Zhang Lin, the governor of Sufeng City. I had nearly forgotten about this fellow. Chapter 54, 1,000 armies under pressure, unstoppable force at this moment. Outside Hanzan Temple, blades and swords stood tall. Armor gleamed brilliantly, exuding an aura of slaughter. Governor Zhang Lin, astride his steed, bore a grim visage. He seemed to sense the demise of the centipede spirit, his heart swirling with astonishment and fury. This worthless creature, which he had hoped would assist in capturing the two disciples of Shushan on the morrow, had unexpectedly been eliminated so swiftly. Zhang Lin shook his head in disbelief. Frankly, he had not anticipated that Lu Chen would take action tonight, opting for a covert venture to Hanzan Temple. After all, he had disguised his intentions so well and revealed just the right amount of information under normal circumstances. Lu Chen would have adhered to his plan and awaited the following day. By then, He would have set traps with the centipede spirit and the disciples present, ensuring a near-certain victory. However, to his astonishment, Lu Chen had not fallen for the ruse. It seemed he had discerned Zhang Lin's thoughts and struck preemptively, catching him off guard. Fortunately, he and the Kanjing had a magical link. Upon the spirit's demise, he was promptly informed, allowing him to hastily summon troops to the scene. Thankfully, it was not yet too late. This Lu Chen was more cunning than he had imagined. Nevertheless, it was not too late. As long as he eliminated Lu Chen and reclaimed the soul of the saintess, all could still be salvaged. With this in mind, Zhang Lin commanded his deputy. There are impostors posing as Shushan swordsmen, invading Hanshan Temple to plunder. The monks within have perished. You are to attack the mountain immediately. All who remain atop are villains. No mercy shall be shown. Kill without exception. Understood. At his command, a rain of arrows fell. Hundreds of poised archers unleashed their volleys. Flaming arrows rained down like shooting stars, instantly enveloping the temple-esque sky, igniting rooftops and courtyards in roaring flames, thick smoke billowing upwards. The women who had narrowly escaped, upon witnessing the chaos, turned pale with fear, desperately seeking refuge. Yet, several were struck by the arrows and fell lifeless to the ground. Stop. There are still many innocent civilians who have been abducted. What are you doing? Xia Ningshuang exclaimed, her fury ignited. She had not anticipated that the soldiers would indiscriminately unleash their arrows. She leapt into action, her voice resonating with authority. I am a disciple of Shushan, here on a mission to eradicate demons. You. Before she could finish, a fresh barrage of arrows flew towards her. Xia Ningshuang had no choice but to wield her sword to deflect them, her magical force creating a shockwave that sent the dense arrows flying. However, these arrows were evidently specially crafted, imbued with a certain ability to bypass magical defenses, compelling her to retreat hastily, no longer daring to ascend. The governor has decreed that those within are demon practitioners masquerading as Shushan disciples. Do not hesitate. Kill without mercy. With a thunderous roar, hundreds of elite soldiers brandishing long spears surged towards the mountain gate in perfect unison. They resembled a torrent of steel, fierce and relentless, crushing everything in their path. These soldiers were the elite guardians of Sufeng City, formidable in strength. The armor and weapons worn are specially forged and can be employed to slay demons, thus possessing significant lethality for practitioners. This is the elite force guarding the outskirts of Sufeng City, typically deployed to counter the encroachment of the Black Mist. Unexpectedly, they have now been summoned here by Zhang Lin. Master, the enemy approaches with great ferocity. What shall we do next? Cui Yinyan inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Beside her, Xia Ningxue wore a grave expression. With her and Lu Chen's cultivation strength, they could attempt to break free. Yet the recently rescued women would likely meet a grim fate. Zhang Lin, intent on preserving his secrets, would certainly leave no survivors. These guards have merely been deceived by Zhang Lin. I shall try once more, perhaps. Xia Ningxue began, preparing to set off again. However, she was halted by Lu Chen this time. He shook his head and said, It's futile. Zhang Lin has firmly accused us of slaughtering the Han Mountain Temple. And that is indeed the truth. Explaining it to them is pointless. Then what shall we do? What else can we do but fight our way out? I intend to leave. These people alone will not hinder me. Lu Chen replied with a smile, his demeanor devoid of any tension or panic. A calmness that somewhat reassured those around him. I am aware of your formidable abilities, brother. However, these soldiers are unaware of the events that transpired. They have been manipulated and do not deserve death. Moreover, if they suffer too great a loss, who will protect Sufeng City in the future? Ultimately, it is the citizens of the city who will bear the consequences, Xia Ningxue sighed. Zhang Lin has likely anticipated this. Thus, he has rallied the city guards, rendering them hesitant to act decisively. Fear not. Do you perceive me as a bloodthirsty fiend? I shall strive to spare their lives. But Zhang Lin's life is mine to take. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He detested being ensnared in schemes. Zhang Lin was evidently a pivotal figure in the Blood Soul sect, and if left unchecked, he would remain a source of calamity. Furthermore, his task had yet to yield any indication of completion, likely due to Zhang Lin's interference. Eliminating him would signify a definitive resolution. Junior sister, please watch over Miss Cui and the others. Leave the rest to me, Lu Chen declared. With that, he summoned his magical power, transforming into a streak of sword light, charging toward the iron torrent at the mountain gate. Get out of the way. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the crack of thunder. The force of his magic resonated as a shockwave, deafening those soldiers who instinctively covered their ears, momentarily slowing their response. by the time they regained their senses. A beam of sword light descended like a meteor, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The ground quaked and fractured as the fierce sword light surged forward, sending the front line of soldiers reeling and spitting blood. Lu Chen landed, sword in hand, advancing step by step. With each stride, sword light surged, petals of lotus danced, and an aura of righteousness formed an invisible wall, parting the crowd. Bang! 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 The soles of his feet struck the ground, reverberating like the thunderous beat of war drums. The essence of the great river's sword surged forth, enveloping the mountain gate. The soldiers felt a tightness in their chests. As though a colossal mountain bore down upon their shoulders, their faces drained of color, rendered motionless. They could only watch as Lu Chen approached, the radiant sword light behind him surging with an unstoppable might, akin to the Milky Way suspended above. In an instant, the entire formation was torn asunder. With a single sword, Lu Chen subdued all the advancing soldiers. Wherever his sword intent reached, none dared to resist. Some of the weaker individuals even coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, utterly unable to withstand the oppressive pressure of his sword intent. Thus, Lu Chen traversed through the army at the foot of the mountain as if entering an uninhabited realm, reaching the base within mere breaths. At this moment, Zhang Lin, mounted on his steed, witnessed Lu Chen advancing step by step, his soldiers utterly incapable of hindering him. His expression changed drastically, and he bellowed urgently. "What are you all dawdling for? Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows!" Chapter 055. The blood and flesh demon embryo. Lu Chen stood alone, wielding his sword, emanating a formidable sword intent that exerted pressure akin to an army of thousands. It was as if he had entered a realm devoid of adversaries. His fierce aura and penetrating sword energy surged forth, coalescing into a river of radiant light that charged toward him. Even from a distance of several dozen paces, Zhang Lin could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. This young man, despite his tender years and merely nascent cultivation, possessed such incredible might. Zhang Lin was taken aback by the revelation. Once a scholar himself, he had studied under the father of Xia Ningxiang in his youth, mastering Confucian techniques. Thus he instantly recognized the grand sword aura emanating from Lu Chen, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him, coupled with the almost imperceptible pressure of the sword intent. He found himself momentarily flustered. Hastily, he commanded his archers to unleash a volley of arrows in an attempt to quell Lu Chen's momentum. The arrows flew in a torrential downpour. The archers, positioned at a distance, felt less of the sword intent's impact, and upon receiving the order, they drew their bows and released a synchronized barrage. Their arrows, crafted from pure silver and inscribed with runes designed to breach magic, could inflict severe damage even against demons and practitioners. These were indeed formidable weapons for the city's defense. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows pierced through, tearing apart Lu Chen's protective magical barrier, but soon, a torrent of sword light surged forth. The arrows were swiftly obliterated, akin to a cow plunging into the sea. Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike, and the flowing sword energy burst forth like a tempest. The archers' formation was instantly shattered. Cries of agony erupted as they stumbled and fell, their bodies marred by countless bloodstains, yet miraculously, none suffered fatal injuries. This was clearly the result of Lu Chen's restraint. He merely intended to repel and injure the soldiers, rendering them temporarily incapacitated without inflicting lethal harm. After all, there is a distinction between decisive acts of slaughter and the indiscriminate killing of innocents. These soldiers were unwitting pawns in Zhang Lin's schemes, their sins not deserving of death, especially as they were expected to continue guarding Su Feng City and protecting its denizens. Hence, Lu Chen chose to show mercy. However, he would not extend the same courtesy to Zhang Lin. Taking advantage of the disarray among the troops, Lu Chen, enveloped in sword light, surged directly before Zhang Lin. An aura of terror descended upon him, causing his steed to falter and collapse beneath him. You, as a regional governor, have allied yourself with the demonic sect, colluded with the cold mountain temple, and profited at the expense of lives. Now you seek to silence me and cast blame upon my shoulders. Such a wolfish ambition cannot be tolerated. With that, the piercing sword light followed closely behind. The Tai sword buzzed and resonated, empowered by the overwhelming sword energy. Resembling a celestial river as it came crashing down, Lu Chen's strike was merciless. He unleashed the Tai divine sword with lethal intent. He now recognized Zhang Lin as the leader of the Blood Soul sect in the Su Feng area, a figure of considerable rank, and thus he dared not hold back, aiming for a decisive blow to prevent any possibility of counterattack. This strike was ferocious beyond compare. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The air crackled with the explosive force of sword energy, causing the ground to tremble as a brilliant sword light nearly severed the cliffside. The turbulent currents of air surged forth, violently knocking nearby soldiers back, leaving them gasping and spitting blood. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, a crimson aura erupted, expanding like a colossal sphere, swirling gracefully to deflect the oncoming sword energy before leaping away to evade the lethal strike of the Tai's sword. Indeed, it was not so easily vanquished. Lu Chen silently lamented this turn of events. He lifted his gaze to the bloodlight hovering in midair, observing Zhang Lin, whose robes billowed as if he were a great, fleshy orb, radiating an overwhelming crimson glow that seemed almost tangible. This was the hallmark of a peak crystallization state, signifying that his magical prowess had reached its zenith, drawing ever closer to the golden core realm. This individual had indeed concealed his strength. Who would have anticipated he was a master at the pinnacle of crystallization? Defeating him would surely yield a substantial bounty of experience. As the true extent of Zhang Lin's power was unveiled, Lu Chen felt no trepidation or shock, but rather a thrill akin to a hunter spotting his prey. A half-step golden core boss would surely net him a windfall of experience points. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, who was now compelled to reveal his capabilities, a surge of malevolent energy coursed through him, his aura spreading ominously. The soldiers below, taken aback by their lord's unexpected prowess, stared in astonishment and began to retreat. In the distance, at the mountain gate, Xia Ningxuang furrowed her brow upon witnessing the scene. Zhang Lin had indeed allied himself with the Blood Soul sect. How foolish she had been to entertain any sense of loyalty, believing him trustworthy, only to find he had ensnared himself in his own trap. Had it not been for Lu Chen's vigilance and timely awareness of the situation, they might have fallen victim to his treachery. Lu Chen, I never imagined you possessed such capabilities, compelling me to take action myself. The true teachings of Shushan are indeed extraordinary. Zhang Lin floated gracefully above, radiating like a blood-red sun. Originally, I had no desire to oppose Shushan. After retrieving the Saintess's soul, perhaps, out of regard for the Xia family, I could have spared your lives. Yet, you chose to seek your own demise, coming to this Su Feng city to ruin my foundation and destroy the blood goddess offerings. Thus, you leave me no choice but to eliminate you. Today, all of you shall perish. As he spoke, his actions were executed without hesitation. With a tremor, his flesh writhed, and his magical energy surged forth, akin to a cannonball hurtling downward. Boom! The ground quaked, fissures spreading wide, as debris exploded into the air, reminiscent of a meteorite's descent. The earth beneath Lu Chen had been transformed into a formidable crater, with, however, the surging sword aura of Howren that permeated his body inflicted upon him a considerable shock, accompanied by excruciating pain. You seek death. Zhang Lin roared furiously as the flesh and blood on his body writhed and compressed, forcing the edge of the sword outward. Instantly, he spread his arms wide, grasping the razor-sharp blade with a fierce grip, his gaping maw opening as if intending to devour Lu Chen whole. Protected by a golden body shield, impervious to all malevolent forces at this critical moment, the golden talisman radiated a brilliant light. Lu Chen's entire body was enveloped in a metallic glow, the sword aura piercing through, resembling a spiny sea urchin. Halfway through swallowing, Zhang Lin felt a searing pain in his mouth, blood flowing profusely. Suddenly, the divine sword in his hand vibrated and emitted a piercing sword light that, with a swift cut, severed both his arms outright. Immediately following, another streak of sword light descended, slicing through his legs. Thus, with all four limbs rendered useless, Zhang Lin's swollen, rounded body was transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. Chapter 56. A single sword's ruthless extermination. Lu Chen moved with relentless precision, wielding the divine Taya sword, whose edge was as effortlessly cutting through iron as through mud. As the blade shimmered with a lethal gleam, it severed Zhang Lin's limbs with brutal efficiency. Blood erupted in a gory spray, and Zhang Lin howled in agony. His body propelled backward like a deflated ball, narrowly avoiding Lu Chen's subsequent fatal strike. Yet, astonishingly, his flesh twitched and writhed as clusters of blood plasma coagulated anew, sprouting fresh limbs and extremities. However, compared to before, his form appeared significantly gaunter, as if his once ample flesh had been meticulously carved away, reshaped into limbs that resembled mere puppets of flesh. Was this creature some sort of rubber man? Lu Chen couldn't help but find this both tragic and absurd. Unaware to him, Zhang Lin was practicing a clandestine technique from the Blood Soul sect, known as the blood-flesh demonic birth. This dark art involved devouring blood and flesh to amass within the body, serving as both a reservoir of power, fueling explosive bursts of magic, and a regenerative force when grievously wounded. This technique possessed an extraordinary, almost supernatural trait. As long as the soul remained intact, even if reduced to a bloody pulp, it could gradually consume itself and recover. However, this was not true bodily resurrection. Rather, it was a sinister demonic art that preyed upon living flesh and blood, common among demons and monsters, rarely broken through by humans. Even within the Blood Soul sect, practitioners of this dark art were few and far between. Evidently, Zhang Lin had long since fallen into true demonic darkness. Humph. First, I shall tear you into pieces and see how you recover from that. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his sword aura surging forth as his intent locked onto his target. A cold gleam slicing through the air. With a sharp hiss, Zhang Lin's chest was pierced once again, a fresh wound bleeding profusely, blood flowing like a raging river, draining his vitality at an alarming rate. His body deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly weakening with each passing moment. Damn it, you've gone too far. Zhang Lin's heart seethed with a mixture of shock and fury. He never imagined that Lu Chen would not only master the horrend sword chi and sword intent, but also wield a flying sword of astonishing sharpness. His physical body and magic were utterly unable to withstand such assault. In a single encounter, he was grievously wounded. If this continued, even if he could recover repeatedly, he would ultimately be slain by the flying sword. Without a body, his soul would soon be extinguished. That would be true death. You bastard, this is your doing. Zhang Lin roared furiously, watching the flying sword strike again. Instead of retreating, he advanced, exchanging injuries for injuries, risking a fatal wound to his chest, and vomited a mouthful of foul, rotten flesh. Sizzle. That decayed flesh seemed to be infused with a deadly poison. Once expelled, it transformed into a grotesque serpent, wrapping around Lu Chen and continuously eroding his protective magic, forcing him to withdraw and defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Lin rolled forward into the crowd below. With a sudden motion, his hands stretched outward, transforming into bloody flesh tendrils that rapidly coiled and writhed. In an instant, they bound and entangled the soldiers beneath, crushing them into pools of meat and blood. Roar! Zhang Lin opened his maw wide, revealing a gaping abyss-like mouth. Without hesitation, he devoured the blood and flesh, consuming his enemies with ravenous hunger. His body was overflowing with blood and vitality, withered and gaunt yet rapidly swelling and expanding before the naked eye. In an instant, he restored his original form, and as he continued to feed, he grew even larger. Ah, the prefect has gone mad. He is devouring people. Demon, demon, run. No. Don't eat me. Help. Suddenly, a chorus of screams and shouts erupted throughout the scene. The soldiers could never have imagined that their own prefect would suddenly transform into such a terrifying demon capable of devouring them alive. It was utterly brutal. From a distance, Xia Ning Shuang and others watched in horror, their faces draining of color. This is too terrifying. To eat the living, such atrocities are solely the deeds of demons. Zhang Lin had long lost any semblance of humanity. As he continued to swallow, his aura surged uncontrollably, and his stature grew even more enormous, showing signs of breakthrough. No. If he keeps devouring like this, the consequences will be dire. Brother Lu, I will assist you. Seeing the peril, Xia Ning Shuang did not hesitate. Her snow-falling sword shot through the air, delicate snowflakes drifting down, crystal clear and exuding icy cold air, breathtakingly beautiful yet deadly in intent. In an instant, each snowflake turned into a razor-sharp blade, striking Zhang Lin and tearing open his skin and flesh. Yet, unfortunately, Zhang Lin paid no heed. He was content to let the flying snow swords carve away at his flesh, for as long as he swallowed a person, he could replenish and even grow stronger. Xia Ning Shuang's attack was utterly ineffective in halting him. Miss, you were crafted from the primordial ice of 10,000 years. With flesh imbued with celestial treasures, such nourishment is extraordinary. In respect of your master's past kindness, allow me to consume you. Zhang Lin sneered wickedly. His sturdy arms suddenly struck down with force, causing the snow-falling sword to tremble and nearly shatter. At this moment, having been nourished by abundant flesh and blood, his spiritual power had multiplied several times, bringing him perilously close to the Golden Core realm. With this blow, Xia Ning Shuang was knocked back with a pallid complexion, utterly unable to resist. The massive bloody hand descended like a grinding mill, crushing downwards. Xia Ning Shuang's heart grew icy cold. Just then, a sword light streaked across the sky, and Lu Chen had already dispelled the decaying flesh and blood, his body shimmering with golden radiance, like a mountain blocking the monstrous hand. "Brother Lu, step back first. I will handle him," Lu Chen declared, unleashing a surge of sword energy. His formidable spiritual force erupted as he threw a powerful punch forward. The terrifying force rippled through the air, shattering the sword light that pierced his arm. Blood and flesh burst apart, and he leapt into the air, simultaneously wielding the Teia's sword, aiming directly at Zhonglin. "Foul beast, to commit such heinous acts against heaven and earth, you're more malicious than any demon. Today, I shall tear you to shreds." As his words fell, a sword light descended from his hand, like a pillar of heaven or the Milky Way. With a thunderous crash, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The sword's brilliance roared like a dragon, exploding a massive hole in Zhonglin's head. The fierce sword intent seeped into his flesh, relentlessly slaying and eradicating him. "No, I refuse to perish," Zhonglin screamed in terror, yet he soon realized that his flesh and blood were disintegrating ceaselessly. Even his divine soul was shattering under the relentless assault of the sword intent. The mountain of flesh and blood demon fetus collapsed and disintegrated, as if melting, transforming into a thick pool of blood that spread out with a nauseating stench, contaminating the flora and terrain instantly, causing decay and withering. This malevolent demonic technique was astonishingly destructive. Even after death, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly upon witnessing the scene. Amidst the pervasive blood rain, the surviving soldiers and others below were doomed to perish without hesitation. He activated the yellow spring diagram wrapped around his body. A stream of yellow spring water surged forth like a dragon soaring through the sky, and with a mighty roar, it cleansed the poisoned blood in an instant. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying Zhonglin and acquiring the blood and flesh. Rebirth technique experience points increased by 10,000. Congratulations on annihilating the demon sect branch and discovering the demon sect Saintus, thus completing the second phase of the mission and earning the reward. The data is struggling. Brothers, please support with more updates and 5-star reviews. I have bowed to everyone. Chapter 57. True Fire of Samadhi. Sword standing in the world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the demon sect's branch, rescuing the Saintus of the demon sect, and perfectly completing the second phase of the mission, receiving an S rating and the reward of True Fire of Samadhi. The system prompt echoed. At last, the task was accomplished. Lu Chen, upon hearing the announcement, could not help but exhale in relief. This mission had been fraught with difficulties, as it initially fell prey to the Blood Soul sect, leading to the demise of Cui Yinyin and the sealing of her physical form. Had he been the slightest bit careless, he might have fallen victim to Zhonglin's schemes, resulting in utter failure. Fortunately, the outcome turned out well. After vanquishing Zhonglin, not only did he gain a wealth of experience, but the task also reached a satisfactory conclusion. The reward for this mission was particularly delightful. True Fire of Samadhi? This is the legendary Taoist divine fire, birthed from the primordial spirit, primordial energy, and primordial essence, capable of incinerating all that exists, exceedingly formidable. The Red Boy from Journey to the West is most adept at wielding such flames, once causing even Sun Wukong significant trouble. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Of course, this true fire of Samadhi is not solely the possession of the Red Boy. It is a divine flame belonging to the Taoist arts. However, it is quite challenging for an ordinary person to ignite the fire, and its potency is also contingent upon one's own cultivation. Mastery of this fire does not equate to being able to contend with celestial beings. Nonetheless, in the realm of mortals, this fire serves as an unparalleled weapon. Moreover, the true fire of Samadhi can be unleashed to vanquish foes or utilized internally to refine one's essence, spirit, and energy, synergizing with the waters of the Yellow Springs. This interplay of fire and water continuously purifies one's magical powers and physical form, providing immense assistance for the forthcoming condensation of the golden elixir. Indeed, the system's rewards have not failed to meet my expectations. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He resolved to first address the remaining matters, then seek a secure location to gradually assess and assimilate his newfound power. In contemplation, Lu Chen turned to gaze upon the remaining soldiers of the Wind Sculpting Division below. He slowly spoke. Zhonglin, the Lord of Wind Sculpting, has defected to the demon sect, colluded with vile entities, and, under the guise of Hantan Temple, engaged in acts of extortion and murder, bringing calamity to the region. He has now been eradicated by my hand. Considering that you were all deceived by him, I shall not hold you accountable. Thus, I urge you to swiftly retreat. His voice resonated like thunder, deafening and profound. The remaining soldiers, witnessing Zhonglin transforming into a demon and devouring their comrades, were already pale with fear. In truth, they understood that without Lu Chen's intervention, They would either have been consumed by Zhang Lin or succumbed to the corrosive poison of his blood. Consequently, as they regained their composure, admiration filled their expressions, and they collectively lowered their weapons, saluting in the air. It was our folly to be exploited by a treacherous villain, nearly leading us to grave error. The immortal master has shown forbearance and even saved our lives. Such immense kindness is unforgettable. The reputation of the Sword Immortal of Mount Shu is indeed well-deserved. Thank you, Sword Immortal. They collectively bowed in gratitude. In truth, the title of Sword Immortal is not casually bestowed. Only those who reach the pinnacle of the sword path, achieving divine status in swordsmanship and transcending to immortality, are rightfully called Sword Immortals. The name of the Sword Immortal Hall derives from this very notion. Yet, in the mortal realm, the term Sword Immortal serves more as an expression of profound respect rather than a mere reflection of one's prowess. Thus, Lu Chen found little reason to correct them. The reverence of the masses was rather pleasant. Through this battle, the prestige of Mount Shu in the northwest would undoubtedly soar, justifying all his efforts. At that moment, Xianing Shuang emerged with the rescued women, and upon witnessing Lu Chen single-handedly subduing a myriad of troops, she felt a surge of admiration. She spoke. "Senior brother Lu, all the women imprisoned in the temple have been rescued, and they can be entrusted to escort them home. Moreover, many citizens have already arrived overnight for the water and land ritual scheduled for tomorrow. However, with the cold mountain temple in such disarray, there may still be lingering demonic energy. How should we address this?" Hearing her words, Lu Chen lifted his gaze towards the mountain's base, where he indeed saw flames leaping. At this juncture, dawn was breaking, and numerous townsfolk who had come to participate in the cold mountain temple's prayer ceremony were now gathered at the foot of the mountain, anxiously watching the flickering lights and fierce battle above, unaware of the turmoil unfolding. Their sole purpose for visiting the cold mountain temple was to seek peace of mind. Faced with the chaos within the temple, it was inevitable they would feel trepidation. This presented a splendid opportunity to win the hearts of the people. Contemplating this, Lu Chen declared, "They come seeking solace. If that is their wish, I shall fulfill it." With that, he soared into the air, his aura radiant, manifesting as a luminous blue lotus that adorned him with a sacred glow. A mighty spirit surged behind him, transforming into sword light, akin to a torch in the dark, illuminating the night sky. For a fleeting moment, the entire city of Su Feng was enveloped in this sword light, as countless citizens gazed upward at the azure sword radiance. Perplexed, suddenly a thunderous roar resounded. The mountain trembled, and the fragmented stones, drawn by his magical force, ascended into the air, coalescing into a colossal stone sword that crashed into the mountainside, perfectly positioned where the cold mountain temple once stood. From his elevated vantage point, Lu Chen unleashed several seals, including the emergency seal exclusive to Mount Shu, embedding it within the sword monument. By this means, the local populace could invoke the seal through prayers and offerings, calling upon Mount Shu for assistance. The cold mountain temple, which had masqueraded under the guise of Buddhism, was in truth a lair for demons, now vanquished by my hand. You need not fear. Your prayers to the divine are but a plea for tranquility. Today, I establish a sword monument here, should any demon threaten the realm. Anyone may come here to pray for aid. Regardless of distance, the disciples of Mount Shu shall swiftly arrive on their swords, safeguarding the land and restoring clarity to heaven and earth. Upon hearing these words, the once anxious townsfolk displayed expressions of joy. The name of the Sword Immortal of Mount Shu was known far and wide. Their mission to eradicate evil and uphold justice, to aid the world and save the people, had once led the righteous path of humanity. Compared to the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Mount Shu was undoubtedly purer. They required no offerings, no incense, and did not demand the populace to adhere to their doctrines, solely devoted to vanquishing demons, preserving life, and honing their swordsmanship, wherever malevolent spirits wreak havoc. The disciples of Mount Shu will arrive with their swords. However, in recent years, Mount Shu has maintained a low profile, with most of its disciples operating solely within the Shu region. Apart from a few true disciples embarking on trials, others seldom venture beyond their borders. Even if the common folk wish to seek assistance from Mount Shu, they find themselves at a loss. Today, as Lu Chen erects the sword stele here, it is tantamount to proclaiming that this place is under the protection of Mount Shu. Henceforth, should any malevolent beings cause trouble, anyone may come here for aid, and the disciples of Mount Shu will surely respond. How splendid it is! With the protection of the Sword Immortals of Mount Shu, we can finally enjoy a period of peace. I have visited the Shu region, where the heavens are clear and the people live in harmony, seldom hearing of any evil spirits. This is all thanks to the Sword Immortals of Mount Shu. Moreover, The disciples of Mount Shu take it upon themselves to vanquish demons and eliminate evil without asking for any recompense, unlike Hanzhan Temple, where a meager donation might lead to inaction even at the gates of the temple. Long live Mount Shu. Thank you, Sword Immortal. The crowd erupted in cheers, bowing in reverence towards the sword light in the sky. Ding. Due to the host establishing the sword steel and providing protection to the area, Mount Shu's prestige increases by 1. Ding. The sword steel grants blessings, and the merits are boundless. From now on, any pleas for assistance issued from here will result in corresponding demon-slaying tasks being assigned to any disciple of Mount Shu who heeds the call, granting the host a portion of merit. Upon hearing this notification, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His decision to erect the sword steel was entirely spontaneous, initially aimed at comforting the people's hearts, yet it unexpectedly yielded unforeseen advantages. As a true disciple of Mount Shu, he is now one with it. Its glory is his glory. Enhancing Mount Shu's prestige also serves his own interests. Remarkably, once this sword steel is established, regardless of the passage of 1,000 or 10,000 years, any plea for aid from this location received by Mount Shu will generate corresponding demon-slaying tasks. No matter who completes them, he shall benefit from a share of the merit. Perhaps the returns may not be significant at first, but it will be a continuous flow. It seems that in the future, if the opportunity arises, I ought to erect several more sword steel. If the cities across the realm are adorned with the sword steel of Mount Shu, would that not result in immeasurable merit? However, this is merely a whimsical thought. Firstly, in the current world, the righteous paths are still dominated by the D Chapter 58, ancient cave abodes and talismans. Lu Chen, at the ruins of Hanzhan Temple, erected the Shushan Sword Monument, an event that swiftly spread throughout the region. The inhabitants surrounding Sufing City soon learned of the extraordinary true disciple from Shushan who vanquished demons and protected the local populace, earning widespread admiration. Particularly, the women he rescued returned home with immense gratitude, establishing longevity tablets in their households, where they daily offered incense and prayers for his well-being and that of Xiang. Meanwhile, Xiang reported the events directly to the imperial court through her family's channels. Consequently, the death of Zhang Lin did not incite any unrest. The court would promptly dispatch a new governor to take over in Sufing, reportedly recommended by the Xia family. However, such matters bore no immediate relevance to Lu Chen. Having resolved the situation at Hanzhan Temple, he returned to Sufing City with Xiang and others, taking residence once more at the governor's mansion. This mission had yielded significant rewards, granting him a wealth of experience points, and it was time to elevate his cultivation level. Additionally, having served as governor for over a decade, Zhang Lin must have amassed considerable wealth, perhaps hiding treasures within his estate, which Lu Chen had no intention of overlooking. Coincidentally, Lu Li, that girl, was nearing her foundation establishment. He needed to prepare materials for her advancement. A reincarnated celestial being ought to embark on the path of foundation establishment in a proper manner. After all, common foundation establishment pills would hardly suffice for her esteemed identity. Lost in thought, Lu Chen arrived at Zhang Lin's study, activating his celestial vision to discern the traces of spiritual energy. Before long, he discovered a concealed chamber. Upon opening it, he found a trove of treasures, various spiritual stones, elixirs, gold, silver, antiques, and renowned paintings, innumerable in quantity. Sufing City was renowned as the wealthiest city in the northwest, yet many still suffered from hunger and cold. It became evident that the majority of the wealth had lined Zhang Lin's pockets. Lu Chen shook his head. As a cultivator, gold and silver held little value for him. However, wealth is seldom dismissed by anyone. He decided to collect it in his storage pouch. Who knows when it might come in handy? If necessary, he could use it to aid disaster victims, thus earning some merit. It was certainly preferable to leaving it behind for the next governor to exploit. Most of the elixirs and herbs were intended for nourishing one's foundation and enhancing vitality, which were of little use to him at present. Perhaps he could take them back for Lu Li to enjoy as snacks. As for the spells, tea at the bottom of the box. Lu Chen discovered what appeared to be a hidden partition, carefully sealed with magical power. Had he not been meticulous, he might have overlooked it. Could there truly be a treasure? He swiftly unleashed a burst of sword energy to break the seal, revealing a dark, peculiar token, neither gold nor iron, adorned with ancient patterns that bore no resemblance to ordinary runes. Upon channeling his magical energy, it emitted a faint glow but exhibited no supernatural abilities. It seemed more akin to a key for some kind of formation or restriction. Moreover, its aura was pure and ancient, likely not a product of the Blood Soul sect. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ancient cave seal. Using this item grants access to corresponding cave ruins. The system notification resounded at that moment. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. This object was, after all, a key to ancient caverns? However, what use was it? He had no idea where these caverns were located. Possessing a key alone was futile. It was no wonder that Zhang Lin had discarded it at the bottom of the box. Had he known the location of the caverns, he would have already ventured into the ruins to seek treasures, rather than leaving it behind. He had long heard that the vast desert in the northwest was once an ancient battlefield, filled with numerous caverns from that era. This key likely corresponded to one of those. Alas, the desert was expansive and fraught with peril. Without any clues, searching would be impossible. Lu Chen shook his head. This item was somewhat superfluous and would have to remain in a storage bag, gathering dust for now. He had hoped to scavenge some rare materials from Zhang Lin, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. He could only wait until he enhanced his strength to devise another plan to find suitable foundation building materials for Lu Li. With this thought, Lu Chen casually opened the system interface. Name, Lu Chen Realm. Crystal, Early Stage. Techniques, Tai Ching Sensation, Max Level. Swordsmanship, Max Level. Scarecrow Technique, Max Level. Suspended River Sword Technique, Max Level. Howren Sword Chi, 3rd Layer. Great River Sword Intent, 1st Layer. Illusion Technique, Max Level. Water Manipulation. Artifacts, Yellow Spring Chart. Tai Sword Secret Techniques, 9-character True Word Rune. Temporary Unsealed. Experience, 31,200. A total of over 30,000 experience points. This venture had indeed been highly rewarding. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With such a wealth of experience, it was time to elevate his cultivation realm. After all, cultivation was the foundation of everything. If he could solidify his golden core soon, his various abilities would manifest even greater power. Ding. Consuming 5,000 experience points. Your cultivation has advanced to the mid-crystal stage. Ding. Consuming 10,000 experience points, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the late crystal stage. The system notifications chimed consecutively. Lu Chen felt his inner magical energy surging. What once resembled a river in a sea of energy had now converged into a tumultuous ocean. Roaring like a mountain tide, it continuously compressed and refined, subtly hinting at a gradual trend towards solidification. The crystal realm, in truth, served as a transitional stage. First, one must transform the illusory power of the foundation establishment realm into reality through diligent practice. Subsequently, this power is gradually nurtured and refined, slowly liquefied, and then crystallized into form. Upon reaching the pinnacle of perfection, one may employ various secret techniques to condense a golden core within the body. This process resembles the art of alchemy. However, the golden core uses the physical body as the furnace, vital energy as the fuel, and one's own spiritual power as the raw material. Such formidable spiritual power. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. After breaking through the realm, he distinctly felt his spiritual power intensify once more, far surpassing the limits typically attainable by cultivators of the crystallization realm. Indeed, even compared to certain inferior golden cores, his spiritual power was not lacking. Of course, this pertains merely to the quantity of spiritual power. Upon truly transcending to the golden core realm, the spiritual power undergoes a qualitative transformation, incomparable to his current state. Otherwise, the ancients would not have said, once the golden core is ingested, one's fate no longer obeys the heavens. The golden core realm signifies a genuine departure from mortal bounds, not only exponentially amplifying spiritual power and divine abilities, but also greatly extending one's lifespan, living several centuries with ease. Next, I must contemplate the condensation of the golden core itself. Lost in thought, Lu Chen extended his hand, and with a focused intention, a cluster of golden flames surged forth, radiating a terrifying heatwave that swept in all directions. This was the Samadhi True Fire, a reward he had just obtained from the system. Chapter 059. The Woes of Happiness. The Samadhi True Fire, originating from the essence of the 3 primordial sources, is a flame that consumes all. In certain respects, it is even more intense and purer than heavenly fire, making it one of the most formidable flames in existence. With this flame in hand, all other fiery arts of the world would surely pale in comparison. If employed to invigorate fire-based magical techniques, its efficacy would be significantly enhanced. The acquisition of the Samadhi True Fire undoubtedly bestowed Lu Chen with a powerful means. Beyond combat, this fire possesses myriad extraordinary applications. It can incinerate magical power, scorch the primordial spirit, and refine blood essence. Thus, If utilized for the refinement of the golden elixir, it would yield results far exceeding expectations. According to Lu Chen's understanding, the secretive methods of refining the golden elixir in Mount Shu can be broadly categorized into two types. One method is the fire technique, which is the most conventional and commonly practiced by disciples of Mount Shu, by using heart fire to refine vital energy and magical power. The process culminates in the formation of the elixir, akin to the forging of a sword in a furnace. Albeit risky, it offers swift results, and the resulting golden elixir, known as the life sword pill, possesses formidable lethality. The other method is the water technique, often employed by practitioners of Orthodox Taoism. This approach involves the manipulation of liquefied magical power through secret methods, continuously churning and purifying it within the sea of qi, akin to the relentless waves refining sand. This method, however, is time-consuming, often requiring years or even decades to yield an elixir. Yet, the resulting golden elixir is pure, with a more substantial magical essence. Originally, Lu Chen had intended to pursue the water technique for elixir formation. After all, with the Yellow Springs diagram at his disposal, he could utilize the waters of the Yellow Springs to cleanse and refine his magical power, far surpassing the efficacy of typical water techniques. This would enable him to achieve quick results while also possessing purer and more substantial magical power, a perfect balance. Moreover, the Yellow Springs water could continuously wash over the golden elixir, providing almost limitless enhancement. However, now that he had acquired the Samadhi True Fire, which was equally formidable as the Yellow Springs water, using it to refine his magical power into an elixir would not yield inferior purity compared to the water technique, and it would be even faster. Additionally, the fire technique offers the advantage of producing a life sword pill that is vigorous and pure yang, aligning seamlessly with the swordsmanship of Mount Shu. Truly a quandary. Lu Chen spread his hands. With the Samadhi True Fire in his left hand and the Yellow Springs Dragon in his right, finding himself at an impasse. Both treasures are coveted by many, capable of significantly enhancing the success rate and quality of elixir formation. Any individual fortunate enough to possess either would soar to great heights. Yet, he found himself torn between the two. What a delightful dilemma it is. Children make choices, but do grown-ups not desire both? Perhaps I could strive for a harmonious union of yin and yang, cultivating both water and fire simultaneously? Lu Chen pondered. Yet, as this thought emerged, he swiftly extinguished it. The idea of harmonizing water and fire, of simultaneously refining with the Samadhi True Fire and the Yellow Springs water, sounded enticing. However, the process of condensing the golden elixir within one's body is inherently perilous. Given the overpowering nature of both the Yellow Springs water and the Samadhi True Fire, and the age-old truth that water and fire are incompatible, the catastrophic consequences of their collision within the body, absent a special secret method, would be unfathomable. Do not let the prospect of failing to attain the golden elixir lead to your own demise. Never mind, I still require a period of nurturing. Matters concerning the golden elixir within my body can be set aside for now. With this thought, Lu Chen withdrew the waters of the Yellow Springs and, with a flick of his hand, produced a resplendent golden relic. This object, a relic left by a high monk of the Hanzhan Temple, is also known as the external golden elixir. Unlike the Taoist path, which emphasizes internal cultivation, Buddhism follows a route from external to internal, initially focusing on the physical body and vital energy to refine the external golden elixir. This allows the body to traverse the tumultuous sea of worldly suffering, with the vital energy giving rise to magical powers. Only at a profound level does one then turn to the deep teachings of Buddhist doctrine. In other words, this relic is equivalent to a golden elixir. If refined, it can greatly benefit the physical form and grant access to certain Buddhist supernatural abilities. Consider the thousand-handed centipede, which was merely a crawling creature, yet upon obtaining the relic, it could transform into a formidable demon, wreaking havoc in its domain. This illustrates the efficacy of the relic. However, the centipede, being a demon itself, possessed mediocre comprehension and lacked Buddhist essence, making it difficult to fully refine the relic, thus only gaining superficial benefits. While I cannot currently refine the internal golden elixir, if I were to refine this relic and subsequently enhance its Buddhist powers through the system, it is possible that I might first cultivate an external golden elixir. At that point, possessing both internal and external golden elixirs would render my physical form and magical powers exceedingly formidable, effortlessly overcoming all obstacles. How delightful that would be. With this notion, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile widely. Mount Shu is inclusive and accommodating, unlike other Taoist sects that prohibit the cultivation of Buddhist powers. As long as it is not demonic or malevolent, if it serves the righteous path, Mount Shu will not interfere. This is evident from the inclusion of various practices, such as the Haoran sword Qi, in the library. Thus, there exist powerful individuals within Mount Shu who practice both Buddhist and Taoist teachings, and even Confucianism. Consequently, Lu Chen harbored no concerns. Without hesitation, he brought his palms together and cast the relic into the Samadhi true fire, initiating its refinement within his palms. Meanwhile, far away, in a desolate ancient tomb at the border of Chuan and Miao, blood flowed like a river, bubbling and boiling as if it were magma. A strikingly handsome young man bathed in the blood river, his long hair cascading down, eyes gently closed, his entire being suffused with flickering flames. As he absorbed and evaporated the surrounding blood into perverse power, drawing it into himself. Has the person been brought back? After a lengthy pause, the young man slowly opened his eyes, as if satiated, and inquired. By the surging blood river, several disciples clad in blood-red garments knelt tremblingly, too fearful to respond. It was only when an elder with a ghostly visage stepped forward that they dared to answer. We report to the young master that we have just received news. The branch of Shufeng City has been annihilated, Zhang Lin is dead, and the physical form of the saintess has been dest full, apart from your lifeblood. What other worth do you possess? His voice was cold and frigid, as if he were merely remarking on the evening's unsatisfactory meal. In his eyes, human life held no value. It was akin to mere sustenance. The nearby masters of the Blood Soul sect, however, appeared unfazed, as if they had long grown accustomed to such indifference. As the blood river gradually calmed, the young man slowly inquired, Zhang Lin practices the flesh and blood devil's embryo. His strength is not insignificant. Below the golden core stage, few can rival him, especially with the assistance of a centipede spirit, which most cannot contend with. His demise must have been at the hands of the true disciples of Mount Shu. The young master's insight is indeed astute, came the reply. I wonder which of the 8 true disciples was responsible? It is not one of the 8 true disciples, but rather a lad named Lu Chen, who is said to be the newly appointed 9th true disciple of Mount Shu. Lu Chen? The young man's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing this. I have heard my master mention that name. The dark agent of Mount Shu fell at his hands. Chapter 060. I want him dead. This Lu Chen truly lingers like a restless spirit. The young man scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the ghostly-faced elder by the shore stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Young master, with the destruction of the saintess's physical form, the absence of the utmost in blood renders the ceremony untenable. It is unlikely we can unseal the barrier and summon the blood god as promised during the solar eclipse. If the master were to blame us, it could lead to dire consequences. Do not fret, the young man replied dismissively. He turned to survey the assembled individuals. These few were the core elite of the Blood Soul sect, trusted confidants whose loyalty was unwavering. Thus, he chose to be forthright, declaring, at this juncture, I feel no need to withhold the truth from you. The utmost in blood is of little significance. It merely serves as a characteristic of the vessel spirit's reincarnation. What I truly seek is her soul. Like me, she is a vessel spirit born from the sacred artifact meant to subdue demons. Upon hearing this, the group momentarily stood in stunned silence before enlightenment dawned upon them. Ancient texts of the Blood Soul sect chronicled events from a millennium prior, when the blood demon descended upon the world, a force of unparalleled might that swept across the heavens and earth. Yet, during that era, divine beings and sages still walked among mortals. With their intervention, the demon was cast into the abyss, sealed away with the sacred artifact, rendering it unable to escape. Thus, the Blood Soul sect was established, inheriting the will of the blood demon with the hope of one day welcoming its return to the mortal realm and creating an azure domain. However, the sealing artifact was immensely powerful, even though the sages who had initially set the seal had long departed from the world. Their residual strength remained beyond the reach of mortals. For 1,000 years, the Blood Soul sect exhausted every possible means to no avail, ultimately facing obliteration at the hands of the sword god of Shushan, the celestial void. Yet, what no one anticipated was that, after a millennium, the sealing artifact had undergone a subtle transformation, giving rise to twin vessel spirits of utmost yin and utmost yang, both endowed with consciousness. The young spirit, unwilling to remain confined, was gradually corrupted by the blood demon's malevolence, ultimately succumbing to madness and finding a way to tear through the fissures of the seal, reincarnating as a human. After a decade of wandering, guided by a mysterious figure, it awakened its innate wisdom, recognized this figure as its master, and with their assistance, rallied the remnants of the Blood Soul sect, becoming the current young master. It is worth noting that she, having been born alongside me, could be considered my sister. Yet, she stubbornly clings to that wretched place, intent on obstructing my path. Fortunately, her innate wisdom has not yet fully awakened. If I can locate her and consume her essence, I shall acquire the power to command the sealing artifact, making the release of the blood demon a mere trifling task. The young man spoke with a cold laugh. He was the embodiment of the young vessel spirit, having awakened his innate wisdom under the guidance of his master, and possessed formidable strength. The so-called sacrificial ceremony was, in fact, designed to devour the vessel spirit. In doing so, he would gain unparalleled power, seize control of the sealing artifact, and unleash the blood demon. Chaos would ensue, and the machinations of his master would finally have the opportunity to unfold. Naturally, he could not divulge these further plans to the elite of the Blood Soul sect. To him, the Blood Soul sect and the impending release of the blood demon are merely pawns and tools to be exploited. With her physical form relinquished, I can now accurately sense her location. They should not have departed from Su Feng yet. There is still a chance. As he spoke, the young master of the Blood Soul slowly levitated, enveloped in a swirling crimson light, as though draped in a robe of darkness. Find a way to bring her back. Yes. The crowd immediately bowed in response. We shall relay orders at once to the disciples nearest to Su Feng in Lingyun City to intercept. Fools. Has Zhang Lin's past folly not enlightened you? The young master's expression turned frigid. The true disciples of Mount Shu are formidable, even if their cultivation is not high. They must not be underestimated. Do you plan to send a mere branch of Lingyun City to their demise? There could be no mistakes this time. If the spirit of the artifact reached Mount Shu, it would be difficult for the master to act thereafter. Hearing this, the masked elder nodded and promptly added, "Your foresight is commendable, young master. I shall undertake this mission personally." This elder, one of the 4 soul harvesters of the Blood Soul sect, had long attained the golden core stage, boasting immense strength. With his involvement, coupled with a disciple from a branch, dealing with a solitary true disciple of Mount Shu should, in theory, be an effortless task. The others nodded in agreement, feeling confident about their chances. However, after a moment of contemplation, the young master felt it insufficient and commanded, "One golden core may suffice to retrieve the saintess, but I desire more than just her." That Lu Chen is not to be underestimated. Leaving him at Mount Shu could invite unforeseen complications. He must be eliminated on behalf of the master. Greed, you, and hate shall go. Meanwhile, within the governor's mansion of Su Feng City, Lu Chen had fully refined the Buddhist bone relic. Amidst the flickering flames, countless golden particles of dust scattered like fireflies, adhering to his body, as if coated in a layer of gold powder. With each breath, the magical energy absorbed these golden rays, merging them as though they were cast into his flesh. Lu Chen felt his physical form grow significantly stronger, his body as firm as steel. With a mere wave of his hand, boundless strength surged forth, and the clash of his hands echoed with the sound of metal against metal. Remarkable. This must be what the Buddhist teachings refer to as the Arhat's golden body. Lu Chen mused contentedly. With a thought, a streak of sword energy erupted from his fingertip, gliding across his palm, leaving only a faint white mark. Blades cannot harm, nor can water or fire invade. At this moment, his physical body had been tempered to an extraordinary degree. Although it did not yet reach the true strength of an external golden core, it was not far off. Ordinary flying swords and spells would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Furthermore, after refining the Buddhist bone relic, Lu Chen acquired 2 formidable Buddhist techniques. 1. The Great Power Exorcism Technique, a Buddhist power technique that, upon cultivation, can significantly enhance physical strength, allowing one to suppress all foes. 2. The Diamond Lion's Roar. With fierce eyes, the lion exorcises demons, unleashing a shockwave of magical sound to intimidate the hearts of enemies. Both are exceptionally powerful combat techniques. The formidable magic known as the Mighty Exorcism Technique, which Lu Chen has personally experienced, possesses immense power when combined with a robust physique. In close combat, it often yields a remarkable effect of overpowering 10 foes with a single strike. When confronting physically frail practitioners, it may even prevent them from casting spells or employing abilities, leading to their swift demise. The Lion's Roar, a renowned sound wave attack in the Buddhist tradition, parallels similar sword sounds in Shushan, both capable of striking at the mind, proving lethal to those with weak resolve or to spectral entities. Thus, Lu Chen did not hesitate to expend his experience points, elevating both techniques by 1 level. Reaching the threshold of mastery. This endeavor cost him a total of 5,000 experience points, an amount not too burdensome. For the time being, he does not intend to further enhance these skills, as they suffice for his needs, given the constraints on his experience. He must prioritize the advancement of his cultivation and swordsmanship. Other spells and techniques will have to be developed gradually. Observing that he still possessed 10,000 experience points, he realized this was just enough to elevate the Howren Sword Chi by 1 level. Without further contemplation, he proceeded. The Howren Sword Chi serves as the foundation of his magical prowess and thus deserves precedence and enhancement. Ding. Upon expending 10,000 experience points, he received notification of his success. The Howren Sword Chi has been upgraded to the 4th layer. The vast and pure sword energy radiated outward like a fierce gale, enveloping the entire chamber. The righteous aura was resplendent, causing Cui Yinyan, hidden within the sword box, to tremble in fear. She marveled at the terrifying power of her master. Sensing a notable increase in his magical capabilities within such a brief span of time, the mere aura he exuded was enough to instill dread, making her reluctant to approach. P.S. My brothers have been incredibly impressive, reaching 9.2 in just 1 night. I won't elaborate further. I will honor my commitment by starting daily updates with 3 chapters from today. Let the encouragement flow, and I cherish you all. Chapter 061. Free from attachments after a night of recuperation, Lu Chen had nearly digested all the gains from his recent endeavors. The only remnant was the formidable technique, flesh and blood rebirth, that had manifested from Zhang Lin. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose not to practice it. The primary reason lay in the technique's inherent cruelty and viciousness, which necessitated the consumption of flesh and blood for regeneration, a fact that could not be altered even by elevating one's level through experience points. Furthermore, having refined the Buddha's bone relic, Lu Chen's physical form had become remarkably robust. Should he practice Buddha's techniques, given time, he could forge an external golden pill from his body. Under normal circumstances, it would be implausible for his physical form to suffer severe injury. Thus, the flesh and blood rebirth technique was redundant for him. In due course, as his cultivation reached a certain pinnacle, his body could be tempered to a state of true immortality, capable of rebirth through blood, an outcome that would far surpass the efficacy of the aforementioned technique. Nevertheless, this technique was rare, so he decided to set it aside for potential future use. While lost in thought, Lu Chen steadied his breath and waved his hand, causing the sword box to tremble, from which Cui Yinyan's spirit promptly emerged. With matters in Sui Feng City nearly settled, he felt it was time to depart. He had initially wished to assist her in transcending to the afterlife, but the peculiar presence of the extreme yin energy within her soul puzzled him, and the reasons remained unclear. Therefore, he could only take her back to Shushan for the time being. What do you think? He inquired. Though the task had been completed, Cui Yinyan's spirit was unique and could not be directly sent to reincarnate. Her existence might influence the trajectory of the next phase of the mission, and Lu Chen could not afford to neglect her. Otherwise, it was likely that the Blood Soul sect would continue their pursuit. Thus, returning to Shushan was the most prudent course of action. Lu Chen had previously mentioned this to Cui Yinyan, and she did not oppose it. However, before leaving, she hesitated, expressing a tinge of reluctance. After a moment's pause, she spoke. This life of mine was saved by the immortal master, and I am naturally willing to follow your instructions. Yet, I fear that once I depart, I may never return. I wish to see my home once more. Cui Yinyan was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Sui Feng City, and her family was still alive. It was entirely human to wish for a final glimpse of her loved ones. Lu Chen understood her sentiment, yet he cautioned, "You have already passed away. The paths of the living and the dead diverge. Why add further sorrow to your heart?" Upon hearing this, Cui Yinyan sighed and replied, "My parents raised me for 18 years, and I have not repaid their kindness. I feel deep shame. How could I bear to subject them to the pain of losing a daughter? Thus, I boldly request the immortal master to grant me a straw figure, allowing me to return home and bid farewell to my parents, telling them I am embarking on a journey to Shushan to cultivate. This would surely be better than causing them grief over my death." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Her filial piety was commendable, and she exhibited a hint of cleverness. Not being one to adhere to rigid principles, he thought that since it posed no detriment to himself, he might as well grant her wish. He waved his hand, conjuring a straw figure, allowing Cui Yinyan to possess it. In an instant, she transformed, Appearing no different from her former self, to the untrained eye, nothing would seem amiss. Out of respect for your filial heart, I shall assist you this once. However, remember that the paths of the living and the dead are distinct. I understand. Thank you, immortal master. Let us depart. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his hand to unleash a surge of magical energy, guiding a beam of sword light as he departed from the governor's mansion. Accompanied by Cui Yinyan towards a residence within the city. Naturally, he could not allow Cui Yinyan to wander alone. After all, she was a spirit. Without his protection, should she encounter any practitioners within the city, it could lead to her immediate demise or capture, which would indeed be troublesome. The Cui family, known for their influential status in Shufeng, was a prominent clan with a prosperous lineage and numerous enterprises. They were generally benevolent, often aiding the impoverished. Unlike those unscrupulous merchants who were wealthy yet unkind, thus earning a modest reputation. Upon arriving at the Cui residence, Lu Chen observed many townsfolk adorned in white mourning attire, coming to pay their respects. Alas, Master Cui was a good man, and Miss Cui, beautiful and kind-hearted, has met with such misfortune. It is all the fault of the demons from Hantan Temple, who have deceived us so deeply. If it were not for the intervention of that sword immortal from Shushan, our daughter would not have returned. The townspeople murmured softly. Hearing their words, Lu Chen couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement, saying, "It seems that your family holds quite a reputation. Should you be reborn in the next life, you shall surely be blessed. Your praise is excessive, esteemed master. Our deeds pale in comparison to yours. Let us proceed inside." "Very well, but do not reveal yourself yet, lest we attract unnecessary trouble." With that, he enveloped Cui Yinyan in his magical energy and seamlessly passed through the gate into the inner courtyard. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Cui were in the inner hall, silently weeping as they gazed at their daughter's spirit tablet. Suddenly, upon seeing Lu Chen, they were taken aback, only to recognize him immediately. "Ah, it is the immortal from Shushan. Have you perhaps discovered our daughter's remains?" Witnessing their sorrowful expressions, Lu Chen felt a pang of compassion and, unsure of what to say, simply shook his head. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he allowed Cui Yinyan to manifest. "Father, mother," Cui Yinyan called out with reddened eyes. The couple was taken aback by their daughter's sudden appearance. Mr. Cui instinctively recoiled, while Mrs. Cui, overcome with emotion, stepped forward to grasp her daughter's hand. The tangible sensation brought her to tears of joy. "My daughter, it is truly you. My dear, Yinyan is alive. She has not perished." Upon seeing Cui Yinyan nod in affirmation, the couple's tears transformed into laughter as they embraced their daughter, weeping and rejoicing simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the sky outside the window, momentarily lost in thought. Parents? Familial bonds? During his time on Earth, he had been an orphan, devoid of parental figures. Even in this life, it seemed his memories lacked any impression of parents. He had grown up on the kindness of strangers, with scarcely any relatives. Perhaps, such emotions would remain foreign to me throughout my existence. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips. Yet, he felt no sorrow. Being alone afforded him the freedom to pursue the path of swordsmanship with unwavering focus, which was undoubtedly a blessing, given the fleeting nature of time. After reuniting with her parents, Cui Yinyan quickly conveyed her intentions. "Father, mother, I have been an unfilial daughter and fear I will not be able to serve you in your old age. After this ordeal, my heart longs for the path of the Tao. Grateful for the immortals' guidance, I am to return to Shushan to cultivate. Today, I have come to bid you farewell." Upon hearing these words, the couple from the Cui family could not help but feel a sense of reluctance. However, they did not overly implore her to stay, merely nodding and saying, "In this chaotic world, it is indeed tumultuous. As a delicate woman, if you truly manage to enter the realm of the immortals, it would be a blessing that our Cui family has accrued over 100 generations. As long as we ascertain your safety, both your mother and I shall find solace. Do not concern yourself with us. Focus on your cultivation. One day, as you stand like an immortal master, vanquishing demons and upholding justice, we shall take pride in your achievements." At this point, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hearing this, Cui Yinyan knelt down and solemnly bowed her head 3 times before turning to leave, too afraid to say more. She feared that if she continued, she would lose the resolve to depart. At that moment, Lu Chen sighed, preparing to turn away, when he heard Madame Cui call out to him, "Immortal Master, please pause for a moment." Lu Chen halted his steps. "What else is there?" he inquired. Madame Cui approached, glancing at Cui Yinyan, who had already stepped into the courtyard. Her eyes reddened as she smiled and said, "I am aware that Yinyan has already departed from this world. Yet I am still immensely grateful to the immortal master for accompanying her on this journey. Chapter 062. The accompanying silver bell upon hearing Madame Chui's words. Lu Chen was indeed taken aback. His illusion, combined with the straw puppet, was nearly flawless. Even practitioners of lesser strength might struggle to discern any flaw. How could a mere mortal like Madame Chui perceive the truth? Seemingly understanding Lu Chen's bewilderment, Madame Chui forced a bitter smile and said, "No one knows a daughter better than her mother. After all, she is a piece of my flesh. How could I not discern her condition? Her hands are far too cold." At this, Lu Chen fell silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Fortunately, Madame Chui did not dwell excessively in sorrow. In truth, the couple had not only just received the news of their daughter's demise. After several days, they had begun to accept the harsh reality. Now, to see Chui Yinyan return and converse with them was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. How could they dare to wish for more? Yinyan's fate was unfortunate. She encountered calamity in the prime of her youth. Yet she was also fortunate, for she met a celestial master, which was a different kind of opportunity. As her parents, we only wish for her well-being. Beyond that, we seek nothing more. Beside them, Mr. Chui sighed deeply, his gaze sincere as he implored, "I beseech the celestial master to properly arrange for Yin, granting her a place of belonging. This great kindness we shall never forget." As he spoke, he prepared to kneel and bow. Lu Chen hastily waved his hand, using his spiritual power to support them, and then said, "Rest assured, once matters are settled, I will ensure everything is arranged for her." "Then we are truly grateful to the celestial master." Madame Chui sighed in relief upon hearing this promise. Subsequently, she retrieved a sandalwood box from her sleeve and handed it over, saying, "This item belonged to Yin in her lifetime. I now entrust it to the celestial master." At these words, Lu Chen was perplexed. Since this was Yin's possession, why did the couple not present it to her directly, but instead hand it to him? In his confusion, he accepted the box, opening it to reveal a silver bracelet adorned with peculiar ancient patterns, with a small bell suspended beneath it. He lifted the bracelet and gently shook it. The bell chimed crisply, startling the Chui couple into retreating hastily, unwilling to approach. "What is this?" Lu Chen inquired, frowning. He sensed that this silver bell was extraordinary, seemingly a magical artifact, for its sound had a hypnotic effect, astonishingly powerful. The Chui couple did not conceal the truth. Hastily explaining, "We do not wish to hide anything from the celestial master. This silver bell has an enigmatic origin. It was upon her wrist at the moment of her birth, seemingly innate. However, this item is sinister. Whenever the bell tolls, it causes those nearby to lose their composure, even descending into madness. Our family has experienced such events multiple times, and to avoid further trouble, we decided to remove it and seal it away, never daring to give it back to her." "What? It was upon her wrist at birth? Could this be an accompanying magical artifact?" Lu Chen maintained a calm facade, but within, tumultuous waves surged. Could it be that Chui Yin was not an ordinary woman, but rather someone of significant lineage? It is indeed intriguing. How could an ordinary person possess the essence of the most profound Yin bloodline and be targeted by the Blood Soul sect? Regarded as a saintess of the demonic sect, it appears that there are secrets entwined with Chui Yin. Perhaps this silver bell is the key to her inability to reincarnate. The Blood Soul sect's pursuit of her may not merely stem from their desire to offer her as a sacrifice to the blood demon. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen carefully returned the silver bell bracelet to its box and nodded, stating, "This artifact must be a companion treasure. I shall pass it on to her in due course." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts, master," she replied. "There is no need for formalities." With that, Lu Chen did not linger and rose to leave. Chui Yin was already waiting in the courtyard, her eyes red, suggesting she had wept once more. However, her emotions had settled considerably. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, she bowed respectfully and expressed, "Thank you, master, for fulfilling my wish. I am now at your service." Indeed, Lu Chen acknowledged, choosing not to press her about the bell just yet. He leapt gracefully, leading Chui Yin directly towards the city gates. At that moment, Xia Ningxiang awaited their arrival. Seeing Lu Chen, she hurried forward to greet him. "Senior brother, everything has been arranged. The sect has sent word for us to escort Miss Chui back to Shushan before making further decisions." "In that case, let us depart," Lu Chen replied. The two of them summoned their powers and soared toward Shushan on their flying swords. After traveling for half a day without incident, they reached noon when the sun blazed fiercely, casting an intense heat upon the land. This was the peak of young energy in the day. Chui Yin, being a spirit, found it arduous to endure, Even while sheltered in the sword box, discomfort lingered. After all, flying at such heights under the scorching sun posed a significant threat to ghosts. Reluctantly, Lu Chen decided to pause their journey, seeking a place to rest until the zenith of the sun had passed. "Senior brother, there is a grove ahead. Shall we take refuge there for a while?" Xiang suggested. Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced downward and, spotting the shaded area beside the official road, nodded in agreement. They descended gracefully and rested in the cool shade of the trees. Xiang produced an ice gourd from her belongings and took a sip before offering it to him, saying, "It is quite hot. Please have some water, senior brother." Lu Chen hesitated momentarily. Both he and Xiang had reached the crystallization stage in their cultivation. While they had not yet transcended to the realm of golden core practitioners, they were at least capable of fasting and were impervious to the extremes of temperature. Thus, they felt little discomfort from the heat or thirst. Nevertheless, he accepted the gourd, recognizing the bond forged through their shared trials during this journey. Taking a sip, he was pleasantly surprised by the refreshing chill, complemented by a hint of sweetness. The gourd must have been a small magical artifact for storing water, imbued with frost, providing a delightful reprieve on a sweltering summer day. "Thank you, junior sister," Lu Chen said with a smile as he returned the gourd. Xiang retrieved the gourd, a faint blush gracing her fair visage. She then turned her head away and said, "My magical prowess pales in comparison to that of my senior brother. I shall first take a moment to recuperate, so that I may be prepared for our journey ahead." "Rest assured, junior sister, I shall safeguard you," he replied. As he spoke, he observed that Xiang had already closed her eyes, beginning to meditate right beside him. Utterly unguarded and no longer as cautious as before about establishing a protective barrier. This indicated her absolute trust in Lu Chen. Indeed, considering their journey together, where Lu Chen had shown a fierce disdain for evil and a commitment to rescuing the downtrodden, he had performed numerous noble deeds. Moreover, he had saved her life in moments of peril, creating a bond forged in adversity that was certainly worthy of trust. This girl, it must be said, she possesses a remarkable beauty. Gazing at her gently closed eyelids, her delicate features exuded an air of serene tranquility, a visage that would undoubtedly rank her among the most exquisite of beauties in Lu Chen's previous life. To claim he harbored no thoughts at all would be disingenuous. Yet, Lu Chen understood that in this world governed by the law of the jungle, strength is paramount. Although he had achieved some measure of success, he was far from invincible. The path of immortality was long and arduous. Before he attained absolute power, matters of romantic entanglement would not occupy his thoughts. Of course, should fate truly beckon, he would not deliberately turn it away. Such matters are best left to unfold naturally. With these distractions cast aside, Lu Chen turned and retrieved the wooden box containing the silver bell, subsequently summoning Cui Yin from the sword box. Chapter 063. I humbly dedicate myself to the esteemed master, vowing eternal allegiance. What commands do you have for me? Cui Yin's figure flickered as she merged with a straw puppet, hiding beneath the shade of a tree. She inquired softly, "Is there anything you wish of me, master?" Lu Chen waved his hand, shrouding the sky with his divine power, then gestured for her to advance. He opened a wooden box and retrieved a silver bell bracelet, asking, "Do you recognize this silver bell?" Cui Yin gazed at the bell, feeling a sense of familiarity yet recalling that she had never truly seen it before. Curiosity stirred within her, and she stepped forward, reaching out to touch the bell. A clear, melodious chime rang out. Instantly, Cui Yin's expression changed as if struck by electricity, her face blanching in alarm. The silver bracelet then instinctively wrapped itself around her wrist, fastening seamlessly. "Master this!" Cui Yin exclaimed, panic evident in her voice, seeking aid. Lu Chen remained composed, signaling her not to panic. He then spoke, "Fear not. This is your innate treasure, linked to your soul. In your youth, your parents removed and sealed it because you lacked the mastery to control it. Now that you have shed your mortal form, it should be easier to harmonize with it. I will assist you in refining this treasure." As he finished speaking, a surge of divine energy burst forth, shimmering with sword light, resembling a luminous pillar enveloping Cui Yin. The sword's formidable aura pressed against her, triggering a primal instinct to defend herself, causing the bell to activate its protective response and begin merging with her soul. Soon after, a faint white glow illuminated the scene. Cui Yin's expression grew serene as she closed her eyes. Her body floated gently, as if she were merely asleep. Honestly, Lu Chen was uncertain of the origins or specific efficacy of this silver bell. As a treasure bonded to her soul, it was inherently unrefinable by others. Yet, Its connection to Cui Yin suggested extraordinary potential, perhaps a remnant of a powerful reborn immortal or an ancient transcendent being. Even if not, it surely possessed a mysterious background. Merging with the bell might awaken latent memories or innate wisdom within her. As the white light gradually faded, a crisp ringing echoed once more. When Cui Yin opened her eyes amid the sword's glow, her gaze became crystal clear. An icy aura radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to crystallize into frost flowers. This cold was not mere frost, but a profound, yin-yang balance of utmost softness and chill, so intense that even Lu Chen's sword light could not fully contain it, dispersing outward and chilling every fiber of one's being. "Senior brother, what has happened?" Xiaoning Shuang, who was meditating nearby, was startled by the ominous aura. She rose to her feet, observing Cui Yin within the sword's light. Her expression flickered with concern, initially mistaking her for an attacker and reaching for her sword. However, Cui Yin merely lifted her wrist, causing the bell to jingle melodiously. The enchanting, soul-captivating chime seemed to cast a spell, instantly causing Xiaoning Shuang's face to blanch. She hurriedly covered her ears with her hands, invoked divine protection, and stepped back in alarm. She was unharmed, merely startled by the sudden fright. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained composed, his demeanor unchanged. He was well aware that the chime could unsettle his mind, thus he had already summoned the vast sword energy to protect his body. Coupled with the supreme sword heart that stabilized his spirit, he was impervious to the impact of such sound waves. "Do not fret, junior sister, this is her accompanying treasure." It appeared that Miss Cui held a significant background. Lu Chen gestured for Xiaoning Shuang to refrain from any rash actions, then turned his gaze towards Cui Yin. Enveloped in the sword light, given the uncertainty of whether her awakened memories would provoke any unforeseen events, he maintained the protective sword light, ever wary of the possibility that she might be a reincarnated malevolent being. Yet, her demeanor suggested no signs of malice. After a brief moment of disorientation, Cui Yin regained her clarity. She first looked down at the silver bell bracelet adorning her wrist, then lifted her head and offered an apologetic smile to Xiaoning Shuang in the distance. "I apologize. I had just refined the soul-capturing bell and have not yet fully mastered it. My earlier actions were unintentional, merely the instinct of the bell. I hope you will not hold it against me, Sister Ning Shuang." Her words were coherent and her expression clear, indicating that she had not forgotten the previous occurrences. Relieved, Lu Chen exhaled. Xiaoning Shuang was not the type to harbor grudges, confirming that there was no malevolence. She relaxed and nodded. "It's all right. Although your silver bell is formidable, it cannot harm me." There was a hint of pride in her tone. Lu Chen silently chuckled to himself, but chose not to point it out, instead focusing on Cui Yin. The latter seemed to anticipate his inquiry and, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied directly, "I understand what you wish to ask. In fact, I only awakened certain memories after refining the soul-capturing bell." There was no intention to deceive. As she spoke, she spread her hands, and her eyes sparkled, projecting a fragment of memory. This was a direct projection of her soul's recollections, leaving no room for fabrication. Such a display could only occur in the presence of someone she deeply trusted, effectively laying bare her defenses. Cui Yin intended this as a gesture of sincerity. Even with her regained accompanying treasure and awakened memories, her strength remained inadequate. Should Lu Chen harbor any doubts, he could easily obliterate her. The images projected rapidly shifted, revealing cryptic phrases, sealing the blood demon, the sacred object to subdue demons. Dual-born spirit, reincarnation. The fleeting images were likely too swift for an ordinary person to comprehend. Yet, Lu Chen discerned them clearly, gradually grasping Cui Yin's origins. The so-called bloodline of utmost yin and yang was but one characteristic of a spirit's reincarnation. What the Blood Soul sect truly sought was the spirit of the sacred object to subdue demons. This would enable them to control the sacred object, thereby releasing the blood demon and reviving it in the mortal realm. It was quite normal for the sacred objects left behind by the ancient sages to birth spirits. However, it was ironic that the spirit meant to subdue demons had also succumbed to malevolent corruption. Had she not steadfastly upheld her virtuous intentions, she might have long since been assimilated by the darkness. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. With this revelation, many things became clear. Cui Yin, as a reincarnated spirit, was not bound by the cycle of reincarnation, which explained why she had never been able to find peace. The so-called Holy Son of the Blood Soul sect is most likely the demonic artifact known as the Yang Soul. He seeks to devour Cui Yin in order to gain dominion over this sacred object. I had presumed you were merely a mortal vessel. Yet it appears you are the reincarnation of the artifact spirit. Lu Chen gazed at Cui Yin with a sense of nostalgia. His original intention was to escort her back to Mount Shu, seeking the help of the sect leader to assist her in transcending to the afterlife, thus concluding this matter. However, it seems that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. Cui Yanyan, undeterred by the gravity of the circumstances, recounted the events leading up to this moment and then knelt, speaking earnestly. Though I am the reincarnated spirit of an artifact, without the intervention of a celestial master, I may never awaken my memories, or may even be consumed by the Yang spirit. The character and virtue of the celestial master inspire in me both admiration and reverence. Should the celestial master not turn me away, I would willingly recognize you as my lord and follow you for eternity. The notion of an artifact spirit acknowledging a master was unexpected for Lu Chen. He had been pondering how to manage and care for Cui Yanyan, but her proactive declaration of allegiance sparked a glimmer of hope within him. He had rescued Cui Yanyan, disrupting the plans of the Blood Soul sect. This bond could not be easily severed, and he had no qualms about future repercussions. Moreover, the sacred object capable of subduing the blood demon is undoubtedly no ordinary treasure, but rather one of the most exceptional artifacts in existence. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to harness its power. Yet, the prospect of having an artifact spirit as a master might change the tide. Acquiring such an object would undoubtedly enhance his own strength immensely. Contemplating this, Lu Chen nodded, extending his hand to channel his energy and lift Cui Yanyan. He continued, "You are the soul of a sacred artifact born to subdue demons, embodying the purest essence of the universe, yet you have remained steadfast in your virtuous nature, untainted by the seductions of your kin. This reveals your noble character. Since you are willing to serve me, I, too, shall emulate the ancient sages, striving to suppress evil and protect life. Henceforth, you shall accompany me." Chapter 64. Who in heaven and earth can attain eternal life? The spirit's acknowledgement, an eternal bond. Lu Chen raised his hand, sword light flickering at his fingertips as a drop of vital essence flew forth, landing upon Cui Yanyan's forehead, transforming into a sealing mark. This principle mirrored that of refining magical treasures through blood acknowledgement. However, acquiring a spirit's allegiance was far more elusive. It demanded genuine recognition from the spirit itself. Without such consent, even forced submission and refinement would render it nearly impossible to control. The Tai sword in Lu Chen's possession had once harbored a spirit as well. Hence, the sect leader had escorted him to meet Chen Qingfeng, bestowing upon him the formal inheritance. Yet, the sword spirit of Tai seemed incomplete, likely marred by some past injury, leaving it devoid of full sentience and incapable of assuming form. The crimson seal shimmered before dissolving into golden light. Lu Chen immediately sensed a mystical spiritual connection between himself and Cui Yanyan, a sign that the acknowledgement ritual had concluded successfully. Surprisingly, there had been no resistance throughout the process. This outcome puzzled Lu Chen, for the sacred artifact suppressing the demon was not ownerless. It had once belonged to a venerable sage. Though he might no longer walk this earth, his spiritual imprint should have remained. Lu Chen had anticipated resistance from the original owner's lingering will, yet encountered none. This could only signify that the predecessor who left behind the demon-suppressing relic had perished, dissipated between heaven and earth. To have restrained the blood god's offspring for a millennium, that predecessor must have been a true sage, a celestial being. Yet, within a mere 1,000 years, even such a figure had met his end, vanishing without a trace. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chen was overcome with melancholy. The heavens may collapse, the earth may crumble, even the sun and moon shall decay. How transient and insignificant is man beneath the vast firmament? Who, then, can claim immortality? At the zenith of the immortal path, the culmination of cultivation, was the ultimate freedom he sought truly attainable by mortal means? Ah, what am I pondering? I am a man blessed with a system, diligently leveling up and faithfully exploiting my advantages. Surely the day will come when I transcend the confines of this world. With this thought, Lu Chen's heart found solace, for he possessed the virtue of acceptance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the acknowledgement of a sacred artifact's spirit. Triggering the side quest, Tai Chi Seal. Vanquish the demon-possessed Yang spirit, reclaim its spiritual essence, unify Yin and Yang, and obtain the treasure, Tai Chi Seal. A mission triggered? Lu Chen felt a flicker of delight. Unlike main quests, side missions did not offer direct rewards from the system. Yet, achieving their objectives still yielded benefits. So, this demon-suppressing sacred artifact was named the Tai Chi Seal. Was it connected to the legendary Tai Chi diagram? Judging by its name alone, it seemed a treasure of the Taoist tradition. If opportunity arose, he must devise a way to claim it. Lu Chen contemplated silently. Congratulations, senior brother. on gaining the acknowledgement of the demon-suppressing artifact spirit. This is a celestial stroke of fortune. Congratulations to Miss Chui for encountering a wise master. My esteemed senior possesses unparalleled talent and character, which surely will not disappoint you. At this moment, Xianing Xiang stepped forward, sincerely offering her congratulations. Her admiration for Lu Chen had transformed into genuine respect. If, during the Sword Tomb incident, she had still entertained comparisons, after this journey of forging the wind, she wholeheartedly acknowledged Lu Chen's superiority. Thus, witnessing Lu Chen subdue the spirit of the sacred artifact evoked no feelings of jealousy within her. Were she in his position? Even with prior knowledge of Cui Yinyan's identity, she might not have been able to secure such unwavering loyalty. This process requires a harmonious blend of temperament, skill, and power. Only Lu Chen is truly worthy of the spirit's recognition. The demon-suppressing sacred artifact remains sealed with the blood demon. Even if I gain the spirit's acknowledgement, it does not equate to possessing the artifact, as the Blood Soul sect harbors another accompanying spirit. Lu Chen shook his head, lifting his gaze to the sky. The sun had softened, no longer as fierce as before, allowing them to continue their journey. This matter pertains to the blood demon seal. It is essential to report to the sect leader. Time is of the essence. Let us return to Mount Shu first, he stated, signaling for Cui Yinyan to return to the sword box, preparing to depart. At that moment, a sudden cry for help echoed from deep within the woods. Help? Someone. Please save me. The voice sounded remarkably youthful, like that of a child. Lu Chen looked up to see a tattered little girl sprinting through the forest, pursued by a massive wolf demon, which roared ferociously as it charged forward. Although the wolf demon lacked formidable strength and could not even fully transform into human form, its speed was akin to lightning, swiftly closing the distance. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Despite the proximity to the official road with merchant caravans passing by, there were no settlements within dozens of miles. How could a child suddenly appear? Moreover, the wolf demon's speed was such that even an adult would struggle to escape its pursuit. If this were truly a case of a demonic attack, a child would be slain in an instant, leaving no opportunity for escape or cries for help. Furthermore, the girl's escape route was evidently directed toward him, indicating she was not lost in panic. Something is amiss. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. At that moment, Xianing Xiang, unable to contain herself, declared, "A mere wolf demon dares to commit violence in broad daylight. Senior brother, no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this." With that, she summoned her powers, and the snowfall's sword responded, gleaming with cold light as it plunged into the fray. Lu Chen wished to caution her, but it was too late. This girl seemed influenced by my demeanor, adopting a righteous fury against evil, yet her impulsiveness betrayed a lack of caution. Lu Chen could only smile wryly and shake his head. In truth, given Xia Ningxuang's cultivation and temperament, subtle clues might have been discernible under ordinary circumstances. Yet, in the urgency to save a life, perhaps coupled with a desire to demonstrate her prowess before others, she appeared somewhat impetuous. Lu Chen refrained from immediate intervention. His suspicion was not yet certainty. What if this truly was a demon perpetrating harm? One could not stand idly by, witnessing a child's demise. Very well. Let Xia Ningxuang take the initiative and gauge the situation. Should it prove to be a demonic assault, saving a life would be a meritorious deed. If deceit were afoot, he could intervene promptly. With this resolve, Lu Chen lowered his arm, though the fingertips concealed beneath his robe brimmed with condensed sword energy, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the wolf demon in the midst of the fray roared furiously, having closed in upon the little girl. Its blood-red maw gaped wide, fangs gleaming like blades. Swift as lightning, a frosty sword energy sliced through the air. A mournful wail echoed, blood splattered, and the wolf demon's head was pierced through by the sword's radiant light, impaled mercilessly upon the ground. Such meager capability, yet it dared to prey upon innocence? Xia Ningxuang shook her head coldly, then alighted gracefully, approaching the terrified child with a softer tone. "Little one, are you unharmed?" The girl, evidently shaken, crouched on the ground, curling into herself. Moved by pity, Xia Ningxuang stepped forward, intending to lift her gently. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The girl's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. She sprang up abruptly, sharp fangs emerging from her mouth, and bit fiercely into Xia Ningxuang's alabaster neck. Chapter 065, Brother, have you offended someone? A sudden transformation occurred. Xia Ningxuang did not anticipate that the seemingly pitiable little girl before her would suddenly launch an attack. As the foe lunged towards her, claws sharp and deadly, she hurriedly summoned her magical defenses, a surge of frosty sword energy rippling forth. Boom. The little girl collided with the shimmering blade of light, instantly freezing half of her body, the sword's brilliance piercing through, blood gushing forth. However, her form abruptly split open, and from beneath her skin emerged a swarm of grotesque, blood-scented worms, surging towards Xiaoning Shuang like a tide. Flesh worms. From a distance, Lu Chen's expression shifted at this gruesome sight. This was a vile technique of the Blood Soul sect. Using blood and flesh-eating worms, they would implant them within a living host. Initially, the victim would feel no unusual symptoms, but over time, the worms would reproduce within the body, voraciously consuming the host's flesh and organs, leaving behind nothing but a mere shell. When faced with an enemy, they would burst forth, aiming to defile the cultivator's physical form. Once infected, the worms would swiftly burrow into the flesh, making it nearly impossible for ordinary magical powers to eradicate them, forcing the victim to helplessly witness their own flesh being devoured. These fleshworms, concealed beneath human skin and mingling with the host's life essence, were unlike ordinary demons. It was no wonder that even with my divine sight, I could not discern the underlying problem. The Blood Soul sect has arrived with great haste. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening. Although the fleshworms were indeed malevolent, Xiaoning Shuang's strength should suffice to handle them. Moreover, such low-level minions would not yield much experience. There was no need for immediate action. Since the Blood Soul sect had come, it was undoubtedly in pursuit of Cui Yanyan, and they would possess far more than this one tactic. The true killing moves and skilled experts were surely lurking in the shadows. I must devise a way to uncover them. You will remain within the Tai sword box. Unless summoned, do not reveal yourself, lest they employ any soul-binding techniques. Lu Chen instructed in a hushed tone. Cui Yanyan understood her current combat limitations and would not recklessly emerge to cause chaos, nodding in agreement. Do not worry about me, master. Please exercise caution. I am well aware. As Lu Chen spoke, he secretly channeled a strand of noble sword energy extending from beneath his feet into the earth, spreading outwards to covertly search for and lock onto the hidden enemies. Meanwhile, in the forest, Xiaoning Shuang was enveloped in a cloak of ice and snow, as if adorned in a crystalline battle garment. With a graceful flick of her snow-white wrist, the flurry of snow and flying swords blossomed into sparkling ice flowers, freezing and then shattering the incoming fleshworms into fragments. Despicable scoundrels! To not even spare such a young child, you truly deserve death. Xiaoning Shuang's countenance turned frigid. Realizing this was a trap filled her with both shock and fury. Without hesitation, she swept her long sleeves, causing the ice behind her to erupt, her magical energy crystallizing into a pair of frosty wings. The ice phoenix took flight. The swirling snow and blades transformed into sharp swords, surging towards the dense woods, followed by a chorus of anguish cries. Amidst the splatter of blood and flesh, several dark figures plummeted from the treetops. Indeed, an ambush. Blood Soul sect. You are truly relentless. With a single stroke, Xiaoning Frost compelled the concealed assassins of the Blood Soul sect to reveal themselves. Following this, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, her icy phoenix soaring behind her, emitting a tempest of frost-laden sword energy that was both formidable and enveloping. The assassins, who had lain in wait, anticipated an opportunity to strike once she was weakened by the fleshworm's corrupting influence. However, they were taken aback. Xiaoning Frost proved to be no pushover. Not only did she thwart their ambush, but she also astutely detected their presence and launched a preemptive assault, catching them utterly off guard. Under the onslaught of her chilling sword light, numerous disciples of the Blood Soul sect fell to the ground, their anguish cries echoing through the air. It was a pity, lamented Lu Chen as he observed the fallen disciples. They were mere cannon fodder, lacking in skill and offering little in the way of experience points. The true formidable opponents had yet to emerge, compelling Lu Chen to bide his time and await the opportune moment. Suddenly, a foul wind swept through, and a miasma of blood enveloped the entire forest, obscuring vision, yet lacking in potent toxicity. More disciples of the Blood Soul sect swiftly appeared, darting through the trees. With a whoosh, a bone chain pierced through the trunk, launching an assault towards Xiaoning Frost. Her expression shifted as she swiftly countered with a sword, producing a sharp clang as sparks flew. Yet, remarkably, she could not sever the chain. At that moment, additional bone chains erupted from the ground, entwining towards her. Xiaoning Frost summoned her magical energy and leaped into the air to evade the bindings. But she was unprepared for the onslaught of more bone chains converging from all directions, weaving an inescapable net. Then, a flash of crimson blade light descended from above, fierce and unyielding, akin to a clap of thunder, accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits. With a crack, the icy armor of magical energy surrounding Xiaoning Frost shattered. Before the blade even reached her, its sheer force inflicted a stinging pain upon her skin. The adversary possessed formidable strength, likely rivaling the earlier Zhang Lin, and now launched a surprise attack that Xiaoning Frost could hardly withstand, poised to be wounded by the impending strike. Just as the blade light flared, Lu Chen, having locked onto the presence of the attacker, did not hesitate. He stomped the ground, causing a tremor that resonated through the earth. The sword energy that had previously seeped into the ground erupted forth, resembling blooming lotus flowers, with each petal manifesting as a lethal blade of energy. The dazzling radiance swiftly tore through the bodies of over a dozen Blood Soul sect disciples. The bone chains ensnaring Xiaoning Frost shattered, liberating her to retreat hastily. Meanwhile, Lu Chen raised his hand, his sleeve sweeping through the air, fingers poised like a sword. The previously charged sword energy surged forth, sweeping across the sky like an unstoppable river. With a resounding boom, it obliterated the descending blade light. The residual force of the sword energy undiminished as it continued its advance, swirling with cascading beams of light. The disciples of the Blood Soul sect along the way stood frozen, their throats severed by the residual sword energy. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the crimson mist, brandishing his blade in a flurry of strikes, barely managing to stave off the torrent of sword chi. However, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, his right hand trembling uncontrollably around the hilt, revealing traces of blood at the base of his thumb. Only at this moment did Lu Chen discern the identity of the assailant. He was a middle-aged man, his face marred by scars, tall and gaunt. Clad in a blood-red garment, he wielded a large, crimson blade adorned with silver rings, which jingled ominously, evoking the wails of the damned as he swung it. Judging by the aura of his cultivation, he appeared to be at the later stage of the crystal realm, comparable to Zhang Lin. He likely held a position akin to a branch leader within the Blood Soul sect. Is it the Blood Soul sect that has sent you, accompanied by a handful of pitiful miscreants, to eliminate me? My friend, have you perhaps offended someone? Lu Chen could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After enduring much anticipation, he had hoped to ensnare a formidable adversary, yet this was the outcome he faced. Chapter 66. The dead are unworthy of names. The true legacy of the Shushan sect indeed lives up to its illustrious reputation. Within the blood mist-shrouded forest, the scarred-faced swordsman wore a grave expression. He had initially received orders to lead his entire contingent from the Linyun stronghold to ambush 2 disciples from Shushan, dismissing it as an overreaction. However, upon learning the details and realizing that Zhang Lin had fallen to this individual, he became solemn. Thus, he laid traps intended for Lu Chen, only to find that this young man, despite his tender years, was excessively cautious and cunning, evading all snares. Witnessing his companions being besieged, Lu Chen remained patient until he made his presence known, at which point he struck, inflicting considerable damage upon himself. Now, hearing Lu Chen speak only fueled the fury of the scarred-faced swordsman. What did he mean by suggesting that he had offended someone? Was he implying that he had been sent to his doom? As the esteemed leader of the Linyun branch of the Blood Soul sect, did he not deserve some dignity? The swordsman's anger intensified. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, gritting his teeth in rage. You insolent brat, dare to oppose the Blood Soul sect, and even Shushan cannot safeguard your life. Surrender the spirit of the saintess at once, and perhaps I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, prepare to learn the full extent of my power. Halt. Here, the dead are unworthy of names. Lu Chen promptly interrupted him, weary of engaging in a futile exchange with someone merely providing experience points. The Blood Soul sect had come well prepared, and it was evident that there were far greater threats lurking beneath the surface than this mere lackey. Thus, he was reluctant to squander energy on the scarred-faced fool. As he spoke, he advanced with an imposing presence. His vital energy surged, transforming into golden light, his physique akin to a mountain bearing down upon the foe. The terrifying force of his vitality erupted like flames, instantly dispersing the surrounding blood mist. He raised his hand and unleashed a formidable palm strike, channeling his raw physical strength through a mighty demonic suppression technique. His palm descended like a mountain, an overwhelming force pressing down. The scarred-faced swordsman felt an unbearable weight, the ground beneath him fracturing inch by inch, the air around him seemingly solidifying, making it difficult to breathe. He yearned to retreat, yet the opponent's strength was insurmountable. As the palm struck, it suppressed the area around him, leaving no room for escape. With gritted teeth, he wielded his blade, channeling all his magical energy to withstand the blow. Boom! The palm imprint crashed down, and the swordsman felt his body plummet under the weight, his arm trembling uncontrollably. His vital energy surged violently within him, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. What terrifying power! Was this fellow not a swordsman from Shushan? He had not anticipated such formidable physical prowess alongside his swordsmanship. Amidst his astonishment and rage, the swordsman acted without hesitation, gritting his teeth and shaking his blade, causing the silver rings to resonate. The skull adorning his weapon emitted a mournful wail, the malevolent energy surged forth, and the howls of vengeful spirits echoed ominously. As he swung his blade, a chilling wind surged, as if countless wronged souls and vengeful spirits were howling and swirling, disturbing the peace of mind. Those sinister forces sought to disrupt my focus. Begone! As the malevolent wind and phantoms charged toward him, Lu Chen remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath, the surge of magical power resonated like rolling thunder, a lion's mighty roar. The sonic shockwave erupted forth, instantly dispersing the oncoming ghostly apparitions. The sound wave surged violently, shattering the silver-ringed skulls on the demonic blade, while even the scarred face of the enemy stiffened abruptly, as if his very soul had been struck dumb. This was the paralyzing effect of the lion's roar technique, stunning both body and mind. Perish now. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen lunged forward, his terrifying physical strength erupting like an unstoppable force. The scarred man was struck as if by a golden mountain, bones shattered, blood spewing from his mouth. Then, with a crushing palm strike, his skull was obliterated, his headless corpse swaying before collapsing like rotten mud. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Ghost Map. Experience gained. 10,000. Humph. So now I know his name. Lu Chen shook his head. Still, he had to admit, there was a certain brutal satisfaction in using Buddhist martial arts for close combat. Fist meeting flesh. Overwhelming force crushing all resistance, it carried a primal thrill of absolute dominance. The only downside was its crude savagery, best reserved for occasional indulgence. The sword remained more befitting of his stature. As he pondered, Lu Chen lifted his gaze toward the depths of the forest and spoke coolly, "You possess remarkable patience. Your disciples lie dead, yet still you refuse to act?" In truth, even before striking, Lu Chen had sensed a formidable presence lurking nearby. But this adversary was strong, deliberately concealing themselves so thoroughly that even he couldn't pinpoint their location. He had purposefully left openings during the fight, hoping to provoke an attack. Yet, to his surprise, the enemy remained patient, seemingly using the scarred man as a mere pawn to test his limits, uncaring of the man's fate. Cowering in the shadows? If you lack the courage to strike, then I shall take my leave. With that, he deliberately turned his back, feigning departure. And in that very instant, boom! The earth trembled as a monstrous aura descended. A shock wave tore through the air, snapping towering trees like mere straw. "Senior brother, beware." Xia Ningxuang's voice rang out in warning from afar. But Lu Chen was already prepared. The moment the attack came, he pivoted and met it with a devastating punch. Crash! The impact was like two mountains colliding, a deafening, thunderous collision. Lu Chen staggered back 3 steps before steadying himself, while the massive figure that had charged at him reeled, crashing through a tree before regaining balance. Only now did Lu Chen fully behold his foe. The creature stood like a wolf yet towered 3 zhang tall. Its body covered in coarse fur, eyes burning crimson. Its gaping maw dripped with foul saliva, exuding an aura of grotesque greed. Though its form was monstrous, the sheer malevolence radiating from it surpassed that of ordinary demons. And with each breath, faint golden light shimmered, undeniable proof of a true golden core realm cultivator. You little wretch. I must confess, I underestimated you. As a disciple of Shushan, you have surprisingly cultivated the Buddha's golden body, your physical form rivaling that of an external golden core. No wonder the likes of Ghost Map are utterly no match for you, the colossal wolf proclaimed. His words bore no trace of sorrow or anger. Rather, they were laced with avarice. An external golden core, an indestructible body. If I were to consume you, the flavor would surely be exquisite. What a remarkable bunch these Blood Soul sect members are. None appear to be ordinary. Lu Chen silently shook his head, simultaneously sizing up his opponent. A formidable being of the golden core realm is far from ordinary. Even within Shushan, such individuals hold positions of true succession and elder status. This man is likely a core member of the Blood Soul sect. This marked Lu Chen's first genuine encounter with a golden core practitioner. Yet, he felt no trepidation, rather. A flicker of exhilaration coursed through him. Now at the late stage of crystallization, bolstered by the foundations of heavenly principles and the profound accumulation of the Howren Sword Chi, his magical prowess would not fall too short of that of a golden core. Coupled with the yellow spring diagram, the Teia sword, and various other techniques, He believed he could indeed stand against a golden core. The prospect of vanquishing one of such caliber raised the tantalizing question, how much experience would that yield? With this thought in mind, Lu Chen broke into a smile. You wish to consume me? I fear you lack the necessary teeth for such a feat. Come. Let me see just how substantial your golden core truly is. As he spoke, a surge of sword intent erupted from his being, and he raised his hand to unleash a sword strike, akin to a celestial river cascading down, cleaving through the air. Chapter 67. The gluttonous golden pill with a formidable strike, the dragon's sword forth. Lu Chen unleashed his attack without mercy, directly summoning the essence of the great river sword. Wielding the Taya divine sword against the colossal wolf, the opponent, a formidable expert from the demonic sect, possessed the cultivation of the golden pill. Conventional methods would hardly inflict harm upon him. To seize the initiative and maintain control is to ensure one's triumph. Boom. The majestic sword energy surged forth. A tempest of power. Lu Chen's sword stroke descended like the Milky Way from the heavens, resplendent and brilliant. It resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, turning the world upside down. The fierce sword radiance transformed into bolts of lightning, piercing the air, shattering mountains and vegetation into mere fragments in its wake. Daring to strike first against a golden pill cultivator? The malevolent wolf, upon witnessing this, erupted into laughter. After all, he was a powerhouse of the golden pill realm, possessing a quality of magical energy that was worlds apart from that of the crystallization realm. As the saying goes, beneath the golden pill, all are but ants. Even though Lu Chen's sword appeared extraordinary, he was confident in his ability to withstand it. Overestimating oneself, the colossal wolf raised his arm. Fingers splayed like a grinding wheel and reached out into the air. His magical energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal hand of tangible golden sand, as if to capture the torrent of sword energy within his grasp. Boom. The anticipated spectacle of the sword light shattering did not occur. The sword light shimmered. The celestial river trembled. The overwhelming sword energy erupted forth, the essence of the sword blossoming, instantly shattering the magical hand into countless fragments. Overwhelming sword energy and sword essence? This is impossible. The colossal wolf was taken aback. Unskilled in sword techniques, he could not immediately sense the impact of the sword essence, mistakenly believing Lu Chen's strike to be merely a common sword maneuver. To his astonishment, Lu Chen, despite his youth, had managed to comprehend sword essence. This was something that mere magical energy could not withstand. In a flurry, he withdrew his hand, and with a surge of demonic wind at his feet, he attempted to retreat. Too late. Lu Chen, of course, would not grant him that opportunity, seizing the momentum of the sword essence crashing down. The sword light surged like a pillar, the Taya sword vibrating with a resonant hum, directly cleaving towards the wolf's head. Clang. Sparks flew. The colossal wolf was protected by a barrier of magical golden sand, impervious and unyielding. Even the Taya sword could not sever his head, leaving only a deep gash visible to the bone, from which blood flowed profusely. Ah, the damned little brat, this insignificant creature, dares to wound me? The colossal wolf, enraged by the injury inflicted by the Taya divine sword, bared his teeth and unleashed a torrent of lightning, spewing forth a violent arc of electric plasma. Boom. Lu Chen swiftly dodged. The area he had occupied was engulfed in a storm of lightning, charred and blackened. Simultaneously, the sword light in his hand re-emerged. A deluge of sword light surged forth, enveloping the colossal wolf's form entirely. However, the system's kill notification remained conspicuously absent. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. This sword amidst the radiant glow, the colossal wolf let out a thunderous roar, expelling a golden elixir the size of a thumb, which spiraled in the air like a fearsome beast asserting its dominance, roaring ferociously and emanating a fierce light. In an instant, it absorbed all the surrounding sword energy. The giant wolf emerged not only unscathed but invigorated, its fur bristling like blades, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, as if infused with an overwhelming sword intent. By heavens, it has devoured my sword energy and can wield it as its own? Lu Chen found himself momentarily stunned. He hastily summoned the Taya sword back to his grasp and cautiously retreated a step. The opponent's cultivation method was unknown, and the golden elixir it had refined was exceedingly peculiar, capable of absorbing others' attacks, an unheard-of phenomenon. Youngster, I hadn't expected you to possess such formidable swordsmanship despite your modest cultivation, and to have grasped the essence of sword intent. Were it not for my mastery of the gluttonous golden elixir, you might have truly posed a threat. The giant wolf's gaze blazed with intensity, tinged with a hint of arrogance. The realm of the golden elixir is worlds apart from the crystallization stage. You cannot hope to match me. If you are wise, Surrender the soul of the saintess, and I might grant you a complete corpse. Gluttonous golden elixir? Lu Chen's mind suddenly cleared. This creature must have cultivated a unique technique that allowed it to mimic certain traits of the fearsome beast, gluttonous. The so-called gluttonous golden elixir could not possibly be the true gluttonous but was nonetheless formidable. The ability to absorb an enemy's attacks and convert that power for its own use was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, even the true gluttonous, known for its insatiable appetite, has its limits. Surpassing those limits would lead to its own demise. With this thought, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he coldly remarked, "So, you are the gluttonous, are you? Come then, let us see just how much you can consume." As he spoke, his entire being resonated with surging power, and another magnificent beam of sword light descended. This time, the giant wolf did not flinch or evade. Instead, it activated the gluttonous golden elixir, roaring fiercely as it engulfed the sword light, its form expanding yet again. Its fur gleaming, enveloped in the sword light, resembling a celestial dog, dominating the mortal realm with formidable ferocity. "Ha! Fools, I have already said you cannot harm me." The giant wolf jeered contemptuously. As it spoke, it raised a paw and struck down, instantly unleashing a torrent of sword energy that flattened the forest below. Lu Chen, forced by his own sword energy, could only ascend into the sky, seemingly caught in a passive position. The strength of a golden elixir realm expert was indeed terrifying. Exhibiting such bizarre abilities, in this exchange, his senior brother might struggle to withstand the onslaught. In the distance, Xia Ningxuang felt a surge of anxiety. She yearned to assist, but was wary of the opponent's peculiar powers. Her interference might not aid Lu Chen, but rather become a burden. Just as her brow furrowed in distress, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Lu Chen stood suspended in midair, his power unknowingly imbued with a dark yellow glow. With a single swing of his sword, he surged forth like a yellow river dragon, directly charging towards the golden elixir atop the giant wolf's head. Still not giving up? The giant wolf sneered derisively upon witnessing this. No discernible difference was found in the sword technique of Lu Chen. After all, the quality of the magical power possessed by the practitioners of the crystal realm is inherently fluid. Moreover, Lu Chen consistently employed the Shushan suspended river sword technique and the great river sword intent. Thus, the giant wolf harbored no suspicions and regarded it merely as an ordinary sword technique. This young man possesses profound magical power. Does he intend to use this method to shatter my gluttonous golden core? It shall not be so. After I consume this sword chi, I will first eliminate you. While in contemplation, the giant wolf had already activated his golden core and surged forward to engulf the dark yellow sword chi. However, the anticipated forceful feedback did not materialize. Instead, he was met with excruciating pain. The giant wolf's form abruptly stiffened, a look of anguish etched upon his face. As the golden core above his head ceased its rotation, its brilliance dimming, as if corroded by some unseen force, with cracks spreading across its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Chapter 068. Then I must eliminate you all. Pain. 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 The giant wolf howled in agony. Unbeknownst to him, within that dark yellow sword aura lay hidden dangers. After being engulfed by the terrifying Tao-Dai golden core, he felt an excruciating pain piercing through his heart. The golden core above his head began to rot, seemingly tainted by some vile substance, causing a blockage in his spiritual power. The core cracked, and his vitality appeared to wither away. He wished to swallow the golden core back into his abdomen, yet he was paralyzed by the fear of the dreadful corrosive liquid. Desperately, he attempted to muster the scant remnants of his spiritual power to restrain the pain, yet his efforts yielded little success. If this continued, the golden core would soon shatter, and all his cultivation would vanish into thin air. How does my river of yellow spring taste? Lu Chen laughed heartily upon witnessing the scene. His previous series of strikes had compelled his opponent to swallow the sword aura, leading to a moment of arrogance. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the river of yellow spring, concealed within the sword light. In truth, due to his limited cultivation, his control over the river of yellow spring was scant, merely a wisp. Although its effects were terrifying, it was challenging to strike a foe in actual combat. After all, the river of yellow spring was not a divine spell. It could be easily evaded. Moreover, the quantity he could release was insufficient. Only by expending immense spiritual power to unleash an entire tributary could he create a formidable force capable of subduing and refining all. The Tao-Dai giant wolf, priding itself on its unique technique of devouring sword aura with its golden core, unwittingly provided Lu Chen with an opportunity. Seize the moment of your weakness. As the giant wolf's spiritual power became chaotic, Lu Chen seized the chance. With a series of steps, The sword aura blossomed like a lotus in the sky, and the Tai sword sliced through the air like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar, descending mercilessly. Boom! The sword aura struck, instantly dispersing the giant wolf's surrounding spiritual power. The malevolent energy pierced like a spear, tearing through fur and flesh, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, however, a burst of bloodlight erupted from the giant wolf, propelling its form swiftly backward. Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he prepared to pursue, but suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged within him, sending a chilling sensation down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped upward. "Be careful, senior brother," came Xianing's alarmed cry, swiftly followed by the sharp whistling of an arrow slicing through the air. A fierce gale swept past Lu Chen's face like a blade. He caught sight of a brilliant arrow, akin to a shooting star, nearly grazing his visage. The arrowhead was dark, emanating a terrifying aura of hatred. Like a parasite, it seemed to have locked onto him, instantly altering its course and shooting back toward him. So fast, it was as swift as lightning. No matter how Lu Chen twisted and turned, he could not shake it off. Instead, it drew nearer, threatening imminent impact. At that moment, a shimmering blade of icy snow pierced through the air, shielding Lu Chen from behind. It was Xianing who had intervened. With wings of frost unfurled, she conjured a great shield of ice crystals, resembling a hill, in an attempt to block the arrow. However, the power of that dark arrow exceeded all expectations. With a resounding crash, it shattered the icy mountain in an instant. The protective shield conjured by Xianing Xiang shattered like a mere piece of paper, causing her to emit a muffled grunt. "Step aside. This is the lethal strike prepared by a golden core expert. You cannot withstand it," Lu Chen bellowed, urging Xianing Xiang to retreat swiftly. Her obstruction had already afforded him a moment to react. His flesh trembled, and a golden-silver sheen enveloped his skin. The Arhut golden body, clad in an ironclad garment, emerged as the true words and runes of the Lin character materialized, forming a 9-layered protective talisman. To ensure his safety, Lu Chen poured his magical energy into the yellow spring diagram, enveloping himself in its protection. A deafening roar erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. Lu Chen took a decisive step forward, pulling Xianing Xiang behind him as his magical aura surged. The black arrow soon followed. The sound of shattering ceramic filled the air as the outermost 9 protective talismans burst apart, followed by the tearing of his iron armor. And cracks appeared on the surface of his Arhut golden body, dark demonic energy creeping along the arrow's shaft. Lu Chen felt a profound hatred surge forth, assaulting his spirit and eroding his vitality, nearly shattering his Arhut golden body. Then, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated. The yellow spring diagram trembled and hummed, transforming into dark yellow ripples as a coiling dragon encircled him. As the black arrow flew forth, the dragon opened its massive jaws and engulfed it, merging it into the yellow spring and thus dissolving it entirely. Safety was restored. With the disappearance of the black arrow, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief wash over him, though his expression remained graver than ever before. For the first time in his cultivation journey, he truly sensed the threat of death. If that arrow had struck true, he would have perished. There was no doubt about it. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill enveloped his heart. He had always believed he would not fear death, that he could face it head-on. Yet, at this moment, he realized he was not a saint. He was still susceptible to the fear of dying, even with an unparalleled sword heart. He was not yet the sword deity capable of drawing his blade against the heavens. Who among the living is unafraid of death? However, this fear did not morph into panic. Instead, it transformed into an overwhelming wrath. I will die? How can I possibly die? I must live fully, and endure until the end of time. Any threat to my existence must be eradicated. Lu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing like unsheathed swords, fixed upon a nearby cliff. There, a slightly hunched, ghostly-faced elder stood at the precipice, holding a black bow of hatred, a finger poised on the string, maintaining his stance to shoot. Another golden core. Lu Chen scoffed inwardly. The Blood Soul sect was truly making a grand move this time. A mere steering master and disciples were expendable, and now even 2 golden core experts had been dispatched. Was this a rhythm aimed at his demise? Indeed. For a typical genius, various means might allow them to barely contend with a single golden core, at worst, to escape unscathed. But facing 2? It would be a death sentence. Moreover, these 2 golden cores were no ordinary foes. A cultivator wielding the gluttonous golden core, whose cultivation method is fueled by insatiable greed, confronts the enemy's onslaught head-on, drawing all attention. Meanwhile, another lurks in the shadows, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to unleash the arrow of hatred, an unequivocal, fatal strike. This represents the pinnacle of offense and defense, a truly impeccable and unfathomable synergy. Were it not for the myriad treasures adorning Lu Chen's person and the protective aegis of the Yellow Springs map, this encounter would undoubtedly have spelled disaster. That young master of the Blood Soul sect not only covets the sacred relic, the Een Soul, but also desires my demise, does he? 2 golden cores, you say? Very well, he muttered, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable murderous intent. In that case, I shall simply annihilate you all. As his words fell, the spiritual energy enveloping Lu Chen surged explosively, stirring a tempest. He first thrust Xiaoning Shuang aside to avoid collateral harm. Then the righteous sword qi within his chest boiled and surged like a raging tide, channeling itself entirely into the blade. The divine sword vibrated, emitting an exhilarating hum, before transforming into a dazzling, radiant beam of light that cleaved through the air above the cliff with lethal precision. Chapter 69. The Worth of a Golden Core Expert Boom. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, crashing against the cliff. Instantly, the earth trembled and the mountain shook, with dust rising violently and stones flying in all directions. Lu Chen, filled with fury, unleashed a sword strike imbued with a torrent of righteous energy, which tore through the cliff as if it were made of paper. The awe-inspiring force reverberated through the forest. Xiaoning Shuang could not help but widen her eyes. It was the first time she had sensed such a fierce killing intent emanating from Lu Chen. An enraged senior brother is truly terrifying. However, the ghost-faced elder, being a golden core expert, was not foolish enough to bear the brunt of this strike. He had already executed a technique of shifting shadows, soaring to the treetops in the distance. The great bough in his hand writhed, transforming into a cane, which he wielded to unleash a beam of black light towards the massive wolf below. This instantly enveloped the creature, slowing the decay caused by the golden core's corruption. While it could not eradicate the encroachment of the waters of the underworld, it at least prevented immediate demise, allowing it to retain some fighting capability. I warned you to be cautious. This cunning fellow is no fool. Your gluttonous golden core merely mimics the surface. It is not invincible and cannot consume everything. Otherwise, you shall inevitably perish under your own greed, the ghost-faced elder remarked. The giant wolf merely snorted heavily in response, its blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Chen. Haven't you already made a blunder? The arrow of hatred is meant to kill. What a joke. Now is not the time for such discussions. The ghost-faced elder maintained his composure, shaking his head and not pursuing the matter further. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Chen nearby, rasping, "Young man, with your talent, you will surely be favored by Mount Shu. I do not wish to cultivate a deadly enmity with them. How about this? If you hand over the soul of the saintess and that protective artifact you possess, I will ensure your survival. What say you? You want me to surrender Cui Yanyan and hand over the map of the underworld? You think rather highly of yourself," Lu Chen scoffed. "This is no longer about whether you can spare me. I have no intention of allowing you to leave here alive." As his words fell, the sword light in his palm surged forth once more, ready to strike. Stubborn and unyielding, the elder's expression darkened abruptly, transforming the cane back into a great bow. With the bowstring vibrating, it emitted a furious howl of hatred, and several skeletal arrows shot forth, dispersing Lu Chen's sword energy. Simultaneously, the elder's figure flickered, creating afterimages as he ascended into the sky. "Hold him down, and let me shoot another arrow. He shall undoubtedly perish. This time, do not miss." The giant wolf below also moved, its body shrouded in a glow of blood, resembling a mountain of flesh as it charged forward. Although it could not utilize the gluttonous golden core at this moment, its physical strength and vitality remained formidable. Should it be restrained, and the ghost-faced elder find another opportunity to unleash a cold shot of a hatred arrow, Lu Chen could not guarantee that the map of the underworld would withstand the blow. Yet, he would not afford his opponent such an opportunity. Without the gluttonous golden core, you are but a waste in my eyes. As he spoke, Lu Chen held the sword in his right hand while a golden flame flickered to life in his left palm. With 2 fingers pressed together, he swept them along the blade. Instantly, the golden flames adhered to the sword, erupting into rolling waves of scorching heat, the Samadhi true fire. This divine flame, born from the essence of spirit, energy, and vitality, could incinerate all things. An ordinary flying sword would melt instantly under its power. Yet, the Tai divine sword was different. Forged as the weapon of a sword god, its extraordinary material remained unharmed. Infused with Lu Chen's own magic, it not only withstood the flames but amplified their destructive force. Perish. The divine sword cleaved through the air, its fiery waves coiling like a dragon. The colossal wolf felt its breath choke, The terrifying golden flame surged forth like a volcanic eruption, freezing its massive form in place. A sharp, searing pain followed. Too late. It realized the sword's energy had already sliced through, severing one of its arms. The once proud demonic flesh, which had defied countless blades, now parted like butter beneath a red-hot knife. Worse still, the dreadful flames clung to the wound, instantly charring half its body. What kind of fire is this? Damn it! Damn it! The wolf howled curses, spewing fetid blood as its remaining claw flailed wildly. Yet the flames could not be extinguished. Half its body was already a mangled ruin. And as the fire spread to its right limb, it became a writhing torch. Staggering, it collapsed within moments, flesh and bones reduced to ash. A shattered golden core tumbled to the ground, crumbling into dust within the inferno. Even its soul was not spared. A single strike, and the soul reaper of the Blood Soul sect was utterly annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the soul reaper. Greed. Experience gained. 30,000. 30,000 experience points. So this is the worth of a golden core cultivator? Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The effort had been worth it. One golden core expert yielded 30,000. Two would mean 60,000. How many straw dummies would he have had to slaughter for that? Killing a higher-tier boss truly brings bountiful rewards. The only regret was that no treasures had dropped. Had he obtained the cultivation method of that gluttonous golden core, it would have been perfect. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Chen turned, sword in hand, his icy gaze locking onto the masked elder hovering in the sky. The old man had hoped the wolf would buy him time to unleash another arrow of hatred. Instead, Lu Chen had revealed yet another lethal technique, slaying greed in a single encounter. Those terrifying flames, they resembled the legendary Samadhi true fire. A divine art far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. What kind of monster is this, Lu Chen? Fear gripped the masked elder's heart. As Lu Chen soared toward him, sword ablaze, the old man's resolve shattered. Fight? Fight nothing. Had you witnessed the might of his sword firsthand? You would not utter such foolish words. No, I must flee. This young man is utterly terrifying. There is no way I could possibly contend with him alone. Should that blazing sword of the three mystical flames descend upon me, my life would be forfeit. With this thought in mind, the ghostly-faced elder waved his sleeve, channeling his magical power, from which emerged three oddly shaped cloth dolls. They swelled in the wind and upon landing, transformed into three fearsome and grotesque formidable guardians, charging fiercely towards Lu Chen. Simultaneously, he deftly gestured with his fingers, causing the bowstring to tremble as he unleashed a flurry of tiny black arrows, effectively sealing Lu Chen's path forward. The young man is far too bloodthirsty. I shall not engage with him on such terms. I must take my leave. As he spoke, his form began to dissipate, as if transforming into a wisp of smoke, and he ascended into the air, hastily retreating towards the northwest. Chapter 070. I told you. You cannot escape. The sinister old man with a ghostly visage was indeed cunning and treacherous. Sensing the peril, he promptly fled, demonstrating an extraordinary aptitude for evasion that flowed as smoothly as water and was executed with unparalleled finesse. In the art of escape, even Lu Chen could not help but deem him the most formidable in the present day. However, how could he allow such a coveted source of experience to slip away? Not to mention, he had nearly fallen victim to this old man's dark arrows. This fiend must be eradicated for him to find peace. Did he truly believe that Lu Chen was so easily trifled with? As he contemplated, Lu Chen's foot struck the ground with force, unleashing a dazzling golden light as his demon-slaying powers surged, akin to a dragon trampling down, creating a terrifying shockwave. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the incoming black arrow of light. Immediately thereafter, he surged forward, his presence imposing. The three golden-armored guardians stiffened, propelled backward by Lu Chen's charge, their bodies engulfed in blazing true fire, shrieking as they were reduced to ashes. You cannot escape. In an instant, he annihilated the three puppets. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned a fierce wind with his sword aura, lightly propelling himself into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the air. He then turned his gaze towards Xia Ningxuang. Junior sister, are you injured? I am unscathed, Xia Ningxuang replied, bringing relief to Lu Chen. He spoke, the Blood Soul sect's target is the sacred artifact spirit. It is unlikely anyone will pursue you further. You should return to Mount Shu and report to the sect. I shall hunt down that wicked cultivator and return promptly. Brother, do not pursue a cornered enemy. That is not an option. This old scoundrel is devious. That arrow almost struck us. He cannot be allowed to survive. With that, Lu Chen wasted no more time, his figure leaping forth like a flash of sword light, darting 100 paces away. Xia Ningxuang watched his retreating silhouette, feeling somewhat helpless. She had long witnessed her brother's fierce aversion to evil and knew that urging him otherwise would be futile. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words about the near miss, her heart quivered slightly. Could it be that her brother's fervent desire to slay the wicked cultivator stemmed from the fact that the adversary had nearly harmed her? As this thought crossed her mind, Xia Ningxuang felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, a sweet, indescribable sensation blossoming within her heart. She gazed into the distance where Lu Chen had vanished, momentarily lost in thought. "Brother, please take care and return safely." At that moment, Lu Chen was oblivious to Xia Ningxuang's inner turmoil. His pursuit of the ghostly-faced elder was driven not only by the previous near attack, but predominantly by the allure of experience points. How audacious of this old wretch to flee into the vast desert. Following the trail of the elder's aura, Lu Chen soon entered a desolate wasteland. The landscape stretched before him, shrouded in swirling yellow sands, an eerie silence pervading the air. It was said to be one of the relics of an ancient battlefield. In the bygone era, the great Qin Empire rose from the northwest, and the first emperor swept across the 6 warring states. It was here that the decisive battle between Qin and the mighty Chu army took place. Both sides deployed numerous Qi refiners and cultivators. Their clash so cataclysmic that the land remains desolate for thousands of miles to this day. Countless souls were buried beneath the sands, their lingering resentment giving birth to all manner of demonic beasts and monstrous creatures, transforming this region into a forbidden zone for mankind. Only the occasional daring cultivator ventures into these wastes in search of secrets and treasures. The vast desert is a labyrinth of treacherous terrain where directions are easily lost. The masked elder likely sought to exploit this, hoping to shake off pursuit and escape. The cunning old fox knew well that without specialized tracking methods, pinpointing his exact location in this boundless wasteland would be nearly impossible. One might even lose their way and fall into peril. Lu Chen frowned slightly, but soon a solution came to mind. Summoning his system interface, he turned his gaze to the Heavenly Eye technique. This art, derived from the legendary Heavenly Eye divine ability, was no ordinary minor spell. As its level increased, its power would grow, and at its peak, it could evolve into the true Heavenly Eye divine ability, capable of illuminating the cosmos. Previously, due to limited experience, Lu Chen had prioritized enhancing his cultivation and combat prowess, leaving this technique unupgraded. But now, circumstances demanded its advancement. Only by elevating the Heavenly Eye technique could he accurately trace the residual mana of his quarry. 5,000 experience points. Not too steep a price now. If he could catch the masked elder, the cost would be repaid in full. Without hesitation, Lu Chen confirmed the upgrade. As the experience was deducted, golden light flickered in his eyes. A faint gray trail materialized before him, winding through the desert, the unmistakable signature of the masked elder's mana. Got you. Sword in hand, Lu Chen soared into the sky, following the ethereal thread with unerring precision. Soon, atop a distant dune, his target came into view. The old man had been cunning, weaving a circuitous path in an attempt to lure Lu Chen into the lairs of demons and monsters. But he had not accounted for the upgraded Heavenly Eye technique, which bypassed his deceptions and led straight to his final position. I told you, you can't escape. With a cold laugh, Lu Chen descended, the Tai sword blazing with divine flame. A single slash sent a torrent of sword energy crashing down, splitting the dune asunder. The ensuing inferno scorched the sands into blackened glass. The masked elder gasped in shock, barely managing to raise his staff, now transformed into a great bow, before loosing a volley of arrows. The dark projectiles twisted into venomous serpents mid-flight, lunging for Lu Chen's throat. Yet, the dragon-like flames surged forth, devouring the arrows in an instant. The crushing pressure of Lu Chen's strike shattered the old man's defenses. A sickening thud echoed as his wrist was severed, the bow clattering to the ground. Before his body could hit the sand, half of him was already engulfed in purifying fire. Though a golden core cultivator, the masked elder's strength lay in long-range assassination. In close combat, he was no match for Lu Chen's relentless onslaught. Having now been pursued by Lu Chen, the opponent wields divine swordsmanship and true fire, rendering him instantly vulnerable upon contact. Young man, show mercy when possible and refrain from crossing the line. The sinister-faced elder continuously channels his magical powers to fend off the encroaching flames while swiftly retreating. Yet Lu Chen offers no respite, pressing forward with his sword, intent on dominance. When you shot me, did you consider sparing mercy? Enough chit-chat. Today, you are destined to perish. With that, the sword's radiance once again descends. Under the cover of true fire, enveloping the surroundings, The elder's eyes fill with despair as he realizes retreat is futile. And he roars in fury, "I am also a golden core cultivator. How can I allow a mere junior like you to humiliate me? If you refuse to let me live, then let us both meet our end together." As he speaks, his magical energy suddenly erupts, and his frail, stooped frame swells. Golden light rays, like blades, pierce through flesh and bone, exploding outward. Seeing this, Lu Chen's pupils contract sharply. Self-destruction of the golden core. Chapter 071. The relics of Western Shu. A radiant glow permeated the air, and the malevolent aura of hatred erupted violently, instantly engulfing the figure of the ghost-faced elder. A terrifying wave of magical power surged forth, sweeping in all directions, raising the yellow sands into towering waves, while the earth trembled and collapsed beneath. Lu Chen felt as though a colossal mountain had collided with his face, and he hastily summoned his protective magic. The yellow springs diagram enveloped him completely, propelling him hundreds of feet away, allowing him to stabilize his form with great effort. Boom! The explosion resonated deafeningly across the desolate desert, echoing ominously. The tumult of magical energy radiated outward, scattering the nearby demons and beasts in fear. The self-detonation of a gold core cultivator wielded immense destructive power, prompting even those of the same realm to retreat in trepidation. Fortunately, Lu Chen was shielded by the yellow springs diagram and remained unharmed by the explosive force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the soul collector of hatred, acquiring the bow of hatred, and gaining 15,000 experience points. What? My experience points have been deducted? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The self-detonation of a gold core had actually resulted in a decrease in experience gains? Had the boss stolen my hard-earned kill? What a significant loss. Had I known such absurd mechanics were in play, I would have ensured to personally sever his head. How careless of me. Lu Chen felt a pang of frustration. However, he was somewhat consoled by the fact that the ghost-faced elder's large bow remained intact. This bow was indeed a formidable weapon, capable of altering its form at will. Once infused with magical energy, it could unleash arrows over great distances, automatically locking onto targets using the aura of hatred, and it could be charged for stealthy strikes, proving more convenient than a flying sword. Previously, Lu Chen had nearly lost his life to one of the elder's charged arrows. If wielded skillfully, this bow could even threaten a gold core cultivator. Not too shabby. He deftly picked up the bow of hatred, imprinting it with his magical essence. Upon refining it, the bow softened and transformed into a black belt, wrapping around his waist. It appeared quite appealing and was also convenient to use, unfazed by the possibility of being seen. Lu Chen was confident that his righteous aura was sufficient to suppress the malevolent energy of the bow. Artifacts such as these were not akin to cultivation techniques. They were external objects, and as long as they were used for righteous purposes, the distinction between good and evil became irrelevant. Master, it seems there is something beneath the sand dunes. At that moment, Cui Yin, nestled within the sword box, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen raised his gaze. The spot where the ghost-faced elder had exploded had been blasted into a large pit. The surrounding yellow sands had turned to carbonized crystals, no longer shifting, revealing a fragment of a broken wall beneath. A heap of bones lay piled, vaguely forming a hollow that resembled an entrance passage. Could this be a ruin of some kind? Lu Chen's brows arched in curiosity. He had long heard tales of ancient relics buried within the desert, housing treasures of ancient cultivators. Those fortunate enough to enter might encounter extraordinary opportunities and soar to greatness. Could it be that the ghost-faced elder's self-detonation had unearthed a hidden ruin for me? In that moment, Lu Chen found himself at a loss as to whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. If it truly is an ancient relic cave, it would indeed be a fortuitous discovery. However, uncertainty lingers regarding what lies within. What if it is a trap? It is prudent to scout the path first. With this thought, Lu Chen waved his sleeve, and a straw puppet flew forth. I am willing to venture forth on behalf of my master, he declared. At this moment, Cui Yin also emerged, eagerly volunteering. Having acknowledged Lu Chen as her master, she was now wholly committed to serving him. Previously, during their battle, her strength had not yet recovered, rendering her unable to assist, and instead requiring Lu Chen's protection, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. Now presented with an opportunity to contribute in a meaningful way, she hoped to prove her worth. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Chen shook his head and spoke. Such ancient relics are fraught with peril and uncertainty. There are likely prohibitions targeting one's spirit. Your strength has yet to be restored, and you cannot afford to take such risks. I appreciate your willingness. It brings me joy. Do not rush. Once your strength is regained, There will be ample opportunities for you to be of assistance. After all, you are a spirit of a sacred artifact, crucial to my mastery of the Taiji seal. How could I allow you to take unnecessary risks? Until Cui Yanyan regained a certain level of strength, Lu Chen would not permit her to participate in combat, let alone undertake such hazardous scouting. With that, he gestured for her to return to the sword sheath. He then formed seals with his hands, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the straw puppet's brow, granting him the puppet's perspective and enabling him to control its movements with his mind. He leaped into the entrance of the cave. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the passage below was remarkably bright. After a short flight of stairs, he beheld an unusually shaped underground chamber. Rather than a cave, it resembled a tomb. Before his eyes lay a mass of accumulated bones, forming a small castle of white bones, with wandering souls occasionally visible, their malevolent energy swirling like mist, obscuring the situation within. Faintly, he discerned a tattered banner fluttering in the castle, emblazoned with the character for Chu, though rendered in the ancient script of the Chu state, giving it a peculiar appearance akin to runes. Lu Chen almost failed to recognize it. The only reason it seemed familiar was the resemblance of the characters on this flag to the seal he had previously acquired from the governor's secret treasury. Could this ancient cave seal be the key to the very relic cave before him? With this thought, Lu Chen hastily retrieved the seal from his storage pouch. Comparing the two, and indeed, they were identical. This was the key to unlock the treasure within the relic cave. How fortuitous it was, seemingly without effort. As if blessed by merit, enhancing his fortune, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Originally, the seal had seemed somewhat superfluous to him, and he had not intended to utilize it. Yet, unexpectedly, while fleeing from the ghost-faced elder, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this relic cave. Such incredible luck! He felt compelled to express his gratitude to that ghost-faced elder. Thank you, Naruto. This ancient relic might well be a remnant of the Western Chu state, likely containing treasures within. Having mastered the sigils, it would be a waste not to explore this opportunity. Lost in thought, Lu Chen first activated the Lin character rune, enveloping himself with layers of golden talismans before summoning Righteous Sword energy as additional protection. Only after thorough preparations did he leap forward, following the straw figure's path into the subterranean cavern. With the straw scout paving the way, Lu Chen encountered neither traps nor demons within the cavern, an unexpectedly smooth passage. Weren't ancient ruins supposed to be perilous? Why was this so effortless? His brows furrowed. The absence of even a single adversary was unnatural, heightening his vigilance. Soon, he arrived before the skeletal fortress gate. Rows of bleached bones stood in disciplined formation, remnants of shattered armor clinging to their frames, massive halberds gripped in skeletal hands. Like an undead legion frozen in time, they encircled the entrance with solemn dignity. Their flesh long turned to dust, yet their postures unyielding, a spectral army standing sentinel in the abyssal dark, guarding their final honor. The wind howled, whispering echoes of clashing steel and war cries from ages past. The aura of slaughter, undimmed by time, pulsed through the cavern. These were the once renowned halberdiers of Western Chu, now entombed here. A pang of melancholy struck Lu Chen. Then, as if sensing his presence, the skeletal sentinels at the gate creaked to life. Their skulls turned with a dry crack, hollow eye sockets igniting with ghostly azure flames. Chapter 072. The junior from Mount Shu, Yang Qi, pays his respects to the elder. Boom. The massive bone halberd struck down heavily, sending up clouds of dust and scattering stones. Lu Chen slightly turned, effortlessly evading the assault. Though this skeletal warrior possessed formidable strength, its sluggish speed rendered its attack ineffective against him. With a swift counterstrike, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, instantly reducing the skeletal soldier to fragments, extinguishing the flames in its eye sockets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the bone halberd warrior, gaining experience 100. Was it merely 100 points of experience? Lu Chen could not help but shake his head. These bone warriors were at best akin to early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, perhaps even weaker. Given his current cultivation level, the rewards for vanquishing them were minimal. Repeatedly defeating low-level targets would quickly lead to experience decay. Thus, Lu Chen felt little interest in such encounters. His purpose for being here was to seek ancient treasures within the ruins, not to grind for experience. He needed to prioritize locating the entrance to the secret vault of the ruins. While pondering, Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a pillar. It instantly scattered the skeletal soldiers blocking the entrance, clearing a path into the ruins. This cavernous edifice had likely once served as a military stronghold. Now, though it lay in ruins underground, its interior remained intricate, featuring various watchtowers, arrow towers, and barricades, patrolled intermittently by skeletal soldiers, resembling a ghostly city of the dead. Even in death, these warriors of the Western Shu followed the deep-seated commands of their souls, vigilantly guarding their perimeters. By observing the movements of these skeletal soldiers, Lu Chen quickly discerned that the density of ghostly soldiers increased the closer he approached the fluttering banners above. There, perhaps, lay the treasury of the ruins. He ascended into the air, the twin fish pendant at his waist glowing brightly, concealing his intense aura of blood. This precaution would help avoid attracting the attention of nearby ghostly soldiers or disturbing other monsters within the ruins. After all, his primary objective was to locate the treasures of the ruins while minimizing unnecessary complications and conserving time. Once his presence was cloaked, Lu Chen smoothly traversed the ancient city ruins. Soon, a dilapidated high tower came into view. The tower's grand entrance stood firmly shut, its summit adorned with fluttering flags. Faintly, golden light shimmered within the tower, suggesting the presence of significant treasures. This should be the heart of the ruins, the location of the ancient cavern. He had found it. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. However, he did not rush forward, for outside the tower door sat an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. Meditating in stillness, clad in simple robes, his long hair flowed freely, and his form appeared partially ethereal. Yet, his visage was immaculate, untouched by the surrounding desolation, exuding an air of celestial grace. A spirit? A living being? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Even with his heavenly eye technique, he could not discern the true nature of the figure before him. The old man, indeterminate as to whether he was a human or a specter, exuded an aura that felt simultaneously palpable yet unreal. If he were merely a remnant soul or a projection of divine thought, he would not possess such a tangible presence. Was he the master of this cavern, or merely a lingering guardian? Lu Chen found himself in a state of uncertainty. This enigmatic being, whose depths eluded comprehension, instilled a sense of unease within him, akin to confronting a sect leader or a creature lurking at the bottom of a lake. The old man's prowess, even if not on par with that of the sword deity, was likely to be only a hair's breadth beneath it. At the very least, possessing cultivation of the nascent soul stage or above. Initially, Lu Chen had believed that upon discovering the ruins, he could effortlessly unlock the door with a key and claim the treasures within. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that the situation was far more intricate. The waters here ran too deep. Perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw? He contemplated, recognizing that while the treasures were enticing, his own life held far greater value. In circumstances so fraught with uncertainty, he deemed it unwise to wade into murky waters. Consequently, he stifled his presence and took a step back, preparing to turn away. Yet, at that very moment, the elder outside the tower suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had long been aware of Lu Chen's presence, and with a smile, he spoke. "Young friend, having obtained the talisman, you are indeed a person of destiny. Since you have ventured this far, why do you hesitate? Discovered?" Lu Chen's heart tightened at the words. By all logic, that shouldn't be possible. He had been exceedingly cautious throughout his journey, making little noise. And with the dual fish pendant obscuring his aura from such a distance, detection seemed implausible. It appeared that the talisman of this cavern possessed some connection that allowed the old man to sense its location. Lu Chen's wariness heightened. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm, turning to face the elder with a forced smile as he stepped forth from the ruins. Having already been noticed, there was little purpose in hiding. If the elder truly intended to obstruct him, given his evident strength, escape would be difficult. It was better to observe the unfolding events. "I am Yangqi from Mount Shu. I chanced upon this cavern's talisman and, in my audacity, intruded upon your tranquility. I beg your pardon," he said, bowing respectfully, his demeanor courteous. He was careful with his words, revealing his identity as a disciple of Mount Shu while withholding the entirety of the truth. Who could ascertain the true nature of this elder? It was always prudent to err on the side of caution. "Ah, a disciple of Mount Shu. No wonder you were so accomplished at such a young age," the elder mused, seemingly convinced. He nodded with a smile, then gestured towards the talisman in Lu Chen's hand, stating, "This object is something I have left for those fated to possess it. Since you have acquired it and journeyed thus far, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter and hardly an intrusion." This talisman was left by him? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired. "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder, and what is the nature of this place?" The elder appeared to have anticipated this question, responding, "My surname is Xiang. I was once a general of the ancient state of Western Shu. Following the defeat and fall of Western Shu, I perished beneath this yellow sand, my soul lingering here. Gathering bones to forge this cavern, surviving in hopes of awaiting a fated individual to inherit the treasures I have left behind. The talisman you hold is the military token of my time. Place it at the tower's entrance to unlock it and receive my legacy. Xiang of Western Shu, a general of a fallen nation? Lu Chen remained half convinced. The old man spoke without a flaw, yet something felt amiss. Was it truly as simple as placing the talisman into the tower to obtain the treasures within? Shouldn't there be some form of trial? It seemed overly simplistic. Lu Chen hesitated. Noticing his indecision, the elder could not help but add, "Young friend, there is no need for concern. I am but a dead man, a lingering soul, incapable of causing you harm. I have waited so long simply to ensure that the legacy of the Xiang family does not perish. You can see the golden light emanating from the tower, cannot you? Just open the door, and the treasures within will reveal themselves, at which point you shall believe me." His words were undeniably enticing. As he spoke, his form floated upward, demonstrating that he was indeed merely a wisp of a soul, posing no threat. For an ordinary person, such a sight would likely inspire trust. However, Lu Chen discerned that although the old man floated, his movements remained confined within a certain range, as if an invisible barrier restrained him from departing the tower. "Master, there is something amiss with this tower. I can sense the oppressive force of the seal. Please, do not approach," cautioned Cui Yin from within the sword box, unable to contain her whisper. Lu Chen, already harboring doubts, was suddenly enlightened by her warning. He then spoke. "I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I am a dullard, lacking in talent and knowledge. I have yet to master even the skills of my own Shushan sect, and thus I cannot dare to covet your profound teachings. Rest assured, I shall pass this talisman on to another fated individual, allowing them to inherit your treasures. Farewell." With that, he swiftly stepped forward, his form darting like lightning as he made his exit. Chapter 73. You make a valid point. Having sensed something amiss with the old man, Lu Chen's mind was already set on retreat. As he spoke, he sprang into action, summoning his sword's radiance to slice through the air, swiftly making his escape from the ancient ruins. The entire sequence was executed with seamless fluidity. Before the words had even fully left his lips, he had already soared dozens of yards away. Crafty little brat. The white-haired elder's expression darkened abruptly upon witnessing this. The serene demeanor that had once graced his features vanished without a trace. He had meticulously orchestrated his performance, confident he could deceive Lu Chen. Yet, to his astonishment, the young man had maintained his rationality despite the treasures and legacy within arm's reach. Not a single opportunity to strike had been granted. "Come back here." The elder roared in fury, his form drifting upward as he prepared to attack. But the moment he stepped beyond 3 yards from the tower's entrance, golden runes flared beneath his feet, arcs of lightning forming chains that repelled him violently. Seeing this, Lu Chen exhaled in quiet relief. It seemed his instincts had been correct. The old man was indeed imprisoned within the tower, utterly incapable of leaving. His only recourse had been to dangle the promise of riches and inheritance as bait, luring Lu Chen closer. Had he been foolish enough to fall for the ruse, his head would likely have already rolled. Damn it, good thing I was cautious. If that old monster had caught me, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lu Chen silently congratulated himself. The talisman leading to this hidden abode had probably been deliberately scattered by the elder, a ploy to draw cultivators here and aid his escape from the seal. Fortunately, he had seen through it in time. As long as he didn't take the bait, the old man should be powerless against him. Though the ruins still teemed with skeletal soldiers, they posed no real threat to Lu Chen. He could leave whenever he wished. Thus, instead of fleeing in haste, Lu Chen slowed his retreat, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This ancient fiend was some lingering remnant of a soul. He was likely the spiritual embryo of a nascent soul expert, imprisoned even in death. He must have been a notorious demonic figure in his time. If he could be slain, the thought stirred something within Lu Chen. A boss-level entity at nascent soul or higher. Just how much experience would that yield? Yet, he had no way of gauging the elder's true strength. A cultivator of that caliber would undoubtedly possess formidable spells or divine abilities. If he got too close and gave the old monster an opening, it would spell absolute ruin. With the Tai Divine Sword, the Netherworld Diagram, and the Samadhi True Flame, I might actually stand a chance. But it's too risky. I could die just as easily. Even without a physical body, a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual form is still a force to be reckoned with. Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons, momentarily torn. Meanwhile, at the tower's entrance, the white-haired elder, seeing Lu Chen halt and sharpen his gaze, was momentarily taken aback. Then, he burst into laughter. "Young man, you truly are ruthless. Not only did you see through my scheme, but you're even considering turning the tables on me? Courage and cunning. You're quite the character. What was your name again? Yangqi, was it? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The seal of the tower can prevent my escape, and with your meager skills, how could you possibly break the seal to harm me? Lu Chen was indifferent to how the other party addressed him. Forgetting his name would be preferable. However, what the old man said did possess some truth. The seal of the tower not only barred the old monster's emergence, but perhaps even prevented his own entry. The likelihood of remotely striking down an adversary was rather slim. In essence, as long as I do not present myself before you, neither of us can harm the other. Correct? One could say so. The elder nodded, his eyes reflecting a deeper admiration. Yet, my previous words were not entirely deceitful. I am indeed a general of the Chu state, named Xiang Ao. Xiang Ao? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. It was rumored that when King Qin swept through the 6 realms, he vanquished the other 5 states effortlessly. Yet only the Western Chu stood firm against him for 8 long years, with Xiang Ao at the forefront. This man was renowned as the General of Dragon City. Endowed with innate strength, excelling in both civil and military affairs, and was celebrated for his governance of the realm, claiming the potential for supremacy within 3 years. Historical accounts recorded that he perished in the final battle of the fallen Western Chu, and the first emperor esteemed his martial prowess, even ordering a biography to be written in his honor. Little did one expect that his spirit was sealed beneath the desert in this ancient tower. So, it was indeed the illustrious general of Dragon City. Lu Chen respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging the deserved reverence, and then inquired, as a figure of great renown, "How have you fallen to such a plight, plotting against a younger generation?" "What a figure of renown I am, merely a defeated general," Xiang Ao retorted bitterly. "In my last battle, I was consumed by madness. Fearing I would disrupt the foundations of his dominion, Ingzheng commanded the various schools of thought to construct this tower, imprisoning me here for 300 years. Thus, I am left with no choice but to devise a scheme using talismans, hoping to exchange my essence for freedom. To avenge my fallen nation upon that old tyrant Ingzheng." Xiang Ao spoke with clenched teeth. The hatred born from the fall of his country, compounded by 3 centuries of confinement, was something Lu Chen could comprehend. He regarded him with a hint of pity and remarked, "Alas, I cannot allow you to seize my essence. Moreover, even if you were to escape now, vengeance would still elude you." "Why so?" "A century ago, the first emperor has already passed away. Ingzheng is dead?" Xiang Ao was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. That old wretch sought immortality, having long ago amalgamated the teachings of various schools to reach an unprecedented realm. How could he perish within a mere few centuries? You ask me, but who can I inquire?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "I am but a humble disciple. Matters of such great figures elude my knowledge." After exchanging these few words, Lu Chen realized he had not found an opportune moment to act, so he decided to cease wasting time. Rising and brushing off his clothes, he stated directly, "Well then, I came here hoping to extract some benefits from the ancient cave, yet encountering an old monster like you is rather unfortunate. In this moment, you find yourself unable to escape, and I am not in a position to harm you. As for the grievances between you and the great Qin dynasty, I hold no interest in them. Let us simply part ways as if we have never met." With that, I prepared to take my leave. Observing this, Xiang Ao quickly interjected, "You are indeed a person of remarkable talent. Are you truly content to have made this journey in vain? Instead, why not consider making a trade?" "Make a trade?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. This cunning old fox was known for his astuteness and deceit. Engaging in a deal with him was perilous. He was about to decline when Xiang Ao continued, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. You are now aware of my confinement. As long as you maintain your distance, you cannot be harmed. And a person of your intellect is unlikely to be deceived by ordinary tactics, correct? Why not allow me to present the terms of the trade before you decide?" His words bore a semblance of reason that piqued Lu Chen's curiosity. "Master, be wary. Xiang Ao is treacherous and cunning. Do not fall for his tricks," Cui Yin cautioned with a hint of concern. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement of her warning. "You have a point." He then turned to Xiang Ao and said, "Speak your piece. I shall listen. Whether we proceed is another matter entirely." Chapter 074, The True Art of the 3 Saints. In the twin golden pills. Seeing that Lu Chen did not leave immediately, Xiang Ao let out a sigh of relief. He had been suppressed for far too long, and his magical powers were waning. He feared he might not survive until the next 300 years. At this moment, Lu Chen was his only lifeline. Even if he could not directly seize this youth's body, he had to find a way to extract a glimmer of hope from him. Thus, he pondered aloud. You have come here in search of opportunities and treasures, for cultivators. What one seeks is nothing but wealth, companions, techniques, and territory. You hail from Mount Shu and possess considerable strength at such a young age. It stands to reason that you must have received substantial favor from your sect. You surely lack for nothing of ordinary worth. As he spoke, Xiang Ao was also assessing Lu Chen. Yet, this young man was exceedingly cautious. Not only did he maintain his guard, but he even retreated 2 steps further, leaving Xiang Ao with no opportunity to act. Xiang Ao could not help but twitch his lips before continuing. Seeing your formidable accumulation, it seems you are nearing the time to condense your golden pill. Have you already chosen your method? The method of condensing the golden pill from the Shu Mountain sword pill is indeed unparalleled in the world. What is there to deliberate? Lu Chen said deliberately. Xiang Ao, upon hearing this, shook his head and scoffed. The method of condensing the sword pill from Shu Mountain is indeed unique, allowing one to form a golden pill akin to a life-bound sword embryo, making it suitable for sword cultivators. However, that is merely a technique for commoners. You are a dragon among men. Such means are beneath your stature. Strangely enough, though this old fellow was devious and cunning, he truly had a way with words, flattering Lu Chen so that he felt quite elated. Thus, Lu Chen hurriedly interrupted, while your compliments are quite pleasant, I will not grant you the opportunity to seize my body. Let us get to the crux of the matter. What a clever little fox, Xiang Ao mused inwardly. While maintaining a serious demeanor outwardly, he declared, I can impart to you a supreme method of condensing the golden pill, unparalleled in the world, enabling you to be invincible within the golden pill realm. Unparalleled method of condensing the golden pill? Invincible in the golden pill realm? The old man certainly had a grandiose tone. However, Lu Chen did not become overly excited with the system he possessed. Even the most rudimentary method of condensing the golden pill would render him invincible at the same level. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire, what method of condensing the golden pill? Do enlighten me. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Xiang Ao continued, his face betraying a hint of pride. In my youth, I single-handedly contended against half of the 12 giants of the violent Qin, earning the title of General of Dragon City, all thanks to my unique and extraordinary technique, the true art of the 3 saints. By harmonizing essence, qi, and spirit, I opened 3 layers of golden pills within my body. Although this technique is not yet fully perfected to reach the level of the 3 saints, I have devised the secret method for opening the dual golden pills of qi and blood. The true art of the 3 saints? The method of dual golden pills of qi and blood? Forming the golden pill of true qi and condensing the golden pill of blood qi, aren't these merely the inner golden pill of the Taoist sect combined with the outer golden pill of the Buddhist sect? I can achieve that myself, Lu Chen remarked dismissively, curling his lip. Xiang Ao, noticing the indifference on his face, could not suppress his eerie indeed. Disciples of the Tao can simultaneously cultivate the body-refining divine abilities of Buddhism, while those of the Buddha can practice the heart methods of the Tao. This notion of harmonizing both internal and external practices raises a question. Have you ever heard of anyone successfully refining dual golden elixirs? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. It appeared that he had not encountered any instances of such dual elixir refinement. He couldn't help but inquire, is there perhaps some hidden significance behind this? The process of condensing a golden elixir is akin to a profound transformation. If one were to liken the human body to a vessel, it can only accommodate the changes and growth brought by a single golden elixir. Should one attempt dual cultivation, the elixirs would repel each other, resulting in incompatible vital energies, a disruption of yin and yang, ultimately leading to catastrophic demise. Xiang Ao, well-versed in this subject, endeavored to elucidate the reasoning with the simplest of principles. Lu Chen, though somewhat perplexed, grasped the general idea. Without secret techniques, it would be impossible to cultivate 2 golden elixirs simultaneously. Although he had refined the Buddhist bone relic, it merely brought his physical form closer to the strength of a Luo Han's golden body, without achieving true metamorphosis. Once he condensed the golden elixir within, his physical form would no longer be able to advance. The concept of integrating both Tao and Buddha practices, or the harmonious amalgamation of Confucian divine arts, is, in essence, a broad generalization. There must always be a primary focus, with others serving as supplementary. No one has truly managed to enhance all aspects in perfect synchrony. It is likely that they encounter a bottleneck at the golden elixir stage, necessitating difficult choices. The methods of cultivation have been passed down through the ages, leading various sects to develop their own distinct paths. This diversification offers a multitude of choices, yet complicates the journey. Unless one possesses extraordinary secret techniques, it is unlikely for anyone to cultivate two golden elixirs simultaneously. Mastering the delicate balance of vital energies and achieving harmony of yin and yang is essential. I once lingered in the crystallization realm for a full 60 years, pursuing the traces of ancient Qi cultivators in the East China Sea, emulating life and cultivation, which ultimately led to the creation of my unique Three Saints true art. At this point, Xiang Ao spoke with considerable pride. Indeed, the ability to forge one's own unique technique is a remarkable achievement, even if his Three Saints true art remains incomplete and cannot fully synchronize essence, energy, and spirit. The fact that he can refine both internal and external golden elixirs within the golden elixir realm is already extraordinary. Consider this, in the same golden elixir realm. While others possess but a single golden elixir, he boasts two genuine golden elixirs, each complementing the other, harmonizing vital energies. The enhancement of combat prowess is far from a mere sum of two. It transcends such simplicity. From this standpoint alone, Xiang Ao could be deemed exceptional. It is no wonder that he was able to contend against the might of the great Qin for years, even earning the praise and wariness of the ancestral dragon. Had this individual not perished, had he truly opened the subsequent Purple Palace celestial realm and achieved the synchronization of essence, energy, and spirit, his future accomplishments would be boundless. To be frank, upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a stirring within. His aspiration was to pursue the pinnacle of the sword path, striving for perfection at every step. The prospect of refining genuine dual golden elixirs would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Moreover, with a system, he could genuinely achieve simultaneous enhancement of both internal and external aspects without concern for insufficient energy. As long as he amassed enough experience, he could refine and elevate two golden elixirs, or even three, without hesitation. At worst, it would simply require expending a bit more experience. However, the advantages it brings are immense. Yet, he harbors certain concerns. Firstly, he is wary of this cunning and insidious figure. Could he potentially tamper with the technique? Secondly, while the notion of the dual golden elixir sounds enchanting, one must contemplate a more pressing issue. How does one achieve a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage afterward? The golden elixir and the nascent soul are intricately linked. The nascent soul is conceived from the golden elixir. In Taoist practice, the golden elixir embodies the essence of the nascent soul, while in Buddhism, the Buddha bone represents the method of transformation, each with its distinct approach. Should I find myself devoid of secret techniques, I fear I might forever remain stagnant at the golden elixir realm. Until I devise solutions to these dilemmas, Lu Chen shall not easily acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen finally inquired, I acknowledge that what you propose is indeed alluring. However, I wish to understand what you require from me in exchange for imparting your unique golden elixir secrets. As this is a transaction, one cannot expect to gain without reciprocation. Let me be clear. I shall never grant you the opportunity to seize my body. Chapter 075. Isn't it pleasurable to take advantage? This young man, perpetually preoccupied with the notion of seizing control, has yet to experience such an endeavor himself, thought Xiang Ao, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, he discerned a glimmer of hope in the matter. Negotiation, exchange, and mutual benefit are the foundations upon which any transaction must be built. With a nod, he reassured. Rest assured, you are far too astute for me to usurp you. As long as you agree to deliver that talisman and procure a suitable vessel to aid my escape from this place, I shall impart to you the method of the twin gold elixir. Xiang Ao laid forth his terms. Are you asking me to lure a fool into your trap for your possession? Lu Chen remarked, glancing at the talisman in his hand with a raised brow. To be frank, this condition was not overly difficult, even bordering on simplicity. Yet, he could not simply seek a scapegoat for his own gain, as that would be tantamount to taking a life, rendering him no different from a malevolent practitioner, thus tainting his own character and sullying the righteous essence of his sword. Of course, if the individual in question were a nefarious villain, then the act would bear less moral consequence. You certainly know how to play your cards, he continued. But how can I trust your word? Should I bring someone to you, and upon your liberation, you choose to eliminate me instead? For any trade, sincerity must precede all else. You must first provide me with the method for the twin elixir, so I may verify its authenticity before we discuss further. Lu Chen was no fool. He would not place his trust in mere words without securing tangible benefits first. He resolved to acquire the secret technique, and if it could be confirmed through system scanning, then there would be no issue. Perhaps he might even seize the opportunity for an unexpected windfall. Are you truly only in your teens? Xiang Ao shook his head in resignation. After a moment's contemplation, he relented, gesturing as the portal of the tower slightly opened, releasing a jade piece. Encased in magical energy, it barely breached the barrier before plummeting from the sky. My powers cannot extend too far beyond the barrier. You must retrieve it yourself. The old man was cunning, still seeking to ensnare him. This distance was quite precarious, yet he would not grant him that opportunity. Lu Chen smirked inwardly. He promptly summoned his magical energy, maneuvering a straw puppet to retrieve the jade piece and swiftly return. Xiang Ao, observing from the tower's entrance, couldn't help but furrow his brow. What transpired next left him utterly astonished. Lu Chen, controlling the straw figure, did not immediately engage with the jade piece upon its return. Instead, he enveloped it in magical energy and released a stream of dark yellow liquid, which enveloped the jade piece, cleansing it meticulously without damaging the internal storage, ensuring no magical traces remained. By the heavens, this young man is even more meticulous than I. To my surprise, he could utilize the waters of the Yellow Springs. The nemesis of the soul, it seems I must abandon any thoughts of exploiting him, Xiang Ao marveled internally. At this moment, once Lu Chen confirmed the jade piece to be unblemished, he finally took it in his hand and infused it with magical energy. Indeed, a chapter concerning the refinement of the golden elixir materialized before him, prompting him to activate the system scan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique 3 Saints True Skill, Dual Birth Gold Elixir Edition. However, due to its incompleteness and the absence of a core component, it cannot be recorded at this time. Beep. The system has detected an incomplete secret technique that cannot be recorded. Would you like to consume 10,000 experience points to preliminarily enhance the Dual Birth Gold Elixir Edition? Alas, this old monster, Xiang Ao, is indeed cunning. He intentionally withheld the complete content, deliberately omitting the core, rendering it utterly unusable for cultivation. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lu Chen possesses a system. This refined technique for condensing the gold elixir differs from ordinary methods. It appears to be directly improvable through deduction. Although somewhat costly, it pales in comparison to the value of the dual gold elixir. Naturally, Lu Chen did not rush into deducing it immediately. He first contemplated whether he could procure the complete dual birth technique from his counterpart, aiming to exploit any opportunity to obtain it for free. Should that fail, he would resort to deducing it himself. While lost in thought, Lu Chen maintained a facade of composure. After feigning a thorough examination of the jade slip, he shook his head in disappointment, remarking, "It seems you lack sincerity. This secret technique is fundamentally incomplete. Never mind, I have no interest. You claim to be so formidable. Yet here you are, suppressed by the first emperor. I see no reason to entangle myself in the fatal consequences of a defeated general's technique." Upon finishing, he deliberately cast aside the jade slip and turned to leave. Xiang Ao was left utterly dumbfounded. This young man was completely unpredictable. One moment they were engaged in a serious discussion, and the next, he was ready to walk away. This simply could not stand. Hastily, he called out, "Wait, I merely intended to show you the general contents of the technique to ascertain its authenticity. I could not possibly provide the complete secret technique outright. How about this? Let us first forge an alliance. Once the pact is established, I will share the true secret technique with you in exchange for your assistance in my liberation. That seems fair, does it not?" Xiang Ao found himself in a precarious situation with limited choices. To escape, he had to rely on someone else's assistance. This was precisely what Lu Chen had counted on. The formation of an alliance was not a mere verbal agreement. It required both parties to inscribe their names and birth dates, followed by a magical binding of the contract, culminating in the burning of the alliance document to invoke celestial approval. Any party that betrayed the pact would suffer the backlash of fate. An alliance could be arranged. But I have reconsidered. Merely possessing the dual birth technique is insufficient, Lu Chen said with a smile, gesturing toward the tower behind Xiang Ao. Surely, you have left behind quite a few treasures within? Since you're trapped here, they are of no use to you. Here's the deal. The treasures inside will belong to me, and in return, you will provide me with the complete dual birth secret technique. We can formalize our alliance right now. Of course, you are free to refuse. At this juncture, Lu Chen had already obtained the dual birth technique without cost. Even if negotiations fell through, he could always deduce it on his own, with the worst-case scenario being a loss of 10,000 experience points. Thus, he felt emboldened to make bold demands. Conversely, Xiang Ao had little room for maneuvering. He could either acquiesce to Lu Chen's terms or remain trapped. And if Lu Chen were to act ruthlessly, destroying the seal and laying down layers of concealment arrays, it could be centuries before anyone ever discovered this place again. Xiang Ao was not a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, though filled with indignation, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You truly have a voracious appetite." "Very well, it's all yours." With that, he reached out decisively, and the tower's portal swung open, revealing a resplendent golden treasure chest, precisely the relic he had previously employed to entice Lu Chen. This was no mere illusion. It was authentic, for otherwise it could not have evaded Lu Chen's keen perception. The items were indeed present, yet an alliance had to be forged first. As Xiang Ao spoke, he wove his magical energy in his palm, transforming it into a silver silk scroll. He then extended his finger, using it as a quill to inscribe the terms of their agreement, signing his name along with his birth date. With a flick of his sleeve, the scroll flew directly before Lu Chen. "Old fox," Lu Chen silently cursed, then extended his hand, expressionless, and inscribed his name upon the covenant. Yang Qi. Chapter 76. Fearless return to Mount Shu. The pact is established. As the flames surged upwards, the pact transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and dissipated. The agreement was sealed. In that moment, both Lu Chen and Xiang Ao could not help but exhale in relief, their hearts swelling with joy. "I am a man of my word. Since the pact has been established, all of this belongs to you. The complete dual cultivation method is here as well. Take a look to ensure everything is in order, lest you accuse me of deception in the future." With that, Xiang Ao raised his hand, using his magical power to lift the treasure chest out from the ceiling barrier. Lu Chen remained cautious, meticulously inspecting the chest before he opened it. Inside, he found numerous valuable treasures, including magical artifacts and rare elixirs, and even a piece of precious material from the heavens and earth, an incredible windfall. However, this was not the time for inventory. He hastily stored everything into his storage pouch. He then picked up a jade slip from within, scanning it with the system. And indeed, it contained the complete cultivation method of the dual technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the dual cultivation method. The system has automatically recorded it. This method has no rank and cannot be upgraded. The conditions for further progression have not yet been met, thus no enhancement can be performed. The dual cultivation method was designed to aid in the refinement of the golden elixir, hence it could not be upgraded like other techniques, which was anticipated. Yet, Lu Chen was taken aback to discover that there seemed to be potential for subsequent evolution. Could it possibly advance into the complete Three Saints True method? A technique that even Xiang Ao had not fully comprehended, existing only in theory. At this moment, Lu Chen was uncertain about the triggering conditions and did not expect any revelations in the near future. However, one silver lining was that the system could now initiate the evolution of magical techniques, marking an expansion of its capabilities. Did this imply that when his Howren sword Qi reached a bottleneck in the future, he could also break through its limits through this method of evolution? While pondering these thoughts, Lu Chen stowed the jade slip away. He then turned to gaze at Xiang Ao in the distance and spoke. "Very well, the items are satisfactory. Our transaction is complete. I am a man of my word. I will find a way to spread the seal, but I will not assist you in possessing others. As for whether you can successfully escape, that is up to your own efforts." Upon hearing this, Xiang Ao's brows furrowed slightly, yet he restrained himself and nodded. "Agreed. You need only to attract someone here, but they must possess exceptional cultivation aptitude. The method of cultivating the dual golden elixir, though remarkably potent, poses a significant challenge for future breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage. It necessitates an additional technique for assistance. Should I forge the dual golden elixirs without a subsequent resolution, I would find myself perpetually ensnared within the golden elixir realm. At that juncture, I would have no choice but to seek his counsel. This old rascal, it appears, has relied on his own confidence." Lu Chen suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This ancient being, having lived for centuries or even millennia, should not be underestimated. A moment's inattention could very well lead to my downfall. However, the issue of subsequent cultivation truly requires resolution. Otherwise, I dare not directly practice the dual secret method. Remaining trapped in the golden elixir stage for a lifetime would indeed be troublesome. At present, I cannot ascertain whether the system's iterative refinement of the secret method could resolve this dilemma. Naturally, I cannot afford to act recklessly. Never mind. I have some time ahead. I shall contemplate the condensation of the elixir only after adequate preparation. For now, I will set aside these worries and return to Mount Shu. As for that old monster, cunning and treacherous, harboring animosity towards the great Qin, releasing him could stir considerable unrest. It is prudent to minimize interactions with him. After all, that so-called covenant was signed by Yang Qi, and it bears no consequence for me lost in thought. Lu Chen soared through the air, transforming into a blade of wind. swiftly departing from the vast desert and returning to Mount Shu. Along the way, he encountered no further incidents. Half a day later, he had returned to Mount Shu. Greetings, esteemed senior brother. The mountain guard disciples, upon seeing Lu Chen's return, approached him with utmost respect and bowed in reverence. Lu Chen, in turn, displayed humility, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your diligent watch over the mountain gate, my fellow disciples. It is no trouble at all. We are merely fulfilling our duty. Senior brother, your endeavors during this descent have truly been commendable. After Sister Xia's return, your exploits have spread throughout the sect, vanquishing demons, slaying malevolent cultivators, and elevating the esteemed reputation of Mount Shu. It fills us with immense admiration. The enthusiasm of the two mountain guard disciples took Lu Chen by surprise. In his recollection, Xianing Shuang was not one to indulge in gossip or publicize matters. It was likely that the accounts had been disseminated among the populace, bolstered by the sect leader's intent to enhance his reputation. Yet, this need not be viewed as detrimental. Thus, he humbly smiled and responded. The disciples of Mount Shu engage in demon slaying and upholding justice as a matter of course. Focus on your cultivation, and one day, you too shall wield your sword across the world, earning the admiration of all. Indeed, we shall heed your guidance, senior brother. Amidst their respectful and admiring gazes, Lu Chen made his way towards the Sword Immortal Hall. His descent from the mountain had been undertaken with a purpose, and upon his return, he naturally intended to report to the sect leader. However, as Xianing Shuang had returned ahead of him, Lu Chen's visit would merely be a formality. Disciple Lu Chen, paying respects to the esteemed sect leader. Within the Sword Immortal Hall, the serene and composed figure of the clear Void Master sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of tranquility. It seemed as though he had been there every moment, maintaining the grand formation within the hall for decades on end. While it was said to pertain to the very foundations of Mount Shu, Lu Chen did not dare to inquire further about its specifics. By now, he had grown accustomed to it. The day he failed to see the sect leader within the hall would be the true anomaly. You have returned? Regarding the matter of the wind manipulation, I am fully aware, and you have handled it commendably. However, the celestial master of clarity opened his eyes and regarded him momentarily, initially expressing admiration, only to subsequently darken his expression. The atmosphere around them instantly grew more oppressive. Shrouded in an air of authority, Lu Chen could not help but feel a shift in his countenance, pondering whether the master had learned of his alliance with Xiang Ao. Surely that could not be the case. While the master is formidable, he is not omniscient. Besides, I have not truly released him to commit heinous acts. So how could this provoke the master's ire? As he wrestled with these anxious thoughts, he heard the celestial master of clarity continue. You dare to pursue a malevolent cultivator at the golden elixir stage? What if they have accomplices to aid them, or if there lies a hidden trap? Would you not be courting death in vain? You are now a true disciple of the Shu Shan, wielding the divine sword, and the sect harbors great expectations for you. Should anything untoward occur, it would be a loss for all of Shu Shan. Chapter 077. The dragon emerges from Mount Shu. Upon hearing the words of the master, Lu Chen was initially taken aback, but soon felt a subtle warmth in his heart. Although the master spoke with a stern tone, his intentions were rooted in concern for Lu Chen's safety. This realization brought a sense of comfort to Lu Chen. Without retorting, he promptly bowed and said, Your teachings are indeed correct, master. I acted recklessly in this matter. Should I encounter a similar situation in the future, I will surely exert my utmost effort to prevent the opponent from escaping, thus eliminating the need for a perilous pursuit. That is good to know. The master of Qingshu nodded slightly, recognizing Lu Chen's sincere acknowledgement of his mistake. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Is this truly the issue I was addressing? Nevertheless, he could not help but admire the young man's righteous indignation towards evil, which was as fierce as that of his senior brother Qing Feng in days gone by. No wonder he had ascended to the position of the Lord of Taiye. Of course, the master of Qingshu was not genuinely angered. He was aware that Chen Qifeng had once infused a strand of sword energy into the Taiye sword to safeguard Lu Chen, which would activate in a life and death crisis, ensuring his safety. Thus, upon learning of the events, he had refrained from dispatching aid. Instead, he merely sought to admonish Lu Chen, urging him to exercise greater caution in the future to avoid falling into traps. He held great expectations for Lu Chen and wished for his well-being. In truth, the master of Qingshu had perhaps overestimated the situation. Although Lu Chen occasionally appeared impulsive, he valued his own life more than anyone else. He typically refrained from undertaking actions unless he possessed a solid assurance. The Blood Soul sect, with its 4 soul reapers, greed, hatred, ignorance, and desire, had dispatched 2 of their formidable agents to intercept him, a significant move indeed. I am aware of the situation regarding the sacred object of subduing demons. The master continued. The weapon spirit has acknowledged you as its master. This is your opportunity. However, the Blood Soul sect will likely not relent easily. So you must exercise caution in the days to come. Lu Chen nodded in response, stating, I understand, master. However, since the Blood Soul sect has set its sights on the sacred object, they will undoubtedly devise other schemes. We cannot remain passive indefinitely. I can discern your thoughts. However, given your current cultivation level, even with half the weapon spirit's recognition, it is improbable that you can wield the sacred object. The Tai Chi seal is a relic left by the founder of Wudong. You will need to refine your golden core before there is even a slight possibility of obtaining the sacred object's acknowledgement through your connection with the weapon spirit. Is reaching the golden core level sufficient? Lu Chen paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. I may soon attempt to refine my golden core in just a few days. His words left the master of Qingshu momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the aura of Lu Chen's spiritual power had indeed coalesced into a tangible liquid form, showing signs of crystallization. This was indicative of the peak stage of the crystallization realm. The dual fish pendant around Lu Chen's neck possessed a certain ability to obscure his aura, and previously, due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the master could easily discern Lu Chen's precise realm. Now, however, having reached the later stage of crystallization, Lu Chen had significantly narrowed the gap in their respective cultivation levels, leading the master to miss this detail initially. The later stage of crystallization? How on earth have you trained? The esteemed Qingshu Jinren was profoundly astonished. He recalled that during the last sword-seizing event at the Sword Tomb, he had only just managed to reach the crystallization stage. Although this crystallization realm is a transitional phase, it demands extensive refinement, requiring one to transform the false into the true, continuously compressing and condensing their spiritual energy to meet the requirements for forming a Dan. Even a prodigy would need several years to accomplish this. Yet, how long had Lu Chen taken? After a mere outing of less than a month, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of crystallization. This speed was utterly astonishing. Even Qingshu Jinren and Chen Qifeng in their prime had never experienced such an extraordinary rate of cultivation. However, observing the aura enveloping Lu Chen, rich and pure, it was evident that he had amassed a substantial foundation, fortified by an unwavering righteousness, and he was certainly not employing any underhanded methods. Achieving the peak of crystallization in such a brief span was not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. Lu Chen, do tell me honestly, how have you cultivated? Each practitioner possesses their own unique approach to cultivation and individual opportunities. Generally speaking, prying into another's private affairs is considered quite impolite. Qingshu Jinren had not intended to intrude on Lu Chen's privacy, yet the latter's rapid advancement was so remarkable that it surpassed all conventional understanding. He feared that this young man, in his quest for speed, might have taken some clandestine shortcuts, potentially straying from the righteous path, which compelled him to ask boldly. Lu Chen understood this concern. After all, his rate of progress was indeed astonishing. He recognized that the headmaster was genuinely concerned for his well-being. It was a kind gesture that did not incite any anger within him, and he had long since prepared himself for the inquiry. Of course, I cannot simply divulge that I am experiencing an extraordinary upgrade. With that, Lu Chen raised his hand, and a radiant projection of spiritual energy manifested within his palm. Pure and formidable, subtly exuding the aura of the heavenly Tao. This, the essence of the heavenly Tao, has been bestowed upon you. It appears you are one in a million, possessing the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Qingshu Jinren's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. He had always assumed that Lu Chen had utilized the Qinglian granted by him for a terrestrial foundation. Now he understood that Lu Chen was not grounded in the earthly foundation, but instead possessed the rare foundation of the heavenly Tao. This young man had remained humble and discreet, concealing such extraordinary talent. The foundation of the heavenly Tao is indeed a rare phenomenon. No one knows how to achieve it, as it is not a fixed outcome. Only those with truly exceptional opportunities can capture a whisper of the heavenly Tao's essence during their foundational cultivation. Even he and Chen Qifeng, despite their prodigious talents, had never encountered the aura of the heavenly Tao. Thus, they were unaware of the terrifying potential that the heavenly Tao foundation truly embodies. How enlightening! If one is graced by the essence of the heavenly Tao, then all of this becomes entirely logical. In terms of innate talent, those with a foundation in the heavenly Tao are even more formidable than those who have yet to awaken their celestial essence. No wonder your progress has been so swift. Qingshu Jinren reflected with deep emotion, his doubts dissipating, leaving only excitement and gratification in their wake. After hundreds of years in the pursuit of Tao, he found that ordinary matters rarely stirred his emotions. Yet, Lu Chen's talent was simply unparalleled. For a millennium, the Shu Mountain sect has stood firm. And apart from the founding patriarch, no one has ever emerged with a foundation in the heavenly Tao. Such is the magnitude of Lu Chen's extraordinary potential. Mount Shu. It appears that a dragon has emerged. The foundation of the heavenly Tao has been established, and you have concealed it remarkably well. Nevertheless, this is understandable, for the establishment of the heavenly Tao is exceedingly rare. In today's world, one would be hard-pressed to find a second individual of such caliber. Each person who has established the heavenly Tao possesses the potential to dominate an era. Should this information fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, it could indeed stir considerable turmoil. You have handled this matter admirably. From this day forth, until you possess absolute strength, remember to conceal the aura of the heavenly Tao from anyone who may seek to investigate. Master Qingshu soon regained his composure and offered this counsel. Lu Chen, fully aware of the principle that one should not stand out in a forest of trees, nodded in agreement. Following this incident, the sect leader was likely to place unwavering trust in him. Regardless of how swiftly he advanced, it would no longer raise any suspicions. Even if others harbored ulterior motives, the sect leader would surely shield him and smooth over any concerns. Thus, Mount Shu had truly become his steadfast support and refuge. With this foundation of trust as a prerequisite, the revelation of his aptitude for establishing the heavenly Tao would further elevate his standing in the eyes of the sect leader, who would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing his potential. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Master Qingshu continued, since you have reached the pinnacle of crystallization, you must now consider the process of Dan formation. Are you prepared with the appropriate methods for this endeavor? Chapter 078. Do you think there are no practitioners in Mount Shu? The practitioners of Mount Shu each possess their unique secret methods for forming elixirs. The sword elixirs of Mount Shu, the flawless inner elixirs of Longhu Mountain and Wudong, the Buddhist relics from the Buddhist sect, the internal elixir scriptures of Confucianism, and the demonic breeds from the demonic sects, as well as the gluttonous golden elixirs of blood soul sects like the Soul Reapers, all represent a myriad of extraordinary techniques. Each method yields an elixir with distinct effects, and the strength or weakness of these techniques is subject to various considerations, ultimately hinging upon one's innate talent and cultivation level. The secret methods for forming elixirs directly impact future achievements and directions, necessitating careful selection. Currently, Mount Shu is equipped with two major categories, the fire-forged sword elixirs and the water-forged inner elixirs, which can be further classified into 13 distinct secret methods for elixir formation. If you require, I can impart them all to you for your selection, said the esteemed Master Qingshu as he waved his hand, unleashing a radiant display of mystical energy. The 13 methods for elixir formation manifested before them, each accompanied by a brief description, sufficient to reveal the unique characteristics of each elixir-making approach. Lu Chen perused the various methods, noting their individual merits. For instance, the astral secret method employed by the sect leader in years past could forge an inner star elixir, teeming with potential. However, its efficacy also relied on one's compatibility. Simply utilizing this method does not guarantee one could ascend to the heights achieved by the sect leader. After all, this is merely a pathway to elixir formation, not an entire cultivation system. Future accomplishments will ultimately depend on one's continued practice. Examining the other methods, while none could be deemed weak, their effects appeared relatively singular in nature, lacking the overwhelming power of the dual golden elixir. Nonetheless, he saw no harm in accepting all these secret methods. After all, receiving these teachings without cost was undoubtedly beneficial. Even if he did not utilize them himself, they would serve as a valuable accumulation of knowledge. Furthermore, when Luli eventually forges her golden elixir, these methods could provide viable alternatives, although he must first seek the sect leader's approval. The secret methods for elixir formation differ fundamentally from the introductory techniques previously taught. Thank you, Master. I shall return and thoroughly study these methods before making my decision, Lu Chen expressed with gratitude. Indeed, Master Qingshu replied, confident in Lu Chen's character and understanding his sense of propriety. With a nurturing spirit, he did not concern himself with trivial matters. He then casually handed Lu Chen a bronze sword token. Forming a golden elixir is of paramount importance. Relying solely on the gathering formation within that cave might prove inadequate. When you are prepared, use this token to access the Tianqi, where the abundant spiritual energy will assist you in your breakthrough. The Tianqi of Mount Shu is a sacred site of the sect, accumulating the spiritual essence of the entire sect. Typically, ordinary disciples are prohibited from entering. Only true disciples or elders may gain permission during critical moments of breakthrough. The place not only brims with spiritual energy, but is also fortified with a protective array to minimize damage in the event of a failed attempt. Thank you, Master, Lu Chen said, gratefully accepting the token. Master Qingshu then offered additional advice regarding the intricacies of elixir formation before continuing. As for the matter of the Taiji seal, we shall discuss it after you have successfully formed your golden elixir. In the meantime, focus on nurturing and preparing yourself. The foundation laid by the heavenly path will make your base formidable, thus increasing the resistance you may face during your breakthrough. I understand, Master. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and was about to take his leave. However, just as he turned to depart, a thought suddenly struck him, and he couldn't resist asking, Elder, regarding the matter of the traitor, have there been any leads? Upon hearing this, Elder Qingshu sighed deeply and shook his head. I've conducted discreet investigations throughout the entire Mount Shu, including the 7 Peak Masters, but found nothing amiss. Where this person is hiding remains a mystery to me. Perhaps they've already left Mount Shu, or perhaps they're concealed too deeply. Even the Elder couldn't find them? Lu Chen mused. This traitor must be extraordinary. Could the remnants of the Blood Soul sect really control such a figure? Or is it possible that they are the ones manipulating the Blood Soul sect? For a moment, Lu Chen was at a loss. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to set the matter aside. If even the Elder was stumped, it was beyond his concern. Yet, from various signs, it was clear that the traitor's strength was inferior to the Elder's, hence their need to hide. As long as the Elder remained, the traitor wouldn't dare act recklessly, lest they be tracked down. This meant that, at least within Mount Shu, they were safe for the time being. Lost in thought, Lu Chen bid farewell and left the Sword Immortal Hall. Meanwhile, Elder Qingshu, contrary to his usual habit of meditating, wore a stern expression. The Blood Soul sect has repeatedly provoked us, and now they dare to target our true disciples. Do they truly believe I am lenient? These years, I've remained secluded to suppress the Demon Lock Tower and the Divine Demon Well. Has the world forgotten that Mount Shu is not to be trifled with? With this thought, Elder Qingshu raised his hand and slashed through the void before him. Ripples of energy surged, and from among the 7 Peak Masters, Tianquan Jinren stepped forth. Elder brother, you summoned me. What are your orders? The remnants of the Blood Soul sect have resurged, wreaking havoc everywhere. Now they seek to release the blood demon upon the mortal realm, and even dared to ambush our true disciples. They must be punished. I ask you, brother, to descend the mountain and handle this matter. Emerging from the Sword Immortal Hall, Lu Chen returned directly to his cave dwelling at the back of the mountain. As soon as he entered, he heard someone humming a nursery rhyme in the courtyard, a melodious and somewhat familiar tune. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiaoning Shuang, sitting under the shade of a tree with Lu Li, teaching her the rural nursery rhyme. Not bad, she sings quite well, Lu Chen thought to himself. How did this girl end up at my place? And it seems she's already gotten familiar with Lu Li? Just then, the 2 girls noticed Lu Chen and stood up. Brother Lu Chen, you're back. Lu Li bounced over excitedly. Lu Chen thought she might give him a big hug, but instead, she stretched out her small hand. You promised to bring me something delicious. Where is it? All you think about is eating. Be careful, or you'll turn into a pig. Lu Chen glared at her in mock annoyance. Nevertheless, he retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch and tossed it to her. Stop eating those sugar-coated haws. They're not nutritious. These are essence pills. For chi refining cultivators, they replenish vital energy and blood. They taste good too, like candy beans. Give them a try. Candy beans? Lu Li eyed him skeptically before pouring out a pill and popping it into her mouth. Her delicate face twisted in distress. And with a sudden wah, she nearly vomited. Yet, Lu Chen pressed a finger to her throat, forcing her to swallow it down. Woo-woo. You lied to me. This isn't sweet at all. Bitter medicine cures the ailment, don't you know? Besides, this elixir leaves a lingering sweetness. Go to the kitchen and drink some water. You'll taste it then. Really? Really? I never deceive anyone. The little girl, still sulking, trudged off to the kitchen with a pained expression. Nearby, Xiaoning Shuang watched their playful banter, a rare smile gracing her usually frosty countenance. It's good to see you've returned safely, senior brother. Was your journey uneventful? More or less. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? Lu Chen turned to reply. Xiaoning Shuang shook her head. I came here out of concern for your safety. Now that I see you've returned unharmed, I can rest easy. The journey through the shaping winds made me realize my own inadequacies. Thanks to your guidance, I've gained much. I plan to enter seclusion at Yawang Peak for a time. So you came all this way just to tell me you're going into seclusion? Seclusion is seclusion. It's not as if we'll never meet again. Mount Shu may be vast, but it's also small in its own way. As fellow disciples, our paths will surely cross often. There is no need to make it seem like a farewell. Those of our path must prioritize cultivation. Focus on your training, junior sister. May you advance swiftly and condense your golden core. Stunning Shuang nodded, seeming to hesitate as if she had more to say, but in the end, she remained silent and turned to leave. Lu Chen paid it no mind. He turned to head back to his quarters. This journey had yielded great rewards, and it was time to reflect and assimilate them. However, just then, a streak of sword light pierced through the sky, landing before the courtyard gate. A voice followed. Inner disciple Zhou Ping requests an audience with senior brother Lu Chen. Chapter 079. The reluctant ordinary. The inner disciple Zhou Ping arrived to pay a visit to senior brother Lu. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Chen raised his head to gaze at the doorway. There stood a young man in plain attire, hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing an ordinary appearance, yet his expression bore a resolute determination. He was unadorned by any flying sword, exuding a tranquil and restrained aura, which rendered him seemingly inconspicuous. If placed among a crowd, he would undoubtedly be overlooked, unremarkably ordinary. It was so astonishing that Lu Chen, with his nearly photographic memory, found himself uncertain if he had encountered this individual before. Zhou Ping? An inner disciple? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, skepticism stirring within him. However, as the visitor exhibited proper etiquette by coming to pay his respects, Lu Chen deemed it inappropriate to dismiss him outright. Thus, he gestured and opened the gate, inviting him inside. What a serene and elegant abode, senior brother. This cave dwelling is indeed a splendid place for cultivating one's spirit. Zhou Ping remarked as he stepped into the courtyard, surveying the surroundings with a gentle smile. His demeanor was composed and carefree, akin to strolling leisurely in his own garden, devoid of any constraint. At that moment, Lu Chen was also observing him, and he noted that with each breath Zhou Ping took, a shimmer of golden light seemed to emanate from him. Although his aura was subdued, through the keen eye of perception, one could still discern tangible sword radiance piercing through, indicative of the condensation of a golden core sword pill. How could there be a golden core cultivator among the inner disciples? Lu Chen's brow knitted tighter as he shook his head. You have already entered the golden core realm. According to sect regulations, you ought to be promoted to elder or stationed at the Hall of Good and Evil, overseeing a region. Why do you still refer to yourself as an inner disciple? I have just broken through and emerged from seclusion, yet I have not yet registered with the sect, thus I remain an inner disciple for the time being. Zhou Ping replied with a smile. His gaze then shifted to the sword box behind Lu Chen, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Such tranquility and serenity, devoid of the cries of anguish and the display of malevolence. It appears, senior brother, that you have completely subdued the divine sword Tai. Upon hearing the mention of Tai, Lu Chen was suddenly reminded of that day during the sword bestowal ceremony when several inner disciples rushed toward the malevolent aura atop the mountain. One of their silhouettes bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Ping. Moreover, there existed a rumor among the inner disciples about a certain individual who, despite a decade in the sect, displayed mediocre talent and average strength, yet participated annually in the sword bestowal ceremony. He would not claim any flying sword, but instead ascended the mountain, repeatedly confronting the malevolent aura, failing each time, even unable to breach the outermost barrier of malevolence. Time and again he battled, and time and again he faltered. Yet he never relinquished his efforts, returning each year with unwavering dedication, earning him the moniker Sword Enthusiast. Ironically, his true name was seldom mentioned. Are you the sword enthusiast? Lu Chen ventured to inquire, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. For during the sword contest, only inner disciples participated, and none had reached the golden core level at that time. Sword enthusiast? Zhou Ping chuckled softly and shook his head. My name is Zhou Ping. The ping of reluctance to remain ordinary. Alas, after all these years, still no one remembers. A subtle trace of bitterness underlay his words. However, it is rather normal for someone like me to remain unremembered. With an ordinary talent and lineage, I have faltered 7 times in the simplest pursuit of humanity, spending 6 arduous years merely to achieve a meager semblance of mastery. Observing the heights of Mount Shu, I find myself among the most commonplace of individuals, utterly incomparable to prodigies like my senior brother. What right do I possess to covet the divine sword Tai? Thus, when they deem me foolish, a simpleton, they are not entirely mistaken. He articulated his plight in the most unassuming tone, revealing his helplessness. They only recognize an overreaching sword enthusiast, unaware that there exists another Zhou Ping within the realms of Mount Shu. So, each year when you strive for the sword, is it to etch your name into their memories? Yes and no. I merely wish to ascertain whether someone is ordinary as I can achieve the extraordinary. He smiled, a somewhat bashful expression illuminating his features. For a moment, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence until he finally spoke. So you have come today to seize Tai from my grasp? My senior brother's sword heart is pure, and your formidable prowess has once captivated me. You are indeed worthy of Tai. How could I dare to forcibly claim it? Zhou Ping shook his head repeatedly. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating, however, I have devoted 10 years to being a sword fanatic for it, and thus my heart harbors discontent. Having fortuitously broken through to the Golden Core today, I should soon be stationed at the Hall of Good and Evil, assigned to various sword monuments. Before I depart, I wish to truly experience the might of the divine sword as a form of self-reckoning. Disciples of Mount Shu, upon surpassing the Golden Core, must either choose to become esteemed elders responsible for instructing newly initiated outer disciples or be assigned to the Hall of Good and Evil, dispatched to various sword monuments as guardians, maintaining order in their respective locales. After all, while Shu province may not be vast, it is not insignificant either. In remote areas, if demons wreak havoc, disciples of Mount Shu may not arrive in time to assist, perhaps even failing to send out a plea for help. Thus, it is imperative to station some adept individuals. Zhou Ping evidently intended to choose the path of service rather than resigning himself to the obscurity of an unnoticed elder. Do you wish for me to wield the divine sword Tai and engage you in combat? Yes. I am aware that even upon achieving the Golden Core, I would not stand a chance against you. Yet, without this battle, my heart would remain unfulfilled. I implore you to grant me this opportunity, Zhou Ping declared, bowing deeply. Straightening his stature, he resembled a sword's edge, with radiant sword light emanating from his being, igniting the fervor of battle. In that fleeting moment, this previously unremarkable youth shone with a dazzling brilliance. To be candid, Lu Chen felt a stirring within him. Zhou Ping's circumstances mirrored his own in a past life, ordinary and unremarkable, perhaps even forgotten by classmates and colleagues alike. During that time, he chose to embrace his mediocrity, while the Zhou Ping before him consistently endeavored to express his true self. If, in this life, I lacked a system, would I also find myself akin to him? Lu Chen shook his head. Such questions yield no answers and bear no significance. He cast aside all distracting thoughts from his mind, then raised his head to gaze at Zhou Ping, who stood poised for battle, and had declared, I shall not engage you here. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ping faltered, the light in his eyes dimming slightly. Why? He asked. Lu Chen, solemn and resolute, replied, You have already attained the Golden Core realm, while I remain at the crystallization stage. To face you now would be nothing short of arrogance. Grant me 3 days, once I break through to Golden Core. We shall duel as equals. Zhou Ping was utterly stunned. Throughout the Shu Mountains, tales of Lu Chen slaying a demonic Golden Core cultivator had already spread far and wide. Everyone knew of his extraordinary talent, further amplified by the divine sword in his possession, capabilities that rendered him a match even for Golden Core experts. If he dared pursue and execute a ruthless demonic cultivator across 1,000 miles, how could he possibly fear someone like Zhou Ping, who had barely scraped into the lowest tier of Golden Core? His words, then, were not born of hesitation, but of respect. Lu Chen truly regarded him as a worthy opponent, offering not condescension, but the honor of a fair duel. For the first time in his life, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Never before had anyone treated him with such earnest regard, even as an adversary. And for a prodigy like Lu Chen to extend such respect, regardless of the battle's outcome, this encounter alone would be worth it. With a deep breath, Zhou Ping dispersed the sword aura swirling around him, took 3 measured steps back, and bowed deeply. Very well. In 3 days' time, I shall seek your guidance, senior brother. Chapter 080. Unlocking Divine Powers. The Descent of the Celestial Being Brother Lu Chen. Why did you agree to fight that person? Shortly after Zhou Ping departed, the young girl Luli emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of tofu, and inquired. Given Lu Chen's current status, he could have easily declined the challenge. Yet, not only did he acquiesce, but he also insisted on waiting 3 days to engage in a public duel with Zhou Ping. This decision seemed to transcend mere compliance. Upon hearing her question, Lu Chen glanced down at her, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Do not underestimate Zhou Ping. Although his talent is mediocre, he manages to confront malevolent energies annually without harming his essence. Moreover, having successfully condensed his core, he has surpassed many ordinary individuals. There lies a remarkable potential within him. If he could relinquish his obsessions, he might achieve great heights. I merely extend a hand to cultivate a formidable ally for Shushan's future. Why would I not seize this opportunity? Really? Luli blinked in astonishment. Having been by Lu Chen's side for quite some time, she considered herself well acquainted with him. Although he harbored a strong sense of justice and ambition, she believed he was far from selfless or altruistic. If he claimed there was no ulterior motive, she could not bring herself to believe it. Do you harbor no personal motives at all? Personal motives? Perhaps there are some, Lu Chen admitted candidly, nodding. Among the 9 true disciples of Shushan, the other 8 possess at least the Golden Core realm and have long established considerable prestige within the sect. As the one with the lowest cultivation, despite wielding a divine sword and having garnered some support through the favor of bestowing the sword, I remain inferior to them. While I may have some standing now, should they return, how many would still lend credence to my status as the 9th true disciple? Luli felt somewhat bewildered. Weren't we discussing the fight? Why does it lead back to the other true disciples? At this stage, her wisdom had yet to awaken, and her mindset resembled that of an ordinary child, lacking the depth of contemplation. Lu Chen proceeded to elucidate, talent and camaraderie aside, to command respect. One must ultimately rely on strength. Oh, I see. Brother Lu Chen seeks to establish his authority? Luli pondered. But Shou Ping is not a villain. Establishing authority seems unwarranted. Yet, if I aspire to contend for the position of sword master and advance further, mere recognition from the sect leader is insufficient. Strength, merit, and the ability to rally support are all indispensable. Thus, my agreement to duel Shou Ping serves our mutual interests. As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced at the mapo tofu in her hands, which appeared quite appetizing. He reached out, took a piece, and tasted it. Immediately, he frowned. It's too salty. Salty? The young girl paused, then took a piece herself, licking her fingers. But it doesn't taste salty to me. Perhaps your taste buds are dulled, Lu Chen chuckled. Suspecting she had consumed a vitality pill earlier, leaving a bitter aftertaste in her mouth. You may enjoy your dinner alone. I am not hungry. I shall return to my room to cultivate. With that, he swiftly retreated to his study. Only Luli remained on the spot, pouting and grumbling. It's all your fault for tricking me into eating that so-called candy. I'll never trust Brother Lu Chen again. In the study, Lu Chen followed his usual routine by activating the protective formation before opening the system interface to tally the gains from his journey to the Stormlands. Aside from the experience points already spent, the ambush by the Blood Soul sect had brought him an unexpected windfall. The ghostly diagram from the Storm City branch, along with the 2 Golden Core Soul Reapers, Greed and Hatred, had contributed nearly 50,000 experience points. This was even after deducting the cost of upgrading the Heavenly Eye technique and accounting for the reduced experience from one of them self-destructing. Adding the minor gains from other lesser foes, Lu Chen now had over 60,000 experience points, an unprecedented fortune. He had long planned how to allocate this wealth. Previously, I focused solely on advancing my cultivation and swordsmanship. Now that I've finally gathered enough experience, it's time to upgrade the 9-word mantra seals. The 9-word mantra seals were an esoteric Taoist technique, versatile and boundless in potential. Lu Chen had only unlocked the first character, Lin, which granted him abilities like the Strength Talisman and Golden Body Talisman, proving invaluable in battle. However, the exorbitant cost of further advancement had delayed his progress, until now. 9-word mantra seal character seal, advanced deduction, mastery of its full power. Cost, 30,000 experience. 30,000, that's steep. Lu Chen winced. This was precisely why he had hesitated before. His previous experience had always been funneled into cultivation and swordsmanship. Only now, with this windfall, could he afford such an investment. Mastering the first seal is necessary to unlock the others. Sooner or later, this expense is inevitable. Might as well do it while I have the means. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed the upgrade. Ding. Congratulations. Advanced deduction complete. You have fully mastered the power of the mantra seal. Ding. Having grasped the profound mysteries of the seal, you have comprehended the divine ability Divine Descent. Divine Descent, upon activation, temporarily borrow the power of celestial beings. However, as a mortal vessel has its limits. The strength gained depends on the user's cultivation and physical endurance. Divine Descent, this secret technique is finally unlocked. Judging by the description, its effects were formidable, allowing a mortal to harness divine power. It resembled the spirit invocation seen in old films, yet far more comprehensive and potent. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the divine augmentation. Of course, this borrowed strength was not truly his own, merely a burst of power for decisive strikes. After use, extreme exhaustion would follow, leaving him vulnerable. Still, it was undeniably a formidable trump card. The strength of divine power cannot possibly be weaker than the sword energy left by the sword god. Can it? With this ultimate divine ability in his arsenal, Lu Chen feels emboldened. Even if an ancient monster like Xiang Ao were to escape, he would at least be able to ensure his own safety. The 30,000 experience points were indeed well spent. After fully mastering the Lin character true word rune, the other 8 runes shone brightly once more, allowing Lu Chen to independently select a rune for preliminary deduction. The 9 character true word runes served different purposes. Initially, Lu Chen was unaware of their functions, but later he sought insights from Taoist texts to gain understanding, and now he has a general idea. Thus, he was well prepared for the selection of the second true word rune. Note, I am aware that some may criticize me, and I accept it, as I have made mistakes. However, I kindly ask for your understanding as I explain. When I originally presented the 9 character true word rune in chapter 19, the text stated that at least 10,000 experience points were required for it to reach maximum level. This was a lapse on my part in conveying the information clearly. After receiving feedback from readers, I revised it a few days ago to indicate that I was unsure of the exact experience needed. New readers may have encountered this version, while earlier readers saw the 10,000 requirement. However, this does not affect the reading experience. I apologize for this oversight. Furthermore, the recent decrease in updates by 1 chapter is due to my need to organize the forthcoming plot, aiming to prevent such elementary errors from recurring. Writing is a challenging endeavor, especially with data involved, and there are certainly minor flaws in the details. I can only strive to rectify them as best as I can. After all, I am merely an ordinary person, incapable of achieving perfection. I humbly ask for your understanding. Ultimately, the joy of reading is paramount. Do not let trivial matters overshadow it. Additionally, I assure you that any pending manuscripts will be compensated within this month. Chapter 081, Boundless Existence. The rune of movement. The rune of movement symbolizes the liberation of body and mind, signifying an unending journey. By acquiring the blessing of the movement rune, one's speed is augmented by 1. Furthermore, the inscription of the movement character grants the divine movement talisman, enabling one to traverse distances in an instant. The divine ability associated with the movement rune, Boundless Existence, remains locked and requires further advancement and mastery of the movement inscriptions. To initiate the preliminary progression of the second sacred rune, an increased expenditure of experience points is necessary. After expending 5,000 experience points, Lu Chen ultimately opted for the secret of the movement character from the 9-character mantra. At present, Lu Chen possesses strengths in multiple aspects, including magical power, physical prowess, and swordsmanship. However, his speed remains a relative shortcoming. Currently, he only possesses the bloodlight escape technique acquired earlier, which, while effective, demands the sacrifice of vital blood, resulting in personal depletion and suboptimal performance. Consequently, Lu Chen has refrained from utilizing it. In everyday circumstances, he relies solely on sword control and magical flight. Although not particularly slow, he finds himself at a disadvantage against foes skilled in speed. Thus, he resolved to unlock the movement mantra to fortify his speed capabilities. The divine movement talisman, once employed, can exponentially enhance one's velocity, while the ability to traverse distances in an instant allows for swift movement, whether in pursuit or retreat, proving to be exceedingly practical. The name of this mystical movement inscription is indeed formidable, boundless existence. It implies that there are no distance constraints between heaven and earth. Akin to the Buddhist divine foot technique, should he succeed in unlocking this divine ability, he could reach any location within the vast world at the mere thought of it. This would be akin to the celestial transcendence of a divine being, potentially even more powerful. However, further advancement and evolution will require a significantly greater amount of experience points, estimated to start at no less than 100,000. Lu Chen extended his hand, attempting to activate the movement rune, sketching the divine talisman. A flash of lightning ensued, and he instantly materialized in the courtyard. With a mere thought, he returned to his study. The speed was akin to lightning, imperceptible to the naked eye. This was the effect of the divine movement talisman. The ability to traverse distances in an instant was even more profound. With a single step, one could cover 100 zhong, and as one's cultivation and magical power increased, so too would this distance. Excellent, he mused. With the movement mantra, my future excursions down the mountain to hone my skills and subdue malevolent beings will be considerably more convenient. Satisfied, Lu Chen nodded. He then glanced at his remaining experience points, which still numbered over 20,000, deciding to reserve them for the time being. Upgrading his Howren Sword Chi to the 5th level would require 30,000 experience points. As for the Great River Sword intent, Lu Chen had yet to fully harness its potential, so there was no urgency to advance it. I had procured a treasure chest from Xiang Ao and have yet to inventory its contents. With this thought, Lu Chen waved his sleeve, channeling his magical energy, and a resplendent golden treasure chest emerged from his storage bag. This was a trove of relics once cherished by Xiang Ao, containing a plethora of spiritual pills and formidable magical artifacts. Upon a cursory examination, Lu Chen noted that, aside from the commonly used spirit-gathering pills, healing pills, and detoxification pills, there existed a particularly rare elixir known as the soul-nourishing pill. The elixir, when consumed, nourishes the spirit and soul, greatly benefiting those who have attained the nascent soul stage. It is likely that Xiang Ao relied on this very potion to nurture his spiritual embryo, resulting in an extraordinarily formidable psyche. Consequently, even after the destruction of his corporeal form, his spiritual embryo persisted for several centuries, affording him the opportunity for rebirth through possession. Among practitioners in this world, the cultivation of the body is the most straightforward, the refinement of qi follows, while the nurturing of the spirit is the most arduous. A moment's carelessness may lead one astray into madness. Although both Buddhist and Taoist teachings possess methods for spirit cultivation, only the most profound and powerful beings beyond the nascent soul can achieve it. Apart from Confucianism, which initially approaches the matter through thought, others find it exceedingly challenging to cultivate the spirit. Hence, elixirs that can nourish the soul are exceedingly rare and precious. Lu Chen counted the bottles before him. There were 3 vials of soul-nourishing elixir, each containing 10 pills. If he were to fully consume and assimilate them, it should elevate the strength of his soul to a higher tier. This would provide a significant advantage before reaching the nascent soul stage. This elixir could also be beneficial for Cui Yin, as her essence is that of a spirit and her soul's power is paramount. However, given the limited supply of soul-nourishing elixir, Lu Chen decided to prioritize his own enhancement. He would only consider administering it to the spirit once he had discovered a method to concoct this elixir or obtained other related materials and treasures. In addition to the elixirs, there was another rare treasure resembling a reishi mushroom, plump and robust, known as tai sui, which is said to fortify the physical body. Legends proclaim that consuming tai sui grants immortality, allowing one to be reborn even if their flesh is shattered. While such claims may be exaggerated, utilizing it as a foundation for cultivation would almost guarantee the successful refinement of an external golden pill, leading to an indestructible body. Initially, Lu Chen intended to reserve this for Lu Li's foundational cultivation. However, upon discovering its remarkable effects, he opted to keep it for himself. Although he had already established his foundation, he could still consume and refine it to further enhance his physical form, especially since he had just unlocked the divine ability of the descent of celestial beings. With his current physique, he might struggle even at the most minimal threshold. Yet, with the nourishment of tai sui, he should be capable of withstanding the power of celestial beings once he achieves the golden body. He decided to first cleanse it in the Yellow Springs diagram to ensure that no malevolent forces had tampered with it. As he pondered, Lu Chen opened the Yellow Springs diagram. At that moment, 2 lotus flowers, one blue and one white, swayed and grew within the waters of the Yellow Springs. The blue lotus was in full bloom, while the white lotus remained a mere bud, likely requiring more time to mature. He had intended to prepare some foundational materials for Lu Li, but it appeared he had none suitable for her at present. He would have to devise a plan after he successfully transcended to the golden pill stage. Lu Chen shook his head and, after cleansing the tai sui, stored it securely. He then performed a simple ritual on several treasures within his chest, intending to utilize them when the need arose. With that, he had essentially assimilated all the gains from his journey to sculpt the wind. It was now time to earnestly contemplate the matter of condensing the golden pill. The method for creating a dual golden pill is already in my possession, and with the Yellow Springs water and the true fire of Samadhi, the condensation of the dual golden pill should not pose much difficulty. However, the dilemma lies in my inability to conceive a method for transcending the nascent soul stage. Without resolving this quandary, I dare not attempt to solidify my elixir. If I were to fail, I would undoubtedly fall victim to Xiang Ao's grasp. Lu Chen gazed at the jade slip containing the secret technique, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Although the system had indicated that there would be opportunities for further deduction and refinement, potentially unveiling the means of breakthrough, he was currently oblivious to the conditions required to trigger such deductions. It would be reckless to gamble with his future. As he pondered deeply, he sensed a subtle tremor from the sword sheath behind him, and Cui Yin emerged gracefully, inquiring, "Are you troubled by the possibility of failing to ascend beyond the nascent soul after forming the twin golden elixirs?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen cast a glance in her direction. The The current Chui Yinyin had awakened fragments of her ancient memories, though her powers had yet to be restored. Rendering her combat capabilities negligible, she remained a spirit of a sacred artifact, endowed with considerable knowledge. Her initiative to speak suggested that she might possess a solution. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Indeed. Do you have a remedy? The servant's strength has not yet returned. I am but a wisp of a soul, lacking such extraordinary abilities. However, if you could fully master the Taiji seal, harnessing its might to harmonize the yin and yang, it may offer a resolution." Chapter 82, The Essence of Immortals. Foundation building in dreams, the Taiji seal. Indeed, the duality of yin and yang, the path of duality, is epitomized in the Wudong Taiji. If one could acquire the Taiji seal and harness the powers of yin and yang within, perhaps the conundrum of breaking through to the dual golden elixirs could be resolved. Although this notion remains unproven for now, merely having this insight is a significant step forward. Lu Chen, initially perplexed, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity thanks to Chui Yinyin's reminder. "Excellent. Yin, your suggestion has been immensely helpful," Lu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing his praise, Chui Yinyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she expressed her delight, bowing her head. "It is my honor to assist you, Master. However, my elder brother possesses formidable powers, and since his fall into darkness, he has become even more formidable. He awakened his innate wisdom long ago, and his current strength must be truly terrifying. If you wish to obtain the Taiji seal, you must first subdue him." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened momentarily. "The Blood Soul sect seeks to eliminate me. I shall undoubtedly settle this score with them. Once I achieve the golden elixir, I will seize the opportunity to eradicate them completely." Now, he was sworn enemies with the Blood Soul sect, and in addition to the quest for the Taiji seal, he must deal with that Blood Soul young master. Thus, Lu Chen had already devised a plan. After his breakthrough to the golden elixir, he would embark on a mission to eliminate the troubles posed by the Blood Soul sect. By then, he should also trigger the final phase of the remnants of the demon sect, yielding substantial rewards. Having made these preparations, Lu Chen no longer delayed. He rose and departed, intending to head to the heavenly pool to focus on solidifying his elixir. Before leaving, he paid a visit to the cold pool on the back mountain to check on Chen Qingfeng. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Qingfeng was the former sword master of Ta. Presently, Lu Chen had yet to fully master the Ta sword. In previous battles, he had primarily relied on the sword's sharpness to vanquish foes, rather than unleashing its true divine might. Thus, he sought to inquire with Chen Qingfeng about ways to genuinely harness and manifest the sword's fierce and malevolent aura. However, his efforts were in vain. Chen Qingfeng seemed unresponsive. As if ensnared in a deep slumber, Lu Chen could not compel him and, in resignation, tossed a jar of fine wine into the lake before turning to leave. As he reached the courtyard, he discovered Lu Li napping in the shade of a tree, deeply engrossed in her slumber. Lu Chen called out twice, but she remained unresponsive. "You spend all day sleeping. If you wish to rest, do so in your room, not on the cold ground," he thought, shaking his head as he intended to carry her back inside. Yet, he was abruptly repelled by a surge of spiritual energy emanating from her. A celestial essence that astonished him. It is worth noting that Lu Chen was currently at the pinnacle of crystallization, with profound magical power. Typically, no one could disturb him in the slightest. Lu Li, merely a qi refinement practitioner, could not possibly ruffle even a corner of his garment, even at full strength. This aura was no ordinary magical power. The essence of immortals. Could it be that this girl was foundation building in her dreams? Observing the swirling spiritual energy surrounding the young girl, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, foundation building in a dream? How utterly casual. Previously, I had contemplated assisting her in the quest for suitable foundational materials, only to find that she simply indulged in slumber and commenced her cultivation without any need for external resources. She appeared to sleep peacefully and comfortably, devoid of any semblance of peril. Is this the innate talent of a transcendent being? To directly channel celestial energies and cultivate within dreams? One slumber, and upon awakening, she transforms into a foundational cultivator? This sensation seems more effortless than my own extraordinary endeavors. How envious I feel. Lu Chen found himself somewhat vexed. While he toiled tirelessly to defeat monsters and conquer bosses, she merely indulged in sleep, a routine that seemed so blissful. Engaging in secondary accounts is indeed a joy. However, upon reflection, one cannot disregard the countless hours of effort she must have invested in her previous life to ascend to immortality. Now, in this new incarnation, She possesses the foundation of her former existence, which is quite reasonable. With his own system, ascending to immortality is merely a matter of time. His future achievements may not necessarily pale in comparison to hers, so there is no need for excessive envy. It appeared that this young lady might require several more days of rest. With the protective aura of celestial energy surrounding her, there was little cause for concern regarding her safety. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen decided to exercise caution by conjuring a straw figure imbued with his magical essence, allowing Cui Yin to inhabit it, ensuring that someone would be present to watch over her at home. Once these tasks were completed, he took flight, stepping forth to traverse the distance, swiftly reaching the rear mountain. After a few graceful ascents and descents, the heavenly pool lay within arm's reach. The heavenly pool of Mount Shu is situated atop the peak of the Sword Immortal's Grand Hall, a convergence point of the mountain's spiritual meridians, housing the sect's largest spirit-gathering formation. The spiritual essence from the myriad mountains is drawn together here to sustain the daily consumption of the sect's formations and the cultivation of its disciples. The remaining spiritual energy is transformed into liquid essence, accumulating as a reservoir of energy, capable of sustaining the protective formations of the mountain during critical moments. It is said that the elite protective formation of Mount Shu, when fully activated, can withstand heavenly tribulations, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. The heavenly pool possesses its own protective formation, thus eliminating the need for disciples to guard it. Lu Chen merely needed to activate the sword command bestowed upon him by the sect leader to pass through the barrier and enter the pool. What greeted him was a scene of swirling mist and azure waves, the heavenly pool appearing like a resplendent amber embedded in the sky, exuding a captivating brilliance. The abundant spiritual essence enveloped him, and with a deep breath, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Indeed, it is an exceptional locale for cultivation. If one could seclude themselves here for several years, even those of mediocre talent would surely experience rapid advancement. However, such consumption draws upon the sect's resources and accumulated wealth. Unless absolutely necessary, the heavenly pool is not accessible to all disciples. Let the process commence. It is time to refine the golden core and undergo a transformative rebirth. Lost in thought, Lu Chen settled into a lotus position at the center of the heavenly pool. He activated the dual-born golden core secret technique, first summoning the Yellow Springs diagram to extract a drop of yellow spring water. Under the dilution of his magical essence and spiritual energy, he directed it through his meridians into his dantian. He continuously refined the surging river of magical energy, akin to the great waves sifting through sand, employing the method of water refinement to solidify the golden core within his body. Meanwhile, the true fire of samadhi manifested, enveloped in magical energy, spreading throughout his entire being. The golden radiance enveloped Lu Chen, who felt an intense heat as cracks began to manifest upon his skin. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He promptly summoned the Tai Sui from his storage bag and cast it into the true fire, allowing it to melt. The dark red liquid dripped down, nourishing and sealing the fissures. In that moment, he regarded his own body as a sword embryo undergoing tempering, akin to a pill refining in an alchemical furnace. Gradually, his flesh transformed into a dark golden hue, with muscles and bones taking on a metallic sheen, while his blood thickened like mercury, slowly coalescing into a blood pearl that ascended into his energy sea. Before long, the embryonic forms of two elixirs had manifested, one azure and one crimson. The azure sword pill, composed of concentrated magical energy and refined by the waters of the Yellow Springs, belonged to the Yin. The crimson blood pearl, a manifestation of his essence and vitality, was forged by the true fire, embodying the yang. The two elixirs spiraled within the energy sea, resembling the sun and moon, each occupying its own realm, separated yet gazing at one another from afar, as if achieving a certain equilibrium, mutually non-intrusive. The dual golden elixirs had already begun to take shape. Chapter 83, The 9 Transformations of the Golden Elixir, the Gathering of Thunderclouds. The nascent forms of the golden elixir, one blue and one red, had taken shape within the sea of qi, prompting a faint sigh of relief from Lu Chen. The initial hurdle in the breakthrough to the golden elixir was the condensation of its nascent form. Many individuals, lacking sufficient accumulation or potency of their spiritual energy, or possessing incomplete secret methods, would falter, wasting their energy and spirit, and might even risk injuring their fundamental essence. Lu Chen, however, benefited from a solid foundation and the rare treasures of the yellow spring water and true fire of samadhi, which facilitated his success with ease. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without any unexpected occurrences. Yet, the formation of the nascent golden elixir did not signify complete success. The current golden elixir was merely a silhouette, requiring continuous refinement to achieve a state of perfect clarity, transforming the entirety of his spiritual energy into ethereal golden essence to be deemed a success. Typically, disciples of Mount Shu would employ fire techniques to forge their elixirs, yielding rapid and fierce results. However, such intensity was prone to fracture, and the depth of spiritual energy was not comparable to water methods. Thus, Lu Chen opted to utilize the yellow spring water for his refinement, ensuring a purer and more profound elixir. For the physical body, a higher degree of resilience was necessary, and he employed the true fire of samadhi to temper it, not only rendering his golden body impervious but also imbuing his essence with the potency of true fire. The effects were comparable to that of a naturally pure young body. And in the future, he could further forge his body into a more formidable immortal sword body to withstand the pressures of divine descent. As he pondered, Lu Chen focused his thoughts and guided the dual secret method, channeling his spiritual essence and vitality through his meridians, ceaselessly condensing and refining. The spiritual energy surrounding him transitioned from a liquid state to a delicate golden essence, while golden patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin. The nascent golden elixir within him spiraled and danced, gradually increasing in size until it reached the dimensions of a fingertip. Both were perfectly rounded and translucent, exuding a pure aura with a faint golden glow. Simultaneously, dark clouds churned above the heavenly pool, hinting at the brewing of thunderous lightning, with arcs flickering ominously. This was the Calamity Cloud. With the establishment of the golden elixir, Lu Chen could initially transcend his mortal coil, extending his lifespan by several hundred years, disrupting the natural order of aging and death, thus constituting a deviation into the so-called 9 transformations of the golden elixir signifier refinement process, with each tier representing a single instance of tempering and purification. At present, the 2 golden elixirs I possess have undergone only one complete refinement. Thus their potency remains limited, a far cry from sufficient. A practitioner of even modest aptitude should aspire to at least the 3rd tier, while those exceptional talents who have firmly established their foundations often strive for the 6th tier. A golden elixir refined 6 times results in a purer essence of magical energy and a more significant enhancement of longevity. As a practitioner of the heavenly path, when I transcend to the golden elixir stage, it is imperative that I achieve the utmost perfection. I am to condense 2 golden elixirs of the 9th tier, for only then can I truly be invincible. With this thought, Lu Chen closed his eyes once more, simultaneously channeling the true fire of samadhi and the sacred water of the yellow springs, harmonizing both internal and external energies through the combined forces of water and fire, and once again refining the 2 golden elixirs within his sea of energy. After 2 rounds of refinement, his golden elixir reached the 2nd tier. Following 3 rounds, it ascended to the 3rd tier. As Lu Chen continued to refine the golden elixirs repetitively, the storm clouds above the heavenly pool surged and gathered ominously. Arcs of lightning, initially as thick as a thumb, gradually morphed into serpentine bolts as robust as an arm, continually expanding in intensity. The more formidable the golden elixir refinement, the greater the power attained, resulting in an even more substantial increase in lifespan. Correspondingly, the severity and might of the impending tribulation would also escalate. This is precisely why most individuals hesitate to undergo multiple refinements to elevate their golden elixirs tier. After all, without formidable skills and a solid foundation, what value is there in producing a 9th tier golden elixir if one cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation? Everything could be rendered null, and the practitioner might even suffer grievous injuries or face demise should the tribulation exceed their capabilities. Meanwhile, at the square before the mountain, numerous disciples of Shu Shan were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. Suddenly, they noticed ominous clouds roiling above, with thunder rumbling, and the atmosphere grew heavy, signaling an impending storm. Their expressions shifted uneasily. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous boom echoed, reminiscent of a bolt from the blue, resonating from afar. The disciples looked up, witnessing serpentine lightning coiling amidst the clouds, arcs of electricity flashing, an awe-inspiring display of celestial might that instilled trepidation. The tribulation clouds, such fearsome clouds, engulfing half the horizon. The sight was somewhat alarming. Could it be that an elder was about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Are you foolish? This is merely the cloud formation triggered during the breakthrough to the golden elixir stage. The nascent soul's thunder tribulation is far more terrifying, characterized by the divine purple lightning. Nevertheless, the scale of the golden elixir's thunderclouds is indeed a rarity. I wonder which senior brother is attempting a breakthrough. Just a few days ago, I heard that the sword enthusiast attained the golden elixir stage, yet he only managed to attract 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. Today's display likely indicates at least 4 or 5. It seems Lu Chen is about to produce another golden elixir master. 4 or 5. Take a closer look. There are already 6 bolts of lightning brewing within those tribulation clouds. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. 6 bolts of lightning. Does that not imply a 6th-tier golden elixir? Even a genius with a solid foundation would hesitate to recklessly challenge the 6th tier without formidable prowess. Who, then, is the one undergoing tribulation above the heavenly pool? The gathering storm clouds above the pool indicate that this individual is attempting a breakthrough there. Only elders and true disciples have the opportunity to enter the heavenly pool, do they not? The elders of this sect are, at the very least, of the golden core stage, and the true disciples likewise possess a minimum of golden core cultivation, the majority of whom are currently away honing their skills. Only the recently promoted 9th true disciple, Brother Lu Chen, has yet to solidify his golden core. Could it be Brother Lu? Is he on the verge of breaking through to the golden core realm so swiftly? Among the crowd, some began to deduce the identity of the one undergoing the tribulation, instantly drawing the attention and curiosity of many. In the past, Lu Chen had seized the divine sword at the sword tomb, radiating brilliance that captivated countless intersect disciples with his extraordinary talent. However, at that time, his cultivation was still modest, having only just crystallized. It is astonishing that within a mere 2 months, Lu Chen has commenced his assault on the golden core. Perhaps this is the potential of a top-tier prodigy. Brother Lu's recognition by the divine sword is indeed no stroke of luck. If it is indeed Brother Lu, then striving for a 6th-grade golden core is not beyond the realm of possibility. The disciples expressed their admiration, considering Lu Chen's unparalleled talent. Aiming for a 6th-grade golden core seems entirely reasonable. After all, among the previous 8 true disciples, aside from Gu Changsheng, who withstood an additional heavenly lightning strike due to his pure young physique, the rest were predominantly of the 6th grade. However, what they did not anticipate was that the accumulated lightning in the sky did not immediately descend. Instead, it continued to gather, and amid the roiling clouds, the 7th bolt of lightning slowly blossomed forth. Chapter 084. The arrival of the thunder tribulation. A low rumble echoed, as clouds churned like tumultuous waves, dark and oppressive, suffocating in their weight. Electricity danced, and thunder crackled. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the 7th bolt of lightning materialized. The 7th thunder tribulation was in gestation. Could it be that Brother Lu Chen was attempting to break through to the 7th grade? How formidable! The power of this 7th tribulation was more terrifying than the previous 6. Even Gu Changxing had nearly faltered under its might in the past. Brother Lu Chen, being the master of the divine sword, surely possessed talent comparable to Gu Changxing, right? His endeavor to reach the 7th grade seemed plausible. The crowd murmured in speculation. Yet, as they conversed, the 8th bolt of lightning had already begun to emerge. At this moment, all were rendered speechless. The 8th thunder tribulation, an 8th grade golden core? This was utterly unprecedented. Not only the disciples, but even many elders and the heads of the 6 peaks gazed at the 8th tribulation cloud with astonishment. An 8th grade golden core was something they had not dared to attempt in their own time. Within the Shu Mountain, only the former sect leader Qing Shu and senior brother Qin Xingfeng had, through their respective prowess, barely reached this level. Moreover, across the realm, from the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian schools to the now dwindling myriad philosophies, the number of prodigies capable of forging an 8th grade golden core was exceedingly rare. Thus, in their eyes, an 8th grade golden core was nearly tantamount to the potential of becoming a future sword deity. Should such a foundation be established, the prospect of breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be almost assured, with great hope for achieving the unity of heaven and man, possibly even attaining divine status in the sword path. Could it be that Lu Chen harbored such lofty ambitions? He aspired to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sword deity. This lad possessed quite the aspirations. Within the Sword Immortal Hall, the expression of Qing Shu remained composed, yet his gaze shifted towards the heavenly pool. Observing the 8 bolts of lightning, and he merely nodded slightly. He understood that Lu Chen was grounded in the way of heaven. With such talent, attempting to break through to an 8th grade golden core was quite reasonable. If he could transcend this tribulation, Lu Chen would indeed embody the essence of a sword deity. However, in the next instant, the clouds trembled, and a soft golden light burst forth, painting half of the sky in radiant gold. A golden bolt of lightning surged forth. The golden lightning of the golden core. That was the most powerful tribulation that could be summoned at the golden core realm. The 9th bolt. The sight of this golden illumination caused even the usually composed Qingshu to pale. A 9th-grade golden core, the caliber of a sword immortal. This lad truly harbored ambitions that soared as high as the heavens. The 9 transformations of the golden core were immensely arduous, yet he had managed to achieve it. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of being grounded in the way of heaven. The 9 refinements of the golden core, once surpassed, would render one's magical power at least tenfold greater than that of any peer, and one's lifespan could extend by a millennium. A stable golden core meant prolonged life, significantly enhancing the chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in the future. Yet, if he failed to endure this tribulation, it would all be but a fleeting illusion. Furthermore, should the 9th Thunder Tribulation prove excessively potent, even the slightest misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Qingshu furrowed his brow. His white hair billowed as he rose to his full height, approaching the window to gaze out at the sea of clouds over the heavenly pool. He was prepared to act at a moment's notice. After observing for several days, he found himself thoroughly satisfied with Lu Chen's temperament, character, and talent, increasingly valuing him and subtly regarding him as a future sword master. Such a prodigy, if lost, would be a grave loss for Mount Shu. Therefore, he had resolved that if Lu Chen were to fail in his tribulation, he would personally intervene to ensure at least his survival. While cultivation may be regained, the loss of life renders all efforts futile. The 9 Revolutions Golden Core. The 9th level Thunder Tribulation. My heavens, that is the divine thunder of golden light. A phenomenon said to exist only in legends. Senior brother Lu Chen, how astonishing you are. He dares to challenge the 9th grade of the Golden Core. How formidable. The last person to invoke the 9th level divine thunder was that bodhisattva from the Divine Grace Temple, was it not? It is said that this bodhisattva is the reincarnation of a formidable being from the Buddhist sect, having accumulated merits over 9 lifetimes. Thus able to withstand the 9th level Thunder Tribulation. Can senior brother Lu Chen endure it? If he cannot successfully transcend the tribulation, then all is in vain. It may even pose a threat to his very existence. A 9th grade Golden Core signifies the bearing of a sword immortal. If successful, senior brother Lu Chen may one day become a sword master of Mount Shu. The disciples were awestruck and shaken. In an instant, the entire sect was stirred. Countless gazes converged upon the heavenly pool, filled with anticipation, envy, and tension, all yearning to discern whether Lu Chen could indeed overcome this terrifying 9th level Thunder Tribulation. Even in the cold pond, Chen Qifeng felt a stirring, his eyes slightly opening to glance toward the heavenly pool. Yet his expression remained remarkably calm. The 9 Revolutions Golden Core indeed aspires high, but how can one comprehend the terrifying might of heaven and earth? Well, let him experience the majesty of the heavens in advance, to understand the vastness of existence and avoid following in my footsteps. With that, he closed his eyes once more. At this moment, within the heavenly pool, Lu Chen, utilizing the sacred water of the yellow springs and the true fire of Samadhi, had refined and purified his essence 9 times. In his energy sea, 2 golden cores, 1 azure and 1 crimson, had grown to the size of dove eggs. They shimmered brilliantly, occasionally revealing swirling cloud patterns that resembled talismans, wondrous beyond measure, surrounded by layers of golden sands, akin to auspicious rays of light, totaling 9 circles. Resplendent and breathtaking. The 9 Revolutions Golden Core had reached initial formation, yet to truly achieve the 9th grade Golden Core, the critical moment was now. Lu Chen lifted his gaze. Above the heavenly pool, dark clouds had completely enveloped the sky, rolling thunder flashing ominously, brewing for a long while. Poised to descend at any moment, he took a deep breath, drawing upon the abundant spiritual energy around him, adjusting himself to restore his condition to its peak. Then, he raised his hand, waving his sleeve, causing a ripple of magical energy to disperse the formation above the heavenly pool. The Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, akin to forging a weapon, necessitates enduring the thunder tribulations oneself. Each bolt of thunder must be faced without relying on external forces. To withstand even one less bolt diminishes the enhancement one receives, thereby compromising the quality of the Golden Core. Of course, one may still utilize personal magical treasures. Come, let me test just how formidable this so-called Heavenly Thunder Tribulation truly is. As he spoke, Lu Chen raised his head, stirring the 2 golden elixirs within his body, which resonated with a low hum. Boom. It seemed the formation of the golden elixirs triggered a ripple in the air. The rolling thunderclouds suddenly surged. The deep, resonant sound echoed as if the heavens themselves were beating a drum, shaking the skies. Under the intense gaze of all present, a thunderous pillar of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, abruptly pierced through the cloud layer and descended with great force. The lightning was pure and vast, carrying celestial might, burning fiercely with blinding brilliance. In an instant, it struck the heavenly pool, before the thunder even reached. The dispersing arcs of electricity had already caused the entire pool of water to boil violently, electric sparks soaring, splashing droplets like the heavenly pool itself trembled in fear. The terrifying pressure of this force, even from a considerable distance, sent a shiver through the hearts and minds of those present. Was the first thunder tribulation truly this formidable? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Typically, the golden elixir tribulation starts weak and gradually intensifies, with the first strike being the least powerful based on one's accumulated cultivation. However, they were unaware that Lu Chen had not merely refined a single golden elixir, but rather two. Thus, the intensity of this tribulation surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Merely the first bolt of lightning already bore a momentum of destruction. Yet, in the face of this terrifying heavenly might, Lu Chen remained composed, not even rising from his seated position. He simply tilted his head back and opened his mouth to exhale. The azure sword-shaped golden elixir flew above his head, enveloped in layers of golden sand, and defiantly ascended to meet the descending thunder. Chapter 085. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the lightning erupted with a ferocity that shook the heavens. Facing the formidable lightning tribulation, Lu Chen took the initiative, unleashing his sword pellet golden core. The blade's radiance whistled like a celestial rainbow, colliding with the storm of thunder. The golden core spiraled gracefully, the sword pellet vibrating as the lightning transformed into delicate arcs, hissing ominously, yet failing to harm the golden core in the slightest. Quite the contrary, it absorbed the power of the thunder, as though undergoing a process of tempering and refinement. It became more rounded and translucent, the embryonic outline of a small sword emerging vividly. To confront the lightning tribulation directly with an externalized golden core? How terrifying! Was this the strength of a golden core refined through 9 transformations? The purity of the magical energy was astounding. The first bolt of lightning could not even diminish the golden core's external energy. Below, the disciples of Mount Shu stood in stunned silence. The force of the lightning tribulation was ferocious beyond measure. Most individuals would first shield themselves with their physical bodies or magical prowess to dissipate and weaken the lightning's force before daring to draw it into their bodies for refining the golden core. Although such a method often squandered considerable power, it ensured safety. After all, a newly formed golden core was exceptionally fragile. How could it withstand the onslaught of thunder? Yet, Lu Chen was unyielding, boldly summoning the golden core sword pellet to defy the heavens and confront the celestial lightning. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also flawlessly absorbed the power of the tribulation, successfully undergoing a refinement process. This demonstrated the immense accumulation of his strength. The quality of his nascent golden core exceeded that of ordinary practitioners by leaps and bounds. The celestial lightning tribulation was not as fearsome as imagined. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, his magical energy surging around him as the sword pellet golden core hovered above his head, emitting a resonant hum, an invitation to battle. In the next moment, the thunderclouds roiled, and an even more intense column of lightning descended, crashing directly onto the golden core. A colossal sound echoed, and the lightning surged forth. The azure sword radiance spiraled like a dragon, consuming all the dissipating electric brilliance. Without a hint of surprise, Lu Chen effortlessly withstood the second bolt of lightning. The third bolt followed suit, failing to shake him in the slightest, only enhancing the brilliance and purity of the golden light above him. It was of the 3rd grade. At that moment, the thunderclouds above churned violently, seemingly enraged, with crackling sounds echoing continuously as electric arcs spread like a spider's web across the sky. 3 resounding thunderclaps erupted. 3 columns of lightning, each as thick as a thigh, came crashing down in succession. The intensity of the tribulation after the 3rd grade had evidently escalated dramatically. The notion of 3 bolts of lightning striking simultaneously was merciless. Could senior brother Lu Chen withstand this? Uncertain murmurs filled the air. Given that he dared to refine his golden core through 9 transformations, the preceding 6 bolts of lightning should pose little challenge, right? As the 3 bolts of lightning approached, Lu Chen refrained from further bravado. For prudence's sake, he withdrew the sword pellet golden core into his body. Simultaneously, the external golden core blossomed, and the vitality of his flesh surged outward. Golden patterns emerging upon his skin's surface. Layers of luminous runes flickered. These were the golden body talismans empowered by the secret method of the character Ling. This reinforced the strength of his physical body. With an imperishable golden body, immune to all forms of assault, even in the face of the lightning tribulation. I shall fear it not. Lu Chen struck the ground with both hands, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of gold and iron. In an instant, he leapt into the air, standing upright like a golden-bodied arhat, subduing dragons and tigers, unwavering as he faced the heavens. With iron fists swirling, he unleashed a flurry of 3 punches towards the descending lightning. The force of his blows surged, casting forth golden radiance like a rushing river. His fists blazed like the sun, radiating an immense brilliance that caused the celestial lake to tremble and the mountains to shudder. The air was pierced by 3 resounding explosions. Lu Chen resembled an ancient god of war, as with his 3 punches, he forcefully extinguished the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. At that moment, he was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, his vital energy burning like fire, with pure young energy roiling within him. Resembling the scorching sun as he refined and absorbed the dissipating brilliance of the lightning, transforming it into sustenance for his corporeal form. He had reached the 6th grade. It was terrifying. He had directly used the strength of his physical being to vanquish 3 bolts of heavenly calamity. His physical prowess was astonishing. My heavens! Those unaware might mistakenly believe that Brother Lu Chen was following the external path of the Golden Core. For the intensity of his corporeal form could rival that of the Buddhist's perfected golden body. To effortlessly withstand the 6-fold tribulation was likely the swiftest breakthrough in the history of Mount Shu. However, it was premature to rejoice. The true trial was just beginning. The onlookers gasped in awe. Their limited understanding prevented them from discerning Lu Chen's external golden core cultivation. In fact, no one even considered this possibility. After all, the dual golden core technique was exceedingly rare. They had never even heard of it. Lu Chen had evidently summoned the sword pill golden core earlier, leading them to assume that his physical training was merely supplementary. Even Qing Su, the sage of the Sword Immortal Palace, did not entertain this notion, believing instead that Lu Chen had acquired such physical strength due to an earlier fortuitous encounter where he refined the relics of the late elder from Han Mountain Temple, but not through genuine external golden core cultivation. After all, even he had never witnessed the dual golden core technique. When Xiang Ao was rampant across the world, Qing Su had only just begun his training and had not yet descended the mountain. Beyond the 6th grade, the intensity of the heavenly tribulation would reach its zenith. The remaining 3 bolts were fraught with peril, each one a treacherous gateway of doom. A moment's carelessness could undo all previous efforts. While contemplating this, Qing Su had already discreetly begun to channel his magical energy, poised to provide aid at any moment. Thunder rumbled ominously, growing louder, as if the deities themselves were unleashing their wrath. A massive pillar of lightning descended, resembling a colossal serpent, connecting heaven and earth. This was the 7th bolt of heavenly tribulation. Its might surpassed that of the previous 3 combined. In an instant, Lu Chen's form was engulfed by the lightning. The terrifying force enveloping him entirely, the flickering bolts of lightning slashed like blades and blazed like fire, relentlessly eroding the golden energy that surrounded him. The surface of his skin, gleaming with golden light, cracked open with deep gashes, resembling a parched earth, as pale golden droplets of blood seeped forth, only to be instantly obliterated by the lightning. What a terrifying power! At that moment, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. The 7th bolt of heavenly tribulation was overwhelmingly fearsome, far exceeding all prior tribulations. Moreover, as he possessed the dual golden core, the intensity of this tribulation was even more formidable. For a moment, even the Buddhist golden body seemed to struggle under the weight of this formidable force. Lu Chen could only exert every ounce of his strength to activate the golden elixir within, shrouding his vital points with the protective aura of golden energy. The Yellow Springs diagram reverberated with a resonant hum as the waters of the Yellow Springs encircled him, thwarting the oncoming lightning. Simultaneously, a magnificent sword energy surged forth from his chest, manifesting as a visible pillar of golden light. His current magical power had undergone a significant transformation. By channeling this noble sword energy, its might naturally intensified. Each strand of sword energy was imbued with the golden essence, radiating brilliance. At this moment, he resembled a sage of the Confucian school, embodying the righteous spirit of the heavens and earth, gazing defiantly through the annals of time. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to cave in, the righteousness of humanity would endure. With a resolute spirit perpetually residing within, he would not bow to celestial retribution. The onlookers beheld the golden pillar of light growing ever more resplendent, impervious to the thunderous strikes of heaven. Lu Chen successfully withstood the 7th tribulation of lightning, but then suddenly raised his head. He perceived an even more fearsome thunderstorm, fully brewing and poised to descend. At that moment, he had nearly exhausted all his means. The remaining true fire of Samadhi was ill-suited for defense, and invoking the divine descent at such a juncture would only exacerbate his burdens. Should the eighth bolt of heavenly lightning strike, he feared he would be unable to withstand it. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. To strike was to defend. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen summoned the Taya Divine Sword, gripping its hilt as he stirred the river of sword energy surrounding him, causing his entire magical power to surge forth. The essence of the great river of sword intent. With a single horizontal slash, the waters of the yellow springs surged upwards, creating a tumultuous wave. The entire heavenly pool was set into motion, as countless spirit liquids, transformed from spiritual energy, were drawn into the sword light, cascading forth like the waters of the Milky Way, erupting into furious dragons and wild serpents leaping from the depths. Chapter 86, The Majesty of Heaven. Not to be offended, the eighth thunder tribulation was exceedingly terrifying. Lu Chen pondered that he lacked the confidence to withstand it. Thus he resolved to adopt an offensive strategy, directly invoking the essence of the great river sword intent, summoning the waters of the heavenly pool to transform into a dragon. In truth, Lu Chen had only just managed to grasp the great river sword intent, without truly comprehending its profound essence. Consequently, the effects he had previously manifested were not as formidable as he had envisioned. At this moment, with the might of the waters from the yellow springs and the spirit liquid of the heavenly pool, he unleashed a full-force strike. The sword light resembling a dragon coursing through the heavens, finally embodying a glimpse of the great river sword intent. Boom! The dragon soared into the sky, the sword aura stretching like a river across the horizon, opening its gaping maw to engulf the descending lightning, roaring fiercely as electric arcs wove through the air. The explosion followed, radiating blinding brilliance that obscured vision. Then came the sound of rushing water, akin to a torrential downpour. As the water dragon and sword river shattered and scattered, while the terrifying pillar of lightning disintegrated under the impact of the sword intent, the golden light enveloping Lu Chen grew increasingly resplendent, the golden core within him resonating, with 8 circles of mana shimmering around him like auspicious celestial garments. He had withstood it. The 8th level of the Thunder Tribulation, a golden core of the 8th grade, truly a gift befitting a sword god. This was more than sufficient. An 8th grade golden core was enough to stand proudly among the contemporary figures of Mount Shu. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but feel exhilarated. To withstand the 8th thunderbolt was simply extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Chen had genuinely acquired qualities rivaling that of a sword god, a height that countless others could only dream of. As for the looming 9th Thunder Tribulation, it was no longer something an ordinary cultivator could endure. This lad, it is astonishing that he can truly withstand the 8th Thunder Tribulation, achieving an 8th grade golden core, remarkable indeed. Yet, the final Thunder Tribulation would be insurmountable. That last sword strike had already summoned the sword intent and borrowed the power of the heavenly pool, barely managing to hold it back. He had reached the limits of his strength and could not continue any further. Such a prodigy must not perish beneath the Thunder Tribulation. It would be wise to retreat and allow the sect leader to intervene and shield him from this final strike of heavenly wrath. Though it was somewhat regrettable, it was far better than risking complete failure. At this moment, the head of the 6 Peaks could not help but speak up. To shield another from the Thunder Tribulation incurs a tremendous cost. The intensity of the tribulation would escalate in accordance with the strength of the one intervening. A perilous gamble indeed. Even they would not dare to intervene casually. However, should the sect leader step in, it should not pose any significant issue to withstand a single bolt of lightning. An 8th grade golden core is exceedingly rare. Preserving Lu Chen could potentially yield another sword god for Mount Shu's future. For this reason, even if it entails some sacrifice, it is worth the cost. Lu Chen, can you still endure? If you find yourself unable, do not push beyond your limits. An 8th turn golden core already possesses boundless potential. At this moment, within the Sword Immortal Hall, the esteemed Qingshu Jinren also voiced his thoughts. In fact, he had already prepared to take action. With his current strength, even if it provoked the wrath of heaven and earth, he was confident in his ability to withstand the final bolt of golden lightning. Yet, in this moment, Lu Chen found himself deprived of the most crucial golden thunderous tempering, stalling at the 8th rank. He realized that in this lifetime, he would have no opportunity to reach the 9th rank's pinnacle. This was evidently not his desire. Having strived so hard to arrive at this juncture, merely a step away from his goal, he felt an unwillingness to surrender now. Shaking his head, Lu Chen gazed at the final expanse of resplendent golden thunderclouds, his eyes resolute. Should he take this step, he would become an unparalleled dual ninth-grade golden core, truly invincible within the same realm. Yet, retreating would only seed fear in his heart. With his unparalleled sword heart tarnished, how could he ever aspire to the zenith of swordsmanship again? The distinction between the 8th and ninth ranks, though seemingly a mere thread, was indeed a chasm of cosmic proportions. I appreciate the kind intentions of the sect leader. Yet I wish to test my own limits, he declared. With that, Lu Chen propelled himself forward, the celestial pool roiling. The essence of the great river's sword intent rising in tumultuous waves, transforming into a torrent of sword light. He surged forth to meet the descending golden divine lightning, his sword radiating brilliance as it cleaved directly toward the heavens. However, as he ascended into the air, he was immediately enveloped by a terrifying pressure. His body froze in that instant, the great river shattering, his sword intent dimming. It felt as though his entire being was ensnared in a frigid grasp. The golden lightning surged toward him like a boundless ocean, overwhelming him in an instant. Lu Chen felt his body stiffen in agony. The majesty of heaven was overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to an unseen mountain pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. The golden lightning was ferocious beyond measure, relentlessly compressing him as if he were a grain caught in a millstone, his magical radiance fracturing, his flesh tearing. Even the golden core within his vital sea showed signs of fissures, as if he were being obliterated from within. How powerful! Was this the true might of heaven and earth? Lu Chen's expression shifted. This golden divine lightning was unlike any tribulation he had faced before. It bore the weight of celestial authority, striking directly at his spirit. Should one lack steadfast cultivation, they would be crushed, their will extinguished before even engaging. Even Lu Chen, bolstered by his supreme sword heart, could only barely withstand, unable to break free. He could only watch as he was swallowed by the lightning, gradually being worn away and destroyed. If he could not endure this trial, he risked perishing within the golden thunder, his life extinguished. The majesty of heaven was not to be trifled with. How could a mortal contend with the heavens for their life? Even if one achieved the golden core, they must bow to the heavens. This thought sprouted within him like a seed of fear, quickly taking root and blossoming in his heart, creating a fissure in his already precarious mental defenses. The world around him faded into oblivion, leaving only an infinite expanse of golden light. Within the tempest of thunder, a transcendent presence loomed beyond the ninth heavens, gazing down upon the earth, mocking his audacity. His sword intent flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. In this dire moment, he relied solely on his sword intent to channel the power of the celestial pool, barely sustaining himself. Should that sword intent be snuffed out, he would instantly be reduced to naught but bones. Remaining steadfast in the face of danger, he clung to his unwavering heart. In this critical moment, Lu Chen swiftly summoned the true word rune of Lin to steady his heart. At this juncture, he had completely mastered this rune, thus enhancing its efficacy and calming his spirit beyond previous capabilities, firmly anchoring his sword intent. Concurrently, a thunderous roar erupted from the Yellow Springs diagram, as another stream of yellow spring water gushed forth, transforming into a dragon-like creature. Simultaneously, the true fire of Samadhi manifested, entwining around half of his body, forming a protective shield of water and fire, thereby barely withstanding the onslaught of the golden lightning. This ninth layer of golden divine thunder was exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, I possess ample means. Survival should not be a concern. Lu Chen stabilized his stance, gazing at the surging sea of thunder. Even at this moment, he still had options. With the water fire shield, retreating would prompt the clear void real man to intervene, shielding him from the subsequent lightning strikes, thereby preserving his life and cultivation. But would he truly be content with such an outcome? Observing the face within the lightning that seemed to mock him, Lu Chen felt a wave of irritation. He could hardly tolerate that haughty demeanor. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and the one-stem sword intent reignited fiercely. The Teia divine sword, sensing this surge of battle spirit, trembled violently as the previously restrained malevolent aura erupted forth in that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for not fearing the divine might. The battle intent has triggered a resonance with Teia, increasing the sword's compatibility by 1. Chapter 87. The Golden Core. The Golden Core golden divine lightning erupted, its terrifying might overwhelming. At this moment, the entire sky above the heavenly pool was drowned in golden thunder, its oppressive aura radiating outward, unleashing waves of destructive energy. The Shu Mountain disciples watching from afar could not help but tremble with fear. Such divine wrath of heaven and earth was beyond mortal resistance. Instinctively, they retreated, their hearts devoid of any thought of defiance. Yet Lu Chen charged headlong into the tribulation. Just as he had faced the wrath of Tai Yi in the past, unyielding, undaunted. Pressing forward without hesitation. Once more, the onlookers were filled with admiration and reverence. However, the fury of heaven and earth was too terrifying. In the instant Lu Chen surged forward, they saw him utterly suppressed, his sword river shattered, his sword intent dimmed, completely overwhelmed by the divine might. Youthful courage and ambition are commendable, but this ninth-tier golden divine lightning is no trifling matter. Even I dared not attempt it in my prime. Lu Chen, Lu Chen, you are still too impulsive. Within the Sword Immortal Hall, the clear void true man shook his head, seeing Lu Chen falter within the golden thunder sea. He knew the young man might not withstand this trial. Raising his hand, ripples of mana surged behind him as the radiant glow of a star-studded divine sword slowly emerged. He was already preparing to intervene, but at that very moment, suddenly, a resonant sword cry pierced through the sea of thunder. At first, it was as faint as the hum of a cicada. Then, it swelled into a deafening roar, powerful, resonant, like the heartbeat of a titan, the thunder of war drums. It even seemed to drown out the celestial thunder above. The next instant, a razor-sharp killing intent erupted skyward, like towering waves churning within the golden thunder sea, stirring up towering arcs of lightning. This was the resonance of Tai. The clear void true man froze, his face alight with astonishment. Divine swords possess spirits, unlike ordinary magical artifacts or flying swords. Gaining its acknowledgement was merely the first step, proof that one could wield it. But to unleash its true power, one must resonate with the sword. Only then could heart and blade become one, achieving a fleeting unity of man and weapon. Yet Tai's sword spirit had suffered irreversible damage in that ancient battle, its consciousness lost. Abandoned in the sword mound, it had wailed in sorrow for a century. By all logic, it should have been impossible for it to resonate with anyone again. How had Lu Chen accomplished this? The sword's cry echoed across Shu Mountain. It also stirred Chen Qi foamed beneath the icy pool of the rear mountain. Once more, his eyes opened. Ripples spread across the tranquil lake surface, mirroring the turbulence in his heart. This sword cry, this battle intent. For a moment, Chen Qi foam seemed lost in thought, as if seeing his former self. Back then, he too had been fearless. Yet in the end, had he not become a wretch too afraid to even grip a sword? He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile. Still, he did not close his eyes again, merely gazing toward the heavenly pool in the distance. After 100 years, is Tai still as sharp? The sword trembled, its blade quivering like the wings of a cicada. Lu Chen felt as though the Taya divine sword in his hand had come to life. Previously, although he could wield the sword, he had never truly unleashed its power, relying solely on its sharp material to vanquish foes. He had experienced the overwhelming malevolence and divine might that he had felt in the sword tomb. Lu Chen had initially believed that his low cultivation level hindered him from mastering the divine sword. It was only at this moment that he realized the sword had not genuinely acknowledged him from the depths of its essence. Now, stirred by his martial intent, a faint resonance had occurred, allowing him a brief synergy with the sword, achieving a subtle state of unity between man and blade. Do you too feel the unwillingness? Lu Chen caressed the sword's body, sensing an infinite killing intent surging forth. It was an emotion he could not comprehend. Perhaps it was due to the fragmented spirit of the Taya sword that it could not convey its sentiments with precision. Or perhaps he simply could not fathom the trials it had endured. Yet, none of this impeded their shared martial fervor at this moment. Since he desired battle, let it shatter the shackles of mortality and forge an immortal golden elixir. With a roar, Lu Chen rose with the sword. The Taya divine sword hummed in his grasp. Seemingly attuned to his breath, moving as if it were an extension of his own body, thoughts intertwined. An overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted forth. Lethal intent sharp as a blade, yet it would no longer harm him in the slightest. With a thunderous boom, the sea of thunder surged, its endless radiance engulfed by the malevolent energy. Lu Chen stepped forth, the light of the sword arcing upward like a celestial river, akin to a startled swan soaring through the sky. A resounding crash echoed as the thunderous sea shattered, terrifying sword energy shooting into the heavens, cleaving the column of lightning in twain, as if the entire sky had been carved asunder. Blinding light radiated in all directions, rendering it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. When the onlookers could refocus their gazes, the ominous clouds above had dissipated, leaving only Lu Chen, sword in hand, floating above the celestial pool, surrounded by resplendent golden light. The ninefold magical essence swirled behind him, resembling an auspicious omen, or perhaps the spiraling edge of a sword. Utterly marvelous. His aura was formidable and enduring, his magical power pure and vast. He appeared as a radiant sun, resplendent and commanding. Has he succeeded? The 9-grade golden elixir. Brother Lu Chen has successfully broken through and refined the 9-grade golden elixir. How powerful. Such a martial demeanor. His future is limitless. While envy flickered within them, they recognized that even with his innate talent, they could scarcely reach such heights. It was a strength so formidable that it stifled jealousy, leaving only admiration. Below, countless disciples of Mount Shu were awestruck by the scene, expressing their heartfelt admiration. The 9-grade golden elixir was beyond their wildest dreams. Even the previous 8 true disciples, the strongest among them, Gu Changsheng, had only broken through to the 7th grade, with the 8th grade being a mere fantasy. Yet now, Lu Chen had directly succeeded in refining the most powerful 9-grade golden elixir. He was simply invincible. Within the same realm, it was unlikely that anyone could rival him. Finally, he had achieved it. The dual-birth 9-grade golden elixir. Lu Chen gazed at the 2 brilliant golden elixirs swirling within him, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. This breakthrough had proven to be even more perilous than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the resonant awakening of Viteya at the last moment, I might have faced failure, and even if I had preserved my life, I would have only attained the 8th rank, a significant disparity. Now, having successfully transcended, I have forged an external golden body with my essence and blood, elevating both my power and defenses to a new echelon. The sword pill has further refined my entire magical energy through 9 transformative processes, rendering it more profound and pure, thereby amplifying the potency of all my divine arts and spells. At this moment, I can affirm that within the realm of golden elixirs, I am unequivocally invincible, be it mid-phase or peak-phase golden elixir practitioners. As long as there are no transcendent nascent souls, regardless of any prodigious talents or reincarnated celestial beings, none could rival me at this level. This is the confidence and foundation bestowed by the dual-born 9th grade golden elixir. However, I have only just broken through. I still need to acclimate to this newfound power and nurture it for a while before I can truly embody invincibility, acclimating to my strength. It just so happens that the day of my duel with Zhou Ping has arrived. Today, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, presents a splendid opportunity. Though I wonder if he still harbors the will to fight at this very moment. With this thought, I turn my gaze towards the crowd below. My eyes sharp as lightning, swiftly locking on to an unremarkable young man amidst the throng. Zhou Ping, I have now transcended to the realm of golden elixirs. Do you still wish to engage in battle? Chapter 088. Thousands of flying swords, yet not as close as 3 feet before me. Zhou Ping? Who is that? I have never heard of such a name. Who could he possibly be to warrant a direct mention from senior brother Lu Chen? He must be an extraordinary talent, surely? I am not certain. This name does not ring a bell. Zhou Ping. I believe I have a vague recollection. Wasn't he the sword enthusiast? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the crowd of disciples began to murmur in confusion. As they glanced around, a rather unremarkable young man stepped forward from the throng. Once the crowd recognized his face, they were struck with realization. It truly is the sword enthusiast, the very individual who has relentlessly challenged the Teia for the past decade. So, his name is Zhou Ping. This fellow, wasn't his talent considered rather mediocre? How could he have achieved the golden core realm so early? What does it mean that senior brother Lu Chen has called upon him? It seems there may have been some prior agreement between them. The crowd continued to speculate. Unaware of the duel, Zhou Ping had once proposed to Lu Chen. At that moment, Zhou Ping stepped forth and bowed respectfully at the foot of the heavenly pool. Congratulations, senior brother, on successfully transcending the tribulation and refining the 9-grade eternal golden core. Setting aside all else, this young man truly exhibited impeccable manners. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and gestured for him to rise, saying, 3 days prior, I promised you that once I attained the golden core, I would engage you in a fair battle with the Teia Divine Sword to fulfill your long-held wish. Now that I have achieved the golden core, it is time to honor that promise. The crowd, upon hearing this, began to grasp the situation and whispered among themselves. Zhou Ping dares to challenge senior brother Lu Chen? Is this not courting death? His talent has always been mediocre. During his foundation-building days, he struggled, and his performance within the sect has been unremarkable. With no mastery over any formidable techniques or sword arts, save for a singular mountain-moving sword technique. In stark contrast, Lu Chen possesses at least a solid foundation, wields a divine sword, and has a pure sword heart, unparalleled in talent. Now, he has withstood 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, coalescing an unprecedented 9-grade golden core, radiating brilliance. Even among those of the same golden core realm, few would dare to contend against him, I dare say. Zhou Ping, having merely stumbled upon the lowest tier of golden core, how could he possibly have the audacity? What baffles the crowd further is that, given Lu Chen's stature. He could have easily dismissed such an insignificant provocation, yet he has agreed. This seems to be a display intended to suppress Zhou Ping before everyone. An intriguing spectacle awaits. Yet, many shrugged it off, shaking their heads. Just moments ago, the thunder roared ominously, a fearsome spectacle. Senior brother Lu Chen, summoning the resonance of his divine sword, cleaved through the thunder. What mortal would not tremble before such prowess? Now that he has attained the 9-grade golden core, his powers have ascended even further. Zhou Ping may lack the courage to even strike a blow. Their whispers were soft, yet Zhou Ping heard every word clearly. His expression remained placid, devoid of any reaction, as if he had been hearing such remarks for 10 long years. Each time during the sword presentation ceremony, there would be those who mocked his ambition, deeming him a mere showman. But none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that he had never given up, even in his ordinariness. He would not resign himself to mediocrity. The senior brother, endowed with immense powers and boundless magical abilities, has now transcended to refine a 9th-grade golden elixir. Within the same realm, it is likely that few would be able to rival him. I possess a clear understanding of my own limitations. This is not an attempt to challenge my senior brother's authority, but rather a desire to personally experience the might of the divine sword, fulfilling a long-held wish. It is a rare honor that my senior brother is willing to oblige, and the outcome of this encounter is of little significance. Zhou Ping spoke with a smile. He then raised his hand and retrieved a weathered wooden sword from his sleeve. This was an utterly ordinary wooden sword, the very type that disciples of Mount Shu receive upon their initial entry, meant for practicing fundamental sword techniques. Every practitioner, after refining their qi, would be allocated a magical flying sword. Yet, Zhou Ping had always held onto this wooden sword. The myriad scars upon it chronicled his 13 years at Mount Shu. This wooden sword has accompanied me since the day I began my cultivation. Today, wielding it to challenge my senior brother's divine sword is indeed an honor, he declared. With that, he lifted the sword, and his robes billowed slightly. There was no eruption of magical energy or dazzling golden light, as one might expect. Instead, his demeanor was as unremarkable as the sword he wielded. Yet, with every step he took, sword energy emanated from beneath his feet, forming a staircase that led him towards the celestial pool atop the mountain. What pure sword energy! Although Zhou Ping's aptitude for cultivation was not exceptional, he appeared to possess a unique understanding of swordsmanship. This display of sword energy in the air, while I could barely manage with 3 times the magical power, he executed with such ease, all while contending with the oppressive aura emanating from senior brother Lu Chen. Remarkable! The onlookers below, witnessing Zhou Ping ascend with his sword, could not help but express their admiration. In their eyes, the mockery and disdain had vanished. To be candid, faced with a prodigy like Lu Chen, they would struggle to muster any fighting spirit. For Zhou Ping to ascend with his sword, given his talents, was indeed commendable. Indeed, you have not lost the courage to strike against my current oppressive aura, which speaks volumes of your unwavering sword heart. Above the celestial pool, Lu Chen observed Zhou Ping approach with his sword and could not help but nod slightly. Although this individual's innate talent was mediocre, his tenacity and resolve were commendable. He had not misjudged him. Should he resolve his inner turmoil, a promising future awaited. If he could further find a way to win his allegiance, he might become a valuable ally in his future endeavors to govern Mount Shu. With this thought, Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, channeling his magical energy to summon the Teia's sword, which merely floated above his head without immediate action. He wished to see just how much skill Zhou Ping truly possessed. Senior brother, I beg your forgiveness. As he spoke, Zhou Ping had already soared forward, extending the wooden sword before him. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths, especially considering the advantage of Lu Chen's divine sword. Should his opponent strike, he could only defend himself, perhaps not even have the chance to counterattack. Thus, he had to initiate the engagement first. Unlike the flying swords practiced by other disciples of Mount Shu, Zhou Ping's set of mountain-moving sword techniques resembled the sword moves of the mundane martial world. They appeared rather unremarkable, devoid of intricate variations. Consisting solely of sweeping and this seemingly ordinary sword technique has been cultivated by him to embody a certain essence of simplicity and authenticity. The wooden sword, infused with magical power, cleaves through the air, devoid of any dazzling sword light or aura. Yet, it has managed to diminish the protective golden light surrounding Lu Chen by a significant margin. If one were to liken Lu Chen's current magical golden light to an immovable and towering mountain, then Zhou Ping's sword resembles the shovel wielded by the legendary foolish old man, gradually and persistently eroding the majestic peak, systematically dismantling the continuous brilliance of magical energy. The art is deceptively simple, yet this swordplay possesses an undeniable profundity. Countless flying swords pale in comparison to the 3 feet before oneself. It appears that Zhou Ping adheres to the most primal and pure form of the sword path. Intriguing indeed. With a single stroke, he transforms decay into the miraculous. In the distance, the leader of the 6 peaks, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Initially, they believed Zhou Ping was entirely unqualified to contend with Lu Chen. However, with this stroke of his sword, demonstrating exquisite technique to dissipate Lu Chen's profound magical energy. Should he manage to close the distance of 3 feet, perhaps a miracle could indeed unfold. Chapter 089. The Wooden Sword and the Divine Sword. The primitive swordplay of close combat, as Zhou Ping wielded his sword in a sweeping arc. Lu Chen could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. In terms of magical prowess, innate talent, accumulation of experience, and techniques, Zhou Ping was worlds apart from him. Yet, employing this formidable mountain-displacing sword technique, he managed to unravel his own magical aura, which was starkly different from the flamboyant elegance of flying sword techniques. Zhou Ping's swordsmanship was more unadorned and pure. At that moment, Zhou Ping resembled an indomitable assassin, advancing with his sword, the radiance of his blade dispelling all obstacles. Solely intent on entering within 3 feet. Once within this range, his combative sword skills would unleash their utmost might. The mountain-displacing technique could penetrate even the most formidable physical defenses. This fellow possesses intriguing capabilities. Lu Chen noted, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He had devoted himself to the traditional Shushan method of flying sword mastery, excelling in mid to long-range assaults, yet had inadvertently neglected the most elemental form of close combat. Perhaps he could learn from this encounter to enhance his own swordsmanship. Lost in thought, Lu Chen felt the magical golden sand before him being cleaved apart as Zhou Ping closed the distance. His sword, its brilliance subdued, emitted not even a whisper. Be wary. Senior brother. Zhou Ping broke through Lu Chen's outer layer of protective golden light, descending upon him like a fierce tiger. His swordplay grew markedly more ferocious. Lu Chen, however, remained unperturbed. With a slight smile, he deftly pivoted on his toes, evading the sweeping strike. He then brought his palm down gently. Boom! The force surged forth like a tidal wave, a torrent of magical golden sand crashing down, as if a celestial river or a waterfall had been unleashed. Zhou Ping felt an immediate surge of pressure. Lu Chen's magical energy was overwhelmingly potent. Even a casual strike left him breathless. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping's wooden sword transformed into a dark glow. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a rapid succession of 12 strikes. The brilliance of his sword erupted, and the river of magical energy appeared to fracture in midair. Zhou Ping lunged forward, weaving through the shattered brilliance of magical energy, relentlessly advancing. How formidable! This mountain-displacing sword technique possesses such immense power? Good heavens, he can actually shatter the river of magical energy unleashed by senior brother Lu Chen? Zhou Ping, it seems, is far stronger than I had imagined. The moniker of sword enthusiast, once a jest at his expense, now seemed fitting. His immersion in swordplay surpassed that of anyone present, making the title rather apparent. The gathered disciples, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their admiration. Lu Chen, a paragon of excellence, a 9th-grade Golden Core practitioner. Though that previous strike had been casual, it was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Zhou Ping's ability to counter that blow was a testament to his prowess. No disciple from Shushan dared to underestimate him anymore. The perilous nature of swordplay rendered victory or demise a mere heartbeat away. Zhou Ping had breached senior brother Lu Chen's outer defenses. Perhaps there truly existed an opportunity. No, there is no opportunity. Look, as they spoke, the situation on the field had already shifted. Zhou Ping's 12 consecutive strikes had cleaved through the river of magical energy, and he surged forward, poised to unleash his most powerful strike, thrusting fiercely towards Lu Chen. This sword possesses the power to determine victory and defeat, as well as to sever life from death. It is the culmination of his utmost effort, the result of all his endeavors to seize this opportunity and distance. He is convinced that, within this range, his all-out strike, even if it fails to wound Lu Chen, will nonetheless compel him to exert his full strength. Senior brother, allow me to witness the true might of the divine sword, he declares as the wooden sword pierces through layers of golden light, poised to slice the hem of Lu Chen's garment. Just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly envelopes the surroundings. The air feels as though it has solidified, and Zhou Ping's sword halts mid-air. No matter how he exerts himself, he cannot advance even an inch. A torrent of vital energy surges, akin to a searing flame, scorching his arm and urging him to relinquish the sword. How could this be? A flicker of astonishment flashes in Zhou Ping's eyes. He had presumed that by closing the distance to Lu Chen, he could suppress him with the ferocity of the mountain-moving sword technique. Yet, the reality proved otherwise. The vital energy emanating from Lu Chen surged, creating a protective torrent around his body, its intensity far surpassing that of any magical force. Thus, Zhou Ping's sword felt as if it were thrust against a mountain of gold, making any further advance impossible. The mountain-moving technique indeed has the capacity to neutralize forces exceeding one's own. But what if this mountain far exceeds the limit? Zhou Ping perceived Lu Chen before him as an immovable, towering mountain, unmovable, unassailable, and utterly impervious. Instead, he found himself subjugated by the formidable pressure, unable to advance or retreat. Forced to watch as Lu Chen extended his hand. Amidst the swirling magical energy, a finger, as white as jade, emerged, performing no ostentatious gesture, merely lightly tapping the air. With a soft pop, the surrounding atmosphere rippled, akin to a tranquil lake being disturbed. In the next instant, the Taya divine sword suspended above him trembled violently, whistling down, enveloping him in a torrent of sword light, its murderous aura akin to a dragon. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping was submerged in its intensity. His eyes widened, frozen in place, his mind rendered blank. All his fighting spirit was shattered in an instant by the overwhelming sword intent. Lu Chen's sword was too powerful, so powerful that he could not even muster the will to resist. Truly, how formidable! Zhou Ping let out a bitter laugh, the thought barely forming in his mind. The wooden sword in his grasp could no longer withstand this terrifying sword intent, and with a crack, it splintered into two pieces. Yet, he did not relinquish the remnants of the broken sword, maintaining his stance, patiently awaiting the impending strike. To perish beneath the Taya sword would, at least, offer him a sense of closure. However, the whistling sword energy abruptly dissipated. The long-awaited, cold blade did not descend. The Taya divine sword halted mere inches from his brow, vibrating with a resonant hum, radiating brilliant light. This. Zhou Ping opened his eyes, gazing at the divine sword so near. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he beheld the Taya from such proximity. He understood that Lu Chen had shown him mercy. Otherwise, with this strike, my demise is assured. The might of the divine sword is indeed formidable. How could my humble wooden sword possibly compare? Senior brother, I have been defeated, and I submit, both in heart and in word. He forced a bitter smile. The divine sword and the wooden sword he spoke of did not refer to the Taya, but rather represented himself and Lu Chen. This battle was not merely an opportunity for him to witness the might of the Taya divine sword. Rather, it was a chance to see for himself the vast chasm between his own ordinariness and Lu Chen's extraordinary genius after exhausting all his efforts. He believed that through his diligence, he could bridge this gap. Even if he could not emerge victorious, at the very least, he would not fall too far behind. However, reality proved otherwise. The disparity between himself and Lu Chen was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Even if he wielded the Taya, could he truly claim victory? In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ping felt as though something within him was on the verge of shattering. This was dire. If he did not grasp the balance of this strike, he must not allow his heart to crumble. Lu Chen keenly sensed the shift in his emotions, his expression subtly changing. He promptly spoke. In truth, there is no divine sword or wooden sword. Rewind 800 years, and the Taya was merely a common iron, conversely. Your wooden sword, in the future, may very well become a divine sword. All of this depends solely on you. Divine sword? Wooden sword? Zhou Ping was struck dumb for a long while upon hearing these words. He lifted his gaze to the Taya, so close at hand, and then lowered it to the half-broken wooden sword in his grasp. Memories flooded back, reminding him that while the divine sword was indeed sharp, it was this very wooden sword that had accompanied him through to the end of his battles. It turned out that what he truly desired had never been the Taya. In that moment, Zhou Ping experienced an epiphany and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The disciples below, hearing his exuberant laughter, could not help but frown. This fellow, who had exerted every ounce of his strength in a strike that Lu Chen had effortlessly dismantled, nearly leading to his demise, how could he still laugh? Was he perhaps losing his mind? Yet, in the next instant, Zhou Ping took a step back, straightened his posture, and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Thank you, senior brother, for unraveling my heart's knot. I, Zhou Ping, am but a humble being, and I shall forever remember your kindness and this bond. With that, he bowed deeply, reverently 3 times. Rising again, the extinguished light of his sword reignited, shining brilliantly, as if shed of its former restraint, becoming dazzling and sharp. like a sword drawn from its sheath. Witnessing this, Lu Chen understood that he had indeed resolved his inner turmoil, experiencing a true transformation. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for enlightening Zhou Ping and helping him resolve his inner conflict. Causal Bond 1. Swordsmanship Comprehension 1. A causal bond? It seems I have not misjudged him. Zhou Ping is destined for greatness in the future. With this causal bond established, winning him over is merely a matter of time. As for the enhancement in swordsmanship comprehension, that is indeed an unexpected delight. Chapter 90. Gratitude for one's origins. The heart of a child from Zhou Ping ascending the mountain with his sword to Lu Chen subduing him with a single finger, though it seemed like an eternity. It had transpired in the blink of an eye. One moment, the crowd was marveling at Zhou Ping's swordsmanship. The next, the victor had already been decided. It was not that Zhou Ping was weak. Rather, Lu Chen was simply terrifying. Be it spiritual power, physical prowess, accumulated experience, or mystical techniques, Lu Chen had no discernible weaknesses. Even in swordsmanship, he far surpassed Zhou Ping. With an unparalleled sword heart, the great river sword intent, and the divine sword Tai resonating with him, Zhou Ping's defeat seemed almost inevitable. Yet after his victory, Lu Chen did not humiliate or suppress Zhou Ping as many had anticipated. Instead, he awakened him, stabilizing his precarious sword heart and preserving a prodigious talent for the Shu Mountain sect. Such magnanimity left every disciple present in awe. If the sword-bestowing ceremony had won them over with Lu Chen's talent and courage, today, witnessing his Invincible might after breaking through his limits, they revered him for his strength and nobility. Not only the ordinary disciples but even the Golden Core elders present wore expressions of reverence. Their vision was broader, and thus they understood all too well the terrifying nature of a 9th-grade Golden Core. What Lu Chen had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet it was already beyond the reach of ordinary Golden Core cultivators. Even among those present, some had reached the mid or late stages of Golden Core cultivation, yet none dared compare themselves to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, the 6 peak masters observed Lu Chen hovering in midair and nodded faintly. This young man has truly come into his own. A 9th-grade Golden Core, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. In terms of potential alone, he stands as Shu Mountain's foremost genius. Boundless potential, unrivaled combat prowess, and a rare, expansive heart. This boy knows how to win people over. With his current reputation and strength among the 9 true disciples, only Gu Changxing might rival him. That remains uncertain. The 8 true disciples have been away for years, training. Some may already be on the verge of breaking through to nascent soul. They may not bow to Lu Chen. A 9th-grade Golden Core is indeed unmatched. But it is still just a Golden Core. In the end, it all depends on his future cultivation. Elder Kaiyang, your treasured disciple is truly in danger now. Changxing may only be a 7th-grade Golden Core, but after years of training, he will undoubtedly reach nascent soul by the time of the Sword Sun selection. He may not necessarily lose. Regardless, the younger generation of Shu Mountain is flourishing. This is a blessing. After the devastation of the calamity a century ago, it is time for us to. The deities still watch over us, elder brother. Choose your words carefully. My apologies for the slip of tongue. I wonder how Elder Tian Quan's journey down the mountain fares. By my reckoning, he should be returning soon. Meanwhile, above the heavenly pool, Zhou Ping, having resolved his inner turmoil, seemed reborn. After bowing deeply to Lu Chen, he clasped his hands and declared, "My wish is fulfilled. I shall soon depart the mountain to guard the sword at Yuyang. Should you ever have need of me, senior brother, simply send word to Yuyang. No matter the distance. Zhou Ping will come with sword in hand." Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Yuyang? I have heard that it is far from peaceful there, adjacent to the wilderness. A region severely afflicted by the emergence of dark mists, where formidable demons frequently roam. Are you truly intending to venture there? Zhou Ping nodded in response, stating, I wish to emulate my senior brother, slaying demons and vanquishing evil, honing my skills through real combat. Only in this way can I progress further and honor the guidance bestowed upon me by my senior brother today. Hence, I shall journey to Yunyang, where the presence of demons is abundant, making it the ideal training ground. This my fondness for slaying demons is, in truth, driven by the desire to accumulate experience. You possess no system, there is no need for such extremes. Yet, this thought remained unvoiced. Demons are now pervasive across the realm, and Lu Chen alone cannot eradicate them all. Zhou Ping, possessing a spirit of training, may indeed experience transformation through battle. Thus, he ceased his persuasion. He merely cautioned, I have heard that the dark mist is mysterious and eerie, its origin and depth unknown, posing an unpredictable threat. Slaying demons is acceptable. Yet do not allow yourself to be tainted by that substance. Zhou Ping, acknowledging the admonition, bowed once more before soaring downwards, heading straight towards the Hall of Good and Evil. As the other disciples realized there was no longer any excitement to behold, they too dispersed. Senior brother Lu Chen has already broken through to the 9th rank of Golden Core. We entered the sect around the same time, yet we are left feeling quite embarrassed. We once mocked the sword enthusiast for being overconfident, yet he has now achieved Golden Core status. Although his rank may not be exceedingly high, his swordsmanship is divine, and he has become a guardian of the sword. We must not fall too far behind. On that day, senior brother Lu Chen commanded the flying swords to choose their masters. Who among the disciples of Mount Shu has ever received such treatment? We must not betray the cultivation bestowed upon us by our senior brother. Let us go. It is time to cultivate. I shall not sleep until I break through to the initial stage of crystallization. Perhaps spurred by the prowess of Lu Chen and Zhou Ping, a fervent wave of relentless training swept through all of Mount Shu. Regardless of whether they were inner or outer disciples, all were invigorated, each striving with unprecedented diligence, no longer requiring the elders of the sect to supervise them. Those disciples who had already attained a certain level of power rushed towards the Hall of Good and Evil, whether alone or in teams, to undertake various demon-slaying tasks, descending the mountain to emulate Lu Chen's initial quest to eradicate evil and refine their swordsmanship. Mount Shu radiated a vibrant atmosphere of prosperity. The higher echelons of the sect naturally welcomed this development. As the architect of this fervor, Lu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not only broken through to the Golden Core but also recruited Zhou Ping, thereby enhancing the prestige of his sect, which would aid him in his future pursuit of the title of Sword Master. The rewards were plentiful. However, Lu Chen did not allow himself to become complacent. Once the crowd had dispersed, he promptly directed his bow towards the Hall of the Sword Immortals, stating, I, the impulsive disciple, attempted to break through to the 9th rank of Golden Core, expending a considerable amount of the spirit energy from the heavenly pool to withstand the thunder tribulation. I beseech the Master to pardon my transgressions. This young man demonstrates an understanding of gratitude and a remembrance of his roots, not allowing his achievements in reaching the 9th rank of Golden Core to lead him to arrogance, which is commendable. Real Master Qingshu nodded with a smile. In truth, what he valued most was Lu Chen's innocent heart. He spoke, the spiritual energy of the heavenly pool is intrinsically stored here for unforeseen circumstances. Your ability to transcend the fears and reverence within your heart to forge a 9th-grade immortal golden elixir is a testament to your own diligence. Lu Chen, you are indeed remarkable. Your future potential is undoubtedly on par with mine. However, do not let